in 5, 4, 3, 2.
On September the 8th, 2007, after constant promotion and fanfare, the television show iCarly first premiered on Nickelodeon, becoming a near instant hit among the younger viewer base of the station. The show follows Carly Shay, a Seattle teenager whose life suddenly changes after footage of her making jokes is accidentally uploaded to the internet. Becoming an e-celebrity overnight for this viral hit, Carly and her two best friends decide to venture into the unknown as they begin making weekly internet content. The show chronicles their rise to fame, starting from the bottom as they eventually become one of the most popular shows on the entire web. To people too old or even too young to have been around for iCarly, it might seem like just another kids show. But for those of us who were there, iCarly existed on a whole other level of popularity. I remember sitting down to watch the pilot episode on that first day and thinking that it was just okay. I thought it was pleasantly watchable, but that it was far from living up to Drake and Josh, which is the show that it was basically replacing. And yet, I still watched it as often as I could. Whenever it was on, basically. Even if you were in that rebellious stage of your childhood where you were pretending that you didn't like things that you actually really loved, the characters and world of iCarly were just too riveting to ignore. On top of all that, iCarly is also a show which lasted a very long time. For more than 5 years, nearly 100 episodes, and 6 total seasons, iCarly outlasted everything that hoped to compete. For a sitcom to last 6 seasons isn't exactly uncommon, but for a children's sitcom to go on so long that it crosses generational boundaries, well, that doesn't happen every single day. iCarly also continuously proves to be one of those shows that you probably remember more about than you think you do. You might have a conversation about it with your friends, thinking you remember the pilot and a couple other episodes, only for a chain of broken memories to flood back into your mind. Spaghetti tacos and random dancing, Spencer's art and Carly's ranting, Pack Rat, Galaxy Wars, the groovy smoothie, all hidden away in the recesses of your mind like a justifiably repressed memory. But the show being popular and quietly memorable isn't really why we're going to be talking about it here today. The real reason I've decided to talk about this 2007 sitcom in the year of our Lord 2021 is that I think iCarly was ahead of its time in a lot of ways. When it was written, iCarly was essentially speculative fiction. Sure, there had been a few people by this point who had stumbled upon careers on the internet, but for the most part, the lifestyle Carly is seen living and the things that she goes through were created through the imagination of what websites like YouTube could inevitably bring to the lives of small creators. And oh so many years later, iCarly has become a pretty accurate representation of what a creator's life ends up becoming. I've met YouTubers where I go to their house and they have the iCarly set. They have all these knickknacks and oddities, and they're worried about award shows and stalkers and if that sponsor is secretly a scam. And it makes me realize we are living out these fantasy lives that Nickelodeon tried to market to us. We've become the web stars that we were told we could become. And as I rewatch this show for this colossal project, I wonder if I'll look at these characters not as teenagers like I did before, but as creators, struggling to survive in a very difficult market. But it's worth pointing out that my intentions and plans for this project have been sort of derailed, because essentially at the exact same time that I told you guys that I was going to be making this video, it was widely announced that iCarly was going to begin filming an official 7th season. And while I worked on this video, it was weird to think that as I was reliving this show, which I didn't think anyone else cared about, they were literally filming more episodes at the exact same time. And so I also have to answer this question of why? Why are they making iCarly Season 7? What is the broader appeal that this new show is going to try and capture? How are they going to do that when only 3 of the former cast members have apparently been confirmed? And is trying to find an appreciation for iCarly paradoxical to everything that we now must recognize about the show? Before all of this is over, I will be trying to answer all of these questions. However, there's something big that I want to get out of the way before we're too invested here. This originally started off as something that I presumed would be a rather short video. Then my expectations became that it would be a long video, likely over an hour, because I had a lot to say. But at the time that I am recording this, it's clear that this will instead be another fleshed out mini-series. Sort of like what I did with History Channel last year. Each episode will primarily tackle a different angle, a different topic, but every part is going to be a full video on its own. And trust me when I say that it's all going to pay off in the end. If you'd like updates on what's happening with the miniseries and when new episodes are coming, follow me on Twitter. And of course, if you want to make absolutely sure that you'll never miss an episode when it comes out, hit subscribe below and make sure that bell is set to all notifications. We're trying to get to 500,000 subscribers by the end of 2021, and every person who hits that button helps us along on that journey. With that, to start us off on how this adventure took place, let's leap all the way back to the beginning. Yeah, this is an ASMR channel now. So today is January the 28th, 2021, and I am sitting down to do a little bit of camcorder footage because today is officially the day that I am beginning what I am calling the iCarly project. Now, I don't expect to be able to get any part of this series out until like March, April, that ballpark area, so I know for a fact that people are going to end up asking, Quinton, why has this taken so long? And that's a valid question, because it would have been very, very easy to just watch the first half a season, read through the Wikipedia article, rewatch episodes that I kind of half remember, and then just make a semi-long video about my experience of doing that. And that's typically what I do for videos like this. For instance, when I did my video about Cory in the House, I watched about 7 episodes maybe. And even for bigger projects like History Channel and Pawn Stars, while I watched a lot of the show, I didn't watch all of it, and I tended to skip around a lot to get the gist. And if I had just done that, if I had just watched a minimal amount of episodes and then rushed a video out, I easily could have got an iCarly video out the week after we hit 400K. But this is not the experience that I want to have with iCarly. First of all, I'm not going to watch the first season or so. I'm not going to recap myself on all the memorable moments. I am going to watch every single episode of this show. Every special, every crossover, every movie, every single second that ever hit the airwaves. And second off, my vision for the iCarly project is not only that I'm going to rewatch this show, but that I'm going to restructure my life around watching the show being an essential element of it. Starting today, I am going to watch one episode of iCarly. No more, no less, every single day until I run out. And I'm going to go out of my way to take more time to do all of this just because I want to see what will happen when this show becomes deeply embedded into my skull. I wanted to get to the point that when I'm done with this project, my body goes through like an intense withdrawal. I want to have an anxiety attack on day 97 because I've run out of iCarly episodes and I don't know what to do with my life anymore. But there's also a second side to this, which I guess is less relevant to the show, but I still want to break down here because I think it's a really funny element to this video. So, I don't know if you guys know this fact about me, but I'm a fat piece of shit. So when I first started Quinton Reviews, I weighed over 300 pounds, and I was really embarrassed by how I look, and eventually I decided that I wanted to turn things around and get back on track to a better a better health. And by 2018, I had dropped down to like 260, 250, and I was really happy with what I had accomplished and how I looked, and I felt a lot more comfortable on screen. For the first time ever, I felt like I looked the actual age that I really was. But then in 2019, I fell into this suicidal depression spiral, and then in 2020, I stopped going on walks because I stopped having safe places to walk to. And now in 2021, I'm completely back to the same weight that I was in 2016. So how much do I weigh? Well, the other day I stepped on my scale to find out, and my scale broke. So I am newspaper punchline fat. Here's why this bothers me a lot. I think in the past few years, I have consistently proven that I am willing to do any emotional task if it means that there's a funny punchline in relation to the channel. The iCarly project is actually inspired by another thing I did a couple years ago, which I called the B-Movie Project. Now, I've talked about this many times before, but for those of you who don't understand the undertaking that was, in 2017, I thought it would be funny if I started recording like alternate versions of every single video that I ever made. So for every video that I produced, starting there, I would also make a shorter alternate version starring a different evil me. So the idea was that one day I would upload like a fake collage of my YouTube videos, and when you'd watch it, you'd suddenly realize that it was all unreleased material, brand new stuff that had never been seen before. And I decided that the entire project would be me discussing B-Movie, which was a really funny joke in 2017. So I worked on this consistently from 2017 through the beginning of 2019. It was 3 years of dedicated work, and it wasn't really that funny by the time the video came out, and not a lot of people saw it. Another similar story is that in early 2020, the video game Raid Shadow Legends had become a meme, and I thought it would be funny if I started playing that game and purposefully trying to get good at it exclusively so I could say that I was one of the top Raid Shadow Legends players in the world. In fact, if you go to speedruns.com right now, you'll discover that I actually have a bunch of world records in Raid Shadow Legends. To accomplish this, I played Raid Shadow Legends every single day for 270 days. All for a joke that was funny in January 2020, but not in January 2021. And so what's been bothering me recently is that I can do all of these emotionally and potentially physically taxing things, all for the sake of setting up jokes which aren't even that funny, but I can't take care of myself. And then it hit me really recently. All I have to do is convince myself that getting in shape and taking care of myself without telling anyone that I'm doing those things would be a really funny joke. Because I think it would be a really funny meme if old friends saw me on the street and I looked completely and totally different, and they said, "Hey man, what happened to you?" And I got to say, with a straight face, iCarly happened to me. And so not only will I be watching iCarly every single day, but I also intend to convince my brain to associate iCarly with working out and dieting and trying to take care of myself. Because if I can work on a shitpost video for 3 years, and I can play Raid Shadow Legends for 270 days in a row, then I should be able to care about myself for 100 days or so. And I am so excited to finally get into this show, to figure out the secrets that lay beneath it, and to finally turn my life around. So come on! Let's get started.
I just realized this is the wrong show.
So the pilot episode of iCarly plays out like this. Carly Shay has been brought to the principal's office after getting in trouble with her school's most infamous mean teacher. Mrs. Mr. Sweeney, Miss Briggs. Yeah, sorry, Miss Briggs. Carly has allegedly been caught plastering photoshops of Miss Briggs all over school. And as punishment, it is decided that she will be forced to record and watch over the school's talent show auditions that Saturday. This is something that Carly doesn't want to do because the school talent show is notoriously lame and embarrassing. However, in protesting this, she has cemented her punishment in the eyes of Miss Briggs. Out in the hallway, we discover that Carly did not create the mean image of Miss Briggs after all, but that it was instead her brutish best friend, Sam, who Carly took the rap for because Sam is one offense away from being expelled. Carly forces Sam to join her in judging the competition, and they recruit Carly's neighbor Freddie to handle the equipment.
I just asked to borrow your video camera. What is all this?
Well, that's a 3-chip high-def camcorder with a hypercardioid condenser microphone, mounted on a carbon fiber tripod with a low-drag fluid head. I also brought you juice and a bagel.
Freddie's whole deal in season 1 is that he's secretly in love with Carly. And by secretly, I mean that it's constantly stated at nearly every moment he's on screen.
I was gonna walk you home from school, but I couldn't find you. Hey!
One thing I noticed this time around is that Freddie is really tiny in the pilot episode, to the extent that it's hard to believe that he's supposed to be the same age as the rest of the group. And hilariously, the way they fix this for the remainder of season 1 is to give Freddie platform shoes that he wears constantly just so he can be taller than the girls on the show. Anyways, that Saturday, the trio watch through the tryouts and are bored out of their minds. In between auditions, they crack jokes about Miss Briggs and the students auditioning.
Can we please discuss the boy's hair and glasses? He looks like Miss Briggs. Yeah, except he doesn't have Miss Briggs' crazy pointy boobs.
The next day, Carly checks to see if Freddie has posted the video, only to discover that he has made a ghastly mistake. Instead of editing out Sam and Carly's jokes and cruel comments, Freddie has uploaded only those comments, resulting in 27,000 people seeing these private outtakes. By the time they take it down, most of the school has seen the video, including Miss Briggs, who refuses to accept any students which Sam and Carly picked out from the talent show. Back at Carly's apartment, the group lament that teachers in their lives are always celebrating their ability to deny them control. At which point, Carly comes up with a great idea for the three of them to continue making web show content, live streaming every week and doing whatever they want. Freddie suggests the name iCarly, and Sam decides that she will show up every week, eat food, and contribute nothing else. At this point, we also meet Carly's brother Spencer, an amateur artist in the Seattle area who is often seen working on various sculptures. His most famous creations including the Bottle Robot, Mary Sniffmas, and of course, Toasty the Baker. Other times, he gets distracted and finds completely different and random passions for the evening. In one episode, he makes a stop-motion movie, which clearly isn't stop-motion, and in another, he builds a fish-feeding contraption that continuously kills fish. Because if there's anything Spencer knows well, it's starting fires and murdering goldfish. He's typically seen working on projects on the first floor of the apartment, while the iCarly web show is put together on the third floor. Which, can we just stop for a moment and talk about this goddamn apartment? I know that complaining about spacious apartments in sitcoms is a bit of a trope in nitpicking. Everyone always says, how can the cast of Friends, blah-de-blah-de-blah-de-da? But like, seriously, how can Spencer afford this apartment? So there are 3 confirmed floors to the Shay apartment. The first floor is mostly the living room and the kitchen. To the audience's right is also implied to be a shower in Spencer's bedroom, as seen in episodes like I Dream of Dance. The second floor is nebulous for most of the series, but we eventually find out that's where Carly's room is placed, alongside another bathroom. The top floor is, of course, the extremely spacious iCarly set, alongside a couple other mystery rooms which we never see inside. Incidentally, the back of the third floor also appears to have a completely separate exit from the main staircase, which I've come to believe is attached to this weird service staircase that we see in the World Record episode. This apartment also has 3 exits. I repeat, 3 exits. A front entrance, which is featured in most episodes, a back entrance in the kitchen, which characters sometimes run through if they need to, and the elevator, which not only goes to the other 2 levels in the apartment, but also directly to the lobby. This is all made significantly worse by the fact that sometimes the cast will visit other apartments in the building, and they're typically nowhere near as spacious or luxurious. The supposedly haunted apartment 13B is just a normal 2-bedroom apartment, and Freddy's apartment is completely different when we eventually see it. Things are made even more confusing later in the show. In Season 2, Episode 1, the apartment's elevator breaks and falls from the living room to the apartment basement, causing Spencer to exclaim,
"We're fine, the elevator just dropped 9 floors to the basement."
Later, in the extended version, only on the DVD, this exchange takes place.
I can't believe the elevator's still broken.
I know! I just dragged this anchor up 8 flights of stairs. I don't know how I'm gonna get that boat up here.
And I know, why am I bringing this up as if it's something that matters? Well, because Carly and Spencer are in apartment 8C, which is easy to remember because Freddy's apartment is 8D, which is internet slang for something dirty. And I know this is going to sound like one of those math problems you had to do in school, but if they are 8 floors to the basement, and Spencer has to drag this anchor up 8 flights of stairs, and their apartment 8C, that means that every single apartment below them can only be a single level. Otherwise, it would be 24 flights of stairs to the lobby. So in other words, Spencer has a 3-level apartment in the middle of a single-level apartment complex. And I know it really seems like I'm lingering on this, but this is an apartment that the Crane brothers would find to be excessive, which, now that I'm processing that, I've just now realized that Frasier and iCarly are both set in Seattle, making a crossover between them entirely plausible, and I implore any of you who are good at fanfiction out there to get that on my desk as soon as you possibly can. Anyways, this all leads us around to my personal iCarly fan theory number 1. Spencer is secretly Banksy. So the characters set up their first web show, and it's an amazing success. A guy squirts milk out of his eyes, a Power Rangers actor talks backwards, a 9-year-old does gymnastic poses that you'll wince and turn away from, and a girl on a pogo stick plays the trumpet. By the end, the livestream receives nearly 40,000 views, and the group celebrate with a random hat party, where they begin to realize the scale of what has just happened to them.
You might get famous.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna like that.
And that's the pilot, yay! Okay, so I've only been doing the iCarly project for a couple days, but I've already gotten down to 297 pounds. So I think it's time for some Taco Bell! I've earned this.
Okay then.
I've earned this.
Sam.
Oh no.
Did you see that? Why can't you sing that note next to our math teacher's head?
Oh, Sam!
Then finish off tonight's webcast.
It's important to point out here that iCarly existed to fill a quota, and her name was Miranda Cosgrove. At the time, Miranda had been one of the most promising up-and-coming child stars at Nickelodeon, with a featuring role in the sitcom Drake and Josh as the mendacious Megan, and of course a lead in the Jack Black comedy School of Rock. My point is that if the iCarly pilot had failed, I strongly believe that there would have been another show in the same time slot also starring Miranda Cosgrove. But considering that to be the truth, it is incredible the amount of talent that they managed to bring together for this show. I remember during the iCarly era, there were a bunch of Disney Channel shows that kind of had a similar vibe, and there was always a weak link to those. As much as I love Selena Gomez, for instance, character acting was never her strong suit, and you never really got the idea in Wizards of Waverly Place that she got the joke of her character. But with iCarly, every performance is impressive. They all get their characters, they all understand the comedy of these scenes, and they're all still kids at this point. Now, I imagine quite a few of you barely remember this show, or perhaps never saw it in the first place, and in that case, I think it's time that we break down some basic, non-pilot dynamics. Now, the general consensus tends to be that out of the three main cast members, Freddie and Sam are the most interesting. The two are basically different sides of the same coin, both coming from broken households plagued by the opposite problems. Sam has a mother who, depending on what episode you watch and what joke they make, is either really tacky and gross or suffers from severe mental health problems.
How come you can't read at your house?
Because my mom keeps screaming at the cat to get a job.
Sam's mother, apparently, barely recognizes that she has a daughter, leading to Sam spending most of her time at Carly's apartment, even when no one else is around. Freddie, meanwhile, spends time with Carly partially to escape from his own mother, who is too present in his life. Freddie's mother is overly controlling and destructive, to the point of being physically abusive with him and invading his privacy, giving him, quote, bi-weekly body checks as well as tick baths. While he loves his mother, a moment at the Shea household is a moment of relative release that he otherwise doesn't get to experience. This leaves Spencer as the de facto adult of the household. He has been left in control of Carly's life, as her father is stationed in the Navy throughout the show's 6 seasons. Incidentally, Carly's mother is never mentioned and seems to not exist. Sam and Freddie also seem to not have fathers. iCarly fan theory number 2. The main characters are all clones. Prove me wrong, you can't! Spencer is a really positive figure in the show because he makes sure to steer Carly in the right direction while also believing that it's very important that she gets to have a childhood, making sure that she is neither stripped of a father figure nor stifled in her ability to have constructive experiences. To both kids and adults, Spencer is a very admirable figure. To kids, he's the sort of adult that they want to grow up to be, and to adults, he's the kind of person that they still want to grow up to be. He doesn't let go of his artistic side, but his core goal in life is ultimately the betterment of other people. Now, a big criticism a lot of people have is that out of all of these characters, Carly seems to be the least. She doesn't have a gimmick, she doesn't have a joke, and in a lot of scenes she ends up playing the straight man, while funny characters are doing something else in shot. But having just rewatched the show, I disagree with this diagnosis. In my opinion, Carly can be best described not as a generic girl character, but instead as a tangled ball of pure, unbridled anxiety.
That's the garbage disposal!
Oh my god! Miranda seems to be at her best in this show when her character has something to fret about. You know, when there's an internet troll who's hacked her website, or a boy she did something embarrassing in front of, or an episode of American Idol that she forgot to TiVo. Having to deal with extreme emotions is basically her thing, and typically it is thus cathartic to see her either find a solution, decide to do the right thing, or just realize that it's not that important. Now, I've decided to not analyze Gibby in this section of the video, because Gibby, at this point, is not a main cast member, but someone who has a cameo every few episodes. This is, in my opinion, where the character works the best. Don't get me wrong, I love Gibby, but I think around the time he starts getting consistent standalone storylines where the other characters aren't even there is when the golden era of the show ends. Like, oh, Gibby's gonna open a pizzeria, we're out of ideas. Regardless of how you feel about that, it is generally going to make more sense to analyze this character a little bit later in the project. Starting now, I want to discuss a few notable episodes in Season 1, which capture one of the main four in a particularly interesting way. Starting us off is I Wanna Stay with Spencer, essentially the first Spencer episode and a really strong Carly episode. While broadcasting the latest episode of iCarly to her many viewers, Carly invites her brother on to show off his latest piece of art, a literal hammer fan inspired by something he saw on a home renovation show. Spencer notes that it really does spin like a fan. However, once he turns it on, it quickly loses control and spins rapidly. And as Spencer screams for everyone to hit the deck, one hammer dislodges and barely misses, striking Carly in the head. In response to this tool-time travesty, Carly's grandfather suddenly visits without prior warning, and as the kids leave to get smoothies, it becomes clear why. Grandpa Shay has decided that Spencer is not a fit person to be raising Carly, because he has never learned to be a responsible adult himself. After calling her father, he is given complete control over Carly's fate, and thus decides that she shall move with him to Yakima, which she strongly protests. The three kids try to come up with some plan to prove that Spencer is a responsible adult, and so Carly decides to change her appearance in a way that is so upsetting that Spencer will discipline her appropriately. However, things don't quite go to plan.
You look fantastic!
What? How can you think she looks good like that? I don't. Then why did you tell her
She's a little teenager. But you gotta let kids express themselves.
A fire soon breaks out due to Spencer's chicken stir-fry, and it seems that Carly is officially Yakima bound. However, when Spencer rushes to make sure that Carly has her rarely used inhaler, their grandpa decides that Carly can stay with him, and all is well. If one is looking for a Sam-centered story, they can't find a more tragic example than Season 1, Episode 15, I Hate Sam's Boyfriend. In the story, Sam meets Jonah, a classmate of Freddy's who she becomes instantly smitten with after hearing his adolescent jokes in the hall.
You make funny chicken noises.
Freddy does a good deed and suggests that Jonah ask her out, and the two begin a turrid honeymoon phase, where they become totally bewitched with one another. For the first time ever, Sam is completely and totally happy, but only when she's with Jonah or texting him on her phone. This becomes an annoyance to Carly and Freddy, who discover it impossible to break through to her when she's in this state, becoming more of a problem when she begins missing rehearsals for iCarly in this blithe disposition.
I know how we could get back at her.
Huh?
You and I should start dating. That way,
Freddy!
I know.
Things become worse when Jonah begins inserting himself into their lives and their show, revealing that he is a very cruel and unlikable person. When she tries to reason with him in private, Jonah attempts to kiss Carly, and when Sam hears about this, she attaches Jonah to a wedgie machine that tugs him up and down by his underwear, and then live streams that to the internet for several hours. The lesson? Sam might love a few boys, but nothing comes in between these two best friends. Except for the many episodes where something comes in between these two best friends, such as I Don't Want to Fight. In this episode, Sam and Carly are celebrating their friendiversary, aka the anniversary of the day that they met. Carly gives Sam a customized t-shirt, and Sam promises to get Carly tickets to the Cuttlefish concert that weekend. Sam visits Ripoff Rodney, my personal favorite Season 1 side character, who says that he can either get Sam the tickets for $200 or the shirt that Sam is wearing.
Why?
Because iCarly's a hot web show. The more popular it gets, the more the shirt'll be worth.
When Carly learns that Sam traded her gift for concert tickets, they break out into a huge fight, as people around the world become invested in their scuffle. Interestingly, when Freddy attempts to do a broadcast to settle the dispute, he loudly proclaims that he is in love with Carly, implying that all of the drama and character details that we see on TV are also shown to viewers on the webcast. This seems to be confirmed by the actual in-universe iCarly website. For those of you who don't know, iCarly.com was a real website during the show's run, which would typically post exclusive content that was intended to be canon. Most episodes even made a big deal out of plugging the site at the end and getting viewers to check it out. In my opinion, one of the coolest features of this site was the in-character blogs made to tie in to each episode, where characters would write about their feelings and things which had recently happened to them. In this one, Carly links to photos from a dream she had. What? But this post is my personal all-time favorite.
If you're reading this, that means you probably watched our web show, iCarly. Okay, one question. Is Carly the most insanely amazing girl on this planet, or what? She's cute when she's happy, she's cute when she's sad, she's cute when she's angry. How can she be so cute? I know she's gonna read this and yell at me for saying all this stuff, but whatever. Okay, I should stop talking about Carly now. Have you guys seen the new Pear phone? My mom won't let me get one cause she says that it's dangerous to put electronic devices next to your head. But my mom thinks everything's dangerous. She won't let me get a goldfish cause she's afraid it'll bite me when I feed it. But why would I ever stick my fingers in the water? Anyway, you know what's even cuter than a goldfish? Carly! Okay, I should stop talking about Carly now. A girl I love more than Pear phones, goldfish, and everything else. Can you blame me? Ugh! I can't take it. Okay, bye. Oh, and if Carly and I ever get married and have 3 kids and a cat, this is what our family might look like.
It's important to point out here that Freddy claims that his mom thinks it's dangerous to put electronics close to his head, but then we find out in the next season that she put a tracking beacon into his brain when he was a baby, just so she could always know where he is.
You guys hear that?
No? Hear what?
Oh right, but I almost forgot to wrap this one up. Carly and Sam are friends again, yay! Probably one of the most memorable episodes out of the early bunch is Season 1, Episode 16, I Hatch Chicks. In the episode, Carly and Sam are paired together for a science experiment, and Spencer gives them the idea to hatch chicks for the assignment. They place the eggs in an incubator on the 3rd floor, only for the birds to escape directly after hatching. The characters have to search every nook and cranny of the apartment, trying to figure out where each chick has ended up, as they can't be out of the incubator for too long, or else they will die. Curiously, they don't search in any of the rooms on the 2nd floor, which is still apparently an empty nothingness at this point in the show. Long story short, Spencer gets stuck in an air vent, his pants get ripped off, Freddy's wrestler bully throws the fridge, and when they only have one chick left, they realize it's in the window to the elevator. Freddy gets told to come upstairs with tools, but uses the elevator, causing the chick to fall from the window, out of the grasp of the characters. But Spencer gets out of the vent and we find out the chick flew into his mouth, meaning that all the chicks are saved. Yay! Now you might notice that up to this point, whenever we've talked about the in-universe iCarly web show, it's been through a passing mention. And that's because iCarly isn't totally hingent on iCarly providing drama for the characters. Some episodes are just about Spencer dating a crazy teacher, or cops trying to catch a person accused of pirating movies, who turns out to just be a guy making pirate movies. The web show almost becomes its own character in a way, with its own dedicated episodes to exploring its side of the story. It is worth discussing that there is kind of a mini arc going on in the show surrounding iCarly.com. In the first few episodes, the characters will occasionally name drop how many views their videos or streams have received, and they tend to be impressive but not astounding.
That's 27,000!
37,000!
27,000 and 37,000 views are pretty realistic for viral videos on the early internet. And that's about where the show's popularity stays for a few episodes. However, in Season 1, Episode 8, Freddy mentions that they're receiving their highest view count ever, and the number we see at that point is 500,000 viewers. Confusingly, 10 episodes later, Freddy again states that they've received their peak viewership, only to list the new number as
355,000.
Which implies that either one of these numbers is wrong, or these stories take place in neither broadcast nor production order. That debate is made irrelevant just 2 episodes later, when Freddy is late to the show and Carly exclaims,
Millions of people are signing signing on to iCarly.com right now, so could you please pick up your pretty little camera and count backwards from 5?
And from what I've seen, from this point forward, the iCarly webcast is consistently stated to be receiving views in the millions. Now, this is incredible by the numbers of the early internet, but it's even more astounding when you realize that it's actually impossibly large by the standards of the current internet. Because the characters are not uploading videos and then seeing how many people watch in a day or a week. They're doing live streams and then noting how many people are watching their show concurrently as it transmits.
Watch me juggle.
No way, baby! This iCarly web show is hilarious!
If we were to compare this to, say, Twitch.tv, we'd see that only 3 creators have ever managed to reach that milestone. While on YouTube, a significantly older platform, only 7 live streams have ever crossed that boundary. By all accounts, iCarly excelling beyond this level of popularity and on a website completely unhitched from anything else would imply that these kids are not only popular, but one of the most widely viewed things on the entire internet. But one notable thing is that despite this, often the gang's actions are depicted almost in a vacuum, as if they never consider that everything they do and say is being broadcast and archived to the entire world. And I have a huge collection of examples that we're going to talk about at the end of our Season 1 analysis. But for now, let's just talk about the most obvious. Messin' with Lubert. Lubert is the character who works in the lobby of Carly and Freddy's apartment building. Designed to be the most disgusting man possible, he is often featured on the iCarly web show where he is pranked time after time. As a kid, I always remember feeling kind of bad for Lubert, especially considering that the way he's antagonized is heavily illegal and unneededly cruel. Then, a few years ago, I remembered that he's a landlord, and thus doesn't deserve my pity. But then, while working on this, I realized that I was actually remembering wrong, and he's not a landlord, he's just a really unfriendly guy with a horrible job that he hates.
More people!
While I was writing this, I struggled to find a good way to describe Lubert. What traits does he personify which make him so terrible while also making me want to feel bad for him? And I eventually figured it out. Lubert is the person my anxiety tells me I would become if it wasn't around to make me stressed about everything. Do you ever go out to the mall or something and your brain kind of stops and goes, hey, what if you did this specific horrible thing? Like, what if you knocked over that display or bumped your cart into that old lady or kicked that pigeon in the ass? And you think, oh my god, I would never do something like that. That's horrible. But then, like, the images that your brain generated of you doing those things keeps you up at night for some reason. Lubert is the personification of the image that your brain sends of what you would be like if you did the things that it tells you not to do that you were never going to do in the first place.
Mommy! Daddy, my cookie! You took my son's cookie? No.
As a kid, I was under the impression that all this time, Lubert never catches on to the fact that he's being pranked. But if you pay attention to the episodes, it's actually hinted a few times that he's fully aware of what's going on and considers the iCarly gang to be his rivals. But anyways, back to discussing web show specific episodes. Quite a few episodes of Season 1, I feel, were really prophetic about the realistic repercussions of running an internet show. Take, for instance, I Dream of Dance, where Carly and Sam ask their viewers to send in funny dances for a competition on the show. This leads to them having to watch through hundreds of dancing clips a night, leading to emotional exhaustion, and also, of course, a series of dreams choreographed into dance numbers. Then there's I Want a World Record, where the group decide that they want a world record, and realize that the world's longest live stream is one they can easily beat. They come up with numerous strategies to stay up for the 24 hours needed, including dunking their heads in ice water, and of course the invention of the random dancing alarm. Also, if you're curious, according to my research, the actual live stream world record in 2007 wasn't 24 hours, it was 181 hours, but I don't think they had enough ice water to do that. During the broadcast, Spencer builds a statue with moving parts, but it is so extravagant that it shorts out the power on the iCarly set, briefly shutting down the broadcast. Their attempt is thus ruined, and with only a few minutes left before they would have claimed the record. However, it's discovered that Spencer has broken the world record for statue with the most moving pieces. And because the other kids, quote, helped, they all get to be in the world record book. Next we have I Got Detention, where the plans for the iCarly 50th web show spectacular are derailed by Sam getting detention, leading Carly to get in trouble so they can broadcast from the detention room. Freddie hides in the closet and sets up secret cameras in the room so they can broadcast without the teacher in charge catching on.
Never in my entire life have I eaten one pair of pants.
One thing that becomes phenomenally obvious about the iCarly web series as you watch more of the iCarly sitcom is that Fredward B. Benson is basically the entire show. Every piece of technology, every gimmicky effect, every light on the set, every button on Sam's remote, it all comes down to him and apparently no one else. Freddie's understanding of technology and video production is beyond any other person on the planet at the time. Freddie controls the main camera of the show and also the live edits, which he somehow manages to do with 2 buttons on his belt, which literally will do anything he wants. He also maintains a wireless feed between all of his cameras and his laptop, which I do not believe was a thing in 2007. Although, maybe it was, because that would certainly seem to explain why the web show runs at 12 frames per second. How Freddie even owns all of this stuff is never actually addressed. He just has all of this nice equipment and knows everything about it, and they never explain why. I know that some people seem to think that because he's a member of the AV club, he just borrowed it all from school, but the dialogue seems to insist at numerous points that it's all his equipment. So let me hit you up with iCarly fan theory number 3. Freddie's obsession with cameras and filmography stems from his mother's attempt to build a private police state specifically to spy on him and no one else. Just imagine him as a baby crawling towards one of the 17 cameras in the living room, constantly filming him as he goos and gaws in awe. Each camera and mic would thus be a hand-me-down, as his mother swaps up to the next best waterproof camera to make sure that Freddie is shampooing twice every night.
Freddie, you didn't sign the shampoo agreement. How do I know if you double pooed?
I mean, it's either that or they didn't put much thought into this tween sitcom, and we all know that's impossible. Anyways, Freddie's lack of recognition on the show is addressed in Season 1, Episode 9, I Will Date Freddie. Or maybe I Want to Date Freddie. Both titles are kind of used intermediately. In the story, Freddie is asked out by Valerie, a fan of iCarly who also goes to Ridgeway Middle School. Seeing nothing wrong with the idea, Freddie says yes. They hold the date at the Spencer household to get away from Freddie's mom. Freddie and Valerie are served spaghetti tacos, and thus the two become a couple. However, shortly into the beginning of their relationship, Valerie asks him to help produce her own web show on the same night that iCarly typically airs. Freddie feels he can't abandon the iCarly team, to which Valerie points out that Sam and Carly don't exactly treat him like he's an important part of the show. It quickly becomes apparent that this is an ultimatum, and Freddie chooses to stick with his girlfriend, quitting iCarly in an email. A physical fight breaks out over this, with Freddie insisting that he'll have another member of the AV club take over as their technical producer. Predictably, this doesn't go swimmingly, and iCarly is proven to be completely non-functional without Freddie's expertise. Meanwhile, the Valerie show is an absolute hit. Things exacerbate when Valerie approaches Sam with an offer for her to quit iCarly and join her show, where she is promised top billing. Her goal in all of this is apparently to become internet famous herself and to eliminate Carly in the process.
And we'll knock Carly Shay right off the internet. And then, in a couple of years, we could have the most popular show on the web.
Of course, Sam immediately tells Carly about this, and they fret over how to deal with the problem. Incidentally, iCarly is probably the only children's show in the history of TV to purposefully come up with a replacement for the term bag. You know, the bona fide in-existence term that means exactly what their sound-alike term in this episode also means.
She's trying to use me, that little... Say it! I don't like to say it. Spencer says it's not ladylike. Say it! That skunk bag!
Now, some people argue that this word is actually a way of saying scumbag or hussy, but like, come on. The derogatory term used exclusively to describe women which Sam loves using but Spencer thinks is unladylike, they're saying bag. Grow up. The two try and tell Freddy about his girlfriend's true motivations, and although he doesn't believe them at first, when he confronts Valerie, she tells him the truth. But Freddy says he'll only come back if he's accepted as an important part of the team. And after they say that he matters, they hug it out and iCarly.com is back together. Also, a TV falls on Valerie and she dies. She's never in the show again. If we're delving into the topics of drama, then it's only logical that we next switch over to an episode that I know you all have been waiting to talk about. Season 1, Episode 6, Neville. At the beginning of this episode, the main trio are attempting to spread word about their web show among their classmates, something that they often do early on in the TV show. While doing this, they run into a group of mean girls, who tell them that if iCarly was as important as they say, it would have been featured on Nevelocity.com. Upon doing some research, it's revealed that Nevelocity is apparently the most popular blog on the entire internet, gaining over 5 million views every single day. To appear on that site would be a huge boost to their popularity, and so Carly attempts to get in contact with Neville to see if he'll watch their show. Neville responds strongly to this, and invites Carly to have an interview at his home. Spencer takes Carly there, where we discover that Neville is actually an 11-year-old child. Because in this universe, the internet is controlled exclusively by middle schoolers. However, when Spencer leaves the room, we quickly catch on that Neville has invited Carly over not for an interview, but for ulterior motives. Neville attempts to put the moves on Carly, even going as far as to try and kiss her, causing Carly to shove tapenade into his face, as he threatens to destroy her for this.
You shouldn't have done that, Carly Shay! You'll rue this day, you'll rue it!
This is a really weird sequence, at least in 2021, because what's essentially happening here is that Carly is being placed into a casting couch situation, and for the most part, it's being played entirely for jokes. Like, we're supposed to be on Carly's side, we're supposed to be mad on her behalf, but this is portrayed with the same level of seriousness as the episode where Carly's teacher gives her a B instead of an A. To see a situation like this portrayed in a pre-Me Too era without the seriousness that the topic necessitates, it's weird? The subplot for this episode is that Spencer is building a butter sculpture of a character named Toasty the Baker, who then melts when he's not looking, causing him to have to rebuild him.
Soon you'll be back and butter than ever. Thank God no one heard that.
I think this dichotomy sums up iCarly pretty well. What other sitcom on the planet could feature an A-plot where the female lead gets sexually harassed and a B-plot where the male lead builds a sculpture out of butter? Neville writes a scathing review of the site, causing stress to the group as they're flogged with Neville's fanbase turning on them. Enraged, the trio decide that it's time to expose Neville for what he's done. And after a series of failed attempts, they decide that there's only one person in the world who will care about this story in 2007. Neville's mom.
You told me you thought girls were yucky.
That was last year.
Neville's mom forces him to write a positive review. The group gets more tapenade, and we end off with a happy ending. At least for now. Bum bum bum! One episode that isn't really about the web show but is still notable in this section is I Heart Art. The story is easily the best Spencer episode of Season 1 and deals primarily with one specific theme: the struggle that artists face with imposter syndrome.
All creative people worry their stuff's lame. It's an artist thing.
In the episode, Spencer discovers that a museum in Seattle is opening an exhibit for talented but unknown artists, causing him to frantically work on 3 new sculptures to submit. He struggles to feel confident about his work and fears that the museum will not be enamored with his material. To try and rectify this, Carly decides to invite Harry Joyner to the apartment. Joyner is Spencer's hero, a surrealist sculptor also based in Seattle, and Carly hopes his praise will raise Spencer's spirits. However, Joyner takes barely a brief glimpse at these statues before he announces that they are simply amateurish and belong in the trash. Uninterested and preoccupied, he takes his leave, allowing Spencer to react maturely in private. Carly and the gang try to boost his spirits by showing off his sculptures on iCarly, but Spencer is too far gone by this stage, and tells Carly that he plans on quitting art to become a dentist's assistant. The trio track down Joyner and tell him that Spencer has quit art because of his dismissal. And, in a twist of fate, Joyner tracks Spencer down and makes an admission.
Your sculptures are better than anything I've done in a long time.
The two make up and work together on a sculpture for the dentist's office where Spencer once worked. The fine line between art and material product is addressed somewhat in Season 1, Episode 18, I Promote Techfoots. Before any of you ask, yes, I have noticed, we'll get there when we get there. In the episode, Carly and the gang are approached by a famous shoe company to do paid advertising on the iCarly web show. The situation is very simple. They will be paid $100,000 a year, and in exchange, they will promote the new Techfoot every week on the iCarly show. They of course accept and begin living the good life. However, within a few days, it becomes apparent that the Techfoots are not up to the standard of quality that was once promised. They are prone to malfunctions, will wipe hard drives, and can even burst into flames in certain situations. Fans of the show begin threatening to boycott iCarly if they do not cease promoting the sponsor. But Carly is told by Daka Shoes that if the trio break their contract, they will be sued. Spencer, who went to law school for 3 days, finds a loophole in the Daka contract, wherein they were only instructed to say positive things, with no other stipulations. So, in that week's iCarly, the trio highlight the many problems with the shoe, but use language which make all of these seem like good things.
It's also perfect for roasted weenies!
Daka can see that they've been beat and buy the group out of their contract for $30,000. With that money, Carly buys Spencer a motorbike, which will become extremely important later on in the franchise's history. The journey of the iCarly webcast finding mainstream and commercial recognition inevitably brings us around to episode 23. iCarly Saves TV, a sort of spiritual finale for season 1. We begin the episode with somewhat of a tongue-in-cheek satire relevant to the era. In the story, a children's TV writer is trying to get his daughter interested in a new pilot that he's going to pitch to a major network. The show is heavily implied to be a parody of Disney Channel sitcoms of the era, and is extremely lame, causing his daughter to much prefer browsing the internet and enjoying web show material like iCarly. In response, the executive decides that iCarly is exactly what television needs, and he gathers Carly, Sam, and Freddie together to offer them their own time slot. Excited as any kid would be to be on TV, the trio accept and begin filming. However, a few blemishes begin to appear almost immediately. Freddie's supposed job as supervising producer is nothing more than an empty title, as he begins to do demeaning jobs for the main producer on set. Constant intervention by the network quickly strips iCarly of everything that made it unique. A dinosaur mascot clearly inspired by Barney is inserted into the show, to the annoyance of everyone who sees the character. And after Sam beats up the actor inside the suit for minutes on end, she is replaced by an egotistical toddler starlet who Carly has no chemistry with. This is made worse by Carly being locked out of the writing room, as a group of middle-aged men begin writing her material in her place. Carly tries to quit, but is told that because the network bought the rights to the iCarly name, they own her brand and, by proxy, her. She has no option but to put up with the creative theft going on, or else she will be in breach of her contract. A few notable scenes take place in this episode, which are kind of weird and messed up. You'll remember that Freddie has been running around doing insulting tasks for the crew, despite supposedly being an important producer on the show. Well, about halfway through the episode, Freddie is called onto set because, as I quote, "there is a sweaty guy who needs to be iced off." And we then cut to a large man in the corner of the set who lifts up his shirt for Freddie to rub ice on, which Freddie then does. This scene is really weird in the regular edit, but it's about 1,000,000 times weirder in the extended edition only on the DVD. In this version of the episode, the man begins groaning heavily and then explicitly asks Freddy out on a date.
You like Italian food?
And you see, this is the reason that you watch the DVD version. For all the great Freddy gets molested jokes that were cut from the final release. The second thing worth pointing out here is the B-plot, featuring Spencer and Freddy's mom. In the story, Freddy's mother has become upset over her lack of things to do now that her son has a job and is away from the house. And she essentially begins visiting Spencer and babying him in lieu of her own son. Now, there's one sequence in the subplot which I think accidentally says a lot about the character. In the scene, Spencer is working on one of his sculptures and asks Freddy's mother to hand him a screwdriver. She warns him that the tip is pointy, which Spencer scoffs at before he reaches out and accidentally stabs himself with the device. Now, what I think is recognizable about this scene is the fact that Freddy's mother purposefully has the screwdriver pointed out. Logically, she could and should have pointed the handle towards him instead. But by handing him the end that could be dangerous, she asserts her role as mother as something essential, a subtle character detail which implies a greater motivation to her actions. Anyways, after Sam is fired and Carly begins fighting the changes to the show, the TV producer eventually realizes that his changes to the concept of iCarly could lead to something bigger and better. And so he creates, literally, the exact same sitcom pilot he had at the start of the show, except it now stars that dinosaur mascot.
But Michelle, why would you accept 2 dates to the prom without telling either boy about the other?
Because, Dad, Luke is so sweet, but Brandon is so hot.
There's clearly a greater purpose and lesson to this episode. TV producers in the early 2000s, and even today, look at the internet as a source of a new age of content that they can milk and exploit. Yet their lack of understanding in what makes that material actually worth something means that they'll always revert to their initial instincts to make something unreservedly derivative. Now, up to this point, for the most part, I have been discussing episodes which I had a somewhat positive experience rewatching. But what about the direct opposite? Were there any episodes that I disliked to the extent of regretting this project? The answer can be found in Season 1, Episode 13. I am your biggest fan. Let's break down what I find so terrible about this story. While going through emails sent in by viewers, Sam and Carly discover one from a fan who lives in Washington and wants to know if they would ever consider having a live audience. The fan also claims to be their biggest supporter, and the trio decide to invite her onto the show in order to create a positive experience. However, almost from the moment that this character steps on screen and begins speaking, the tone of the show shifts in a way that's initially hard to define.
Hi everyone. I'm on iCarly. Hey, hi.
I'm not really sure how else to describe this, but from where I'm sitting, Mandy is coded to be neurodivergent, and the entire comedy of this episode derives from the fact that neurodivergent people are annoying to be around and cause problems for non-neurodivergent people. What is this, the Big Bang Theory?
That was my impression of a duck. Here it comes again.
This is easily one of the most painful episodes of television that I have ever had to sit through. I find it so hard to imagine someone pitching this episode to a writer's room. To have someone stand up and go, "Hey, you know who sucks? Autistic children!" As everyone else around them starts going, "Woo! Someone had to say it!" I think this episode really breaks down the inherent paradoxical nature of iCarly. You see, iCarly really exists as a total embrace of the sort of lol random humor which had developed on the early internet. Let's have a random hat party or send text messages with our toes, haha, banana phone. But at the same time, the show also goes out of its way to mock and belittle anything which is divergent from a certain kind of randomness. So it's cool to be different, but not cool to be different. One thing that stands out to me about season 1 is that there's this running joke where the cast keeps running into a kid who likes beatboxing, and they hate him. Like a lot.
No one enjoys that!
This has always stood out to me as kind of weird, because I knew several kids throughout my entire school career who were the beatboxing kid. And even if they weren't good at it, everyone loved them because that was just a cool thing to be able to do when you were a kid in the early aughts. And second off, why is that the thing that the characters in the show hate? Like, being the girl who talks about how she loves jerky, that's cool. Being the kid who takes his shirt off in public, that's cool. Being the kid who likes beatboxing, we would kill you if we could. This is going to be something that continues to be an ongoing problem throughout all the different seasons and spin-offs of iCarly, so I don't want to get too intensively into it right here. But on that note, we are now officially, basically, at the end of our Season 1 analysis, and we are ready to move on to Season 2. However, I wanted to find some creative way to mark a retrospective bookend to every season that we stopped to look at, and I came up with a really fun idea that I think you guys are going to end up liking. And the idea that I came up with is that we're going to end every season off with a total tally of the list of crimes committed by the main characters in that particular season. If there's a season 1 episode you remember that I haven't brought up yet, it's probably because I saved it for this bit, so strap in! Real quick, before we do jump into this, I want to send a big thanks out to Scott Augustine, who I met on Twitter when I asked around for experts on Washington law. He basically gave me his input based on his knowledge on which of these things are crimes and on what level of severity they exist, if they're like felonies or misdemeanors and so on and so forth. He was a huge help in this section, and I just wanted to make sure that I send out a big thanks to him and anyone else who just gave me a little bit of input on this script, because I'm not an expert in everything, I don't pretend to be, and people like Scott were a huge part of why I'm able to make this video. Starting us off more generally, we have crime number 1. Sam consistently and maliciously assaulting Freddy when she really doesn't need to.
What is the matter with you? Ow! 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 Not at me! Ow! Leave me alone, Sam! Sam, what are you gonna... Ah! That was assault!
We may or may not have to mention this every single season. Moving on to crime number 2. In season 1, episode 2, we see the cast fret over their weekly views stagnating, causing them to worry that they'll fail to grow if they don't fix the situation. This leads Carly to suggest a competition. The 4 will split into 2 groups, and whoever can find the best way to get viewers to iCarly.com will win. And the loser will have to touch Lubert's wart. After a series of false starts, Freddy and Spencer come up with an idea to get a huge digital sign and hang it on the highway without permission. This is already extremely illegal. But what I never noticed until this watch through is that they hang the sign over an already existing road sign, which is like triple illegal. Imagine missing your exit to the airport because some guy really wanted to advertise his 13-year-old sister's web show. They turn the sign on to initial success, but it's so blindingly bright and distracting that it immediately causes a 6-car pileup in the streets below. Spencer tries to turn the sign off, but overloads it, accidentally revealing a completely different message. Pee on Carl. Spencer is arrested and left off with a warning, but is told that the next time he causes one of the worst traffic jams in Seattle history, he will be arrested. Spencer apologizes to...
Officer Carl?
and he is left off the hook. Now the thing is, Spencer's broadcast actually cuts out kind of early, so we're not shown how many car accidents this road sign ends up actually causing. Now the question is, how bad did things really get in the end? Well, in a web-exclusive blog posted later, Spencer claims that he had caused, quote, like 50 car crashes, likely making this one of the worst pileups in the history of Seattle. I'm pretty sure Spencer broke like 15 laws in this one scene, but we'll just count this as a single crime for simplicity's sake. Let's move on to crime number 3, which takes place during episode 7, I Scream on Halloween. On the night of Halloween, Carly and Spencer accidentally receive a letter meant for apartment 13B, and Carly tries to make sure it's ultimately delivered there. However, Lubert tells them that no one has lived in that apartment for 15 years because it's haunted. When Carly and Sam hear that there is an abandoned haunted apartment in their complex, they decide this has to be where they filmed the Halloween episode of iCarly, much to the chagrin of Freddy. And so, Sam uses her lockpicking skills to break into the apartment, which is obviously breaking and entering. Later we find out that people do live in apartment 13B, and that Lubert was just being a dick. The very next episode, I Spy a Mean Teacher, brings us to crime number 4, wherein Freddy and Carly spy on their teacher and attempt to record details of her personal life for the purpose of showing it all on iCarly. Through a strange series of events, they end up entering her home without permission, wherein they have to hide in the closet to get away from her before they get caught and are nearly arrested. You'll notice the common theme in these two crimes, where the cast believes that uploading footage of themselves doing something illegal cannot lead to them getting caught. Like, there's this weird logic that if their teacher catches them in her home, they'll be arrested, but if they upload footage of themselves inside of her home, no one will ever find out, despite it being viewed by 1 million people. Season 1, Episode 11 is a sequel to I, Neville, and features the character getting back at them for the first, but certainly not the last time. In the story, Neville hacks into Freddy's network and manages to take control of everything on the iCarly set and the iCarly website. Freddy's poor security leaves his data and technology at risk, something that could have been avoided if he had just had some means of cloaking his location and IP address. God, I wish this video was sponsored. Freddy believes that they can crash Neville's computers if they gain access to his network, and thus all 3 of them break into his house while he's away and attempt to do this. Yet another example of breaking and entering. But their hack fails, and Neville continues to have control over iCarly.com, as he streams content from his home directly to their audience. But then Carly says, wait a minute guys, we haven't been thinking this through. We have Neville's address, we can just swat him.
With a boring ear.
With crimes 5 and 6 out of the way, let's move on to crime number 7. In Season 1, Episode 12, Sam is in the principal's office when she overhears him share his private login information. After he leaves the room, she quietly uses this information to access the school's private network, and changes the grades of her, Carly, and Freddy, obviously without permission from any of them. When Carly and Freddy find out, they attempt to hack the school system to change their grades back, but they are nearly arrested in the act and have to lie to get out of things. Sam later publishes the passcode she used on the official iCarly website, meaning that any student at the school who saw this blog could potentially change their own grades as well. In real life, a crime like this committed in 2018 led to a student being charged with 14 felonies. When Sam gets caught, she's given detention for a few weeks. Speaking of which, episode 19, I Got Detention, is our next notable crime. As you'll recall, this is the episode where Sam gets detention on the night of the show's 50th webcast. This leads to Carly and Freddy trying to get detention themselves on the exact same night. And the main plan Carly comes up with is to pull a fire alarm as a prank when there really isn't a fire at all. Now, as I'm sure you were all told when you were young, pulling a fire alarm when there is no fire will not get you detention. It will get you expelled and potentially arrested. According to Washington Municipal Code, Chapter 9, Section 40, any person who makes a declaration of fire when there is none is guilty of a misdemeanor. This is partially voided out by the fact that directly after this, we see that there was indeed a fire at the school, but let's just count that one anyways. It's fun. In episode 20, a police officer stops by the Shea household and identifies himself at the door. Sam, upon seeing this, states,
"Freddie, take my backpack."
Now, we're never told what this means, but it's shady as hell, so I'm counting it. At the beginning of episode 21, I Might Switch Schools, Sam enters the Shea apartment and says that she picked up their mail for them. When Spencer says that you need a key to get into their mailbox, Sam replies,
"No, you don't."
Which implies that Sam broke into their mailbox and stole their mail. Now, I'm told that for such a small amount of mail only done once, this is likely only a misdemeanor, but if Sam does this casually to numerous people, it could easily become a felony. Either way, it's crime number 10. Throughout this episode, we find out that Carly has been offered a scholarship to an expensive private school, and that she is seriously considering going. However, Sam and Freddie, worrying that this will end their friendship, plot to ruin her interview. First, by secretly moving its location to the Shea apartment, where a miniature golf course has been set up for a multitude of reasons. And then by instructing a horde of ball-obsessed children to assault the woman interviewing Carly. At the end of the episode, the children chase the woman into Spencer's shower and then out of the front door. The implication of this off-screen moment is that for a brief second, Spencer was entirely naked and surrounded by children and a woman whose clothes were being ripped off. I have no idea what crime happened here, but it was something very bad and very wrong. Later, on the iCarly website, Carly publishes the official rejection letter that she receives from this same woman.
Dear Carly, I regret to inform you that we cannot accept you at Briarwood Preparatory School at this time. You are a smart, wonderful, and creative young woman. However, the interview we had at your home was quite a disaster. I also did not appreciate being attacked by that group of teenagers while I was sitting upon your beanbag. I'm still having nightmares about that. My doctor has advised me to seek professional therapy. As I said, Carly, I find you a delightful girl, but your life scares me.
Now, the official finale for Season 1 is episode 25, I Have a Lovesick Teacher, where Carly's teacher attempts to ruin her life after Spencer breaks up with her. The way that the character is caught in the end is that they trick her into admitting that she pirates her music on live video, leading to the FBI coming to her class and arresting her.
You set me up! That's a lie!
No, we set her up.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like this is accidentally a really good metaphor for what it's like uploading content onto the internet. I mean, you can do so much messed up stuff, and you can publicly tell people that you've broken the law and intend to keep doing it, and nothing will happen. But if you play a copyrighted song in your video without explicit permission, they will delete your channel. That's just life, I guess. Okay, it's me, Camcorder Quinton again. Hey guys! So as I'm recording this, it is March 2021, and I'm recording another mini segment because I have just finished Season 1 of iCarly. I've watched every episode, I've written out my complete analysis of those episodes, and I'm now preparing to move on to Season 2. And I just kind of figured it'd be fun to sit down and do a little update of sorts. Part of the appeal that I pitched at the start of this was that this whole thing was supposed to be kind of like a science experiment. I had a hypothesis, I had a theory, I wanted to see what this was going to do to me personally, emotionally, and physically. And I can honestly say that this project has done some weird stuff to my brain, and not necessarily in a good way. Recently, I've been having dreams almost exclusively as Carly Shea. You see, usually I have like anxiety nightmares, things that keep me up at night, haunt me in my sleep, and all of that is still happening. Except instead of dreaming as myself, I'm dreaming as Carly, and all of my deepest fears and anxieties are being recontextualized as things that could happen in a sitcom world to her. One weird nightmare I had a few weeks ago was that I was in an episode of iCarly, and it was like your typical sitcom shenanigans. People were running around, Spencer was doing jokes, there was a laugh track, and then someone died. I can't remember who, I think it was Gibby, but like someone just died in the middle of this iCarly dream, and immediately it just stopped being a sitcom. Like, the studio set morphed into a real room, there was no laugh tracks, it was all very serious. Spencer was a completely different person, he like suddenly wanted revenge, and I was left with this sinking feeling that like I was next. I was going to be the next person to die. And I just desperately wanted to get back to that sitcom world. I think a far more relevant dream I had more recently was actually about the iCarly revival, which is going to be on Paramount Plus if it doesn't go the way of Lizzie McGuire. In my dream, someone at Paramount Plus invited me to come and see the iCarly revival before anyone else. And they sat me down in a room and they showed me the pilot episode of iCarly Season 7. And I hated it. The only way I could describe what I saw in the dream is it's like if someone was planning to bring back a sitcom for the network, and they wrote the script before they knew what sitcom they were bringing back. I think that, like, Carly had a kid, and Freddie was like a cool uncle, Full House style, and I remember being angry because I had spent months of my life dedicating myself to iCarly, only to be shown a revival made by people who did not care. And thank God that can never happen in the real world. Okay, before we go any further into this, I want to go on like a quick tangent rant about something that probably is only going to be interesting to me and no one else, but it's something that really bothers me, so please stick with me. So when I first started working on this, my first thought was obviously, well, I need to go out and get copies of every episode of iCarly. And I figured torrent links were probably going to be very low quality, so I thought, where's the best way to go about getting these episodes? And I presumed the best source would be the official releases, the DVDs. So I went out and tried to get copies of every DVD release of iCarly. But they tend to go for pretty high prices on eBay, so I figured the next best option was to go for Netflix DVD. Those of you who've been watching the past year probably know that I really like Netflix DVD because it's an obscure service. People don't even really know it's still a thing, but you can find some cool, obscure stuff on there for pretty cheap. And so I really like renting things from there and then sort of talking about the strange stuff you can find. So what I'd basically do for a while is get a DVD from Netflix, I'd rip it onto my laptop, and then I'd rush as fast as I could to get it back in the mail so I could get the next DVD. And I worked really hard to make sure that I could get as many of these as I could so I'd stay on track to watching every single episode of iCarly. And then they put it on fucking Netflix. So yeah, now iCarly's on Netflix, and I can go on there pretty much almost for free and watch absolutely any episode I want from the first 3 seasons. So who won during this situation? Netflix apparently, because they got money from me in 2 distinctly different ways. So what I ended up doing just to feel like I hadn't wasted a lot of time was I would take my laptop and I'd play the DVD copy on there, and then I'd put the Netflix copy on my TV, and I'd try and see if there were any deleted scenes, how it synced up, and all that kind of thing. And the first thing I noticed is that the copy on Netflix seems to run just a little bit fast for some reason. It's pretty typical with old sitcoms for them to speed it up by like 1% so they can fit more advertisements in, but it's kind of strange that they would do this to a show on Netflix because obviously there are no advertisements, or at least there's not supposed to be. However, the much more pressing issue that really put a wrench in my plans was a little bit more obvious, and I want to see if you guys can guess what that was. Here's the copy from my DVD, and here's the copy from Netflix. DVD, Netflix, DVD, Netflix. Are you starting to catch on? So yeah, I discovered pretty early into working on this that despite airing in 4x3, iCarly was produced and edited in 16:9. Now, to many of you younger people at home, this probably isn't a surprise. This is probably how you watch these episodes. But for me, it was a huge shock because I watched the pilot episode in 2007. I saw it air for the first time. I was a huge Miranda Cosgrove fan. I wanted to see this new show, and I had no idea it existed in widescreen because I had only experienced these episodes in twink screen. It used to be called standard definition, but that's not what it's called now. And as soon as I figured this out, I was just like so excited to get back into the show because I felt like there was this new horizon of iCarly material, these slivers at the edge of the screen that I had missed out on in the past decade because I had not been shown the full production of every single episode. However, as soon as I started to watch the show this way, I realized that watching iCarly in 16:9 kind of ruins it. There's a lot of little things that affect this, like for instance the transitions are in 4x3, which is distracting. Freddy's camera indents are in 4x3. Generally, it was made to be a 4x3 show. But the most notable thing to me is just that the cinematography does not make sense in the expanded edits. If you ever take any rudimentary film class in college or high school, probably the first thing they're going to teach you is the rule of thirds. Now, I don't want to mansplain or anything, but in case you didn't know, the rule of thirds basically states that when you're setting up a shot, you should imagine that there are two intersecting lines going both vertically and horizontally, cutting your shot into thirds both ways. The idea is that wherever these lines intersect should be where you place the focus of your shot. Now, this isn't a universal rule, you don't have to follow this every time, but it's just kind of like a basic setup for what you should do when you're setting up a shot. So if you sit down to watch iCarly on Netflix, you'll notice that they seem to not be following this rule at all. Characters are usually like in the middle of shot, or slightly off kilter to where they naturally should be, or sometimes they're just cut off at the edge of frame for no justifiable reason. Now, if you watch the show in 4x3, it looks great. Everything looks as it should be, important stuff lines up with the rule of thirds, but when you stretch those borders out, it just gives you additional information that you don't need. But you know, this show actually ran for a while, so I'm kind of curious if we're going to get to a point where the cropped version on the DVD looks kind of awkward, but the 16:9 version looks really good. But I suppose the only way to figure out if we're ever going to get there is to keep watching the show, which I haven't been doing for some reason. So with that, let's begin iCarly Season 2. So typically when I approach analyzing individual iCarly seasons, I try to avoid a strict chronological order. I think that finding precise themes to cluster these in and subtle story arcs is a lot more interesting than just going through them episode by episode. And I would hope that this far into the video that you guys would happen to agree. However, Season 2, Episode 1 is so amazingly strange and bizarre that I feel like we have to start there, because in a way it completely sets the tone for the rest of this project. In the episode, Carly and Sam both fall head over heels with one of Freddy's friends, a dorky yet cute tech student who has just transferred to their school. And both quickly realize that their mutual obsession is going to cause conflict and potentially destroy their friendship. My favorite thing about this episode is that Freddy has gone through these things so often that his only hot take about this latest piece of drama is that he's tired of it getting in the way of them running their web show.
So I guess neither of you can go out with Shane. Oh, too bad. Bye.
Eventually, Carly and Sam come up with a compromise that can't possibly fail. They'll both date Shane at the same time and simply allow him to go steady with whomever he likes the most. This truce obviously doesn't last very long, as their petty squabbling makes even Shane uncomfortable, and they eventually make a new pact. Whoever Shane decides to kiss first gets to date him. Now, I'm not sure if you guys have caught on to this little fact or not, but iCarly is a show that has a lot of weird stuff in it. And I've been kind of saving most of the weird stuff and sort of putting it to the side because, you know, we're gonna have to talk about most of that stuff on its own, you know what I mean? But this specific episode has so much weird stuff that I feel like it would be kind of deceptive to hide it from all of you, to kind of completely lie about the contents of this episode as I'm reviewing it to your face. Okay, for instance, in this bit of the episode, Sam sets up a fake kissing booth and claims that the money is going to go to charity, a charity which she makes up, all in a ploy to trick Shane into kissing her. I imagine somewhere in that sentence I just said a crime was committed, but I'll decide later when I'm writing the end of the season analysis. Anyways, the point is, Shane suddenly has to get to class, he doesn't kiss Sam, and another classmate then approaches, and this exchange happens.
I don't think I have $1. What can I get with 50 cents?
I'll spit on you.
Deal.
Get out of here!
And it's like, okay. Look, it's just really important that you guys understand that this show is weird and it's kind of hard to watch it sometimes. And if at any point I have procrastinated on finishing this project, it's only because it makes me feel bad on the inside. So in the end, Sam and Carly's bickering becomes more and more dangerous and more destructive. And Shane eventually decides that he's had enough and breaks up with both of them. After doing so, he opens the elevator door to leave and then... So yeah, remember earlier in the video when I casually mentioned that in one of the episodes the elevator breaks and falls down to the basement and crashes? That's this episode? So because the elevator is broken in the B-plot, Shane falls 9 stories down an elevator shaft and dies. Okay, so he doesn't really die, but he ends up pretty broken, and it's basically implied that he's in a coma. Like, the Shea household put him into a coma. And the resolution to this is that they all go out to get ice cream or something, and then Carly runs back into the room and sexually assaults him.
I win.
Haha, that's funny. Please don't make me watch any more of this show. Okay, so I have sort of an overreaching thesis statement about iCarly and some of its sister shows that I've been kind of avoiding saying out loud because the evidence builds up for it really slowly. iCarly reads to me like someone watched It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia and didn't get the point. I feel like there's been actually a good number of Always Sunny episodes that have ended with the exact same scene that I just described. Like, oh, someone we had an encounter with is in the hospital because of us. We're ambivalent to this. Like, in my opinion, the cast of iCarly just constantly give off the same vibe and some of the same characteristics as someone you would see in something like Seinfeld or Always Sunny. But the only difference is that it doesn't seem to have the same level of self-awareness. Like, the writers didn't write these stories with the purpose being that the characters are supposed to be bad people. And you know what? I just want to say, in case I'm wrong, in case they did do all that on purpose, in case that is the thesis statement of the show, well then iCarly is a masterclass piece of preemptive satire of the phenomenon of internet stardom. But I think we all kind of privately know that that's definitely not the case. And so you constantly come across these weird, unnecessarily mean elements thrown into the iCarly program at face value for absolutely no reason. And perhaps a good example of this can be found in Season 2, Episode 10, I Rocked the Vote. For a little bit of context, around the time that iCarly was being made, American Idol was one of the biggest things on television, and apparently the writers were big fans. One example of this can be seen in the Season 1 episode where Carly and Freddie break into Miss Briggs's house and hide in her closet, where they discover a shrine to American Idol judge Randy Jackson. However, by season 2, the writers went from adoring the show to being very angry at it. And so season 2 features a storyline with America Sings, an obvious parody of American Idol, which swiftly replaces it within the universe. Now, in the 2008 run of American Idol, which was airing when iCarly Season 2 was being produced, the two finalists came down to David Cook and David Archuleta, both of whom developed extremely passionate fan bases. During the time that David was on the show, his brother had been battling brain cancer for 10 years, and this was something that was obviously brought up on the program, as most details of the competitors' lives were broken open and examined. And eventually, despite David Archuleta being a very popular contender, David Cook won the competition, and the iCarly writers were pissed. So much so that they wrote this weird episode which existed only to fantasize about an alternate reality where the results turned out different, where David Cook was exposed to be a jerk who had faked his family member's illness, and the correct person won the competition. So in the story, Carly and Sam start a conversation on their web show about America Sings, and how they're hoping that the competitor they dislike, Wade Collins, is beat by the competitor that they love, David Archuleta. What? Yes, David Archuleta actually appears as himself in this one. But before you attack him, he appeared in like every show at this point. I'm pretty sure his agent was just signing him onto things without reading the scripts. So Sam and Carly are both big Archuleta stans, and encourage their fans to go and vote for him in the America Sings competition. And lo and behold, Archuleta wins in the end, and it's widely reported that iCarly is the reason that this happened, as they swayed the vote at the very last minute. In other words, in a universe where iCarly didn't exist, David Archuleta would have lost. Feeling bad, they invite Wade Collins onto their show, and offer to make a music video for him since they sort of ruined his career. But as soon as the live stream is off, Colin reveals himself to be an absolute jerk, calling them all hobknockers and declaring that he hates puppies, children, and America itself. But the iCarly cast strive forward, especially after learning that Wade's mother is dying, and that he was going to use the America Sings money to help pay for her medical bills. But eventually it turns out that this is all a sham he made up to win the competition. His mother isn't really dying, and upon hearing this, the iCarly cast decide to reveal behind-the-scenes footage of him being a jerk, and even have Archuleta come on himself to confirm this. This episode aired on February the 7th, 2009. 3 weeks and 4 days after this, David Cook's actual brother died from brain cancer. Cook would then dedicate a lot of time in the next several years trying to raise awareness and funds for cancer research. And I don't want to be the arbiter of what's okay and what's not okay in the vast land of satire, but doesn't this episode just feel icky? Like, weirdly targeted and cruel, especially considering the butt of the joke was a guy who died from cancer 3 weeks later. And hell, if we're going to talk about strangely mean episodes, I suppose a good place to continue from here is the event episode that was almost the start to season 2. I go to Japan. Now, here's a fun fact about iCarly that you guys might not have actually realized. It is a complete and utter mystery who actually created this show. Like most Nickelodeon sitcoms of the time, when I try and Google who created them, I feel a sharp pain in my forehead, a loud whistling noise, and then I black out for 4 days. So we really have no way of actually answering this mystery. But if I were to try and guess or presume anything about the theoretical man or woman who created iCarly, firstly I would say that they were really obsessed with Asian people. And secondly, I would say that they really hated Asian people. Also, homeless people. Whoever made this show hated homeless people with a passion. In season 1, sometimes there will be like 7 bum jokes for 2 episodes to the show. And you can almost guess with total confidence that if someone walks into shot and they're homeless or Asian, that there's going to be a punchline. Take, for instance, the episode where Sam hires a personal cook.
Sonia, please make me a grilled cheese sandwich with tomato.
Yes, Miss Sam. Yes, Miss Sam. I will make pie. Blueberry muffins? Yeah, blueberry?
For the first episode they filmed for season 2, they decided to create, essentially, a TV movie starring the characters. In the movie, iCarly is chosen as one of the top 3 comedy shows on the entire internet, and they are invited to an awards show in Japan, where they will be competing live in the comedy subcategory. Freddie's mother initially protests this, saying that traveling overseas isn't safe, but when they invite her to join, she quickly changes her mind, before vaccinating Freddie against every possible disease because that was a funny, wacky thing to do in 2009. So they get on their plane, but it turns out that what Spencer managed to book is actually a cargo plane, piloted by a very shady man, with no bathroom and instead 2 buckets for the entire 11-hour trip. When they arrive over Japan, it's then revealed that the plane also isn't going to be stopping, and they are all given parachutes and pushed from the plane, alongside their luggage, much of which is damaged. Now here's a fun fact. I actually don't know anything about Japanese culture. Like a lot of you guys, I watched a lot of anime when I was younger, but outside of some YouTube travel blogs, the culture itself, I really know absolutely nothing about it. So I actually sent out another call on Twitter looking for people who might be able to give some insight into this section. And I managed to get in contact with a guy named Noah Oskow, who is a Japanese translator and knows a lot about the language and the culture. Now, Noah is actually from, and I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Minnesota? But his fiancée, Yui, actually is from Japan, so he asked for her input on everything that happens in this episode, and arguably that's a little bit more important than anything else. Anyways, through Noah and Yui, I found out a lot of interesting stuff about this episode, some mistakes they made, and some Easter eggs that they hid that, as far as I know, I've never heard another person talk about. iCarly's main competition for the story is a web show native to Japan, made by siblings Kyoko and Yuki. In the story, the two take the iCarly cast on a tour of Tokyo, pretend to get lost, and then ditch them in the middle of nowhere, so they'll be disqualified from the awards show. Because you have to perform a live skit at this internet awards show for some reason. Now, during several scenes, Yuki and Kyoko speak Japanese to each other. So my biggest curiosity was, basically, are they speaking real Japanese, and what are they saying? The answer to the first question was yes and no. Kind of, but not really. Basically, what I was told is that A, it's painfully obvious to anyone who speaks Japanese that the dialogue they speak in this episode was probably created by running English through 2008 era Google Translate, and that B, it's also pretty obvious that neither of the actors in these scenes actually speak Japanese casually outside of this episode. And this actually tracks with the background of these two performers. Harry Shum Jr., who plays Yuki, was actually born in Costa Rica by 2 Chinese immigrants, before moving to San Francisco at a very young age. He knows Chinese, Spanish, and English, but not Japanese. Allie Makey, meanwhile, is actually a 4th-generation Japanese American, but she was born in Washington and raised in Seattle before she was found by a talent agent. I was told that her Japanese sounds a little bit more natural, but that it was still clearly someone reading from a Google Translate script, so it didn't really help much. And I just want to say, isn't it a little bit funny that the only main cast member in this episode who's actually from Seattle had to pretend they were from Japan to be on iCarly? Anyways, on the topic of broken Japanese, there's 2 really notable things that happen in the scenes where the characters get lost, during which time Yuki and Kyoko begin arguing in their characters' native language. At one point in this scene, Kyoko turns to Yuki and calls him a word that I gather you are not supposed to say in Japan. Basically, it's the Japanese version of the R slur, but it's significantly more taboo. It literally translates to the word stupid, although no, it's not baka, even though baka also translates to the word stupid. It's considered extremely derogatory against people who have mental illnesses, and it's actually banned on television and in print media within the country. Noah mentioned that when his fiancée heard them say this in the episode, she was shocked because she just wasn't used to hearing it outside of really private contexts. Our best guess right now is that they probably just wrote the phrase into Google Translate and didn't realize what they were doing, but also it's entirely possible, knowing the creators of this show, that they just wanted to say a curse word on TV. Nevertheless, it's weird to think that the original dub of I Go to Japan could not air in Japan without being censored. The interesting parts don't stop there, by the way. Right after this, Kyoko exclaims to her brother, "You don't die," which we presume is like broken Japanese for, "Why don't you die?" And then, Yuki exclaims, "You are not my sister. You were adopted." Which is like a big twist within the story itself that I've never heard another iCarly fan bring up as a fact about these two characters. Like, I know it's a fake conversation they make up to fool Carly, Sam, and Freddy, but it's weird to throw a piece of dialogue like that into the episode when it's supposed to be something that no one can ever understand. There's a running joke in the episode, incidentally, where Spencer is supposed to kind of half know Japanese, and he keeps going up to people in Japan and saying things that are stupid. And it's very clear that they instructed him to say real Japanese phrases, but he still messes those up. For instance, there's a joke where he goes up to a security guard and he says something in Japanese, and it's very clear, apparently, that he's supposed to be saying, "Your mom is fat." But instead he says a bunch of gibberish that sounds like it probably was supposed to be, "Your mom is fat." The next time he approaches the guards, he exclaims, "Inside your pants, I'm angry." Which ain't that just a mood? On top of all of that information, which I found super interesting, I also asked him for his input on what aspects of the episode are stereotypical or inaccurate, and he basically said, all of it. The hotel is a mash of the vague American perception of every Asian culture. The idea that all Japanese people are buffoons or sadistic tricksters is a relic of post-World War II depictions of the culture. Even things like the music and the font stylings are based on the American ideal of what Japan is, and not anything from reality. One thing he noted was particularly ridiculous is there's a scene where they're in the hotel and they use this tracker thing that Freddy's mom has, and they say, "Hey, they're 13 miles northeast of this hotel." And then when we see that area, it's like this big stretch of rural nothingness. And like, Tokyo is the biggest city in the world. 13 miles from your hotel is still Tokyo. I've been told. I don't know anything about Japan, really. In the notes he gave about the episode, Noah continuously compares this episode to the Simpsons and King of the Hill episodes, where those characters go to Japan as well. Noting that while those episodes have inaccuracies and stereotypes which have aged poorly, they were still based in some fascination with Japanese culture that sort of bleeds through the content. An interest in the media, or the visuals of the cities, or even just the tragedy of the nation. And what I Go to Japan really is missing, even from an outsider perspective, is the sense that the people who made the episode felt anything about Japan except a general disdain for Asian people. Anyways, to finish my recap here, Kyoko and Yuki abandon the iCarly gang on the outskirts of the city and prepare to win the competition by default. At the same time, they have sent Spencer and Freddy's mom to be given seaweed wraps by their cousins, who are in on the plot and leave the two trapped in the seaweed. But they eventually break out, and using the tracking device inside of Freddy's head, they find the group, manage to break into the competition building, and somehow win the award show in the end, while Kyoko and Yuki are arrested for kidnapping. Incidentally, can we stop for a moment to acknowledge how little Kyoko and Yuki's plan actually makes sense? Think about it for a second, okay? Their plan was they were going to sidetrack the iCarly gang for just long enough that they would miss the competition and be disqualified. But what's their game plan for after the competition? Won't they be arrested for kidnapping anyways? Because they were never going to kill the iCarly gang, right? They were just going to inconvenience them for a few hours, but they still kidnapped them, basically. So when the award show is over, the iCarly gang can still go to the police and have them be arrested. Like, I don't understand what's going on here. Either they were staking so much that they wanted this award that they were willing to get arrested for it, or this is like some oh brother where art thou situation, where they thought their performance was going to be so good that they'd be pardoned on the spot. Look, we have just talked about a long string of episodes, which aren't very great, and it might be leaving you with a bit of an icky taste in your mouth that's making you wonder, why are we doing this? And so I think, as a bit of a detox, it's about time for a little bit of Spencer. Season 2 is packed full of a lot of great episodes which explore the relationship between Carly and Spencer. And that really makes sense, because as I've said, Spencer is pretty much the best character in the show. I actually think this run of episodes handles Spencer a bit better than Season 1. For those of you who weren't into Nickelodeon at the time, Jerry Trainor also played a character on Drake and Josh called Crazy Steve. And Season 1 Spencer has a lot of Crazy Steve left in him, as if the writers just didn't know how to approach him quite yet.
Watch me spank your daddy!
Close your eyes, don't look!
This has actually led to a prevailing fan theory that Spencer is Crazy Steve. That he kidnapped Megan, brainwashed her into thinking that she was a Seattle teen with a father away at sea, and then completely took over her life. This is one of those fan theories that only makes sense if you've watched the pilot episode and nothing else. The actual text and canon of the show is a little too complex for this actually to be true. Furthermore, and I know I'm deconstructing a theory that's entirely a joke, but I can't imagine Megan Parker ever being brainwashed into becoming Carly Shay. Megan was like this weird, maniacal super genius. She had this weird Stewie Griffin bedroom and all these secret gadgets and apparently like an endless supply of money that she just pulled from all the time. If the world of iCarly really is some complex Westworld simulation, I think that Megan is the one pulling the strings. Megan is the one who has brainwashed everyone else, because that is something that Crazy Steve really couldn't do on his own. But anyways, hopping back to the actual text of the show, I really did appreciate how grounded they made Spencer, while also having him struggle with mental health issues which seem to be embedded into his personality. Mainly a lack of attention span and a tendency to get addicted to things a little bit too much. Be they his magic meatball or just an art project that never ends up panning out. We see just a brief glimpse of this in Season 2, Episode 2, I Stage an Intervention. In the episode, Spencer is exploring an old junkyard when he finds an arcade cabinet for the game Pac-Rat, a parody of Pac-Man. After repairing it, Spencer begins playing the game all day and then all night. Soon, he's avoiding his daily responsibilities, and this eventually leads to him missing the deadline on an important sculpture which he was commissioned to do. Despite clearly having a problem, Spencer continues playing the game, and it's obvious that he needs help. So the main trio used the power of their webcast to track down the current world record holder for the highest Pac-Rat score of all time, who turns out to be a beautiful woman who challenges Spencer to a game. Spencer plays for hours on end and is eventually able to beat her high score, giving him satisfaction at beating the hobby and allowing him to finally turn the sculpture around, but not before he casually makes out with his once fierce competitor.
Call me.
We'll see.
God damn, Spencer fucks. Spencer's relationship to Carly as a parental figure is touched upon in two key episodes, I Christmas and I Look-alike. In I Christmas, Spencer is setting up the Shay household for the winter season, and much to Carly's dismay, ends up building a Christmas tree out of metal that he found at the scrapyard. In the middle of the night, the tree catches on fire, destroying the gifts Carly has made and saved up for. Storming upstairs, she exclaims that she wishes he was born normal, and tries to sulk in the iCarly studio. There she meets Mitch, who Carly initially thinks to be an intruder, until he explains that he's actually her guardian angel. To prove that he isn't lying, Mitch grants Carly her spontaneous wish, changing her life so that Spencer was always born normal. Going downstairs, she discovers that the apartment has totally changed. Spencer is now a lawyer, having finished attending school instead of becoming an artist, and he is dating Freddie's mother. In this new world, Carly discovers that Freddie has no interest in her, potentially because they're basically step-siblings. And worse than that, she is officially dating Neville, who attends Ridgeway with her. Worst of all, Carly discovers that Sam, growing up in a world where Spencer didn't allow them to be friends, is now in a juvenile detention center, as Carly was never able to help keep her out of trouble. Carly has a full-out breakdown, saying that she wants her normal life back, and through the magic of Christmas parodies, her gift is granted and everything is back to normal. Carly announces that she loves her life, she loves her Christmas tree, and she loves Spencer being the fun, weird, cool guy that he's always been. Walking away for a brief moment, she sees a vision of Mitch, who reveals that because of her, he has been able to get his wings. Chicken wings! Get it? Okay, so I'm going to start a list of all the weird stuff in the iCarly universe that just exists, like unambiguously. We're starting off with Christmas Angels. It's gonna get weirder from here. As I mentioned, I Look Alike is another important story in showcasing Spencer and Carly's relationship. In the story, the trio have held a contest to find lookalikes in the Seattle area. And by lookalikes, I mean people who are willing to wear the same clothes that they are. Later, the three kids are all invited to an MMA match, where they'll be able to interview MMA fighter Jackson Colt. However, Mrs. Benson does not approve of Freddie being in that environment. And when Carly asks Spencer to speak with her, Spencer says that he actually agrees, saying that a bloody fighting ring is not a proper place for a group of kids. He's going to change his mind in a few episodes. And so the three ask their stunt doubles to hide in their studio so they can go live stream the event. Almost immediately, they catch on that Spencer might have been right, as they see a man looking to get his ear reattached. But they meet Jackson and his son, who both say that they are big fans of the iCarly web show. However, Spencer catches on to what's happening and goes to confront Carly. He tries to shut down the web show, but when Jackson Colt sees him being disrespectful to Carly, he throws Spencer across the room into a table. There's this weird thing that happens sometimes in the early few seasons where someone will go, "Oh my god, you're Carly, I watch iCarly every week," and then Spencer shows up and they go, "Who the hell are you?" And it's like, what do you mean? He's Spencer, Carly's brother, who's on the web show all the time. He's on the banner of the fucking website in the pilot episode. Anyways, back at home, Spencer wakes up and insists that Carly is grounded, but clearly is not fully recovered from being thrown into a table by a professional fighter. Then the episode ends, that's it. To end off this bit, I should probably talk about Season 2, Episode 6, Pie. In the story, the iCarly gang takes Freddie to their favorite pie shop in Seattle, saying that the coconut cream pies made by the store's elderly owner are the best in the world. However, they soon learn that the owner is very sick, and after he suddenly dies, the shop plans on closing because they don't know the secret recipe. Spencer learns that Trudy, the granddaughter of the owner, supposedly has the recipe but isn't sharing it with anyone, and he ends up going on a date with her to try and get that information. Trudy becomes physical with Spencer against his wishes, which is played as a joke because assault when it happens to men is a punchline. Trudy admits that she never had the recipe and just wanted attention, but the cast are able to learn that the late owner kept the recipe in his computer. During the owner's wake, Freddie and Sam try to sneak into the back to look for it, while Spencer and Carly try to stall for time by hijacking the memorial service. Sam accidentally knocks the computer over, breaking it open but revealing that that is indeed where the recipes were kept, inside of the computer. An interesting fact is that the iCarly.com website actually posted the recipe that the gang supposedly found inside of that computer. I probably am going to do a video at some point about iCarly foods, kind of, trying out a few recipes, but it's almost certainly not going to be on the main channel. So if you want to see a video like that in the future, head over to my second channel, Quinton Re2s, and hit subscribe there. Now here's an interesting point. I realized while writing this season's worth of analysis that I have never properly gone in and analyzed the content of iCarly. iCarly the web show within iCarly the sitcom. I know that I've talked about things that happen because they have a web show, and I've talked about the production of the web show, be it drama or the technical aspect, but I haven't stopped at any point to just tell you what the web show is like and what your experience would be if it was a real thing that you could sit down and watch. And I think the reason for that is that it's really, really embarrassing sometimes.
Carly, we're in outer space! But it's dangerous to be in outer space wearing only swimsuits!
It's very obvious to me that because this show was created by older people when YouTube was a new thing, that they didn't really understand what made internet content work and what made streaming content worth it, so a lot of early jokes within the iCarly web show will literally be like the characters running around in a circle making random noises, as if the writers are like, haha, that's what the internet is like.
And now, hula time!
There are a few skits from season 1 and 2 worth mentioning because there's a chance people remember them. The first is a skit where Sam is playing a cowboy and Carly thinks her mustache is actually a squirrel. Then there's Kelly Cooper, Terrible Movie, a joke trailer for a teen comedy which, by coincidence, has the exact same plot as Fred the Movie. And finally, there's George the Bra, a skit where a floating, haunted bra tells ghost stories to the iCarly cast. The show consistently acts like this is the funniest idea to ever be thought of by anyone, when in reality, it's really lame. One thing I noticed about the jokes on the iCarly web show is that they tend to be really inspired by early Smosh. There's a lot of like, your thing versus my thing, sports bra versus potato, legs versus pudding, you get the idea. There's a certain focus on non sequiturs. Anything annoying and impossible to ignore is treated as primetime internet content, and often a joke isn't actually necessary to what they set up. And I guess this is what a lot of internet content was around 2007, but it still reads like old people trying really hard to imitate a style of jokes that they just don't understand at all. Although, on the other hand, some of the people who worked on this show also worked on The Amanda Show, so maybe they were just particularly gifted at making skits that aren't funny. Anyways, I thought talking about this briefly would be a fun way to transition back into my favorite iCarly subcategory. Episodes that specifically cover the internet, the web show, or things that happen because of the web show. And if there's any story people want to hear about in this section, it's probably Season 2, Episode 11, I Meet Fred. Now, my last video on the channel was actually about the Fred character, covering his entire history from start to finish, and I touched upon some aspects of the episode there. So if you want to hear more of me talking about Fred, consider checking that video out. But if that isn't interesting to you, here's a brief rundown of the episode without any of the context. Carly and Sam are putting on their latest web show when they decide to watch a brief clip of the latest viral craze. Fred Figglehorn, a high-pitched personality known for his wacky antics. Carly and Sam are moved by his shrill siren song, but Freddy isn't as impressed, saying that he just doesn't find Fred to be very funny. Shortly afterwards, Fred uploads a video saying that because of Freddy's cruel comments, he is going to be quitting YouTube. Splashface, sorry. And soon enough, the iCarly gang becomes the focus of targeted attacks and harassment, both at school and online. One of my favorite details in this episode is that when they read this clickbait story about themselves, it's hosted on Nevelocity.com, which I think is fun. This idea that Neville is like a petty drama YouTuber who had a beef with Carly once and now actively becomes obsessed with every aspect of her life. So they eventually get in contact with Fred and drive to his home in Idaho to meet with him. There they meet Lucas Cruikshank, the creator of Fred, who asks Freddy to take back his statements. Freddy refuses, saying that he has to stick to his principles even when they're not popular. And in return, Sam takes him into another room and beats him with a tennis racket.
Not there!
Freddy limps back into the room, and Lucas reveals that he never really had any issue with iCarly, and furthermore that he has no intentions of quitting the Fred character. He merely created a fake beef between them, instigating reaction, because it led to the popularity of both Fred and iCarly to skyrocket. Lucas and the gang become friends, they film an exclusive Fred video, and all is well between them. Another episode surrounding the internet can be found in Season 1, Episode 3, I Owe You, aka the Patreon episode. In the story, Freddy and Carly confront Sam over her rampant borrowing of money from the two of them, resulting in her promising to pay all of it back, despite the amount being so high. That week, on the web show, Sam jokes that if people want to help, they can send her cash via Ridgeway Middle School. Later that week, Carly and Sam are called to the principal's office, as it turns out that the school has been receiving thousands of letters from iCarly fans, all sending money directly to them. The principal says that they have to send all of it back because, quote,
"You can't solicit money from kids over the internet. It's against the law."
No, it's not. Furthermore, when did they solicit money from kids? Why does this show keep acting like everyone who uses the internet is 11 while also consistently illustrating adults as being fans of the web show? They're forced to send all of the money back, that is, until Spencer discovers a loophole. You see, earlier in that episode, Spencer meets a MILF and agrees to help her daughter and the Sunshine Girl sell sunshine cookies, because Spencer has an ongoing quest in the series to bang as many one-off characters as he possibly can. Anyway, Spencer realizes that they can send fudge balls to people who pledge to a certain tier, who sent in money. And that way, they aren't soliciting cash, they're selling a service, which they already were, because they make internet content. This episode doesn't make sense. So they make enough cash for Sam to pay them back, and she buys a trampoline with the money instead, that's it. This episode playfully predicts the phenomenon of people sending pocket change to their favorite creators in exchange for them continuing to make content, something that obviously has become a real phenomenon on the modern web.
$2, way to dig deep, Lewis.
I also want to quickly add that several episodes in this season confirm something that I kind of presumed but didn't have evidence of, which is that the iCarly cast, outside of their one failed sponsor, makes roughly $0.00 on their web show.
No one's paying you to look pretty.
No one's paying me at all.
I thought I would throw this detail in for any people who think that Carly is the one paying rent, or the people who joke, wow, that internet money must have been good, which, no, it's not good, because they literally don't make any money. Like most sitcoms, iCarly revels in the ability to introduce a character and then bring them back on occasion to build up a sense of continuity. And of course, the biggest example of this is Neville Papperman, their twice-seen web show rival, who appears 4 times throughout Season 2. The first time was in the Christmas alternate reality, the final time is in the finale, which we'll analyze near the end, and the other 2 times were in episodes surrounding his epic plots of Rue. In Season 2, Episode 9, I Give Away a Car, the trio meet with the son of a local car dealer, who says that his father does a yearly giveaway of a free car, and that this year he wants to have the competition on iCarly through a riddle. Whoever solves the riddle the fastest will get the car. The gang go through with the plan, only for the person who wins the competition to be Neville? Long story short, it turns out that the local car dealer doesn't have a son, and the trio deduce that Neville hired an actor to trick them into giving away a car. Neville essentially confirms this, but says he is still owed a vehicle, and that if he doesn't get one within 48 hours, he will have iCarly.com shut down. Luckily, in the B-plot, Spencer buys a vehicle that he thinks is an authentic prop recreation from the film series Galaxy Wars, only for it to turn out to be a total fake. He decides that he doesn't want it after all, and thus gives it to Neville, technically fulfilling the giveaway. Neville drives the car into a flower shop. The episode ends. Later, in episode 13, we actually see 2 lore characters return, as the trio accidentally forget to renew the iCarly.com domain, leading to Mandy Valdez buying it. You remember Mandy, the, parody of neurodivergent people? Mandy tries to become the group's manager, wrecking the webcast and being very annoying to be around, until the group nicely asks her to give the domain back. Mandy is confused, saying that she sent the login info to Freddie the night before, when he emailed her. Freddie says that he never emailed her, leading to the revelation that Neville now has control of iCarly.com. After numerous attempts to get it back through means of cross-dressing, Carly creates a video call with Neville and says that she will do anything to get her website back. Neville says that he would only give it back for a kiss, and Carly immediately agrees, much to the shock of Neville. They meet in a shady alley, guarded by scary men. Neville signs the paperwork giving Carly her site back, and it seems like this is actually going to happen. Until we find out that it's directly under her apartment window, and Spencer and the gang draw her back up with a very strong fishing pole. Carly has their site back, and they're mean to Mandy again. What else could you ask from an iCarly episode? So the final episode this season, which is significantly about the internet, is Season 2, Episode 18, I Take on Dingo. Here's some basic context for this episode. In 2009, barely a year after iCarly first broadcast, the Disney Channel premiered a brand new sitcom starring up-and-coming comedian Demi Lovato. In the show, Demi plays Sunny Monroe, a quirky teenager who is given the chance to be the star of their own show. as they are hired for the teen sketch comedy series So Random. Sonny gets into beef with other actors on the studio, they have a blossoming romance with the star of the drama at the network, and they get to create new skits and content every week as they ascend into an internationally recognized superstar. So allegedly, and I must insist that this is based partially on rumor, when the creators of iCarly saw Sonny with a Chance, they were immediately convinced that it was a blatant, shameless knockoff of their show.
And I'm Sunny, but I knew that.
Wait, you're that funny girl from the internet.
At the very least, you can certainly argue that the program was a satire of teenage variety shows, like All That and The Amanda Show. So you could definitely see the perspective that it was basically a Disney Channel take on a Nickelodeon idea. And so, the writers of iCarly created an entire episode about the cast driving to California, going to the Disney Channel writing room, and beating the crap out of the writers of Sonny with a Chance until they're given an apology. In the story, Carly and Sam are told by a classmate that they were watching the Dingo Channel and saw a joke which was blatantly stolen from the iCarly web show. Trying to investigate, the trio all take to watching the show that weekend, which is called Totally Terry. They groan at the painful, stereotypical sitcom writing, before taking note when a segment called Messin' with Rupert is literally identical to a joke from their own show. Angered, they decide to drive from Seattle to LA and convince Spencer to take them after they tell him that he can use this opportunity to look for the frozen head of Dingo founder Charles Dingo. At the network, the writers of Totally Terry insist that it is not a ripoff of iCarly, saying that all similarities are coincidental, despite there being a board in their office which literally reads "Ideas to Steal from iCarly," alongside at least one person on the staff accidentally admitting that they do take ideas from the web show. They're thrown out after Sam continues to hit one writer with a sock filled with butter. But while Sam and Carly were in the writer's room, Spencer and Freddie actually managed to find Charles Dingo's head. And coming back the next day, they threaten to leak photos of the head to the internet if the writers don't stop stealing ideas from their show. They also force the writers to appear on iCarly wearing bikinis and to fight with dog food. This show is weird sometimes. Okay, so we have now covered all of the Spencer episodes and all of the internet episodes. So I would like to now voyage into a different subcategory, which I guess is probably what the show is most known for. That being teen drama or school drama episodes. These are episodes which either focus on drama happening within the lives of the characters or are set entirely at school. Now, a few of these episodes do cross over into being Spencer episodes or featuring the internet in a significant way, but for the most part, I think all of the episodes we're about to talk about fit best in this category, and I imagine you guys would agree. So let's start things off with Season 2, Episode 8, I Kiss. If you sat down with 12-year-old me and you forced me to pick my favorite episode of iCarly, I think I Kiss would be the one. Mainly because it was the first bona fide Freddie-Sam ship episode. And as someone who sat down to watch the pilot episode, when it first premiered, I always wanted these two characters to get together. And for someone watching this video with no context about the show, who's only learned about the show through this video, that must sound crazy. You must be saying, why would you ship these two characters together? She literally physically assaults him every other episode. And to that I say, well, you know, at the time I was a big sitcom buff. I really liked watching sitcoms. Back then they were a bunch of free ones that had been uploaded to YouTube, and I used to binge the really obscure ones. And my favorite sitcom trope at the time was the two characters who hate each other in the pilot episode and get married in the finale. And so when Freddie and Sam hated each other's guts in the pilot episode, I said, hey, they gotta get together by the end. It's sitcom gospel. The other reason I remember I Kiss so fondly is that it was my first experience with like an event sitcom episode that I got to see live. Like my dad used to always tell me about sitcom events from when he was a kid where he was just proud to have been there to see them. Like he would always go like, oh, I was there when the Fonz jumped the shark. I was there when Mr. Drysdale and Mr. Haney went on a crossover road trip up to Sanford and Son. And it's like, anyone born after 1978 doesn't know what any of those words mean. But with this episode of iCarly, I felt this swell of pride that I had actually been there. I had seen this amazing piece of television. I saw the episode where Sam and Freddy kiss. But does the episode stand the test of time? Well, let's find out. At the start of the story, Freddy enters the Shea household in a flash, revealing that, for one of the first times ever, he has pranked Sam to get back at her for pranking him. As she storms in, breaking the lock on the door, we find out what that prank was: being handcuffed to Gibby. Sam, enraged by this even after being free, declares that Freddy has gone too far, and that soon she will find the most sadistic way to get back at him. A while later, after things have cooled down, the trio are hanging out on the iCarly set when the topic of first kisses comes into view. Each kid discusses their memories of the first time until Sam leaves the room, and Freddy makes an odd admission. He has never kissed anyone. The only kiss he's ever had is from Valerie, who was only kissing him to build clout and attention. And outside of that, he's never had a real, proper first kiss. A short while later, on the web show, Sam suddenly stops the program in order to make an announcement that Freddy, the image of masculinity on a shining hill, has never kissed another person. Freddy, shocked that his secret has been blurted out to millions of people, drops his camcorder as Carly exclaims that Sam has ruined Freddy's life. Freddy is mocked for this situation everywhere he goes, being laughed at by students and treated even worse online. And eventually, he stops coming to school, and then to iCarly practices. Carly confronts Sam, saying that she's ruined Freddy's life and that there's nothing she can do to take it all back, and as they do iCarly alone, Sam again hijacks the program to make another announcement. It's not a big deal that Freddy hasn't had a first kiss, and she should know, because she hasn't had a first kiss either. Taking the show off the air, Carly commends Sam for lying to make Freddy look better, only for Sam to admit that she wasn't lying. She really has never had her first kiss. So who wants to play a brand new game here on Quinton Reviews iCarly? I call it, was this line written by a woman or a man?
You shocked?
Well, yeah, but just 'cause you always seemed so willing.
I wish I had an answer to that riddle, but when you go to the Wikipedia page, the name on this one's just static. I don't know why this keeps happening. So Sam goes to Freddy's balcony, where he's been camping out all week, and they talk about the latest episode of iCarly, which he has made sure to watch, despite not being involved. And as they sulk in their mutual lip celibacy, they both seem to think of the same crazy idea at the exact same time.
I was just gonna say
that we should kiss?
And against all logic, everything we know about this show and these two characters, it actually happens. In the show, it's a private moment between two lonely kids in a starlit night. But in the real world, it was a sensational event viewed by 6 million kids on the first broadcast alone.
Well, that was,
Nice.
Yeah, nice,
Good work.
Thank you, you too.
This right here was the reason people watched iCarly. I mean, the show was fresh, it was different, it was funny, it covered this topic we were all interested in, but stories like this were the real reason we kept watching. There are a few more episodes about the love lives of these characters, but let's take a breather for a second with something a little more lighthearted. Season 2, Episode 19 is another one which tends to find a place in the minds of people who saw it at the time. In the story, the famed Locker 239 becomes up for grabs after a student moves away from the school. The locker, as we learn, was accidentally built to be 4 times as big as a regular locker, and to decide who gets it, a competition is held. A tube in the hall is filled with fat cakes, and whoever can accurately guess how many are inside will be given the biggest locker in the school. Freddy uses complex mathematics to estimate how many could potentially be inside, Sam immediately guesses because she knows her fat cakes, and Gibby rubs himself all over the container. In the end, the results are announced, and both Freddy and Sam have won the locker, meaning that they have to share it. This causes much strife until Freddy offers to buy Sam out of her half of the locker. Sam agrees, saying that she was going to move back next to Carly anyways, and then Sam's mother drives her car into the building, destroying the locker and much of Freddy's equipment. Next we have Season 2, Episode 17, I Reunite with Missy. In the story, Carly is suddenly visited by Missy, a friend that Carly made years earlier when they were both stationed at the same military base, who has recently moved to Seattle. Carly is ecstatic, immediately accepting Missy back into their friend circle. Missy begins inviting the group out to do things, but mysteriously sends Sam the wrong address. She then gives Sam expensive foreign chocolates, which turn out to be 20 years past their expiration date, causing Sam to become violently sick as Missy replaces her on the iCarly web show. Sam becomes convinced that Missy is trying to replace her, but Carly says that she's just being paranoid. However, when it's just the two of them, Missy tells Sam that she isn't being paranoid, and that she fully intends to eliminate Sam from Carly's friend group so she can be Carly's only true best friend. Sam confides in Freddy, who says that he has no reason to believe her, although he seems to change his mind near the end. Meanwhile, at school, a competition is held wherein a single student from the class body will be allowed to attend the rest of their school year on a cruise at sea. Oh, who's stealing ideas now? Incidentally, what kind of school has this many insanely amazing competitions? Who runs this place? Willy Wonka? That joke isn't too funny, but we're 2 hours in. Cut me some slack. As we learn later, Freddy ends up winning, but gifts his spot on the cruise to Missy. Carly overhears Missy threatening Sam. She finally believes her story, and we find out that Missy is very easily seasick in the final scene. With that, the next several episodes of iCarly that we're going to talk about are notable, mostly because they deal with some elements of the gang's personal love lives. Starting us off, we have Season 2, Episode 41, I Date a Bad Boy. In the story, Carly ends up meeting a new guy who's moved into her apartment complex. And he is everything that a girl could want. He's cool, he's ripped, he dated Hannah Montana in an alternate universe. I mean, he's 2 fangs away from being the perfect 2010s dreamboat. Much to the annoyance of Freddy, who can't stand Carly dating such a seemingly perfect guy. But one day she goes home to his place and discovers that he collects Beanie Babies. And she decides that this is something she can't tolerate as it robs him of his masculinity. Which is absolute nonsense. I mean, can you imagine someone trying to say that there's a link between masculinity and having a fun hobby? This poor guy has found something that excites him, something that really gets him going. Shouldn't that be a good thing? But no! Higher than mighty Carly Shay, low random web show Carly can't handle a little bit of shelf fuzz. I'm just asking for some basic fucking respect for this completely normal dude and his cool hobby that isn't weird at all! So I actually really like this episode. So that was like a bit. That was a joke. And the reason I put it in the video is because it's an iCarly retrospective, man. And I've talked to a lot of people about iCarly in the last 6 to 10 months. And what I've found is that this is typically like one of the first episodes people remember because they remember being like 10 and watching it and getting mad. But personally, I didn't mind it this time around. I don't know, I feel like sometimes I just struggle to live up to expectations. Like, 2016, Quinton would have screamed at the TV and made a joke. I think this episode is hilarious, and it has a really nuanced joke that's easier to understand as an adult, but the people don't typically realize that, because not a lot of people actually sit down and fully rewatch iCarly, like, totally properly. And there's a really good reason for that, but I can't remember what it is. You see, what really happens in this episode is that this dude steals Spencer's motorcycle, which Carly bought him with her sponsor money, and then the two of them start dating. And so Spencer completely freaks out and he says, "This guy's shady as hell, you're only 14, I don't want you seeing him," and, he completely forbids her from seeing this guy. And so the joke of the episode is that A, this is not the kind of guy that Carly typically dates. He's nothing like her type. He's not her type at all. And she's really only dating him because it's rebellious and it's like against the authority figure in her life to do so. And when she finds out he has a collection of Beanie Babies, it kind of messes the whole thing up for her. Although, can I quickly just interject something about this discussion? If I started dating a guy and I walked into his bedroom and I saw that specific wall of collectibles, my first thought would not be, ew, Beanie Babies. My first thought would be, hey, what's that? In a tube over there, you got a little teddy bear that's dressed like Ronald McDonald. Okay, all right. And then right next to that, you have a symbol that was popularized by the people who orchestrated the Holocaust. I know that the Iron Cross was for some reason used by like punks in the 90s, but like do you think the prop department knew that? Or do you think they were like, hey, do you know who's really into Beanie Babies? Neo-Nazis. Did you know that? I want to mention this real quick as like a quick aside. When I was doing research into like the iCarly brand, I found out that at one point, iCarly was featured at Build-A-Bear Workshop. And there was like this one purple teddy bear that was specifically supposed to be iCarly themed, and there were a bunch of accessories that you could take and put on that bear or different bears. You know, I looked into this and I saw it and I thought, well, okay, that's interesting, but that has no use for me. And then I thought, Quinton, what are you talking about? And so I wanted to really quickly show off my new Garfield plush. I call them iGarfield. They are a Garfield wearing exclusively merchandise from Build-A-Bear Workshop of iCarly. And hey, look at this. They come with a little laptop case. So guess what I keep in there? My Zip It. Anyways, if there's anything truly incredible that originates from this episode, it's probably Freddy's reaction to finding out that Carly's new boy toy is far from perfect.
Yes! Oh, yeah!
Griffin overhears them talking and says that he isn't interested in having a girlfriend who won't support his hobbies. Carly thinks about apologizing, but sees a mirage of his plushies begging her to stay. And when he finally leaves, she decides that it was probably for the best anyways. This brings us around to I Make Sam Girlier. This is easily one of the stupidest episodes they've done so far. Like, it's not offensive for the most part, and it's not annoying, it's just a dumb idea that somehow got made despite being a really weak script. In the story, Sam has a birthday party with all of her friends and a boy she has a crush on, and is devastated when all of the stories told at the party are about her being tough, masculine, or scary. Even from the guy that she secretly wants to ask out. Fretting over this, Sam confides in Carly that she wants to be more girly, and Carly agrees to give Sam a makeover. This episode is kind of weird in my opinion. I'm pretty sure every teenage boy and a lot of teenage girls who watched this show had a crush on Sam, so on that level, the idea of a Sam makeover episode is pretty stupid, but when you see the outfit that they put her in, it all starts to make sense. See, I have no evidence of this, but I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be another knock at the Disney Channel, because the way they dress Sam in this story is pretty much identical to how Disney used to dress their teen stars at the time. Anyway, Sam makes a declaration of femininity, saying that she's going to become cordial, clean, and presentable so she can get boys to like her. However, this upsets the power balance at school, because there's a mean, 6-foot-tall, 30-year-old pretending to be a teenager. So I'm no racial scholar, but I've been informed that this is a pretty staunch stereotype of black women that existed at the time. That they were like these overgrown, testosterone-pumped superhumans who were scary to white people. I think this is made a lot worse by the fact that there are so few black women in iCarly, especially ones with speaking roles. The only other example I can think of from season 2 is a classmate they bring in for the web show, who they prank in an insanely lame way, and then they literally say, okay, haha, get out.
Sorry, Kathy.
Okay, bye, Kathy.
Bye.
Run along now. Just keep scurrying.
Thank you.
Here you go.
Sam eventually snaps, violently assaults the bully, and the boy she has a crush on asks her out, saying that her violent side was always the part he liked about her. So the lesson, I think, is that Sam needs to be a violent, abusive person because black women scare the writers. I believe that's the message. And finally, we have reached Season 1, Episode 20. I'll be honest with you guys, I think this is one of the best episodes of the show so far. Like, it's not the episode I had the most fun watching, it's not the smartest episode, it's just the episode that they clearly put the most thought into. And I'm very excited to say it's one of the only stories where every plot beat, every scene, almost every moment in the episode follows a concise, purposeful theme. Gaslighting. Gaslighting has been a recurring theme throughout the majority of Season 2, where someone is told that they're lying with enough authority that they begin to find a fogginess in what is real and what is fake, or the people around them begin to not trust them in the slightest. This was featured in I Go to Japan when Kyoko and Yuki construct an entire narrative just to ditch them in the middle of nowhere, and in I Reunite with Missy, when Missy begins a targeted attack directed at destroying Sam, and Freddy is the only person in their friend group who eventually buys into it. These are just a few key examples, but it's clear that in the lives of the main trio, lying or being lied to is a dominating aspect of their lives. And this episode is brilliant in all the many ways that it ends up exploring this. At the start of the episode, we see a viral prank happen involving Freddy. Some of the other students at the school send him what appears to be a school email saying that it is Clown Day, and that everyone should come to school wearing clown costumes, leading to Freddy being labeled as one of the most gullible people on the planet. Freddy, livid over this, proclaims that he will never fall for a practical joke ever again. Later on, the girls tell Freddy that Sam's sister from out of town is going to be visiting for a few days, as we apparently learn that Sam has a twin sister who has the opposite personality of her, and goes to a school in another town because of a very solid scholarship. Now, I did not remember this storyline at all. So when I read the plot description online when looking this up beforehand, I thought it sounded kind of stupid? And in fact, I thought it sounded so stupid that I presumed it wasn't going to be canon. You see, I've gathered from my research that later seasons of iCarly tend to get bored and just do Treehouse of Horror style non-canon episodes, and I just thought that the episode where Sam had a twin sister would probably be one of those. And that's the brilliant thing. Watching through this, I was so unsure if this was going to turn out to be a dream, or if it was going to be a non-canon episode, or if a later episode was going to retcon this, that it was like the show was gaslighting me too. Like, I wasn't even sure what level of reality this episode existed on. So Sam's supposed sister comes to town, and is indeed totally opposite to Sam's personality. The entire time, we never see Sam and Melanie in the same room, and you kind of are waiting for the moment that Freddy buys into it, and everyone starts laughing at him. Also, I want to stop real quick and talk about my favorite side character that Season 2 introduces. T-Bow. T-Bow was introduced as one of the key employees at the Groovy Smoothie, a location in Seattle which was referenced constantly back in Season 1, but was never seen until Season 2. T-Bow's joke is mostly that he tries to sell things to customers that they don't want, typically with the visual of those things on a stick.
You guys want some bagels?
The reason I'm introducing this character here is I think this is the episode where he really stands out for the first time. In his cameo, he offers to sell Freddy pickles, and when Freddy says no, he immediately plays the race card.
Why? You afraid of pickles? Scared to take a walk on the pickle side of town?
No, I just think that pickles and smoothies don't really go together.
Oh, well, pardon me for thinking that all foods and beverages could get along.
And you know, maybe this is just me, but I refuse to believe that the writers came up with that joke. I am convinced that that is something that Boogie came up with on the spot because it's that brilliant. I mean, it literally elevates a one-bit cameo character into something that you actually want to see more of. I understand that when Gibby becomes a main character later on, T-Bone basically gets upgraded to Gibby's old place in the dynamic. And God, I am so excited for that because he really is the best. Anyways, meanwhile, in the B-plot, a similar story with similar themes begins to play out. For a bit of context, throughout Season 2, Spencer has numerous encounters with a boy named Chuck who lives in the complex and eventually becomes his rival. First, in Episode 4, Spencer takes over Lubert's doorman position after the iCarly gang accidentally blow him up. I know that sounds like a pretty insane story to just gloss over, but there's another Lubert story in Season 3, so I want to talk about both of the Lubert episodes together. The point is that Spencer gets this kid in trouble for playing with a racquetball in the main lobby, leading to him being grounded by his father. And after that point, the child swears revenge. At the end of the story, he calls a group of truckers that Spencer has been taunting and tells them where to find him, leading to several large men assaulting Lubert by mistake at the end of the story. Later, in I Reunite with Missy, Spencer accidentally locks himself into the apartment complex's basement for several days. And when Chuck finds him, he watches over him and sprays him with what is implied to be human pee. Chuck gets grounded for this too, and he and his father storm upstairs without letting Spencer out. In one strange web-exclusive video, Chuck then tries to get revenge through the unique tactic of strangulation.
Oh my god, my trachea! How you grab my trachea? Ah!
Anyways, in this story, Spencer comes home to discover that Chuck has become a new student that Carly is tutoring in math. Spencer insists that Chuck is sadistic and shouldn't be in their home, but Chuck continues to act like a perfect angel around Carly. However, he secretly uses his access to the Shea household to break everything in their kitchen, which Carly again doesn't really seem to believe is happening. He then sprays Spencer with a liquid that is, again, implied to be something meant for the bathroom, and even then can't convince Carly that something weird is happening. Eventually, he's able to record proof that he isn't lying, causing Carly to come up with the perfect idea for revenge. Returning to her tutor duties, Carly introduces to Chuck a brand new number which has been inserted between 5 and 6, tricking Chuck into doing all of his math in base 11, meaning that he, of course, fails the test. Spencer suggests math camp to Chuck's father, meaning that he has now taken away the boy's entire summer. Don't you see how it all fits together? Chuck was gaslighting Spencer, Carly gaslit Chuck, and now the only question left is, are Sam and Carly gaslighting Freddie? To put the question to the test, Freddie asks Melanie out on a date, and much to his surprise, she says yes. He tries all night to get her to admit that she's just Sam in an outfit, and during a slow dance, Melanie kisses Freddie on the dance floor, causing him to become quite flustered.
You swore we'd never do that again.
The next day, Freddie lectures Sam about kissing him the night before, causing Carly and Sam to admit that Freddie was right and that he was too smart to be duped. Immediately after he leaves, Melanie walks in, revealing to the audience that she really was real the entire time, despite what almost everyone presumed. Like I said, this is easily one of the smartest episodes in the show so far. But what's funny is that I remember so clearly the Durf storyline, but I do not recall the twin side of the episode. And I think this is because this is one of those episodes that I would typically tune into just for my favorite parts. People forget about this now that we're in the age of streaming services, but the weird thing about satellite back in the day is sometimes you'd be flipping through channels, see an episode of a show that you'd already watched, and you'd turn it on just for the part that you really liked. So I feel like I've seen the Durf scene 100 times, yet the rest of this was pretty much new to me this time around. But I did kind of feel myself revert back to a child watching this for the first time, thinking about all the repercussions this means for the characters. The fact that Freddie accidentally told another person that he kissed Sam, which is supposed to be a secret, and you start thinking, ooh, when is he gonna slip up? When is he gonna tell someone that little gem? Anyways, before we move on to the crime section of this season, it's probably most logical that we end this bit with the season finale. I fight Shelby Marks. In the episode, the trio watch a pay-per-view match of their favorite fighter, CFC competitor Shelby Marks. Shelby is only 15, but is quickly proving herself to be one of the fiercest competitors in the Octagon, and the iCarly gang put together a tribute to her on their web show. Carly says that she could easily kick Shelby's butt, only to immediately take it back and say that she's only kidding. This suddenly goes viral, as a remix taking Carly's words out of context gains 500,000 views overnight. And I think this is a great time to play another exciting game of was this line written by a woman or a man?
And I'm getting curvier every day.
I know.
Eyes up, dude.
Much to Carly's horror, she opens her door after this, only to see Shelby Marks waiting to see her. Carly runs in fear and hides in her room, only for Spencer to drag her back down to hear Shelby out. Shelby's manager is interested in holding a faux match between Carly and Shelby, believing that the novelty and publicity of this event could be a big deal both for Shelby's career and the iCarly web show. And come on, holding a boxing match between a professional athlete and a washed-up internet star? That's just silly. During this scene, there's a moment where Freddy has made Shelby raisin toast, only for her to say that she doesn't like raisins, leading to Freddy chewing the raisins off of the top layer, causing her to turn the toast down. Directly after this, one of the adults who came in with Shelby says,
I like raisin bread toast.
Ah, another classic Freddy gets molested joke. Carly and Shelby announce the fight, and all of her friends at school commend her for being so willing to fight Shelby, despite her being so notorious for destroying the faces of people she goes up against in the ring. Soon enough, the two groups attend a press conference, where Sam encourages Carly to trash talk Shelby to hype up the fight, only for Sam to take over when Carly isn't good enough, literally causing a fight to break out on stage, which pushes Carly onto Shelby's grandmother, making the press and Shelby believe that Carly attacked an elderly woman just to make her mad. Shelby decides that she's going to actually violently harm Carly in retaliation, causing Carly to cancel the fight, disappointing fans and the charity that the event was going to be raising money for. This leads everyone in school, even teachers, to treat her like dirt, calling her chicken in reference to various viral taunts and memes. Okay, real quick, look at this splash face video that they show us. Do you see how the play button is visible and the video is playing? Any person watching this knows that that isn't right, and if you don't know, you can literally hover your mouse over the video and see that the play button isn't visible right now. I guess the reason I'm bringing this up is that I think it's hilarious that the people making this web star sitcom didn't understand the fundamental layout of video websites, but that they also predicted a modern standard of internet celebritydom without even trying. Carly and Shelby initially make up, with Carly saying that it was all an accident and Shelby believing her, only for our old friend Neville to decide to intervene. Using his complex editing skills, he fakes audio of Carly and Sam planning to push Mama Marks before the event, causing Shelby to decide to actually violently assault Carly in the ring. Carly holds onto Shelby's leg during the entire event, and shockingly, no one can decide if this is a foul or not. After the event, the group meets up with Shelby and quickly deduce that the round-headed kid who presented her the fake audio was actually Neville, their arch nemesis. Locking him in the ring, they threaten him until he admits what he did, and afterwards, Shelby, Carly, and Sam slowly walk towards him, and then we hear his screams, and the episode fades out. Very smart of them to not show what happens in this scene, meaning that I actually can't add it to the list of crimes, because I don't know what they did. Speaking of which, let's get into that section of the video. Okay, so for the crimes of Season 1, I covered a few episodes in that section which I hadn't mentioned before that. There's going to be one or two examples of that in the Season 2 run-through, but for the most part, we're going to be revisiting episodes that we already talked about. And in some cases, scenes that we've already talked about. I am, of course, going to start this section off by restating that Sam's insistent physical abuse of Freddy is hopefully illegal in the iCarly universe, because it gets to a point in this season that it's really not funny. Now, to my surprise, I've decided that I can't, with good faith, call anything in the first episode a crime. Sam doesn't really raise any money with her fake charity, so at most that might be a civil case if she had raised like $5. And she isn't really impersonating a real charity, which apparently is a lot more illegal than making up a fake one. Towards the end of the episode, there's a famous scene where Carly enters Shane's hospital room and kisses him without consent. In the analysis of this episode, I called this assault, but sadly there isn't really legal precedent for unwanted kissing being illegal in any remarkable way, mainly because people who are kissed without consent rarely feel like going to court over it. So it wouldn't get Carly arrested, but it's a general scumbag move in my opinion. Moving on to episode 2 and our iCrime number 11. In this episode, Freddy has decided not to forward a haunted email, which is a very 2008 sentence. And he sees numerous things in his life go wrong because he's supposedly cursed. It later turns out that everything that went wrong was actually the result of Sam secretly doing those things. This means that Sam did things like destroying Freddy's laptop and loosening the bolts on his bike so he'll have an accident and potentially fall onto the road during heavy traffic. At this point in the show, you really start to wonder why Sam actively tries to sabotage her own internet career by destroying technology that Freddy uses almost exclusively to maintain her status online. We discover iCrime number 12 in Season 2, Episode 4, the one where they blow Lubert up. Again, we're going to talk about this episode a little later, but for now I'll say that it's very explicit in the episode that if they don't kiss Lubert's ass after this, he has every right to get them in very big trouble. Mainly it seems like Lubert is just too stubborn to play that card, because at several points in the series, it really does come across as Lubert gets some kind of kick from this rivalry that he has with the rest of the cast. Also in this same episode, Sam pants Freddy in the hallway of their middle school. Now this might sound confusing, but based on my research, Sam could potentially be charged with indecent exposure for doing this. According to Washington law, exposing yourself or someone else in a way that is lewd or obscene is considered indecent exposure, and is thus a misdemeanor. All the law really needs is an eyewitness, which sadly for Freddy and Sam, there seems to be quite a few witnesses to this event. So that's iCrime number 13. In Season 2, Episode 5, Spencer is shown using a massive battery, and says that he stole it from a Prius. Later in the episode, Freddy's mom complains that she can't get her Prius to start. So that's iCrime number 14. This episode is also the event story where they end up going overseas to Japan, and is thus one of the more interesting cases in the series, because they're not only visiting another city, but another country. So I asked both Noah and Scott to chime in on what they think is illegal here. And here's what I came up with. First of all, I discovered while researching this that Japan actually has laws about immigrants and tourists, which I think are kind of draconian sounding. Basically, in Japan, a police officer can stop you at any time and for any reason and ask to see your identification. And if you are a visitor, that means they want to see your stamped passport. If you can't supply this, you can be immediately detained, and if you're lucky, you'll be deported. Now here's the problem, ladies and gents. Technically, the way they enter Japan is itself illegal. Skydiving into Japan, by definition, means they can't get their passports stamped. So they were never approved as being allowed inside the country. And thus, they could be detained at any time for any reason. For instance, the scene where Freddy's mom and Spencer have to run back to their hotel naked, or the scene where Sam steals a police officer's handcuffs, or the long scene where they're trying to break into the awards show despite not having a pass to get inside, and all while you're inside of a country that operates off the principle of guilty before innocent. So let's go ahead and round the crime meter to like 18 or so. Speaking of stories set outside of Seattle, in this section I would like to very quickly mention a piece of iCarly media that's actually pretty rare, that being the character's appearance at the Kids' Choice Awards 2008. Now, this aired during the tail end of the first season of the show, so arguably I should have covered it there. But I believe this was filmed while they were shooting Season 2, although actually, now that I look at Spencer's hair, it probably wasn't. The point is that I forgot about this when I recorded Season 1, so we're talking about it here. These segments, I believe, were broadcast during commercial breaks, and were later hosted on iCarly.com. Now, an interesting fact is that when I was working on this section, I found out that most of this was considered lost media. However, I saw a comment from someone who claimed that they owned a copy of everything, and that they just didn't want to post them because of copyright issues. So I messaged him and asked if he would be willing to send all of the segments to me, and he immediately replied with a Google Drive link to all 12 parts. And so I've decided to upload these to a brand new Vimeo account named Quinton Loose Screws. I chose this alias so Viacom can't find me, and also because I'm technically banned from Vimeo. Anyways, I just wanted to send a big shout out to the guy who sent me all of this, Race Olympics, who actually has a YouTube channel where he builds racing tracks for Hot Wheels and marbles and sees which ones can survive to the end, which is pretty fun to watch in my opinion. And this entirely unjustified tangent in this video would not have been possible if not for this awesome guy. Anyways, as I was saying, for the Kids' Choice Awards 2008, numerous linking segments with the iCarly characters were presented to help hype up the show. In the story, it said that Spencer was invited to the awards show to build a unique statue, and that he's behind schedule as usual.
It's gonna be a gigantic blimp of wieners, made from over 10,000 actual wieners! That's a lot of wieners!
But as Carly and Sam begin to stream from the event, a police officer approaches them.
You guys can't be here.
My brother's building a sculpture for the Kids' Choice Awards.
That's nice, but you can't.
Here's a 20.
You kids have fun.
Nice.
This segment is set in Hollywood, where the Kids' Choice Awards were filmed that year. And according to California State Penal Code 67 PC, bribery of a police officer is to be considered a felony, punishable by 4 years in prison or huge fines. However, because it's such a small amount of money and legal action would involve generally exposing police corruption, I doubt anything would have ever come of this. Nevertheless, that's our iCrime number 19. Here's what happens in the rest of the segments. Carly, Sam, and Freddy play a game of identifying celebrity tongues, with Carly proving to be so good that it makes everyone uncomfortable. Spencer runs out of hot dogs and tries to steal some from the craft table, leading to the craft services lady chasing him throughout the building. Later, Spencer takes a breather from building his statue to break into Jack Black's dressing room.
Hey guys, now as you know, Jack Black is hosting this year's Kids' Choice Awards, and I've sneaked away from my sculpture and I'm standing in Jack Black's actual dressing room. Look! There's Jack Black's leftover bran muffin, which is really good for a celebrity's digestion. Woo! And this looks like Jack Black's actual underwear. Some very exotic boxers. What else have we got?
This is Jack Black's private dressing room.
Thank you for telling me that, sir.
You are in big trouble, buddy.
Only if you can catch me! Back to you, Carly and Sam!
Hey,
No!
Hey.
In California, trespassing is a misdemeanor which can result in 6 months of jail time. Furthermore, the state also has a long history of anti-paparazzi laws since the death of Princess Diana, which could possibly apply here. So let's call this iCrime number 20. Spencer finally pulls together enough meat to finish his art piece and reveals it to the world. A sculpture of a blimp made entirely out of hot dogs. Now, most people would just take this sculpture to be a meaningless mash of things that the writers thought were funny. But in a sense, what Spencer has created here is actually an abstract criticism of the superficial commercialism of the modern art world. For most sculptures that Spencer makes and sells, he probably expects to see them pop up from time to time in various art shows or auctions, hoarded away in unlit rooms by collectors until their value rises or falls significantly. So by constructing one of his most impressive and awe-inspiring creations out of a soluble, non-eternal material, something that will likely start to stink before the night is out, he has reminded us that the true important aspect of art is the impact it has on us in the moment, even if it exists in a form which we cannot save or maintain. I repeat, Spencer is secretly Banksy.
Make sure you watch the Kids' Choice Awards.
And make sure you keep going online to iCarly.com.
Definitely. And now we're gonna enjoy some wieners.
Especially our favorite wiener. This guy right here.
While we're in California, why don't we hop around to the other story in this season set in the state? Season 2, Episode 18, I Take on Disney. Dingo. I Take on Dingo. In the story, again, the characters make fake security passes, sneak their way into Dingo Channel HQ, steal the frozen head of Charles Dingo, and then allow Sam to hit one of the writers with a, quote, butter sock over and over again. Sam assaults so many people over the course of this show that I'm not even sure if assault is illegal in the iCarly universe. Like, wouldn't she have gotten in trouble at some point somewhere if it actually was? Nevertheless, I'm going to go ahead and call breaking into Disney HQ, stealing the head of Walt Disney, and physically assaulting Sunny with a Chance lead writer Steve Marmel as 3 different crimes, bringing our crime total to 23. Hopping back to Seattle, and thus the jurisdiction of Washington law, let's talk about Season 2, Episode 10, aka Fuck That Guy Whose Brother's About to Die from Cancer. At the end of the episode, when they have the real David Archuleta on, there's this weird joke where they tell the audience where Wade Collins is staying, down to his hotel address and his hotel number. Now, if we're lucky, nothing happens, in which case this can be classified as harassment and thus a misdemeanor, which could result in a year in jail and a $5,000 fine. But if one of Carly's fans actually commit a real crime because she did this, felony charges could easily be involved. Either way, I'm calling it iCrime number 24. Anyways, at this point, I'm going to talk about an episode that we didn't talk about in the main section. And that's because it's notable almost entirely for the fact that a crime takes place within the narrative. And because it's such a key example of the ongoing Flanderization of the iCarly universe, with things getting more and more cartoony and less justified, and I really wanted to end off on this in the Season 2 section. And that is Season 2, Episode 15, I Go Nuclear. In the story, the main trio are given a homework project by their eccentric hippie science teacher, Mr. Henning. To celebrate Green Week, they are instructed to present an effective way that students and adults can try to save the environment. This will serve as a huge chunk of their grade, so students who fail will have to go on a root and berry retreat for extra credit, something that is infamously unfun. Carly and Freddie both work very hard to try and come up with impressive presentations. Carly buys an electric scooter which drives incredibly slowly, and Freddie imports foreign worms to build an impressive compositing diorama. However, their teacher notes that both are extremely empty and meaningless. The worms being flown in from Portugal means that Freddie polluted the atmosphere through the use of jet oil, and the same argument can be made against Carly's charging of an electric battery at home. Sam, meanwhile, does a presentation on how the humble orange is the perfect symbol of staying green, providing food and drink, and all while coming in packaging that is entirely biodegradable. So while Sam gets an A, Carly has to redo her project, and luckily Spencer meets someone who might be of some help. A new tenant in their apartment, who says that he knows how to build an eco-friendly generator that runs itself, and will surely help Carly pass the class. Carly livestreams her showing off the generator to her teacher, and gets an A on her presentation. However, when visiting the Groovy Smoothie afterwards, the police suddenly recognize the person who helped build the generator, who they say is an infamous man on the FBI Most Wanted list, known for stealing uranium rods and building unlicensed nuclear generators.
You built an illegal nuclear-powered generator?
Sorta, maybe.
Remember in the Season 1 analysis when I was like, you can't pull fire alarms? I'll be honest with you guys. When I had this idea for like this running joke where we're gonna like talk about crimes every season, I didn't know this one was coming. I just wanted to find some kind of wacky way to kind of recap some of the antics that the characters get up to that isn't like necessarily essential to the actual recap of the season. And so it seemed like a good idea at the time. But now I don't even know if we should keep doing this. Because how can we move on from here? What could possibly top this? Carly built a fucking nuke in her attic this week. Anyways, next week Sam's gonna steal mail again. I am still processing this. Like, as I record this, I'm sitting in my home and I'm just taking it in. They built a nuclear generator with stolen uranium and live streamed it to the internet, and no one cared. I think this is one of the reasons that I honestly had a little bit less fun with Season 2 than I did Season 1. I mean, don't get me wrong, Season 2 has some of the best episodes in the show's run, but there's something so magical about the first season of a show that's trying to last a long time. Because every episode feels so careful, so meticulous. Every single one feels like it could be setting up a sequel in the future. And then you get later into the shows, and it's always a little sad when it's just like, get something on the air. Doesn't matter. I mean, don't get me wrong, season 2 is great. It's still clearly in the golden era of the show, but it's always a little bit sad when you get to that point where you're like, every week that goes by, the information they present in this show gets a little bit less important in the grand scheme of things. So that's season 2, where at 46 episodes, 25 crimes, and 7 iCarly-themed nightmares a week. But before we try and bring all of those numbers up, let's kind of step back for a moment. So I don't know if it's been very clear so far, but my intentions with this miniseries, or at least with this video and this part of it specifically, is that in between every season that we review, we're going to have kind of a brief intermission. And during that intermission, we're going to talk about really anything we want. You know, tangents, weird things I noticed, things that just mainly don't fit in the core season analysis. And the reason I decided to do this was because it came to my realization that if I tell you about 97 episodes of iCarly in a row, without any breaks or any linking material or anything, by the end it's just going to be mush to you. It's not going to mean anything. But if we take these little, calm breathers, these little breaks in between seasons, your brain is able to, compartmentalize the information that I'm giving you. And also it gives us a chance to talk about fun things that, like I said, don't really fit into the main season retrospectives that I'm doing. I'm stopping to explain all this because this tangent specifically is going to be probably the longest one I record. It is going to be almost unjustifiably long, how long we're in this room with me wearing this shirt telling you about all these different things. And the reason it's going to be so long is because I have 3 or 4 different things that I want to explain to you guys, that I want to talk about, that really only make sense before the next bundle of episodes. And that actually is our first little tangent, the first little thing I want to talk about. What the hell do we call the next 18 episodes of iCarly? Okay, let me explain what I'm talking about here. Normally, from what I understand, because I'm not a TV guy, I'm just a guy in a basement, but normally, when a network or a TV station or a streaming service are commissioning new episodes of a TV show, they will send out season orders. And what season orders are, from what I understand, is like a you owe me bundle that says, you owe me 1 season with 25 episodes. So for instance, when iCarly was first greenlit, I believe they were sent out 2 season orders, and one of them said, you owe us 1 season of 25 episodes, and you owe us 1 season of 21 episodes. So that's how that usually works, right? Here's why this all matters. Nickelodeon used to do this really weird thing, which I suppose they still might do, I have no idea, but they certainly used to do this, where if someone was in the middle of a production block on a TV show and they suddenly decided they wanted new episodes, instead of creating a new season order, they would extend a previous season order. And that's what happened to iCarly during production of their 2nd season. I don't know the exact numbers, but let's say theoretically, they were initially working off the idea that season 2 is going to be 21 episodes. And then suddenly, a few episodes into filming, they were told, hey, make that 39. And so, this is a big stress to people working on the show, of course, because, the writers, the producers, the actors, they all have to start working overtime to, double the material they're putting out because this season order has suddenly doubled when they didn't anticipate this. And so they produced all of those episodes with the production code that begins with the number 2, because it was supposed to be season 2. But then Nickelodeon took those episodes and kind of randomly sorted them into 2 different seasons, so they could be aired over the course of 3 years. And so there's kind of this big discrepancy over what you should call the next 18 episodes of iCarly. Because, they were produced as the end of Season 2, they aired as Season 3, they were released on DVD as Season 2 Part 3, and they're currently on Netflix as part of Season 2, because Netflix bases their episode numberings on the production codes. And obviously, this is a discrepancy that reverberates throughout the rest of the show. If Season 3 is Season 2, then Season 4 is Season 3, and Season 5 is Season 4, and Season 6 is Season 5. And furthermore, there are some fans, for a reason that I cannot understand, who think that Season 4 and Season 5 are also one season, which means if you follow that logic, then iCarly only has 4 seasons, and that doesn't feel right. And so I just want to say that I've noticed this discrepancy, and that I've made the personal choice to consider these next episodes Season 3 for a lot of reasons. First of all, they were aired that way. Second of all, Season 2 and Season 3 have different title sequences, so they're clearly not the same season. But third of all, Seasons 2 and 3 of iCarly span such a huge chunk of my childhood. You know, when Season 2 started, I was in the 6th grade. When Season 3 ended, I was in the 8th grade. That's almost my whole middle school career. You're not going to tell me that's all one season. And I don't know, it just feels weird to put the episode where Sam and Freddy kiss and the episode where Carly and Freddy kiss in the same season, because, like, those were totally different events. You had to wait for those two things. Of course, those are different seasons of the show. But anyways, the point of this intermission, believe it or not, is not for me to rant about the inconsistency of iCarly episode numberings, but instead to talk about iCarly merchandise. My other camcorder died and I forgot to pack the charger, so I had to switch to my backup. Yeah, at this point I'm gonna show off some iCarly merchandise that I bought. There's two main things that we're not going to be looking at. The first thing is the Happy Meal toys, because the Happy Meal toys are kind of later in the timeline, and a lot of them are based on inside jokes that we haven't talked about yet, so it doesn't really make sense for us to look and analyze the Happy Meal toys as if we understand what they mean. And the second thing we're not going to look at, sadly, is the iCarly video games. I really wanted to do a tangent in one of these videos where I just reviewed all of the iCarly video games, but it's become quickly apparent that I do not have time to actually sit down and play through all of these, but I've considered making that like a separate video after the miniseries is done, like if people want that. I feel like I'm hardly Scott the Woz, you know what I mean? I don't know if people want video game content from me, so if I do it, maybe it'll be a second channel thing, unless people like really want it on the main channel. I do want to quickly highlight some iCarly video game stuff, starting off some of the video game accessories they released, like this iCarly Wii Nunchuck, or the iCarly DS case, and the iCarly DS accessory set. And you know, there's something magical about this. There's something magical about a parent going out to buy their kid DS accessories, and they go with the iCarly set. And imagine being the only kid on your block who has an iCarly-themed DS. I bought this iCarly lunchbox exclusively because I thought this image was going to be the thumbnail and I needed a good scan of it, but then I went in a different direction. These are iCarly Christmas tree ornaments. One of them is Carly, one of them is Sam. This is the iCarly umbrella. It has Miranda Cosgrove's face on it. Everywhere, you know, you can't escape. So many iCarly hats, I was trying to get all of them just to show them off, but eventually had to stop myself because I was like, you're never gonna film yourself wearing all of these. Because look, this is the purple one I wore in the intro, right? Then there's like a black one, right, that just says iCarly and it has beads. Then there's like a different one that's white and has Miranda Cosgrove. Then there's a blue one, right, blue one with her face. Here we got another purple one. Then we got another black one, again, completely different from the other black one. And then these are like, you know, winter wear, you know? And then this one has Alf. Here's where we get into interesting territory. There were a bunch of like iCarly Barbie doll knockoffs that are really rare, and it's kind of hard to get them. And when you get them, you understand why they're rare, because they suck. This is an iCarly satchel, pretty self-explanatory. They released a little statue of the bottle robot that has a bunch of genders on the back. Girl, boy, tech, alien. I don't know what that means, but those are the 4 genders, as we all know. Most of the stuff we've just talked about, in my opinion, is boring as hell, but this is kind of interesting. They at one point released little customizable dolls of the iCarly cast. So what's interesting to me is they actually ended up releasing like a little miniature playset of the iCarly set. And so you can take these figures and you can build like a little tiny version of the iCarly set. And in my opinion, this is one of the only things they put out with this franchise that's even worth highlighting. Okay, so that was a lot of stuff that was probably just like a list of not interesting facts, but I do want to talk about something that in my opinion, is one of the most interesting aspects of iCarly. And that is the active attempt to market to people's desires to become internet famous. First of all, let's talk about iCarly cameras. We have the iCarly mini web camera, and then the iCarly digital photograph camera, and then we have the iCarly digital video camera, and the iCarly microphone. I mean, these were marketed to kids explicitly, as if they could use these tools to record videos and upload them online and become as famous as the characters in the sitcom. Again, I cannot overstate it. This was an attempt to appeal to the fantasy of becoming web famous. I mean, they wanted you to create web content and use their crap to do it. Are you guys thinking what I'm thinking? Testing. 1, 2. I'm recording right now with an official iCarly camcorder and an official iCarly microphone. You know, we got the best quality that you could ask for in iCarly research, the iCarly camcorder and the iCarly microphone. Now let me tell you something. Do you know what's a sign of a good camcorder? When you have to go to the store to get AAA batteries, because that's what it runs on. Do you know what's a sign of a good camcorder? When you put the video into your timeline and it looks like this, and you got to stretch it out. That's how you know you got a good camcorder, ladies and gentlemen. Do you know how you got a good microphone? It sometimes just goes to static. If you just wiggle it around too much, it's like just gone. That's how you know you got a good camcorder and a good microphone. You know, in the wake of this iCarly reboot that I didn't ask for, and in the wake of, the fact that iCarly is trending on Twitter every day, and Gibby will trend for 4 days in a row while I'm working on this video, I've been stressed out a lot. And it's been really stressful knowing that I'm not going to be the only person doing what I'm doing right now. But let me ask you this, ladies and gentlemen. How many YouTubers out there made their quickie iCarly content with an iCarly camcorder and an iCarly microphone? One motherfucker, that's who. Do you want to say hi, Bomb Bomb? Alright, this sucks. I'm switching back. There's something so nostalgic about when you take one of these old camcorders and you stick an SD card in it and it goes, "Warning! Only 12 hours of recording space left." So when I was shooting that segment, I basically just ripped open the camcorder box and kind of threw it around. And when I was done shooting, I went to, clean up the area. And I found something that I hadn't noticed before, which I think maybe fell out of the camcorder box. And that's this DVD. This is an iCarly DVD. I have no idea what it is. I don't remember if I bought this or if it came with the camcorder. So we're just going to stick it in the laptop and see what happens.
Hey, I'm Carly driving a teeny SUV.
I'm Sam in a tiny all-terrain vehicle.
We do a cool little web show called iCarly. So we were thinking
that maybe you might be thinking,
hey, how can I make my own web show?
Like we do.
Holy shit.
So Sam and I are going to tell you how.
We're going to teach you everything you need to know.
But not everything we know.
We know things you're not ready to know.
This is everything I've ever wanted. Please tell me how to make a web show. I want to know so bad.
Okay, before you make your own web show,
you gotta pick a theme. A theme means you gotta decide what your web show is about.
Like ours is about doing funny, silly, cool stuff. But a web show can be about anything.
For example,
do you like dogs?
Then here's an idea.
Do a web show that's all about dogs.
Then your theme would be dogs.
Woof, woof.
Okay, what about this as a theme? What about a guy straight out of high school who has nothing going on, nothing in his life that's happening? And so he starts uploading videos entirely because he has nothing else he could be doing. But every time he uploads a video, he loses a little bit more of his sanity until one day he's sitting in his parents' basement surrounded by iCarly merchandise talking to stock footage of two 16-year-olds from 2008 like they can really hear him.
You want to know about rehearsing?
Rehearsing!
I just said rehearsing.
I apologize for repeating it unnecessarily.
Rehearsing is just a fancy name.
A theatrical name
for practicing.
I love that this segment is about how you should always rehearse these things. And you can tell that Miranda is reading from a cue card that she has never read before. You know what I mean? She's saying it with that cadence where it's just words to her.
I just said rehearsing. Hi, I'm Carly.
And my name is Sam. We do a web show. Boring! And
why was it boring?
'Cause we were talking like this. Who wants to watch a show where people talk like this? I know I don't.
This is Phalus slander.
Get excited!
That's it. I've learned nothing. Apparently one of the things on this DVD is like Freddy explaining how to do a web show from a technical angle. And it's really weird. He like starts acting out the characters in like a weird puppet show thing because apparently the joke is he was the only person who showed up to do this part of the DVD.
I'm Sam, and I have a confession to make. You know how I can come off as a psychotic bully at times? Well, there's a reason for that. I was raised by a pack of mutant wolf bears who were placed on planet Earth by evil aliens from another galaxy. So, as a mutant wolf bear with world-obliterating intentions, I can get a little moody. Whew! I'm glad I got that off my hairy wolf bear chest.
I don't know, once we get past the weird stuff, maybe Freddy at least gives me some, like, technical tips, you know?
As an experienced technical producer, I've found that it's best to position your star 6 to 10 feet behind the set. To measure 6 feet, you could ask a 6-foot adult to lie down on the floor.
6 to 10 feet behind the set. I'm a web star! Yay! What I think I love about this video is usually when I work on content, I'm so carefully meticulous, you know what I mean? Like I'm planning everything out in stages and I'm sending all my scripts to people all the time just to be like, is this working? Is this good? Are you interested in this? Is every single one of these jokes funny? You know, is this gonna get me canceled? Just trying to be really, really careful with everything. But I've realized while working on this video that this is going to be so impossibly large that it doesn't matter if every single joke lands with every single person, because no one's going to watch this far. Okay, so believe it or not, 15 minutes into this intermission, and we are still not done, because there is still one very important topic that we haven't even started to talk about. But trust me when I say that this is very much worth it. In fact, in my opinion, what we're about to talk about is so essential to understanding what iCarly was that I would say it's equally as important as analyzing one of the main seasons. In my last video, I talked about Lucas Cruikshank and his creation, Fred, mainly focusing on the turbulent affair of taking that little YouTube show designed to work on the internet and eventually adapting it into something that worked as a Nickelodeon sitcom. And now at this point in this video, I would like to cover the direct opposite. What happens when you take a Nickelodeon sitcom designed to work on TV and try and adapt it into material meant only for the internet?
Well, then why does my head... Oh, I'm getting a text.
Who's it from?
It's from your mother.
What does it say?
It says, Gibby, hit Spencer over the head with the stop sign. That's weird. Why would she tell me to do that?
Oh!
As many of you have probably figured out by now, at this point in the video, I want to discuss the completely real iCarly web show, hosted on the once real iCarly.com. As we've mentioned in the past, iCarly.com featured a ton of content in reference to the show, which was basically intended to advertise the sitcom and to also supply supplementary material. This is where I've been pulling a lot of the blogs that I've been showing throughout this video, and it's also where a couple iCarly video games were once hosted. However, the biggest appeal of the iCarly website was the exclusive videos, and obviously that's the main thing that people went to it for. The iCarly sitcom was all about them creating internet content that was supposed to be the best stuff in the world. And so when the show would tell you that iCarly.com was real and that you should go visit, video content is what you were expecting. Now, I was really disappointed to find out that there isn't a very good archive of iCarly.com videos. I kind of expected that if I went to YouTube and typed in the right keywords that there would just be like a half-an-hour upload of all of them in the right order, but not only could I not find that, but I couldn't even find a list of every single video that was once uploaded to the site. Things are made worse when you realize that the video tab on iCarly.com was one of the things that way back almost never archived, so there's not really a lot of good final screenshots of that page. Luckily, however, I did find pretty much all of the videos that I remember and I wanted to see again, and there's still a few gaps in here, but by the end of the segment, I think you guys will get the gist. Also, while I could find a good amount of these videos, some of them I couldn't find in very high quality, so while some of the stuff we're about to look at is like crystal clear HD, a lot of it's gonna be like unregistered Hypercam 2, you know what I mean? But anyways, yeah, let's talk about this. So in its earliest form, iCarly.com was mainly used to upload clips from the show and various extra material which still made sense in universe. For instance, when the show featured a storyline where Freddy autocorrects a boy that Carly has a crush on so that his singing isn't bad, Freddy later uploads the original audio where he still sounds terrible. However, eventually, unique skits featuring the actors in character started to be uploaded to the site. The earliest of these were a short series of skits featuring the characters doing spit takes to various situations and jokes.
But that's not apple juice. It's hamster pee. I'm just kidding ya.
Oh, well then I'll have another sip now.
It's hamster pee.
A quick note, the Kevin MacLeod music loudly playing over that clip is not supposed to be there. That was just literally the only copy I could find. But yeah, you can probably get the gist from here. A couple times a month on iCarly.com, exclusive content and skits would be uploaded featuring the characters doing something mildly in character, but still relatively low budget. For instance, hey, what am I licking? Hey, what am I sitting on? And I smash it. All featuring Spencer being forced to lick, sit on, or smash various things. Then there was Random Debates, a debate show where 3 characters from iCarly would be given 3 random topics, and they would argue over which one was the most important or cool. This of course later evolved into 3-way Random Debates.
3-way. 3-way. 3-way random debate.
I'm Sam, and I'm all about cheese.
I'm Spencer. I'm going to tell you why ointment is #1.
Global warming is super important.
Now, if you actually went out of your way to visit iCarly.com back in the day, one of the first things you probably noticed was that Miranda Cosgrove, aka Carly, almost never did these videos. There was a brief string of videos in I think 2009 that did actually feature Miranda as Carly, but those always felt kinda low-key, like it was something they just casually did one day after they finished rapping, and they convinced her to do it for a week and then she went back to not doing it. Outside of these few contradictions, the general rule of iCarly.com was that if a skit or piece of content had any kind of quality or effort put into it, Miranda was never involved. This had positives and negatives to the content. The negatives are that as a kid, it felt like kind of a ripoff that Carly wasn't in the iCarly web show. The positives are that because there was this big vacancy in the cast, a lot of fan-favorite smaller characters ended up getting extra material in these online skits. For instance, Spencer, Gibby, and later on, Tebow.
I gotta start hanging out with people my own age.
I think this is one of the many reasons that some of those characters ended up getting so much extra material in later seasons, because they really did prove that they were capable of carrying whole scenes.
What's Gibby thinking about?
When I grow up, maybe I can be a social worker. Yeah, that'd be sweet.
But the negatives to this were that sometimes Carly and Sam would be replaced with some guy?
Good heavens! Why must you always make me angry whilst I drink my chamomile tea?
Father, I believe your tea is pronounced chamomile.
This is an outrage!
Please, Father, don't be cross with us.
We only want to be loved.
We yearn for your love.
What father would love 2 hobknockers like you?
This is Andy McSteen, one of the strangest characters in the extended iCarly universe. Andy McSteen is an actor inside the iCarly universe, played by the real-world actor Andrew Hill Newman, who is also a writer on the iCarly program. Andrew Hill Newman also plays the eccentric science teacher at Ridgeway, and he was the voice of George the Bra, but this character is like an exclusive element to the universe that you would only find on the iCarly website. McSteen basically existed for whenever Jeanette McCurdy was too busy to play Sam for an internet-exclusive skit. The entire bit was that as an actor, he would replace Sam, and no one would notice because they look identical. I distinctly remember as a kid watching some of these videos and getting the vibe that the iCarly web show in the real world is so much funnier than the iCarly web show in the iCarly sitcom. Like, a lot of these videos really did pick up on that late 2000s, early 2010s weird internet surrealism that the show never properly understood.
Cell phones are so important.
Okay, cell phones are nothing compared to the wonders of barbecue sauce.
I like ladies. Yeah. There's nothing like a lady in a pickup truck on a hot summer's day. Just sitting in her pickup truck, holding a toothpick. Just picking at her teeth. Trying to dig out a tiny, teeny little piece of shrimp.
Okay! I don't like doing this with him.
Well, Freddy's not here.
In my opinion, the peak of iCarly.com exclusive material happened in late 2008, when a string of fantastic videos featuring Spencer, Freddy, and Sam were uploaded to the website. And the best of the best was iDrive-Thru, the best video and the best miniseries ever uploaded to the iCarly.com website.
Carly's recording the action as we all head to...
Inside Out! But not because we're hungry.
No, sir, we are just bored. What? Mr. Honker Man, hey, here's something for you!
In every video in this little series, Spencer, Freddy, and Sam would drive to Inside Out Burger, pull up to the speaker, and then try to prank the guy inside by doing something funny or random.
Hi, what do you want? I think I'll have a double trouble with cheese and a large... a large what? Well, you know, just a large...
And this isn't something they do once or twice or just casually on some weekend. This is a consistent thing that the iCarly characters do for several years in a row.
We don't want food!
No! We just want to give the drive-thru dude a nervous breakdown!
Nervous breakdown! Yeah!
But to me, the spiritual finale to the series was always the cathartic episode where the dude actually comes out and confronts them.
Alright, what do you guys want?
Wait, what about Carly?
When I started looking into these, I was really surprised by the amount of meme material that actually originated from the web exclusive content. Like, what's Gibby thinking about, or the stop sign meme. Both of those things I presumed I would find in the iCarly show when I started binging it, but instead, it was all part of some weird side project that people have forgotten about. And it really makes me wonder how much of the public perception of what the iCarly web show was is driven by this material that we remember going out and finding as kids. For instance, I've seen a lot of people make jokes about how Carly didn't contribute enough to the iCarly web show for her name to be in the title, and that it should have been called iSam or iFreddy, and that is certainly not true within the fictional context of the iCarly sitcom. But within the context of the material hosted on iCarly.com, it's definitely true, because Carly literally didn't do anything. She's not in any of the skits. But out of all the stuff that iCarly.com hosted, out of all the material that it ended up contributing to the universe and the public perception of that universe, the most famous and the most infamous thing was Baby Spencer. Disclaimer. This shit's about to get really weird, and then I'm gonna move on like it wasn't weird at all. Now, Baby Spencer is a skit where Spencer is kind of tied up in this baby costume, and he controls this little puppet, and the other actors on set force feed him really gross food and refuse to stop when he asks.
Come on. I don't like it! I don't like it! No, it tastes bad! Oh, no! Yeah! Oh, I think I'm full now!
Now, the question worth asking at this point, even though it's probably going to hurt me to try and find a way to say this, is, are the iCarly.com videos from the real world canon to the iCarly.com webcast from the iCarly universe as seen in the iCarly sitcom? It seems to me that the answer was kind of fluid. At the beginning, it was yes, with an exclamation mark. And then it became yes, with a question mark? And by the end, it was no, with a period. When you look at, for instance, the skits of the characters going to Inside Out Burger, these feel like essential pieces to the iCarly lore, to the extent that I don't know how I would explain to someone why I used to love these characters without showing them some of these skits. But then you get into the era where they were doing, like, segments where Neville would come on to do a show on iCarly.com, and then the other characters would prank him, and it's like, why would they invite Neville to Carly's apartment? Like, it's not a communal bath. It's not like anyone can get in. They probably wouldn't want him in her apartment. And then by the end, they were doing like weekly crossover videos with Victorious, and it became so detached from the iCarly sitcom that they would just break character like it didn't matter at all.
Hey, is Rex in character? Are we supposed to be in character?
All I know is I thought by now they would have spun off Spencer and given me my own show.
What are we talking about?
Am I Gibby or Noah?
I should start my own show.
And this kind of foreshadows a theme that we're going to have to inevitably cover in the future. And that is that as the writers of iCarly got further and further away from 2007, they started to really lose their confidence in their ability to write about the internet. And so the iCarly sitcom started to cover the web show less and less, and started to focus on more things like what was going on at school and what Gibby was up to, you know, that kind of thing. And because of that, the web show became something that was taken less seriously both in the show and in the real world. But with that, we have now finished the longest intermission in the history of intermissions, which probably means that it's about time for us to start discussing Season 3, the end of the golden age of iCarly. I mean, we could always talk about the novelizations, or the annuals from the final few years, or what about iCarly charades? I mean, imagine trying to play a game like this with people who have never even seen iCarly. I mean, it's just too much. And I know that it's probably time for us to move on. This is gonna sound stupid, but do you ever dread having a good time? Because you know what comes after that is going to feel so much worse in comparison. Anyways, I guess all that's left to say is, I'll see you on the other side. Here's the first thing you arguably need to know about iCarly Season 3. It very easily could have been the last season of the show. Not because there was any dip in popularity, far from it, but because at that point in Nickelodeon history, 3 to 4 seasons was the standard for even the most popular live-action sitcoms. And that made sense. These shows were usually set in a school setting, either middle school or high school. So 3 to 4 years was basically the maximum length they could go on for before people started to ask questions. And furthermore, there was always a short window of time for teen sitcoms to remain marketable, because teenagers, fun fact, eventually become adults who don't watch Nickelodeon anymore. And perhaps because of this, season 3 is packed full of massive event stories which were heavily advertised and tend to focus on a lot of character-driven drama. One thing I remember really pissing me off at the time was they'd air these commercials for episodes that had some really funny or notable moment, and then you'd watch the episode and it just wouldn't be there. It always felt so cheap. Like, were they filming scenes just for the TV trailers? Were they that low? Nowadays, the understanding is that the trailers often just use deleted scenes, but I still think that it's a pretty lame thing that they did. The reason I'm bringing this up is that while for seasons 1 and 2, I typically caught most of the episodes in reruns, kind of in a random order depending on what was on after school. With iCarly season 3, I saw most of these episodes the day they originally aired, and when they came out in the season order, thus feels much more important. Talking about the Bigfoot episode, and then the episode where Freddie and Carly date, and then the school dance episode would just feel so very wrong. Talking about these stories almost in broadcast order also means that I can write and record intermediately, which means I can get the video out much faster, because my goal at this point is to have something out by the time of the revival. Hope this all makes sense. I think the most notable aspect of season 3 was its sudden milking of one of the most essential pieces to the iCarly show since its beginning: shipping culture. Basically, from the day that the pilot was shot, iCarly was trying very hard to get you invested in some kind of relationship pairing in the cast. So either Sam and Freddie, aka Seti, or Sam and Carly, aka Creddy. Back in 2018, I made a Fallen Titans where I talked about iCarly for like half of the runtime. I think that video was bad, and this year I've been kinda stripping it down for parts, but I do want to steal one really funny joke from it real quick. I now officially support Frappy. It's the ship where Freddie moves to a different town and gets better friends. That's such a good bit. I realized while working on this that it's weird that Seti and Creddy are the ship names that stuck, when we really could have gone with the vastly superior Fram and Farley. Think about it. Fram sounds like Spam, which obviously Sam would probably love eating, and Farley reminds me of Chris Farley, a man so funny, even photos of him make you feel good. But the names are stuck, so there's nothing I can do. Anyways, my point is that building off of these ships and stretching them out as long as possible was the basis for quite a few episodes in this season. And starting us off is the sequel to I Kiss, Season 3, Episode 1, I Think They Kissed. In the story, Carly is tasked with taking Sam to the dentist and making sure she goes through with it and isn't violent. Sam gets hopped up on nitrous oxide and begins speaking to Carly while she's not clear of mind, even briefly believing that her thumb is missing. Suddenly, without prompt, she makes an admission.
Me and Freddie kissed.
As Carly begins to freak out to this shocking news, Sam suddenly adds,
Don't tell Carly.
When you watch all of these episodes in a row, binging through them in a few nights, the impact of this story doesn't hit you quite right. But being there, seeing that kiss go down, and feeling the anxiety of it needing to remain a secret lest it rip the trio apart, that made the story a must-see episode, while today it's basically something you can read the title and skip. This episode is actually considered a Creddy or Farley episode by most fans, because the way that it was marketed was to imply that Carly was mad at the idea of Freddie with another girl. But in the actual episode, of course, her actual anxiety draws from the fact that she's been told a secret she's not supposed to know, while not being sure why it was kept from her. Again, playing into Miranda's strengths as portraying a human-shaped bundle of anxiety. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Spencer begins teaching an art class at a local prison, where it goes poorly when one of the inmates tries to murder him numerous times. But who gives a shit about that? Carly tries to confront Freddie about what Sam said, but when he tries to evade, she tackles him to the ground to try and force him to answer the question. There's this joke in season 1 where Carly and Sam are both constantly able to tackle Freddie and hold him to the ground against his will because he's so tiny. But the payoff in this episode is that he easily turns around and does it to her instead.
Whoa! With did you get so strong?
Same time the voice got lower.
But yeah, it's a weird moment if you don't go in with that context. Freddy explains that it's all true, but makes Carly promise that she won't bring it up to Sam because if she finds out he talked about it, she'll
kick me in places that should never be kicked.
Meanwhile, Spencer and his prison students build a massive pair of pants, and a few of the prisoners hide inside while he's in another room. Spencer is apparently the strongest man in the world because he brings the pants home and, in his own words, drags it upstairs, meaning he pulled the weight of 2 fully bodied adults up to his apartment all on his own. The trio have a confrontation and discussion about the kiss, at the same time that the prisoners break out of the pants, tying them up in the apartment. Forced to work things out, they all agree to never keep secrets, promising Carly that they'll tell her anything.
You'll tell me everything?
Yeah, swear.
How long was it? What?
Spencer runs back in, but is so distracted by trying to bang a girl he met who likes banjo music that he doesn't even notice the kids are tied up. To be fair though, these 3 are basically YouTubers. I imagine this isn't the weirdest thing he's walked in on. In episode 2, the iCarly gang do a tribute to their favorite network, Food TV, a parody of the Food Network. In the segment, they speak about their favorite chef, Ricky Flames, who challenges people to sporadic cooking competitions. And they then show off Spencer's special recipe, spaghetti tacos. The next day, Spencer runs into the trio's school to announce that Food TV got in contact with him about the iCarly webcast, and that they want to feature iCarly in an episode of the show. Carly says that since it's Spencer's recipe, he deserves credit, but Spencer says that growing iCarly.com is much more important. Before he electrocutes himself because Sam hooked up a security system to her locker, Spencer runs off, having seen a vision in his electrocuted state, which he's convinced showed him the future. And later on, Food TV arrives to film a segment on iCarly.
So tell me about these spaghetti tacos.
I'm Freddie Benson.
But it turns out that they are actually on Ricky Flames' show and are challenged to a food fight as Freddy makes a pog face. They have the competition downstairs and things are fierce, but the iCarly gang somehow win. A shocking outcome considering that Ricky Flames has never lost a cooking competition in his entire life. This causes him to have a physical and mental breakdown, as this is truly a level of defeat that he has never experienced before. After he quits his show and becomes bedridden with depression, the gang try to force him to remember how he loves cooking and what it felt like to be a winner. Later on, he sends them a V-mail, saying that thanks to them, he now does remember that winning was what kept him going, and he's found the one place where he can always win. A community wrestling league where Ricky wrestles children. Oh my god, this scene has implications that I didn't notice when I was 13! Ricky even forces Carly to wrestle him while she's screaming no, and says that finally, no one can beat him. Sam kicks his ass, proving him wrong, and he's left an empty shell of a man once more. But this time, the gang doesn't seem to care very much. Moving on, Season 3, Episode 3 is perhaps the quintessential iCarly episode, because it's 98% filler not worth talking about, and 2% scenes that everyone would be talking about at school the next day. In the story, Carly has trouble finding a date to her school's Sadie Hawkins dance, and Sam ties her up live on their web show and announces that any teenage boys in Seattle should enter for a chance to go on a date with Carly. However, close to 50 boys end up showing up at the Groovy Smoothie, and the gang do a series of speed dating rounds to see which boy she ends up liking the best. She ends up picking a boy who's rather talkative and charismatic, and Freddy ends up with the only girl in school who asked him and no one else. Freddy and Carly have a miserable night, but after their dates leave early, they decide there's still time for one last dance, which they share in the empty restaurant. Sam enters, having been abandoned by the guy she wanted to go to the dance with, only to feel stunned as she leaves right away. Have you picked up on that weird ambiguity, where each girl maybe has feelings for Freddy which materialize in a lack of comfort with him being with the other person in the group, but that it also might just be awkwardness about social boundaries and a closely knit friend group? Yeah, I cannot overstate this. This is the reason we watch the show. Season 3, Episode 4 is called iCarly Awards, and we're gonna skip this one for now. Episode 5 is called I Have My Principles, and it's a high school episode, which means that it's almost worth skipping entirely. But one interesting detail is that the story features Mindy Sterling returning as Miss Briggs, who you'll recall was a recurring character in Season 1 who appeared almost as often as the school did. This is a big example of why it felt kinda sad to go from season 1 to season 2, because it's always a shame when a recurring character who builds a sense of normalcy suddenly shows up so rarely that it's a spectacle when they do. After this story, I believe she has one more appearance in the season, and then she's completely missing until the final season. In the story, Ridgway's regular principal, Mr. Franklin, makes a brief appearance on iCarly to wish his daughter a happy birthday. This episode breaks iCarly records as it's viewed by the most people ever, with 900,000 viewers tuning in, which... that's not the number you said in season 1! However, Franklin is fired by the superintendent because of the web show, and Miss Briggs and Mr. Howard are selected as temporary co-principals, leading to the school becoming an authoritarian police state with an enforced dress code and immediate punishment for speaking out against the administration. The students organize a revolution, locking the principals in the closet, going crazy, and putting the superintendent on a mechanical bull. Seeing how Franklin is able to control the students through their respect for him, the superintendent gives him his job back, and all is well. The thing about episodes set entirely at school is that they feel kind of non-specific to iCarly. This is a phenomenon you notice a lot in these gimmick shows. As an example, Hannah Montana, Cory in the House, and iCarly are all super different programs, right? Hannah's about a teenager who's secretly a pop star, Cory is about a teenager who's best friends with the President of the United States, iCarly is about teenagers who become web famous and run an internet show. But despite this, whenever one of these shows does an episode that's set entirely at the school, they're basically interchangeable scripts. I'm not saying that iCarly episodes set at school aren't fun, it's just that they aren't what made iCarly different. With that, it's time for a little bit of a special moment in the analysis. Throughout this analysis, I've occasionally told you guys that we'll be skipping various characters or episodes because it's better to save them for later. Well, by the end of Season 3, I intend to circle back around and talk about every single story that we've missed. And starting us off is a little character who we've only managed to mention once or twice, despite the fact that many would argue that he represents a huge part of the show's legacy. And I think you guys all know exactly who I'm talking about. Lubert. Y'all remember Lubert, the disgruntled lobby employee who becomes the target of the gang's pranks and ridicule on the viral web? It's been a while since we talked about this guy, all the way back in Season 1, which for me was several months ago, but for you guys it was probably just like 15 minutes or an hour or something. I have no scale for how long this video is going to be. Now, here's the thing about Lubert. He exists only to be someone who is the target of the cast's constant harassment. And from the start, the show tries really hard to justify why it's okay that they do this. But the way the show does it doesn't really work, in my opinion. Basically, the show's logic is Lubert is a bad person, thus it's okay when bad things happen to him. But it then extends this to say Lubert is a bad person, thus it's funny when bad things happened in his past. Let me give you a great example. Do you remember the iCarly.com character blogs, which existed to tie into the show and were sometimes advertised at the end of the program? Well, at one point early on, the website posted a blog from Spencer, saying that he had gotten in contact with Lubert's mom to learn more about his origins, and that she had sent him a very interesting email containing stories about him. Lubert's mother then basically takes over the blog post, pretty much using it to brag about all the ways that she has been an abusive parent. Dear people of iCarly.
Shut up! I ain't seen Lubert in over 2 years! Who gave you people my email address? I hate mayonnaise, and I'm glad Lubert moved out of my house 2 years ago. You don't got no idea what a pain in the butt it is having your 38-year-old son living in your dang closet. You think Lubert's normal? He ain't. You want to know some stuff Lubie did as a kid? Here's a list. When he was 5, Lubert picked his nose with a fork. When he was 7, he bit off one of his toes. When he was 9, he had a birthday party, but nobody showed up. I left my butt off! Ha! When he was 30, I accidentally slammed my car door on his tongue. I left him there for 2 hours. Ha! He couldn't even call for help because his tongue was squished in the car door. When he was 35, he won $7 million in the state lottery. So I flushed his winning ticket down the toilet. Then I said, tough luck, Lubert. He cried like a baby duck. LOL. So anyway, I don't know where Lubert is. Now shut up.
Best regards, Lubert's mom. And when you see stuff like this in spin-off media and even in the show, it feels hard not to feel bad for this dude who was just constantly abused by people in his life until he became an asocial aloof, being bullied by a new group of people finding his pain amusing. And the way the show tries to justify this is to say, well, Lubert's a bad person now, so it's funny and okay. But Lubert being a dick to a couple of self-righteous 8th graders does not justify his mother literally hating him since he was born and taking joy in sharing his lifelong suffering with millions of people on the internet. Anyways, let's hop back a bit to Season 2, Episode 4, I Hurt Lubert. In the story, the iCarly gang play a prank on Lubert where they set out a basket of muffins, and when he picks one up, it's supposed to spray confetti in his face. However, due to a technical error, it actually explodes. This sends Lubert to the hospital, and he comes back, covered in casts. Spencer takes over his job at the front desk, and the iCarly gang try to take care of him as an apology for nearly killing him. However, they accidentally drop a ceiling fan on him, and soon enough, Freddy's mother takes to helping nurse Lubert back to health. Freddy is horrified when he pieces together that his mother and Lubert are dating, and they try to find a way to get her to break up with him. Eventually, they have Freddy trip down the staircase to the lobby, and as Lubert dismisses her worry about him, she ends things immediately. Once he's well enough to take back his position, Spencer says that he's organized Lubert's messages into
From your mother, death threats, and death threats from your mother.
The episode ends with furious truckers entering the building and violently assaulting Lubert, presumably breaking his body for a third time. This brings us back to Season 3, as Episode 6 is a full-out exploration of Lubert's origin and trauma. In the story, the iCarly gang decide to prank Lubert by hiding golf balls in one of his office cabinets, so that when he opens it, they'll all fall out and he'll trip and fall over them, causing him great annoyance. While Sam is in his office, she steals a box of his personal items, as the gang go through all of the contents, learning everything about Lubert's past and upbringing. For instance, a photo of when he was 7 and was run over by a car while riding a bicycle, and his portfolio from when he was a male model. They then find a romantic CD from a former girlfriend, and after playing it, decide to reunite him with his former partner. However, the moment Lubert sees this woman, he screams for her to get out, while the iCarly cast presume that he's being unreasonable because, well, it's Lubert. Lubert sucks. But it immediately comes across as if what Lubert feels is not hatred, but unfiltered fear.
Oh God! Get him!
Lubert says that he didn't move across the country, change his last name, and find a quiet, reclusive, rundown job for fun, and that the reason is that his ex was extremely persistent and abusive. Something we see for ourselves when the iCarly gang used their hidden cameras to spy on the couple, as behind closed doors, she's extremely emotionally and physically abusive.
Who gives haircuts by force?
I don't know, but if this was a real TV show, it'd be more popular than anything on NBC.
Eventually things get so bad with Lubert's ex that he slaps a police officer on purpose so he'll go to prison for 6 months, because being in jail is a better option for him than being anywhere near her. Oh boy, I can't wait for him to get out so the iCarly gang can do something else funny, like kill his dog. Let's jump back into the rhythm of things with Season 3, Episode 7, I Move Out. In the story, Freddy's mother barges onto the web show and forces him to finish eating his asparagus from dinner, causing that clip to become a viral meme as he's bullied at school. Freddy decides he's had enough and announces that he's moving out. On the same web show, they make over Gibby's dog and take photos of it. And these too go viral, as kids at school begin hiring them to do decorative photo shoots of their pets. However, in doing so, they've challenged a timeless Seattle monopoly, as there's only one pet photography business in Seattle, and they declare a turf war on iCarly.com. The Twink Twins break into the Shea household in the middle of the night and trash the iCarly set. They call the police, but we learn that the entire force is corrupt, as Officer Carl explains that the hipster duo take photos of cop pets for free, and he thus refuses to do anything about it. Since they're not protected by the law, the group decides to break into the studio of the other pet company and trash it as well. Carly has second thoughts, and through a wacky, uncharacteristic series of events, Sam ends up kidnapping their cat. And they blackmail the pair into coming and fixing their set, or else they'll shave the cat to the skin. Meanwhile, Freddy finds his apartment to be a difficult living situation. And once his mother finds it unbearable for him to be on his own, they move back in together. The trio get their studio back, their rivals get their cat back, and I'm tired of saying sentences like this. And as we move on to episode 8, we also move on to the season's first big event story. I Quit, iCarly. If you watched Nick at the time, you knew this was airing, because this was one of those episodes that they advertised like it was the second coming of Christ. So let's go ahead and figure out if it's holy or filled with holes. In the story, an extended episode, Carly and Sam are sent in a really funny sketch by two local friends, Fleck and Dave, who make web content together. Excited over the material, they invite them on iCarly, and their sketch goes over very well. However, Fleck and Dave have a falling out after Fleck paints Dave's father's car purple, with no plans on how to get the paint off. After an argument, they insist that they'll never speak to each other again. Carly insists to Sam that they need to try and mend the open wound left between the two boys, but it becomes clear that Fleck and Dave are just not compatible. Dave is responsible, reserved, and careful, and Fleck is flippant, prone to violent tendencies, and even known to physically hurt Dave in the hunt for a funny punchline. As you can probably guess, each girl ends up relating to the opposite person. Sam loving Fleck's reckless disinterest in not catching people on fire, and Carly feeling alarm at the story that Dave has literally been caught on fire by his comedic partner. Meanwhile, Spencer wins a boat. Classic Spencer. Getting in the middle of Fleck and Dave's conflict accidentally makes Sam and Carly realize that they're frustrated with each other as well. Carly hates that Sam isn't on time, doesn't put the work into iCarly, and is violent to Freddy. Actually, she doesn't say that last thing, but I imagine she was thinking it. And Sam hates that Carly isn't creatively sporadic and doesn't respect all of the work that she puts into iCarly.
It might be nice if you showed a tiny bit of appreciation for the work I do to make iCarly happen.
More appreciation? You already named the show after yourself.
Later at the Groovy Smoothie, Carly and Freddy talk about the drama and the stress of best friends changing. Tebow walks up to her and says, "My best friend changed too. He got hit by a bus and died." And then he walks off. I love this character. Carly and Dave have decided to enter the same web competition as a pair, and at that exact same moment, Sam and Fleck enter, apparently having come up with the same idea.
Table! What? We want a table as far away from them as possible.
Have I ever cared where you sit?
At the Groovy Smoothie, their fight turns ugly when Sam throws a muffin into Carly's face, and Carly accidentally throws it back at an old lady. Afterwards, Carly announces that Sam is banned from their household. They try to do the show remotely, but they experience technical glitches, and in the middle of the stream, they both decide it's time to end it. Freddy says that they've never quit a webcast in the middle of it airing, which that's definitely not true, Freddy. Season 1, episode 17, you idiot. But Carly says that she means quit iCarly, and Sam agrees, as they both decide to end the web show. Man, there's some crazy stuff going on over at Spencer's boat right now. The next day, Sam and Carly are both planning on filming new solo work, but both want to use Freddy at the same time, and they begin fighting over who gets to keep him as technical producer. They wrote this bit exclusively so they could put this clip into the trailers.
I have as much of a right to Freddy as you.
You do not! Freddy loves me!
Do you understand why something like that would be annoying if you were a kid? Sam and Carly end up on a window washer's platform. I could explain how this happened, but does it really matter? The platform suddenly breaks and Carly is left dangling 8 floors from the pavement below. Spencer's got a slingshot and a bunch of watermelon. Oh, Spencer! Carly and Sam work together to keep each other safe, and Spencer finishes up his B-plot just in time to send a rope down for the pair. The two begin crying and the group all reconcile. The 4 then reunite to make a supposedly hilarious collab, which actually kinda blows. Believe it or not, the next episode of iCarly was also a massive event episode, which shook the foundations of the relationships in the main cast and was also advertised relentlessly. In fact, not only was this the highest viewed premiere for any iCarly episode, but it remains the second highest premiere for any Nickelodeon TV show, being only barely beat out by that episode of Rugrats that was basically like a soft backdoor pilot for All Grown Up. And that episode was the ever iconic I Saved Your Life. Now, for those who weren't there, the reason this was viewed by so many people is that this is the episode where Carly decides that she wants Freddie to be her boyfriend, and they start going out. Now, what's funny is that I don't think that Carly and Freddie were ever the most popular ship, but the idea of this was so surprising that you kinda had to see it go down. I feel like what people always forget about the main two ships between these three cast members is that the most important element was Freddie. Freddie was such a unique character in that era, and I think it's something that everyone really appreciated. Around this point in the history of teen sitcoms, most boyfriend characters were either cartoonish buffoons who didn't come across as real people and were sometimes played by 30-year-olds, or himbos, male bimbos who were pretty to look at but didn't have a lot going on behind the eyes. And so with characters like Freddie, people got invested in them because they were cute while also being human. Sure, Freddie had his weaknesses, he had his limits, but he was also funny and kind, even to Sam usually. You wanted to see him push through it all and find some kind of happiness because he really deserved it. And I think that's why everyone tuned into this episode, not because Carly and Freddie were the most popular ship, but because we all were rooting for Freddie. We all wanted him to find some kind of happiness, even if it was for only one episode and he had to break every bone in his body to do it. With that, let's get into the story. Live on their web show, Carly is dared by a viewer to go into public dressed as a bunny and to offer to brush people's teeth for money. Sam accepts on her behalf, and the trio head off. However, partway through the day, Sam comes running back into the apartment with horrible news. While they were filming, Carly was using a crosswalk without paying attention, and a taco truck almost ran her over. But at the last minute, Freddie pushed her out of the way, and now he's in the hospital. Sam is also eating a taco, leading Spencer to deduce that she bought it from the taco truck that ran Freddie over. You know, it's funny, I only saw this episode once as a kid, but I saw the trailer for it like 100 times, so I totally forgot that a taco truck runs him over, because in my head he'll always be saving Carly from the title card landing right next to them. As Freddie recovers at home, Carly and Spencer come to visit, although his mother is notably enraged over what's happened.
It should have been you.
While this is all going on, Spencer and Sam are having kind of a paintball war, which is used as an excuse to shoot really cinematic sequences. Man, where have I seen that idea before? At one point in the episode, Gibby identifies a rabbi as Spencer in disguise, causing Sam to shoot him and get detention because it was really just a rabbi. And afterwards, they do a parody of a scene from The Wire where someone gets shot in the head.
How my hair look, Mike?
You look good, girl.
How my hair look, Sam?
You look good, Gib.
Later on, Carly comes over to look over Freddie again, and his mother leaves to get a prescription for him. Quick disclaimer, a lot of the stuff in this scene is weird, and I'm going to describe all of it in extreme detail. Freddie falls in the shower, and Carly wants to come in to help him up, but Freddie reminds her that he's in the shower and is thus entirely naked. So she makes a blindfold and puts it on before going in to help him. He puts on a robe while she's carrying him and brings him to his bed. Even as a kid, I knew that they wrote that one bit just for the shippers. I mean, doesn't that sound like the start to a fanfiction? Anyways, once they get Freddie in bed, Carly says that people are calling him a hero, which he doesn't seem to believe. And then she says that he's a hero to her, and she leans over and kisses Freddie as we fade to commercials. We then fade up to see that they're still making out, although they take a break as Freddie is left stunned.
What?
Freddie then uses a Galaxy Wars branded taser to see if he's awake, and once that he's sure that it's all real, they begin making out again, just as Freddie's mother gets home, before she takes out a pair of Freddie's underwear and begins beating Carly with it. Carly runs into Sam and immediately tells her about what happened, and the two gossip behind closed doors. By the way, I did some math here. When Freddy's mom leaves for the pharmacy, she says that she'll be gone 36 minutes, which feels too exact to be an estimate, especially from her. And the time between her leaving and the commercial break is 2 minutes and 49 seconds, and the time between it fading back up on them still kissing and her getting home is 1 minute and 4 seconds, meaning that during the commercial break, they were making out for exactly 32 minutes. And it was only after they stopped that it actually occurred to Freddy what was going on.
Yep, this is happening.
Freddy is ecstatic to finally be going out with the girl of his dreams, but Sam is rather doubtful, causing Freddy to speculate that she's simply jealous. However, Sam points out that Carly only started liking him when he saved her life from the food truck. She compares it to when a boy at school she hated subscribed her to a Bacon of the Month program, and afterwards she decided that she loved him. In reality, she didn't love him, she loved the bacon that came with him. While they're kissing later, Freddy can't get this out of his head, and says that he can't go forward with the relationship, because he feels as if she likes him because of impure reasons.
But I love
you. Love what I did. You love that I risked my life to save yours, but I don't think you're in love with me.
And so, Freddy says that they should take a break until he's all healed up, see how they feel, and if they feel the same way once this is in the past, they can start dating again. In this very mature moment, Freddy enters the elevator and then begins screaming at himself for doing something so absolutely stupid. I didn't register it at the time, but I Saved Your Life basically sets in stone the subtext that Carly and Freddy dating would never be a thing again, at least for the rest of the original series, that is. At the end of the story, Freddy says that they can start dating again when his injuries are healed up and people have forgotten about what he did. But that's basically the next episode, and they're not dating in that one. And indeed, as far as I know, there isn't another story in the rest of the series that was marketed around being a Carly Freddy story. I'm sure they have cutesy moments from here, but this episode is mostly remarkable for being the story where they date, where Freddy decides that it isn't going to work out, and where he breaks up with her. It's basically closure for the crush that he's had since the pilot episode, which becomes much less of a thing starting from here. Because they can basically start dating again whenever they want, so him mentioning that he's in love with her doesn't make sense. And this gives space in the series for his relationship with Sam to be developed in later arcs. But that's a story for another day. In Season 3, Episode 10, we find out that when she was a child, Sam's mother used to force her to enter beauty pageants. On second thought, let's not talk about this one. Skipping that luckily means that we can now move on to a topic which many of you have probably been anticipating. The one and only Gibby. Gibby is notable in iCarly history for being one of the few recurring background characters in Season 1 who not only survives to the end of the show, but also becomes a main character on the same level as the main four. And the reason he was elevated so quickly is simply that Noah Monk gives an absolutely standout performance, at least in the stories that I've seen so far. A little bit of context. The iCarly gang are supposed to be 13 years old in Season 1 of the show, and for every season after this, they will eventually age a year until they're 18 or 19 by the time of the finale. But quite infamously, the actors were actually older than their on-screen roles. They were all 15 to 16 around the time the pilot was filmed, and were basically playing their ages down. Gibby is remarkable because he is the exact opposite. When the show started filming, Noah was 11 years old, and he was playing his age up to come across as a 13-year-old. And thus, by the end of the show, it feels like Gibby gets quite a big arc, partially just because he was the performer who physically changed the most by the time the show was over. In Season 1, Gibby is mostly sort of a hallway punchline, someone for Sam to hurt or such, in a way that rarely takes up much time but typically does leave an impression. However, eventually, he starts to appear as a performer on the iCarly webcast, and quickly this becomes what he's primarily known for. Season 1, Episode 24 is a story that I skipped earlier, and that's because it's the first Gibby-focused story, which sets in place his Flanderization quirk. I feel like I explain this every time I mention it, but a Flanderization quirk is some joke or element with a character which starts off as a one-off bit before becoming the only thing that defines them. For instance, an early episode of Parks and Recreation once featured a scene where Leslie says that she likes waffles, and by the end of the show, that becomes something that's brought up in nearly every story, to the extent that she becomes the girl who likes waffles. In this little adventure, titled I Win a Date, Gibby reveals to the iCarly cast that he has a crush on a girl at school, but that he's afraid to approach her. The trio come up with the idea of holding a game show on the web show that will secretly be rigged, which I think is illegal, but I forgot to add it, so we just gotta let that one go. Basically, the idea is Gibby is given a chance to win a date with one of 3 girls, and he somehow ends up picking Carly, despite her trying very hard to make it clear which number his crush was. Gibby and Carly is actually a potential romantic pairing, which the show teases as a joke sometimes. It has an official shipping name, which is Kibby, C-I-B-B-Y, which, come on people, Garly was right there. It's funny, it sounds like garlic, use your goddamn brains. Anyways, it turns out that Gibby's crush actually likes Freddy, and they come up with the idea of doing a triple date at the Cheesecake Warehouse, hoping that Gibby and his crush will get to know each other once they're there. Carly tries to make Gibby sound more like Freddy so the girl will take to him instead, before making up even more grandiose lies to try and make him seem appealing.
Gibby invented cheesecake.
Gibby eventually says that he can't hide who he is, as he begins dancing on their table without a shirt. This isn't the first time Gibby has taken his shirt off on the show, it's actually the 3rd, but it is the moment that ingrained the joke into the minds of kids watching at home. And soon enough, bombastic underage nudity becomes his core defining characteristic.
Gibby, how did you...
I have no idea.
In Season 2, Episode 19, he goes to school without a shirt on, and when he's called out by a teacher, he notes that the student handbook technically doesn't say that you have to wear a shirt. And for the rest of the story, he can be seen occasionally removing his top to do various things. His comfort with his body being used as a source of comedy on the internet is often something that is discussed and expanded upon. In I Rocked the Vote, Gibby appears on the show and delivers one of my favorite one-liners in the entire history of the program.
Hey there. When I wake up in the middle of the night screaming, this is a song my mom sings to calm me down.
And you. In Season 2, Episode 18, we see Sam approach Gibby with an idea for iCarly, saying that she wants to have Gibby wear a bikini and then fight someone with wet dog food. Gibby runs away in fear, but towards the end of the scene, comes back and says,
Okay, no fighting, no dog food, but I will wear the bikini top.
But Season 3 is truly where Gibby is expanded the most, being given numerous stories which could be considered Gibby episodes, while also doing them in a way that doesn't feel like a unique phenomenon. It just feels natural, in a sense. Firstly, in Season 3, Episode 3, you'll remember that a Sadie Hawkins dance is being held at the school, and Carly convinces Sam to ask Gibby so he won't feel alone. However, when she eventually does, he says,
Nah, I'm good.
And then walks away, causing Sam to become enraged and then obsessed with forcing him to go with her. She goes to his house the night of the dance, only to see that there's another woman there spending the night with him, as he explains that his girlfriend goes to another school, and Sam walks away shocked to learn that Gibby actually pulls. Next, in I Quit iCarly, Gibby joins Spencer's boat as his boat boy, and they have some fun in that B-plot. There's not really much to say here except that this is the first B-plot to focus on Gibby and Spencer as friends, which becomes a bigger thing later on. You ever notice that Spencer doesn't have adult friends? Like he'll hold a party and it's all 14-year-olds? That's weird, right? Anyways, this gets us caught back up to Season 3, Episode 11, I Enrage Gibby. In the story, Carly has a bum party at her place where she encourages everyone to come dressed like they're homeless. Like I said, this is a recurring thing, you never get used to it. Anyways, Gibby's girlfriend Tasha is in attendance, and privately asks Freddy what camcorder she should buy Gibby for his birthday. He takes her upstairs to show her a model which would make the perfect gift, but she trips and falls on top of him, and at that exact moment, Gibby comes upstairs and is convinced that she was cheating on him with Freddy. Angered like never before, Gibby tells Freddy to be prepared for a fight behind the school gym at 3:02 that Friday, because it is going down.
Bring a mop for your blood!
Gibby spends several days away from school training for the fight, and when he gets back, Freddy isn't able to convince him to cancel.
That was a chai latte.
Well, I'm gonna make you a dye latte.
Sam encourages the fight, becoming Gibby's trainer and moving the venue up to a live broadcast on iCarly.com, before Freddy remembers that he has a personal camera set up which vindicates him, showing that it was an accident. Gibby admits that he was a turd, he apologizes to Freddy, and he gets back with his girlfriend. Now, a quick note here, and keeping in mind that I'm writing this as I go, so I might get some details about future episodes a little bit wrong, but I've been told that in later seasons, different stories show Gibby hooking up with random girls, and instead of just saying that he broke up with Tasha, they have Gibby explain that they have an open relationship. So what the fuck, man? Also, Lubert has a voice cameo in this one, so I guess it's been 6 months. That would also explain how Freddy's wounds are all healed. Moving on, let's talk about Season 3, Episode 12, I Space Out. The one where they go into outer space. Alright, they don't really go into space, but they almost do, and that's kinda weird. So at the start of the story, Carly and the gang are holding an event on the show where viewers can call in to dance with them live on the internet. And suddenly, something happens that they didn't quite anticipate. A famous, bald billionaire appears on the screen, who the gang recognize as someone who has recently started a massive space program. And he says he wanted to come on the show for one simple reason: to send the iCarly gang into orbit.
And to promote my company and show the public that space travel is safe, how would you guys like to do the first live web show from space?
You want us to do iCarly from space?
Ooh, here in the future, that's a red flag. Kids, if you meet a billionaire and he says that he wants you to be the first civilian to test their $1 trillion space program, that means you're gonna die. If they thought it was safe, they would go into space. You're going to die. By the way, remember last season when Spencer told Carly that it wasn't safe for her to go to an MMA match? When she says she wants to go into space, he doesn't even blink. He's fine with that. So Carly and the gang go to train for the space program, but find competitors in a famous exercise web show, with only one of the teams actually having the chance to be selected. After numerous tests which both groups do equally poorly at, they're given their final challenge. And basically, if the iCarly gang lasts, they'll be going into space. However, as you can expect, the three are incapable of standing in the same room for even 10 minutes without fighting. They struggle to get used to the enclosed space with the many odd switches and gadgets, and their chances are worsened when Sam sneaks food into the capsule. However, Carly is surprisingly the one to snap, developing space madness and breaking out of the room, sending them all packing. Meanwhile, Spencer begins seeing a little girl inside the apartment but can't get her to appear when anyone else is around. A psychiatrist suggests that this is an effect of him secretly missing Carly, and thus imagining a little girl in his home as he grows nostalgic for when she was little. However, when Carly gets home, she sees the little girl too, before diagnosing it as space madness. Season 3 episode 13 deals with the characters once again being given a chance to briefly transcend from working on the web to working on TV, but not in the usual way. A quick tangent about the start of this episode that kind of reveals what it's like to watch a weird sitcom like this. There's a part in the intro to this one where a bunch of kids are invited onto the iCarly web show, but then run away screaming from Gibby. And when they leave, they go to the left of this door. And that bent my brain a little, because we've all agreed that to the right of this door is the staircase, and right across is a mystery room that we've never seen inside. But to the left? To the left? There's another mystery room to the left? And the kids run back with all these foam mallets and begin beating Gibby with them, and the gang are all shocked to see this happen. So it was a room where they were keeping foam mallets that were not intended to be used on the web show? We find out in this episode that the music video Freddy filmed for Wade Collins, despite Collins being a terrible person, was actually a huge hit, being one of the most downloaded music videos of all time, which is a big accomplishment for Freddy and no doubt something that will help him get a real job when his high school friend circle inevitably collapses like a building loaded with TNT. At the same time, we're introduced to Ginger Fox, quite clearly a mean-spirited parody of Britney Spears. Ginger was once the hottest star of all time, being called the sexiest woman alive by some magazines, until her mental health collapsed and a viral video shot by paparazzi cemented her legacy as a joke. However, the star sees the Wade Collins music video and insists that they get that director to take control of her next performance, which will be a live song at the Pop Music Awards. The web show trio accept, but quickly learn that Ginger is a total wash-up, using the bathroom in the corner of the room when they first meet her, and just generally being unsexy in the eyes of Freddie. However, when a music video news channel stops by, they announce that the iCarly gang will be creating Ginger's comeback hit, meaning that any good or bad that happens will be their fault. However, and I don't think I've had the chance to say this so far, who gives a shit about the A-plot? The Spencer half of the episode is where the good stuff is at. In the story, Spencer meets a beautiful woman while she's out on the town, and they begin dating. They both feel like the relationship is too good to be true, with Spencer suspecting that he's seen the woman somewhere before. Suddenly, when Freddie and Gibby stop by for a quick second, everything clicks together.
Gibby? Mom?
Oh my god.
Yeah, Spencer is banging Gibby's mom, and struggles to get past this emotionally, as every time he looks at her, even after making out, he sees a vision of a 14-year-old boy that he's best friends with. Soon enough, they both struggle with this, as she sees Carly every time she looks at him, and they begin screaming, and I presume decide not to go out for a final date. Meanwhile, the kids direct the star's performance at the PMAs, and it's a disaster as the kids rush to try and cover up her lack of talent or appeal.
She looks okay from a distance. That's too much light! We can see her face! More smoke! Thank you.
This is a direct imitation and spoof of Britney Spears' performance at the 2007 VMAs, and I gotta say, it's a pretty ballsy move for this team to have such a mean-spirited attack on Britney, because do you know what show this team was working on in 2007?
Do I look good, my dear?
Zoe 101, a show starring Jamie Lynn Spears, aka the little sister of Britney Spears. Thank God that child stars are so traumatized by their previous work that they can't watch anything associated with the network anymore, or else she might have been really pissed to see this. Anyways, the Ginger Fox performance goes over shockingly well, with fans cheering for her performance and her career being reinvigorated, and the team are left annoyed that no one else sees her lack of talent or beauty, but realize that at least their internet clout wasn't hurt by this fiasco. Season 3 episode 14 is called I Bloop, and is a bloopers episode. It's, alright. They play bloopers. If you want to see that, you can. There's an outtake where Drake Bell walks onto set and calls Miranda Megan and asks where Josh is, and boy did this have value 6 months ago. I don't know, when I was told there were 97 episodes of iCarly, I didn't anticipate that a few of those were literally just blooper reels. It kinda ruins the fun of that number. That's like having 95 gold medals for Olympic perfection, and then 2 bronze medals for tying your shoes. I don't remember ever seeing this at the time, but I'm told that they syndicated this like a regular episode, and that it was super common to see iCarly was on, but then you switch to it, and it's just like, fuck, it's the bloopers episode again. I Won't Cancel the Show is one of the saddest episodes so far, if just in the context of why it was written. You see, suddenly, during the production of this batch of episodes, Jennette McCurdy was suddenly admitted to hospital, and thus wasn't going to be able to film iCarly. And so the writers flocked to come up with an episode that could explain why Sam was missing, while also trying to expand upon it. And it just feels kind of weird to see them struggle so hard to explain why Jennette McCurdy isn't in the show, and why it's still justified that the show is going on without her. Still, you know, one of my favorite episodes of Frasier is actually the one that stars Niles, because Kelsey Grammer had to suddenly go to rehab. And as we all know, iCarly and Frasier are set in the same universe, so I guess there's a little bit of promise within this story. In the episode, Carly's father calls to say that he's ended up in a place that has a solid internet connection. So that night, everyone on his submarine is going to watch the iCarly.com webcast live, making this the first time he's actually been able to see his daughter's show. However, there's very bad news, as we find out that Sam has been sent off to a juvenile detention center after assaulting an ambassador from Mexico. Freddie thinks that they have to cancel, but Carly says that she won't give up the chance for the first time her father is able to see the web show. To which Gibby responds,
I thought Spencer was your dad.
This makes Carly realize that Spencer would be the perfect co-host for the show. Which, yeah, he basically hosts half of the content on iCarly.com. I agree, Carly, no brainer. However, that night, Spencer is having an extravagant date with a sophisticated woman, and he tries to turn Carly down.
Her name is Candace.
Ha! Candace. More like Candy's nuts? I feel like I did that wrong. Anyways, Carly begins crying and Spencer agrees to do it, trying his best to do both the silly web show and his date with this woman at the exact same time. How long are iCarly web shows, by the way? Sometimes they come across like a 5-minute thing, and sometimes they'll literally last an entire episode. And also sometimes they act like there's a limit to how long the show can go on for. Like they'll bump people from the schedule to the next week if it's going on too long. Does the web show have to be an exact time every week? Is there a reason for that? Or is it just totally random? Spencer runs upstairs with only 45 seconds to broadcast, and everything about the web show is explained to him during that time.
Freddy says in 5, 4, 3, 2, then points at us, then we introduce the show.
Why doesn't Freddy say in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1?
No one knows.
Because he starts every webcast on the number 1, and if he says the number 1 out loud, then everyone at home is going to hear him say the number 1. And then you got a bunch of people in your comments saying, hey, how come every single one of these webcasts starts with some guy saying the number 1? Think, Carly, think! So Spencer takes over the show, and it seems to be going quite okay. They do an SCTV reference that no one watching Nickelodeon could possibly recognize, and they get to the game and later some skits. However, partway through the webcast, Candace comes upstairs at just the wrong moment.
Spencer?
Could you give me like 5 minutes and I'll be right down?
They embarrass Spencer, they embarrass Spencer's date, they probably embarrass their father watching with his Navy buddies, but most importantly, Carly learns an important lesson. iCarly doesn't work without Sam. Anyways, so we only have 3 episodes left in the season, and the next one, in my opinion, was pretty memorable for the time. And that's Season 3, Episode 17, I Believe in Bigfoot. Let's just leave that in. So my schedule this year, in terms of what videos I want to get out, has actually been destroyed by this miniseries. And one of the videos I thought that I would be making right now was my miniseries about Bigfoot. I wanted to sit down and analyze every aspect I could about Bigfoot culture. And now, because of this miniseries, it's looking like we're not going to be able to do that this year. And so to suddenly remember that there's an episode of iCarly about Bigfoot was kind of a kick in the groin, because iCarly is also the reason that I'm not talking about Bigfoot right now. But anyways, I do remember this episode fondly, so let's go ahead and get into it. At the start of the story, as the gang are preparing for an 80s themed episode of their web show, we find out that Carly has a secret hyperfixation on a famous cryptid, the one and only Bigfoot.
On the northern outskirts of Mount Baker National Forest, 2 hikers saw something that at first they thought was a large bear.
It's Bigfoot. I know it's Bigfoot. Shh.
So was it a hoax?
No.
Or was it Bigfoot?
Yes. Discussion over.
Carly, we discover, is really into Bigfoot and is excited by a local sighting in the woods, still being bitter that their 5th grade teacher gave them an F for writing about Bigfoot in an essay about nature.
And then Mrs. Gantrell was all, Bigfoot isn't real, so you get an F. I'd like to give her an F.
We find out that while Carly believes in Bigfoot, Spencer believes in a cryptid called the Beeve Coon.
Oh, but there is such a thing as the Beeve Coon.
Yes, there sure is.
Ha! The Beeve Coon? More like the Beeve Nuts. God, I'm not on my A game today. It's fine. No one's gonna watch this far. Because of the viral footage of Bigfoot, he becomes a hot topic at the school, with Carly deciding that they're going to do a Bigfoot-themed webcast, having invited a Bigfoot researcher onto the show. Miss Briggs then appears, which is only notable because we don't see her in a canon story again until the finale. Random notes about this episode. Sam name drops the Food Channel, which is, I'm guessing, a distinct Food Network parody separate from Food TV. And Freddy watches a reality show called Celebrities Underwater, where David Schwimmer drowns and dies.
Guess there's never gonna be a Friends reunion.
The gang's webcast about Bigfoot goes over so well that they decide to drive up to the northern Washington forest, hopefully avoiding the Black Lodge, to try and find evidence of Bigfoot. They run into 2 adolescent boys and the Bigfoot researcher that they met earlier. But while Spencer goes out looking for the beeve coon, the kids mostly stay camped out in their RV, so they don't see much.
2 squirrels wrestling.
Carly? They're not wrestling.
Oh.
For some reason, that joke is one of the first things that comes to my head when I think about iCarly. Sam sets up a bear trap, and they capture what seems to be Bigfoot, before they see that it's actually the same researcher in an elaborate costume. As we learn, Bigfoot researchers are so desperate to build clout and income that they're easily willing to fake evidence of him in order to fool more people. However, Spencer says that he was attacked deep in the woods by the real Bigfoot. And as they go to find him, they hear the RV's horn, meaning that someone has stolen it. They initially believe that the researcher did before they see that he's still there, and we soon learn that Bigfoot is the one who stole the RV. Let's go ahead and return to our list of things that are real in the iCarly universe. I'm adding the frozen head of Walt Disney because I forgot to do that before, and of course Bigfoot. We also briefly see the beeve coon standing in a tree during the episode, so I'm adding that, and I'm gonna write down David Schwimmer is dead so we don't forget. Moving on, I actually want to cover the penultimate episode last, because I think it's important that we end with a bang on this one. So before we talk about the crimes of the season, let's talk about the season finale. Season 3, Episode 18, I Beat the Heat. In the story, a heat wave strikes Seattle, which leads Spencer to buy an industrial air conditioner for the apartment. Soon enough, the power goes out across the city due to so many people doing the same thing. But Spencer remembers that he has a generator and gets things back going. This leads to their apartment being the only one in the city with power. And soon enough, character after character starts showing up to the apartment, each more obscure to the lore than the last, and all wanting a break from the heat. You kinda get the vibe that this was written to work as a series finale, while they also felt pretty good about getting renewed. It features a ton of throwbacks and payoff to episodes from seasons 1 and 2, while still being a lighthearted episode that isn't really where we'd like to end a show like this on. Lubert shows up to the apartment trying to convince Freddy's mom to take him back. Spencer's shady doctor from the Shelby Marks episode shows up, as does Griffin, who wants to use the air-conditioned apartment to make sure his Pee-wee babies don't get warped by the heat. Meanwhile, Freddy has a girl over that he met online and is much taller than he anticipated, and Carly tries to protect her model of a utopian society which she made for science class. Fighting naturally breaks out in the apartment among the many visitors, until Carly gives an impassioned speech about how America can become a utopia if we all just learn to love and respect our neighbors. Towards the end of the speech, however, the power comes back on and everyone flees, and Carly's project is destroyed by Freddy's new love interest after he accidentally sprays lemon into her face. With that, let's quickly get into the crimes of Season 3. As I mentioned last time, it's really hard to move on with this list, knowing that we ended this bit last time with the illegal construction of a nuclear generator, but we'll keep marching forwards because there are a few weird things this season. In episode 1 of Season 3, Sam visits the dentist and suddenly turns violent. And although she gets the procedure done, Carly later claims that the dentist was bit by her 4 times and might lose part of his finger. Obviously, this is another example of assault, which somehow has become boring with the Sam character. Nevertheless, I'm calling this iCrime number 26. Later, in episode 3, I Cook, Sam announces that she's hired someone to rig a security system up to her locker, with the intention that it will deter thieves. In actuality, we learn that anything that touches the locker will be severely electrocuted, illustrated in the episode by a wiener becoming immediately crisp and black after being placed upon it. Sam tries to convince Freddy to touch her locker before Carly stops her, and Spencer then accidentally backs into it, severely injuring him. This could be tried in numerous different ways depending on the broader context, but the plan certainly seems to be carefully crafted to assault someone at the school. This is thus iCrime number 27. Now, the next crime is actually a little bit different from the rest of the ones I've featured today. Typically, in the iCrime segment, what I'm doing is applying external logic from the real world to the iCarly sitcom. It's about saying, well, according to this set of rules, these things would be illegal if the show was real. But iCrime number 28 is actually about quite the opposite, as we're going to be applying internal logic to iCarly based on its existence within the main Nickelodeon sitcom universe. I'll be talking more about this theory in the next video, how it's confirmed in some episodes and contradicted in others, but to sum it up briefly, it's implied numerous times that iCarly is set in the same shared universe as several other Nickelodeon shows, mostly those made by the same creators. Here's why this matters. You'll remember that in episode 2, they face off against Ricky Flames in a cooking competition. Well, towards the end of the food battle, as they rush to finish it, Carly can be heard yelling this.
Damn it, the Caribbean hot peppers!
Right here.
Oh.
Now, why is this important? Because this is an Easter egg reference to the show Drake and Josh, which Miranda starred in before iCarly, as we've discussed several times. I'm going to quickly break that story down, because first of all, it's relevant, and second of all, I think this is going to be the last time I ever find an excuse to watch Drake and Josh. In the story, Season 3, Episode 2, Josh is also planning to enter a cooking competition, the annual Salsa Fest. He tells Drake that the winner will get a plasma TV, and Drake begins trying to join in, accidentally cutting Josh's thumb off in the process. Man, that's gotta be the worst thing Drake Bell has ever done. After they get it reattached, Megan hears about the competition and asks if she can join their team, and when they say no, she mixes something into the sauce that makes it explode in their faces.
Megan!
After some general sitcom shenanigans, the boys figure out that Megan is planning on entering the salsa competition on her own. Later, they hear a strange man delivering something secret to the home, and sneakily they see Megan speaking of what was delivered. The Peruvian puff pepper, a secret ingredient that is extremely rare and will make her salsa better than man could dream of. The boys research the pepper, discovering that it's indeed extremely rare and hard to buy.
It says here they're only available in South America. What?
South America!
The boys decide to sneak into Megan's room and steal the peppers and use it in the recipe. Megan tries to bully them into giving the peppers back, although they play stupid, something they're very naturally good at. Later, at the salsa competition, Drake and Josh wow the judges and are crowned the winners. However, when they're asked what their secret is and say that it was the Peruvian peppers, a hush falls over the crowd.
I'm very sorry, but the Peruvian puff pepper has been illegal in the United States since it was proven to cause kidney failure and/or chapped lips. Boys, I'm afraid we're going to have to disqualify your salsa.
And so, Megan is crowned the winner and slyly admits that she set the pair up. Anyways, if we accept that Megan smuggling the Peruvian puff peppers into America is a crime, and that it's illegal for Drake and Josh to use said peppers in a cooking competition, then we have to also accept that Carly having and using the same peppers in a different cooking competition is also a crime on the exact same level. This also technically means that they should have been disqualified by the judges, and Ricky Flames actually still hasn't lost a cooking competition. Anyways, that's iCrime number 28. Next, let's move on to the first story that I skipped over in the main intro. In Season 3, Episode 4, the iCarly gang hold an awards show on their web show where they give out awards to people who have sent in the coolest clips of themselves. Due to a miscommunication, Spencer builds one 10-foot-tall statue of Carly when she was meant to build 10 1-foot-tall statues, and Spencer has to build the statues for the show as it's being broadcast live. Due to a tip from Freddie, Spencer learns that there are foreign models in the lobby of the apartment complex wearing only swimsuits, waiting for their photographer who missed his flight. We find out that the models are all men, much to the annoyance of Spencer. He commissions them to help build the statues, and soon they get pretty into the rhythm of it. However, eventually the group's photographer shows up to take the models to their shoot, even as Spencer is so very close to having all of the awards built. Spencer asks to speak to him in the hall, goes outside for a second, and then rushes back in, saying that the photographer agreed to give them all 30 more minutes. And as he says that, you think, oh god, Spencer's holding duct tape. And yep, Spencer ties the photographer up in the hall, entirely so he can keep the Eurodance sweatshop running. And after struggling for 20 minutes, the photographer finally breaks free and rushes upstairs. This might be the worst thing they've done so far in the show. Because unlike the episode where they build a nuke or the one where they cause a pileup, there's no sort of innocence implied about the topic, and it's not a situation where they were forced into it, like when they skydived into Japan. Spencer fought a man, tied him up, and held him against his will, and all to save the iCarly web show from mild embarrassment. So first of all, boy does Spencer love his sister. Second of all, you might be quick to call this kidnapping, but I believe this is actually false imprisonment, a similar but different crime. In Washington state law, a person is guilty of unlawful imprisonment in Washington if he or she knowingly restrains another person. And so, I'm calling this our iCrime number 29. Oh, that rhymes. Episode 7, as you'll remember, features a turf war between the gang and another pet photography business, which turns dirty very quickly. Unprotected by the police, they break into their rival's pet business, kidnap their cat, and blackmail them over the situation. Now, the gang are entirely justified in this episode. If the law won't protect you, you protect yourself. Fuck the police and fuck Officer Carl. Moving on, this takes us to iCrime number 30, which we find in Season 3, Episode 11, I Enrage Gibby. In the B-plot for this story, a newspaper incorrectly insinuates that Spencer is actually dead, and he initially wants to correct this in the press before he's informed that the art of dead people sells for considerably more money than those who are alive. He thus not only becomes reclusive to sell the narrative that he is departed, but ropes his off-screen friend Sako and later Carly and Sam into selling his artwork while enforcing the lie that he is no longer among the living. Now, I'm no lawyer, and as we know, neither is Spencer, but my understanding of fraud is that to be charged with it, it needs to be proven that you A, knew you were lying, B, lied for personal benefit, and C, lied to cause some kind of harm to another person. In this case, financial harm, by asking for more money based on the narrative that Spencer isn't alive. I know this one is a little difficult because I couldn't find any similar cases like this, and there's no paperwork for it, but in my opinion, a court case could easily break out over this entire scheme. So I'm calling it iCrime number 30. In the same episode, Spencer puts pop rocks into his mouth and then does this to Sam's head for an unusually long time. She's 15. I'm calling this a crime. Later, in Season 3, Episode 15, Sam shoves a hot dog down the pants of a Mexican ambassador, which is why she ends up in juvie and the explanation for why she's missing from the story. In reality, assaulting an ambassador could easily land you with up to 3 years in jail, so it's lucky that we end up seeing Sam in the next episode after all. That's iCrime number 32 and the final crime of the season. Do you see what I mean when I said these sections were going to get less impactful as we went on? Anyways, let's rewind a little now and talk about the only story we have left. Season 3, Episode 17, I, Psycho. In the story, the troupe are planning on going to the annual Webicon when they get a V-mail from a local fan, and goddammit, the play button is still visible when the video is playing. When will they learn? Anyways, they get a V-mail from a hyperfan named Nora Dorschlitt, who says that her 16th birthday is happening that year, and since no one came last year, she wanted to invite the iCarly gang. Against all logic, they decide to stop in before the convention, and Nora is so excited that she puts on her favorite 8-track and gets the party going. As she starts to slow dance with Freddie, and Carly dances with a geriatric clown, who soon leaves in a stretcher as he had an aneurysm. The iCarly gang have a great idea, however. They do a spontaneous live stream from Nora's house, telling all of her school friends to stop by if they want to meet the gang and see the show. So the kids start flooding in to watch the skits, and oh hey, it's Bertha. So the kids start flooding in, and it turns out to be the best party of the year. Nora kisses Bertha, which should be a positive representation because you don't see a lot of lesbian or bi characters in Nickelodeon during this era. But I know for a fact that they only threw this in to hint that Nora is deranged and about to do something very unhinged. So it's less than woke, I think. The party leaves and everyone at school seems to love her, and the girl she kisses asks if she wants to hang out later. And she thanks the gang for doing something so amazingly nice. And I feel this swell of anxiety. Because we're at the 23-minute mark, and normal iCarly episodes are 22 minutes with the credits. And if we stop here, this is the nicest, most wholesome episode of iCarly ever. But I look at the counter, and we're only halfway through. And the episode is still called I, Psycho. The gang say they had a good time, but that they have to leave. Nora says that she put all of their luggage in the basement and to follow her down. In the basement, they find a recording studio where her father records commercial jingles, and she invites them to go look. And then she locks them inside, saying that she intends to keep them there forever.
You're angels that were sent to me to change my life. I can't let my angels fly away.
As they try to call for help, she reveals that she's stolen all of their phones, meaning that they really are truly trapped. So I bet y'all are wondering what Spencer is up to right about now, right? Well, get this. He accidentally breaks part of the countertop, and then he invites Gibby over to have summer camp at his place, but says he can only start once he's repaired the counter. But the more they try and repair it, the more it breaks until they crack the whole wall and it goes straight up to the ceiling. Oh, Spencer, oh, Gibby, you two rapscallions. Partway through the day, Gibby's little brother Guppy shows up, apparently missing him. This kid is played by Noah's actual little brother, and for what I remember, he exists so that Gibby could evolve past the original gimmick while still retaining a memory of what his character was in Season 1, but that's kind of a whiles away at the moment. Nora keeps the gang there overnight, texting their friends and family to convince them that they're okay, and only giving them food in exchange for a kiss with Freddy through the glass. Now, the only continuity error is they're stuck in this recording booth for like 2 days, and it's never explained where they go to the bathroom. And I know you guys are thinking, like, Quinton, that's a weird thing to bring up. But no, every other time something like this happens on iCarly, they are so careful to explain when and how the characters are going to the bathroom. But in this episode, they don't even think to bring it up. When the gang nearly escapes, she appears with an axe and a Richard Nixon mask, and they're chased back inside. Thinking fast, Carly says that Gibby's birthday is the next day and that they promised to send him a birthday message. And when Gibby gets said message, noting that it's not his birthday, he figures out the hidden message inside and makes it to Nora's house.
Where am I?
An insanely choreographed fight sequence breaks out as the pair break much of her living room before tumbling downstairs. She kicks him against a wall of boxes and his mouth bleeds, and it seems like he's out for the count. But he takes off his shirt, revealing his true power, and the brawl intensifies. All while Guppy lets the iCarly gang back out in the background. Nora is knocked out for the count, the iCarly gang are freed, and all thanks to the heroism of Gibby and Guppy. The gang finally have a summer camp moment together, Nora goes to prison, and they all celebrate that they'll never see her again. Or will they? Bum, bum, bum! So you have just watched 4.5 hours of iCarly analysis. Is everything okay? So at the start of this video, I made the pitch that iCarly was going to be the thing that was going to set my life right. I was going to be happier, I was going to start going to the gym all the time, you know, stuff like that. So how did that end up going? Well, let's put it like this. I'm still playing Raid Shadow Legends every single day. I'm actually in Gold Arena 4 right now, which if you play the game, you know that that's a pretty big accomplishment. But yeah, I didn't do any of that other stuff. I initially thought about just cutting that out from the final release, but I thought, you know, I think it's important that I'm honest to my audience. And more importantly, that fanboy and chum chum joke is really, really funny. The thing about iCarly is that I found it really hard to rewatch for this. It's got this weird, gross, mean energy that I didn't really notice until I was watching it as an adult. And so my initial plan of watching 1 episode a day from January to May didn't end up working out because I kept getting depressed because this show makes me feel like shit. And I think this like weird mental state I've been in got about 1,000,000 times worse when they announced the day that the revival was coming out. When they said the revival is coming out June 17th. And suddenly I had a deadline that I didn't ask for. I had this deadline. I had to get something out by June 17th. And the time that I'm recording this, by the way, it's 9 p.m. June the 14th. But I just, I'm gonna log off everywhere because I don't want to hear about this show because it's just gonna remind me that I failed. I failed to get this miniseries out before the revival, which is exactly when I should have gotten it out. And I feel like a failure because I only got one of these videos out. But I did my best, to be honest with you. And so I just want you guys to understand. You'd be surprised. You would think that making, a piece of analysis of iCarly that's longer than the Snyder Cut would be easy on you. But it turns out it's actually, slightly emotionally taxing. But with that out of the way, we have officially finished iCarly Season 3. And can we talk about exactly how much of an accomplishment that really is? To me, there's always been this kind of weird separation between Season 3 and Season 4 of iCarly. And the way that I've come to look at it is that Seasons 1 through 3 of the show were the middle school arc, and Seasons 4 through 6 of the show were the high school arc. Now, that's not actually representative of the actual text of the show. At the beginning of Season 2, they say they're attending middle school, but a couple episodes later, Carly says she's in the 9th grade, so I guess you could argue that in Season 1, they're in the 8th grade, and in Season 2, they enter high school, but that's not what I mean. I mean that when Seasons 1 through 3 of iCarly aired, I was in middle school, and it was the biggest thing on television. And after that, when I entered high school, not only did I kind of stop watching kids shows as much, but I feel like iCarly stopped being a thing that they promoted very often. Suddenly, a new episode of iCarly would feel exceptionally rare and also kind of meaningless. Like losing a toy when you're a kid and then finding it behind your dresser when you're a teenager. Like, oh, this is still around? And so while I would on occasion tune into iCarly just to see what was happening, it became more and more rare as every year passed, and based on ratings alone, it seems like I wasn't exactly alone on that. And that's why I have decided to split my iCarly analysis at this exact point. In other words, this is the end of I Binged iCarly. After this gets uploaded, I'm going to work very hard to get a follow-up video about the final 3 seasons done, but I really do think this is the perfect place to split the video up, because watching these final 3 seasons is going to be a completely different experience to me. And for those of you saying, Quinton, how am I supposed to last without more iCarly analysis? What am I supposed to do while I wait on this second video? Well, just live life. Breathe air. And don't forget to go down to the description and make sure you're subscribed. Hitting subscribe will notify you when the next video comes out, and the more subscribers that I gain from this, the more motivated that I'm honestly going to feel to make sure that I get that next video turned around as quickly as possible. I'm trying to get to 500,000 subscribers this year, and if we can get there early, I think it's just going to energize me so much to work on this mini-series. And with that, I've been Quinton Reviews, and that's all you need. For those of you who missed our last adventure, here's a brief recap. Last time on this channel, I made a 5-hour deep dive into the origins of the iCarly sitcom and franchise, beginning with episode 1 of season 1 and ending with the finale of season 3. Putting the workload aside, I primarily stopped there because I truly believe that the first 3 seasons of iCarly and the last 3 seasons of iCarly feel like totally different eras, and thus it's fitting to analyze them separately. If you've recently binged iCarly on Netflix, season 4 is also the first batch of episodes that they don't have. And furthermore, I think season 4 is when a lot of people fell off the show as kids, partially because it wasn't being promoted as often. So if you remember the first 3 seasons or you've rewatched them recently and you just want a recap of the rest, then this is the video for you. But if you're looking for a full recap of the entire story, I recommend checking out the iCarly playlist located on my channel, which will show you the entire saga from start to finish. And you should be able to click on that here or here right about now. Unless you're watching this on the TV, in which case, what, are you showing this to your mom? One last thing before we really start here, and this should be obvious, but I just want to get it out there. I will not be covering the iCarly revival in this video. And that's partially because I've not really been paying attention to it. I mean, I didn't even watch the trailer when it came out. I've logged off of all social media to avoid it, and I'm basically trying to become a hermit just to get away from spoilers relating to it. But more importantly, as I've said many times, and I will continue to say, I started working on this project before they announced the revival. And in my eyes, the revival doesn't exist until we get to it. For me, the year is 2010 and a brand new season of iCarly is about to start airing. There's just an order to these things, and I kind of have a vision as per what I'm doing here. And trust me when I say, when we get to the end, I think it's all going to be really, really satisfying. So if you don't want to miss the inevitable video where I do a review of the entirety of that thing that we're now going to pretend isn't real, I suggest going down, hitting subscribe, and setting the bell to all notifications. I know it's probably depressing that I keep saying this, but I really am generating a lot of motivation by the fact that we keep gaining subscribers, and I want to keep that momentum going. So you guys going down, hitting subscribe, it takes 2 seconds, and it really, really makes my day. However, I also want to quickly mention that if you really like these videos, and you want to guarantee that I'm able to make more, I suggest going down and subscribing to my Patreon. I've been hiring a lot of editors to do these so I can just keep writing and recording without having to stop to edit a week's worth of footage, and I'm only able to afford that because of the little support that you guys give me over on that site. Furthermore, I have just added a brand new Patreon stretch goal. If we get to 2,000 patrons, I will be doing a review of every single Garfield video game ever released. I went ahead and counted the other day, and I believe it's around 130 games, so it might be a little bit expensive and it might take a while to get right, but if you want to support the channel and you want to help us eventually reach making that big video, then once again, consider supporting me on Patreon. Just throwing $1 or $2 really helps out with the cause. Anyways, let's go ahead and start off our discussion where we left off before. Seasons 2 and 3 of iCarly are actually a unique case study, because despite airing over the course of 3 years, both seasons were actually one continuous production block, which turned out episodes much faster than they were being released. What's notable about this is that they finished filming the season 3 finale long before it aired, about 10 months beforehand, and after they finished filming, the show took a long production break, which meant that everyone working on the show were randomly given about 9 months off, despite it being at the peak in its popularity. Said break allowed much of the cast to seek out shorter projects during the wait. For instance, around this time was when Jeanette McCurdy filmed the cult classic wrestler film Fred the Movie, and McCurdy and Jerry Trainer also shot a high school video game drama titled Best Player, which wouldn't hit the airwaves for several years. Additionally, Miranda Cosgrove ended up doing voice work on a slightly more obscure film titled Despicable Me. Never heard of it. Anyways, despite all of what I've told you, the actions of the individual cast members is not the most notable thing about this specific production break. Instead, the more interesting topic is what the writers and creators of the show were up to while their most popular creation was effectively on hiatus. And the answer, apparently, was that they began working on a new show with a different cast but a very similar vibe. I'm of course talking about 2010's Victorious, which began airing during iCarly Season 3 and even tied into pre-filmed episodes in pretty clever ways. I could easily make a standalone video talking about Victorious, just breaking down the show and how it's similar to iCarly but secretly totally different in every single way. But the most notable thing about it suddenly coming into existence is that one could argue that Victorious wasn't just designed to be a sister show to iCarly, but also a replacement. You see, it came out around this time that Miranda Cosgrove was planning on taking a break from acting. Not immediately, but certainly soon. Her father had apparently requested that she go to college after high school and have the free time to attend to it properly. And this is something that she wouldn't have had time to do during the hectic production schedule of the show's first 3 seasons. You have to remember that these actors really were just kids, and at some point they had to start planning for their future outside of this silly teen sitcom. Victorious was designed to be the next big thing, and to also be stuck in a narrative time loop to allow it to last forever, with all of the actors on board reportedly being fully prepared for it to outlast iCarly. And because it was also a star vehicle for someone intended to be a future pop star, it's very clear at this point that iCarly was no longer the main interest of the network or the writers, despite being one of the most popular things ever made by Nickelodeon. One of the strangest side effects of all this being true is that iCarly Season 4 is easily the most normal season of the show. It has bad episodes and bad parts, but it feels bad in the same way something like Full House feels bad. It's not nearly as mean-spirited or bordering on child abuse, and that's entirely because after Season 3, a good amount of the show's staff left to work on Victorious, a far worse show where their talents were arguably put to better use. I'm gonna justify that statement, okay? Just give me time, please. Another side effect of this is that starting here, every season of iCarly is exceptionally short. For the first 3 seasons of this show, the standard was that every season typically had around 20 to 25 episodes, but at Season 4, that number gets cut in half. Season 4 has 10 episodes, Season 5 has 9 episodes, and a bloopers episode, and Season 6 has 13 episodes, one of which being this kind of weird Treehouse of Horror style episode. So altogether, discounting the Treehouse of Horror style episode and the bloopers episode, there are 31 canon episodes of iCarly remaining. For reference, Season 1 of iCarly has 25 episodes, meaning that the first season of iCarly is nearly as long as the total of the final 3 seasons. So this might be a disappointingly short venture for those of you who were completely intoxicated by the absurd length of my first video, but I guess the only way to find out for sure is to go ahead and get started. iCarly Season 4 Episode 1 aired on July the 30th, 2010, barely a month after the Season 3 finale had premiered. Although you would be excused for not remembering it that way, just because the actor suddenly aging a year between stories is certainly kind of distracting. And speaking of aging, the plot of this episode is that Carly is celebrating her birthday, which I believe means that she's 16 or maybe 17, but I'm pretty sure 16. Anyways, the gang get together and throw her a surprise party with all of her friends and loved ones. Freddie, Sam, Spencer, Gibby, that guy from the smoothie shop, like the fully adult man who came to her 16th birthday party. That's normal. Carly notes that this is a lot better than her last birthday, which Spencer apparently royally screwed over by taking her to a petting zoo where a goat—
Don't talk about what the goat did!
Long story short, Spencer is apparently committed to getting things right this time, and does so by making a gummy bear themed lamp for Carly, which she asks Gibby to take up to her room and plug in as a surprise. And you know, the crazy thing is, 65 episodes in, we still haven't seen Carly's room. Which is weird because they mention it constantly, and obviously it's an essential part of her life. It's where she spends most of her time off screen. And that's one of the reasons that this episode was so hyped up. Because this is the first episode in the entire iCarly series where we finally get to see what Carly's room looks like. And I thought I lived in a squalor. Yes, Spencer's well-intentioned birthday present has caught fire to Carly's room, destroying everything she holds dear.
I bet what that goat did to you last year doesn't seem so bad anymore.
What did the goat do?
Spencer, as an insurance representative, look at everything destroyed in the fire and is shocked to learn that an antique watch gifted to them by their great-grandmother is so valuable that he is immediately given a check for $82,000. He intends to use said money to build Carly a brand new room, but sends her off to get a job at the Groovy Smoothie to build the expectation that they're out of money to help repair her room. That night, Spencer has a dozen people over to speed build her a new bedroom, while Carly emotionally struggles over at her new job.
Come on, Carly. So your room burned down. Look at the bright side.
What's the bright side?
Anyway,
Carly comes home defeated, underpaid, and depressed, but is reluctantly dragged upstairs by Spencer as he shows her the new room which they have built for her. Truly, one of the coolest living spaces you could ask for as a teenager, all funded by the $82,000 that they were given by insurance.
Spencer spent it all on your room.
The whole wad, baby.
Which is so stupid because we rent this place, but who cares?
So yeah, they all celebrate the coolness of this new room, Gibby says some funny stuff, and the episode concludes to a credit scene of the cast singing the Victorious song to try and get you to watch that show instead. This episode sets into play some core new elements of the show from here on out. First of all, Carly's room is quickly going to become a core centerpiece to the show's storytelling. While previously, the gang would basically only be portrayed hanging out on the iCarly set like that is Carly's bedroom, from here on out this room becomes a lounge of sorts where the characters spend a good amount of time together. However, a lot more notable is the episode's treatment of Gibby and Tebow. While previously both had been well-loved supporting characters, from here on out they both get promotions of sort. Gibby, from here on, is billed consistently as one of the show's main characters, and episodes without him are going to become increasingly rare, and Tebow follows up right behind him, despite how rarely it makes sense that this weird older adult is so emphatic about hanging out with a 16-year-old. The point is that from this point forward, you could argue that the show has gone from struggling to juggle 4 leads to a new total of 6. And with the remaining episodes being so few and far between, I do remember being annoyed as a teenager that the show was continuously losing focus, and I wonder if I'll agree with my former opinion as I keep going further. I do know one thing for sure, it'll be a cold day in hell before I get tired of seeing Tebow.
Hey, what can I get you little ladies today?
Do you sell smoothies?
What?
Season 4 Episode 2 is a special episode because it features a celebrity guest cameo and also a reveal of a lore character who we've never actually seen before. Jane Lynch, of Glee fame, appearing in the role of Sam's previously unseen mother. In the episode, Sam has yet another series of massive fights with her mother, eventually causing her to suddenly move out and begin living in the Shea household. However, Carly finds it impossible to put up with Sam, mostly because of her obsessive eating, which leaves their apartment rife with uneaten food. And in the heat of the moment, wanting to make things right, she invites Sam's mother over so the two can patch things up.
Carly, you got my mother.
You guys have to make up.
I don't want any part of her.
You don't deserve my parts.
This episode makes me uncomfortable, and in a way that I guess I couldn't ascertain as a teenager, but is very clear to me as an adult. I think the issue at hand is that Sam's mother, by basic definition of everything we know about her character, is an abusive person. She is abusive to Sam, and that has caused Sam to have massive issues in her personality, which causes her to then be abusive to people in her life as well. And I understand that the pretense of dealing with this kind of thing as a teenager is that if you leave your parents, you become homeless. But Sam does not owe her mother anything. No child who is abused by their parents owes said parents anything. And I just find the overarching narrative of this one, that Sam and her mother must make up because they're mother and daughter, to be a particularly limited take that is extremely unsatisfying. And furthermore, the more that they try and play it for comedy, the more tone deaf it comes across. Like, haha, Sam grew up without a loving home. Haha, Sam's mother is physically abusive, causing her to act out in fits of violence. That's so fucking funny. Carly becomes so worried about the pair that she takes them to family therapy. But the therapist has apparently never experienced dysfunction before and is at a complete and total loss. Brief pause here. I just want to mention something really quick. One really tiny thing about this episode. It's funny when you watch a show like this and you actually find yourself getting invested and you take note of the sort of consistent lore and continuity. And then they shuffle writers a little and they make one continuity mistake that still bothers you a lot. Case in point, this piece of dialogue, which happens 15 minutes into the episode when Sam and her mother are at this therapist's office together.
You two need to spend some time in the therapy box. It's a new kind of therapy that's a bit unorthodox.
That's cool. We're not Jewish.
Yes, you are. Sam, look at me, Sam, look at me. You are Jewish. You have mentioned this numerous times. You had a bat mitzvah. You have a Star of David in your locker at school. You are Jewish. How did she forget that she's Jewish? This comment section is going to be filled with people being like, well, what if Sam was just lying about her religion? Yeah, well, what if she was huffing paint thinner? Anyways, so this therapist decides that he wants to try out a new experimental form of therapy. He locks the pair in solitary confinement. And that's it. He locks them in a closet and begins crying.
Your friends are insane.
Yes, they are. You are a therapist. Is this your first day on the job? Carly gets locked in the box and the therapist won't let her out either. Soon enough, we learn that Carly is deathly claustrophobic and begins having an intense episode.
What's wrong?
I can't help but notice that she's making goat noises. Is that a coincidence? Or does she have claustrophobia because of the encounter she had with that goat? I don't know, this episode sucks. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, the Groovy Smoothie is suddenly attacked by a hammer-wielding bandit who strikes the store before fleeing in a flash. We soon learn that all the security cameras in the area are busted, as the criminal is infamous for sneaking in beforehand and disabling all of the security cameras in the area. Somehow. However, during the robbery, Freddy is seen testing out a pair of glasses with a hidden camera and manages to film the culprit in the act. In the resulting chaos of him being the first person to ever capture film of this violent hammer bandit, Freddy's full name and address are stated live over the air, leading him to become a paranoid mess as he frets that Maxwell might soon come after him for violent revenge. In the end, Spencer manages to trick the bandit by swapping Freddy's apartment number with another resident down the hall, which somehow works, as the criminal is fully fooled by the tactic. As a kid, I remember this part of the episode being really frustrating, because they present this dude as one of the most stealthy, intelligent criminals in the Seattle area, and also as someone who relies on hitting things with hammers for the second half of his plan, and also as someone who is incapable of noticing when a simple plate switcheroo has been orchestrated in front of him, and also that the police are still incapable of identifying him at this point when he's a pretty outlandish looking dude. Anyways, let's move on to Season 4, Episode 3, I Get Pranky. In the episode, Sam and Freddy are talking about the best pranks they've ever played on people. And Carly admits something. She has never played a prank on someone outside of the iCarly web show.
I'm sure it'll happen. When I, meet the right person.
The group decide that they have to get Carly to lose her prankginity, but her pranks are consistently terrible and fail to elicit any negative response from her victims. This is until Spencer tells her a story of how when he was in the 9th grade, he was once known as the Prank King, until things got too far and he accidentally injured several of his classmates by getting garlic powder in their eyes.
It's supposed to be funny! It was just a prank!
Carly hears the story, but all she takes away from it is that Spencer can teach her how to do good pranks. Spencer insists that he's quit the game, but after a round of puppy dog eyes, he eventually relents. Shortly thereafter, Carly texts Sam and Freddy and tells them to come to the iCarly studio. There they see a dish tray and a note which claims to be from Neville, telling them that he's left them a treat. That treat seems to be the decapitated head of Carly, before she reveals that it was just a prank bro. After this, we quickly learn that Spencer is now once again addicted to pranks. Carly tries to get him to stop, but he doesn't, and he pranks more people. He gets beat up, he decides not to prank people anymore. This episode is all B-plot. I remember this being a very common thing from here on out. Okay, so there is one part of this episode that actually is super notable, perhaps the most notable thing in the entire season. There's a scene around the middle of the episode where the characters tell Gibby to climb a ladder and then jump from the ceiling, and sure enough, he goes ahead and does that.
Wait, we forgot Gibby.
Oh, yeah. Gibby!
Now, for quite a while, this has gone around as kind of a viral meme, often under the title Gibby Dies, entirely exploiting the fact that that fall really looks like it hurt. But a few years ago, the actor that played Gibby revealed that it was all stunt work, it was done by a stunt actor, but that it wasn't acting, because it really did hurt, because that stunt actor was seriously injured in that clip.
There's that meme where I fall and die, that fucking Gibby dies. He hits the floor really hard. It's funny. But yeah, that stunt was that guy like broke all his ribs or something. I think I'm supposed to fall from the ceiling and just hit the ground and get the wind knocked out of me. But dude, that guy hit that fucking ground.
Wait, he was actually just
assassinate you.
Yeah, in the script, he was actually supposed to just fall onto the ground with no safety or anything.
No safety, yeah.
I'm gonna highly fucking recommend that anyone curious check out the clip on YouTube. This is a brutal fucking stunt fall.
Yeah.
Holy
it's
shit.
Fucking bad.
He got like actually hurt, and did you have to stop the show because of it? Or the recording?
I think he got carried off. We stopped filming.
I think that's incredible, where you get this take of the man literally killing himself, and that's the one that ends up in the show. That's amazing.
If I remember correctly, he was not doing too well. That was scary.
The WWE doesn't even go that far for realism.
The most telling part of this sequence to me is the reaction that the actors give to this dude just hitting the floor. Everyone stiffens up, and Nathan Kress specifically makes this face that I don't think he could have acted. Just like this honest, agape look at seeing this man die in front of him. One thing people don't talk about with this scene is this stuntman allegedly fell into an unsafe, unpadded environment and broke a bunch of his ribs. And when they shot the pickup material, I presume a few days later, when they shot that pickup material, they wrote in a joke where Gibby mentions that he broke his ribs.
Did you guys hear my ribs crack?
And it's like, I'm just trying to imagine the people who made this show sending someone to the hospital and knowing that their actions directly led to someone being seriously hurt and sent to the emergency room. And then kind of just going, well, we're ambivalent to this. Speaking of ambivalence, we're going to skip episode 4 for now because it contains a crime and easily one of the worst things that the cast have done so far. So let's move on to season 4 episode 5, The Boring Wedding One. A fan sends in a V-mail saying that they want to propose to their girlfriend live on iCarly. He does so, and she says yes, and all of the iCarly gang are invited to their wedding, with Carly and Sam being the bridesmaids and Freddie being the best man, causing conflict with the groom's brother, who is angry that he was not picked to be the best man.
Just watch your back, internet boy.
However, the wedding is suddenly broken off when the bride declares that she has fallen in love with Spencer, someone who has stood in the same room as her for barely an hour at this point. And honestly, babe, I can't blame you. And boy, this one, it keeps going for sure. They just kept filming it.
It wasn't my choice.
How do you like me grabbing your lip?
I don't.
I know.
Carly tries to get the groom to sing a romantic song he wrote about his fiancée, but he's so embarrassed that he pisses himself in front of all of their friends and family. But Carly sings the song herself and saves the wedding. Buy the Miranda Cosgrove album, now available for $29.99. Anyways, I love this season because it's all boring. All these episodes are boring, but they don't make me feel bad, which is an improvement. We're halfway done with the season, by the way. Season 4, episode 6 should be a bit of a salvation for us because it's the first real event episode of the season. And furthermore, it's one of the last episodes in the show's run, which is unambiguously about an element of influencer culture which hasn't really been properly explored yet. That being, web creator conventions and the ways that audience members can interact with creators at said events. I'm of course talking about the classic 2-part episode, I Start a Fan War. At the start of this episode, Carly is at school and ends up crushing on a specific generic boy toy who she sees in the hall. Freddie, showing off his slowly developed sense of maturity, actually flaunts no signs of insecurity about this, nearly encouraging Carly to go after him if she really likes him. Later that week, Carly is contacted by said boy, who kicks off the conversation by asking about the iCarly ships. As we discover in the episode, audiences watching the iCarly web show have developed a shipping culture identical to that of the real world, leaving many fans speculating on who Freddie should end up with many people online presuming that Carly and Freddie have been boyfriend-girlfriend for several years. Carly dissuades this idea and responds emphatically when Adam asks her out on a date that Saturday. But in the end, she has to turn him down because that Saturday is the annual Webicon, a convention she was supposed to go to the year prior before she was kidnapped by an obsessive fan. The dialogue in this episode directly states that the end of season 3 was a year ago for the iCarly gang, matching the production schedule of the episodes, but not the broadcast order. As in the real world, iPsycho aired barely 5 months before the episode in question. And so, that Saturday, the gang all make it to the convention, but are overwhelmed at just how popular they are with the Webicon attendees, as Freddie is, at one point, grabbed by fangirls and nearly torn to shreds, before going back in for seconds once he realizes how rarely he feels the touch of a woman. Later on during the convention, the official iCarly panel is held, and the room is packed full of ecstatic fans of the web show from all corners of the globe. And as we learn, the entire room has been split into two warring factions.
Freddie and I aren't in a romantic relationship.
Respectfully, I disagree.
This is made worse by the fact that Adam, the boy that Carly likes from school, has also decided to attend the panel, and runs out of the room as he's also convinced by the crowd that Carly and Freddie are secretly in love and destined to be together. Something that they both deny, but Sam encourages for the hell of it. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Spencer gets into a steam feud with special guest star Jack Black, which ends with the two having an epic battle of wits, and then weapons.
Wrist balls!
Meanwhile, in the C-plot, Gibby tries to get to the convention, but his grandfather is blind, and they get stuck at Inside Out Burger. Back in the A-plot, Sam brings Carly Swoon back in, tied up to keep him from leaving, and tells the audience that Carly and Freddie aren't actually dating, causing the crowd to presume that Sam and Freddie are dating instead, igniting a riot between the two factions, with things culminating when Carly is almost Geraldo Rivera-'d. However, Sam is eventually able to calm the crowd down, and Carly gives an ultimate speech about how iCarly was never about the shipping culture.
iCarly is not really about our romantic relationships. iCarly's about comedy.
Carly casually mentions that the boy in the front row, tied up, is the only person she wants to date, causing the crowd to physically assault him as a mob, causing Carly to roll her eyes, walk away, and presumably leave another ex-boyfriend to be sent to the ICU.
Yeah, poor Adam. Well, let's go.
You see, guys, this is what iCarly is about. Avoiding the repercussions of your actions. I Start a Fan War is one of the final episodes in the show's run dedicated to studying unique aspects of internet culture. In this case, the phenomenon of people shipping real-world people with each other as if they're cartoon characters and not real human beings. However, in a much larger way, we have to recognize that that's not what this episode is about at all. In reality, I Start a Fan War is an anti-subtle criticism of the iCarly fandom itself, essentially telling the viewers at home that they enjoy iCarly for the wrong reasons. I've been told the creator of the show at the time would often use his internet blog to vent about shipping culture in his shows, and this episode was most likely a way for him to try and dissuade audiences away from topics like that. Which is kind of weird because most of Season 3 was dedicated to fanning the flames of the shipping wars. Even this episode itself was promoted as if it was an episode which was explicitly romantic, which obviously wasn't the case. This is certainly an episode that I remember watching at the time, but I also think it was the first episode I ever saw that made me kind of realize that iCarly was going to take a bit of a dip in quality. I actually remember right after I finished this, I had this awful gut feeling that we were going to get to the finale and Freddie wasn't going to end up with anybody. You know what I mean? And today that sounds like a dumb thing to complain about, but I mean, this was 5 years. A 5-year story arc that Nickelodeon got an entire generation hooked on. And the answer that they came up with was that you were a loser if you cared what was going to happen. But I think another oncoming fault line that this episode set up is that iCarly started out as a sitcom about a group of fictional teenagers who become internet famous within their universe and the repercussions of that happening to them. However, by this point in the series, iCarly had become such a big show that it pivoted to being a meta-contextual commentary on its own existence as a cultural phenomenon. So they're starting to kind of phase out the well-thought-out and intelligent storylines about internet culture, and they're replacing all of that with jokes where the characters know that they're in a sitcom.
Happy birthday! What is that, your catchphrase?
In other words, the show has bought into its own hype in a way that I find to be personally pretty annoying. And the more we continue past this, the more the writers are going to spin out, and the more it's going to feel like they absolutely despise the reasons that kids were watching at home. Anyways, let's dive deeper into the filler as we look at Season 4, Episode 7, I Hire an Idiot. Let's get through this one fast, it barely deserves mention. The iCarly gang are tired of working on the web show and decide to hire an intern. However, Carly and Sam decide to hire a dude who's 2010 hot despite him being a complete and total idiot. Said himbo continues to mess the show up, but Carly and Sam are so transfixed by his raw sexuality that they refuse to fire him. In retaliation, Freddie hires a female version of this, which the girls decry as offensive, but Freddie says he will only fire his hot idiot if they fire theirs.
I'll fire my feminidiot when you fire your imbecile!
Eventually, after the female intern steals a baby and the male intern eats a bunch of raw meat, the group finally agree to fire all of the interns. Oh, and then the girl is actually smart, but I guess she really did kidnap that baby. Anyways, I know I just said that the fan convention episode is one of the final episodes about internet culture in a major way, but there is actually one other episode in Season 4 which substantially discusses a phenomenon which has become a major thing online in the last few years. I'm talking about Season 4, Episode 8, I Pity the Neville, which features the return of Neville Pepperman and the repercussions of his mass public shaming. So the plot of this one is all about the phenomenon of Karens. Viral clips of human beings being absolutely god-awful people and then becoming the fascination of a very bored and very angry planet. In the story, Neville is randomly caught on video yelling at a girl for bumping into him at the store, causing her to begin crying as his anger only grows. Anyways, this viral clip receives millions of views on Splashface, and his life is ruined overnight, causing all of the gang to celebrate as they rightfully should. They then record the new episode of iCarly, which features a cutaway skit where Freddie is dressed up like a sexy vampire. This skit really isn't that funny on a surface level, but the on-point visuals are so goddamn surreal that I'm trying to find all of the words in the world to describe this, just so I can continue to show you visual examples of Freddie dressed up like Robert Pattinson. You guys seen any good TV shows recently? I haven't. The gang throw what they designate a karma party. A party celebrating that the life of their arch-nemesis has fallen to pieces exclusively due to his own actions. There, Freddie discovers that girls in Seattle are obsessed with his performance in the skit, swooning over him, but only when he does the Twilight voice.
I edited that whole movie with some new software I just got. Cutting room flow.
Yeah. That was it. Seriously.
Meanwhile, Neville's whole life has fallen to pieces, as everyone he runs into treats him poorly because they've all seen the viral clip of him being cruel. Tortured by this, Neville becomes consumed with an ongoing flood of self-loathing and self-hatred, even losing track of his ambitions for revenge and rue. Neville goes to the iCarly gang and tries to convince them to allow him to use the iCarly platform to show that he has regret for his actions. Sam says they'll do it, but only if Neville drinks punch from her dirty sneaker, which she's been using for over a year. He goes through with this, and they agree to help him, filming an apology video where he gives out free smoothies and bags of creamed corn. Of course, this goes over terribly, as the internet en masse sees through Neville's desperate attempt to find a way out of his mistakes, and then go after the iCarly gang for colluding with him. There's this really weird joke at this point where Spencer is, mad that he doesn't have a B-plot in this one. Overtly the joke is that Spencer is angry that he doesn't have enough scenes in the episode. And I don't know, I like me some fourth wall jokes, but at this point it feels like iCarly does this every other episode, and it's just lazy. The iCarly gang have Neville do a live apology video on the web show, and they even bring out the little girl in an emotional moment which goes equally viral. Neville honestly thanks the gang for helping him turn his life around and doesn't reveal any sort of secret scheme connected to the events of the story, before he bumps into a man in a wheelchair and again has another Karen freakout moment, which once again goes completely viral. This leads us to Season 1, Episode 9, IOMG, which is, in my mind, the true finale for the season, as it leads directly into the main story arc of Season 5, casually skipping over the actual finale, which had yet to air at this point. I am very surprised I never saw this one as a kid, because I certainly would have gotten really excited over it, even if as an adult this episode is kind of really weird. Let's break this one down. In the story, we learn that Ridgeway has an annual tradition wherein the student body are locked in the building overnight and forced to work on various science experiments. The school recently has had a new transfer in a guy named Brad, who actually applied to be an intern on iCarly several episodes earlier. And Freddie and him begin working on a phone app for their school presentation. The app is designed to scan the faces of whoever uses it to identify the mood of the person in question. Sam, when hearing this pitch, decides she wants to join in, as she begins spending copious time with the two boys. On the day of the lockdown, Freddie scans Sam's face as part of the experiment, only for it to identify her mood as being in love. He shares this information with Carly, and they both come to the exact same conclusion about all of the clues laid out before them. Sam is in love with what's-his-face. Speaking of which, can we just stop for a moment here and talk about Carly's project, because it's one of the weirdest things in the show so far. Her experiment involves inviting her brother to the school and locking him in a soundproof box which he cannot see or hear out of. She then selectively tortures him with different stimuli while he's locked inside, playing loud pop music he hates, filling the box with a stinky gas, and then starving him until he's begging for food. At which point she says that he can only eat if he has a blindfold on, as it turns out that she's attached electrical wires to the metal dish, and she electrocutes him as he begins eating. Maybe we need to revisit that fan theory that Carly is secretly Megan. I don't know what the fuck this B-plot is about. They never give it a conclusion, so like all we can potentially gather is maybe Carly is trying to give herself therapy by reenacting traumatic situations, you know, like the Nora incident, but more likely she just wanted to hook a car battery up to her brother's nuts. That's all we can gather. Anyways, Carly tells Sam about the app saying she's in love, and Sam acts embarrassed and angry, saying that the app was just wrong. Carly tries very hard to get Sam and Brad to hook up, telling her that she deserves to be happy and find someone that she's happy with. Sam gets into a massive fight with Carly over this and ends up sulking in the school courtyard. At which point Freddie approaches her and tries to give her a pep talk. Freddie says that Carly is right about everything, and that Sam does deserve to be happy, and that she shouldn't be afraid to share her emotions, especially with a guy that she secretly likes, because she never knows how that guy will react or how things will go. At which point, Sam kisses Freddie, and this is where we end Season 4. With Sam and Freddie realizing that they might honestly have a shot at a real relationship. Or at least, that's kind of how the season ends. Because directly after this episode, Season 4, Episode 10 aired, a mega crossover with the show Victorious, which was aired outside of its logical chronological order, as it's supposed to be set before Episode 8, which is itself set before Episode 7. I Party with Victorious is the longest episode in the show's run, being the length of 3 episodes instead of the regular 2, and it's easily the worst episode of Season 4, and we're gonna skip it for now. With that, let's move on to the iCrimes recap of the season. For those of you who missed the first video, I have been keeping track of every crime that the gang commits in the show, and I've been ranking them at the end of every season as kind of a fun little side thing. You'll catch on, don't worry. Okay, starting us off is the first crime of this video and our iCrime number 33, child endangerment, but not of the attempted variety. At the start of season 4, episode 1, when Carly announces that her birthday is coming up soon, Spencer enters with a giant pie, which Gibby breaks out of for a visual gag. Gibby exclaims that he couldn't breathe inside of the pie, with Spencer saying that he told him to breathe through the tube, at which point the Gibster responds,
I couldn't find the tube!
Oh, I forgot the tube.
It's so easy to forget while you're watching the show, but Gibby, Carly, Sam, and Freddie are all literal children. And Spencer is an adult, and when he does something like almost kill Gibby by baking him into a pie, you remember that this is a very not good thing for him to be doing. Anyways, for our next crime, we're going to be getting in kind of a gray area, I guess, and that involves the question, are Gibby and T-Bow main characters themselves? They certainly appear constantly and are often billed as the show's leads. So when they commit a crime, is that worth pointing out, even when it's a crime done to one of the actual main characters? Let's just roll the die and say the answer is yes. Anyways, in episode 1, as you'll remember, Carly briefly gets a job working at the Groovy Smoothie. However, she's shocked to discover that the Groovy Smoothie has a policy of dissuading its workers from washing their hands. And apparently, the pay is absurdly low. When Carly gets home, she reports that she has worked 12 hours straight and was barely paid enough to afford a single can of paint for her bedroom. First of all, T-Bow is clearly violating Washington's strict child labor laws, which clearly state that a 16 to 17-year-old should only be able to work 8 hours in any given day. And second, based on Carly's estimate that she, quote, barely made enough for a single can of paint, let's go ahead and presume that she made about $45, on the pricey end of that estimate. If that is the case, then Carly was paid $3.75 an hour, far below the $8.55, which was the minimum wage for Seattle in 2010. Now, if Carly had been 14 to 15 in 2010, then she would have qualified for a slightly diminished minimum wage, a minimum of around $7.20 an hour. But as we've established, basic continuity within the show easily makes it that she has to be 16 to 17 at this point, and thus qualifies for the full $8.55 pay rate. I can easily say, based on my studying of Washington law, that T-Bow in this case has easily violated 3 very explicit and well-known Washington rules and regulations by not enforcing the washing of hands, overworking minors, and underpaying staff. And thus, I'm going to go ahead and call those I-crimes number 34, 35, and 36. And our next crime, by coincidence, is also a violation of child labor laws. In Season 1, Episode 4, the gang realize that people want to buy their terrible designer penny t-shirts, and they begin selling them online. However, Sam eventually flakes for a few days, and when she comes back, she has over 100 shirts made from scratch, causing her friends to ask where she could have possibly gotten these so easily.
You want to know how I made so many penny tees? Check it out.
Yes, this isn't a dream sequence or anything. Sam has made a sweatshop where the workers are 4th graders and she pays them $5 a day. You'll also recognize this room as the one where that dude fell and broke all his ribs. Truly cursed ground. I don't know what you guys want me to add to this one. Like here, I googled if sweatshops are illegal. Google says yes. Details about the sweatshop, right. There's a scene where this little girl has a cut and Sam puts duct tape on her arm. There's a scene where we learn that the food they're served at the sweatshop was found in a dumpster and has garbage in the food. There's a scene where Sam yells at someone for drinking water on the clock. She ends up feeding them processed meat in a can that's intended to be fed to horses. That's funny. Please laugh at the joke. Carly and Freddie decide to take half of the sweatshop upstairs and try to make a more fun, light-hearted sweatshop. But it turns out that the kids don't make the shirts too fast when their human rights aren't being violated. And long story short, all of the kids end up quitting, start their own penny tea business, and drive the gang out of business. And the group all learn an important lesson. You would hope. Next is iCrime number 38. In the B-plot of the wedding episode, Gibby sees a $5 bill in a tree and tries to go get it. He stops an elderly woman on the street, basically hitting on her, and asks for her help in exchange for the two going and getting coffee. Eventually, he is able to get the bill, but when he falls over, he accidentally knocks the woman out. He then flees the scene, taking Guppy and his money with him. Gibby killed an old lady. Moving on to iCrime number 39. In Season 1, Episode 6, Carly's prospective boyfriend leaves the convention after believing that Carly and Freddie are an item. Sam finds him trying to get on a shuttle bus, ties him up with electrical wire, and forces him back into the convention room. You see this? This is kidnapping. Very different from false imprisonment, and also our iCrime number 40. In the B-plot of episode 7, Spencer explains that when he quit law school several years earlier, he made a promise to his grandfather that if he didn't have an art piece in a Seattle museum within 3 years, he would return to college. Spencer, surprisingly, doesn't have any art in any museum, which is potentially because he hasn't made a sculpture in a long time. So he decides to sneak into a renowned Seattle museum and puts up an art piece without permission. That being the sculpture he made in the pilot, because again, he doesn't make sculptures anymore apparently. He gets caught doing this once and is thrown out, but sneaks in a second time and manages to pull it off. And what you can imagine must be breaking and entering. When he nearly gets kicked out again, he begins making out with the woman trying to throw him out, which is an act of sexual assault. She's really into it, but you know what? I'm counting it anyway, so that's iCrimes number 41 and 42. Now, you'll remember that earlier in this video, I said I was saving iParty with Victorious for later. Well, you might be surprised to find out that said later period isn't right now. We are going to properly cover this episode a little bit down the road. For now, all you need to know about this episode is that Gibby goes to a party undercover, someone recognizes him from iCarly, and he punches the person, knocking them out and dragging them into another room. That's iCrime number 43 and the end of our Season 4 discussions. These are taking a lot less time to do these days, aren't they? I'm balancing on a bunch of pillows because I really like the shot, but I don't. It's this couch will just like suck you into it. And it's like, well, I gotta look like I'm standing up. Season 4 is an odd beast. I would hesitate in calling it truly bad, but there are cracks in the foundation that we're starting to see here that are only going to get worse as we continue into Season 5 and then Season 6. Incidentally, it is now time for us to do our penultimate mid-season intermission. So for those of you who are watching this video without the last one, I started this tradition in the first iCarly video where in between every season, I would kind of step to the side and talk about stuff that is interesting to me, but doesn't really fit into the main series analysis. And the purpose behind this is to kind of build a separation between the info that I'm giving to you, so you sort of understand which information came from which season, and you start to take it in like people would have when they were kids. And arguably, there hasn't been a time more fitting for an intermission than right now, because the Season 4 cliffhanger was the show's first real hiatus, where you had to wait a significant amount of time to see what would happen next. I imagine half of you right now are kind of going, yes, the cliffhanger, what happens next? And then the other half of you are like, wait, what cliffhanger? Because the moment that I mentioned the child sweatshop, Sam and Freddie kissing was just wiped from your mind. Like to be fair, Sam and Freddie have kissed before, okay? But they ain't never opened a child sweatshop together before. So, you know, hashtag relationship goals. So for this intermission, I don't have a lot of like consistent content to give you guys, to be honest. So I thought we'd just kind of circle back around to a few topics that we haven't, properly covered before. You guys might have noticed this. I got a little haircut this week. And I'm thinking right now, if that pandemic can just lighten its load a little, I'm ready to get out there, I'm ready to see the sights, meet the people, have some adventures. And if I'm going to be out there, if I'm going to be doing that, then I think I'm gonna need the iCarly perfume and the iCarly cologne. These are entirely real. I did not make these up. You could go out and buy these a decade ago. I don't know where. I don't know who would have sold these, but clearly someone did because you can really easily find them on eBay. Yeah, so this is Click. This is the iCarly perfume. It comes in this little bottle, and there's Carly on the side of the bottle there. And then, of course, over here we have the iCarly cologne. That's a little more basic visually. The first thing I thought of when I saw these was like the love story that could happen here. Two people walking down the street, not even looking up from their shoes. They pass each other, and then they just stop. And they turn and they just stare at each other in disbelief. Are you wearing the iCarly perfume? Yes. Are you wearing the iCarly cologne? Yes. I mean, I can't imagine anything more romantic. This is a bad time to tell you guys that I have mild anosmia. I swear to God, it just smells like soap and hand sanitizer. That's all I'm picking up. I don't know why, but I presumed that when you put on the iCarly cologne, it somehow makes you think about the internet. But in a way, I think it would have to smell pretty bad to make you think of the internet. Okay, next is the iCarly perfume. A lot more boost in that one. A lot easier to spray. This makes me think of a public restroom at a pool. Like a restroom at a public pool. Not inside the restroom, like directly outside the restroom, right? So I'm gonna recap these for you. The iCarly cologne smells like rubbing alcohol. The iCarly perfume smells like a swimming pool. Okay, so the next thing we want to move on to real quick, now that we've got that complete boredom out of the way, is I wanted to circle back around to the McDonald's iCarly Happy Meals.
Hey everyone! Today we're going to be listening to Jenny's Stomach! The stomach has spoken. Happy Meal time! You can create your own wackiness with an iCarly toy in your McDonald's Happy Meal.
There were two of these, one in 2010 and one in 2011, and there were a lot of toys released inside. So what I ended up doing is I bought a big plastic bag on eBay that's just filled with these toys, most of them unopened, okay? It's a little stoplight. I don't know why this was in an iCarly Happy Meal set and not a Mr. Rogers Happy Meal set or whatever, but I mean, that's the thing. Is there a stoplight on the iCarly set? I don't know if there is. Next, we got this right here. I'll go ahead and open this. This is a visual representation of the car seat that Carly has in her home there, and it's got a little weird toaster thing. What does this say? Oh, it says random dancing. So it's like, oh, there they are sitting in their car, right? They're sitting in their car, and look, oh, now they got a random dance. A lot of this stuff is based around like kind of the stuff that Carly has around her apartment. Like this is a little gummy bear, and inside are like some stickers and a pencil that I just dropped. Like, to be honest with you, if I was a kid and I saw this, I would never think iCarly, because I know they have like a bunch of these dogs on their set. It just doesn't read iCarly to me. Like, what is just a dog? One of the things in this set is like a little gumball Tom Servo head, and even as an adult, I don't know what this has to do with iCarly. I know there's a little piece of paper here. Pull that out, what happens? Oh my God, look at that. Here's what it has to do with iCarly. It's a bunch of stickers on a roll. And when you pull Tom Servo's tongue out, you can pull off some of these stickers. You see that? This is, of course, like the thing that I think you had to go and get this McDonald's set for, and that's Baby Spencer. I mean, Baby Spencer, this is actually the only Spencer toy they ever made, I think. And the great thing about this is there's this little hole at the top, and I think the idea is you can put your own face into the Baby Spencer toy and make your own baby version of yourself. McDonald's really was a gamble, though, because, I mean, sometimes you just get like this. Like what is this? What is this? Okay. Can I turn it on? I don't know. This probably did something a decade ago. As some final things, we got a little mouse pad and a magic meatball toy. This, I believe, used to do stuff, but I imagine it doesn't work. I bought a few of these and none of them have worked. Yeah, this doesn't work. And, yeah. That's it. I know I might seem really bummed, right about here, and that's because I am. Because it's really weird to work on a project like this for so long, and then to realize that you're like so close to just wrapping it up. Because after this is the next to last intermission. So after this, it's a season, then a final intermission, and then a season, and then we're done. And I guess I'm just kind of bummed because, this is it. And I just couldn't think of any other iCarly eccentricities to tell you guys about. So I bought Freddy's camera. You guys want to talk about that for a second? This is the Canon XL1. I'm not sure quite what year it came out, but the most important thing about this model of camera is that for the entirety of the original run of iCarly, this was the prop that Freddy used when he was filming his webcast. Now, immediately, there's going to be two things that you're going to recognize are missing from this certain prop. The first thing is the microphone. There's a little microphone holder right here, and on Freddy's camera and most XL ones, there's typically like a microphone that connects up to the camera right here. I thought about buying one. It would not have been difficult, but the thing is, that's entirely an aesthetics thing. I'm not actually going to be, using a microphone with this camera, so I figured it probably just wasn't worth the hassle or the money. And now the second thing that's missing is what I call the glow stick. On the back of Freddy's camera right here, there is a little cylindrical light, and inside the iCarly universe, that is supposed to basically represent Freddy's Bluetooth technology that he uses. That is what makes the camera wireless.
And let me establish a cross-duplex transmission between my laptop and my camera.
Wow, a tech-talking witch boy.
You'll take note as a comparison that when Freddy is using the camera at the start of the pilot, that light is missing, and that's because he properly has it hooked up, and thus he doesn't need a wireless connection. But for the rest of the series, he uses this handheld, and thus he has, that technology on board, so it can just be something he kind of walks around the room with. I have so much I want to tell you guys about this camera. I have so many things to say about it, but there is one specific thing, okay? There's one specific thing that I feel like is the perfect thing to go ahead and break the ice. Okay, so here it is. Have you ever noticed that Freddy's camera has a little silver box right here? Okay? Have you ever wondered what that is? It's a tape deck. Freddy's camera runs on cassettes. Now, don't you feel like your whole life has been a lie? Despite the fact that iCarly tries to get you to subconsciously believe that this is some extremely advanced piece of HD technology, this camera is the kind of thing you would find in the media room of an underfunded high school. I mean, to be honest with you, this thing is basically one step above a VHS camera, and I'm being very kind when I say that. I'm just really, really amused by the idea of them bringing this in on, like, when they were making the show and someone being like, you can't have that be the camera they're using to shoot their HD web show. And then someone else is like, chill, dude. We're gonna stick a glow stick on the back and every kid at home will think this is some shit from the future. I bought this on eBay and I get it and I'm like, they didn't clean it before they sent it to me? Because I pick it up and it's just like, it's so sticky and dirty. So, I get a bunch of cleaning materials and I clean this thing off and there's so much dirt coming off this thing you wouldn't believe. I mean, my paper towels are just turning black. And so I clean it and I clean it and clean it and I go, it's good to have that over with. I pick it up. It's still sticky. It's sticky right now. What I realized, this thing isn't dirty, it's disintegrating. Like, I don't know what material this is. I'm really bad at identifying materials, but it seems like some kind of like weird rubber, and it's just not lasted at all through the ages. So, to touch, this thing is just coming off on my hands. This camera is becoming one with my DNA. It is just, sometimes it is hard to rip my hand off of it because because the materials are just deteriorating and becoming this like slick goo. I swear to God, my fingerprints are now embedded all over this camera because the material holding it together has become this like fluid material, you know what I mean? But the weirdest thing about messing around with this camera for so long and trying to understand it so intensely is I've realized that this is actually a realistic thing for a 13-year-old to have in 2007. And it's not good, but I totally believe someone like Freddie would end up getting this for Christmas and would like use the hell out of it until it stopped working. And it's kind of weird that we never actually get to see that. We never actually get to see what iCarly would look like as a webcast if it was really filmed with the camera that we see on set every single episode. Are you guys thinking what I'm thinking? My hand is black! Hello everyone and welcome to the iCarly webcast. This is it. This is the camera that Freddie uses in the show. This is what it looks like when it's really filming something, you know? Yeah, but doesn't this feel kind of realistic for something you would see on YouTube in 2008? Like this specific look. Like not state of the art, but someone trying their best, you know what I mean? And I have to ask, once again, think about it, ladies and gentlemen. Other people might do their iCarly content, okay? But who else in the world would think to record their iCarly video with the actual camera from iCarly? The answer is this guy. He had the same idea. One thing you'll notice here is that there's this little thing flashing in the middle of the screen, and that says that there is no tape in the camera. There is a tape in the camera. This isn't a VHS camera, obviously. It's not a VHS camera, but when I was younger, I actually tried to collect VHS cameras because I very much like this aesthetic. I think this is a cool aesthetic. So I tried to collect VHS cameras, you know what I mean? And what I found is VHS cameras were not designed to last into the 21st century for the most part. So every time I would buy a VHS camera, it would either be broken in some way that made it annoying to use, it would be entirely broken, or it would work for about 3 hours to a day. And the fault with this camera is that it is now incapable of telling if there's a tape in the machine or not. And obviously, if it can't tell if there's a tape in the machine, then it can't record very well. This whole setup makes me really nostalgic because I used to film with VHS cameras as a kid. And the funny thing is, this apartment is nothing like my childhood home, but even just seeing the walls through a VHS-like format makes me really nostalgic for where I grew up, because that's the way I remember it. I remember it through this kind of weird, grainy filter. And I like to think this is a very nice little quiet moment we've made for ourselves in the video. But I want to say that the reason I want to make this little moment in the video is that I remember iCarly Season 5 being the exact point in the series where I just didn't think it was fun to watch anymore. And I have this gut feeling that I'm going to feel exactly the same way going into it this time. From what I remember, these next few episodes, they're really mean. And they're also the episodes that we've been waiting on. And so I don't think this is going to be a fun thing for me to go through. But sadly, as we always have to say in segments like these, the only way to find out is to go ahead and get started. Now that we've kind of circled back around, can we stop for a moment and recognize exactly how big of a moment the Season 4 cliffhanger was? Constantly throughout the series, it has been teased as a possibility that Sam's cruelty directed towards Freddie is not indicative of a true hatred for him, but instead of an inability for her to find a way to show affection. The idea that Sam either hates Freddy and wants to see him suffer, or likes him and doesn't know how to say it, is something that is purposefully never made clear in the early seasons. The fact that she constantly tries to derail his romantic relationships and grows moody whenever she sees him with another girl is again something that could mean a variety of things, and is left as ambiguous to try and get the teenagers at home excited about the possibilities. And the revelation in season 4 that Sam indeed secretly loves Freddy and wishes she was in a relationship with him, well, it retroactively confirms the hidden subtext of her motivations in the entirety of the show so far. And it additionally sets up a storyline which will take up nearly half of the canon episodes of season 5. Season 4 episode 9 is easily one of the most cute and wholesome stories in the entire series. And if that's the case, well then season 5 episode 1 is the mean-spirited punchline to that setup. In the episode, we discover that after the two kiss, Sam immediately commits herself to a mental institution because she thinks admitting she's in love with Freddy means she's gone crazy. By the way, these kids have gotten a lot taller over the last few days. So Carly, Freddy, and Gibby go to this mental asylum and try to break Sam out, but are told off by the woman working at the front desk. Also, Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory is there for some reason.
Kick my thighs. Kick them hard.
The gang get Gibby to distract the woman while they go and find Sam. Gibby's distraction involves violently assaulting her, thus keeping her eyes away from Freddy and Carly. After the cops presume that the woman is lying, Gibby befriends Sheldon, who tells him that he is from the future and needs to get back, something Gibby believes because he is not smart. Carly eventually finds Sam and Freddy convinces her to come home. However, because Sam is under 18, she can't leave the asylum without being signed out by a guardian. Jane Lynch is too expensive to hire more than once, so they decide to have someone else impersonate Sam's mom.
No, I am not dressing up like Sam's mom.
We weren't gonna ask you to.
I want to do it!
Sam goes in disguised as Miss Puckett, but is recognized by an old friend at the asylum, and they all get caught. The iCarly webcast is scheduled to start soon, and at the insistence of the inmates, they do the web show live from the mental institute, which is of course interrupted by the people inside.
Warning! In the year 2029, aliens capture Ryan Seacrest.
Bet you money that really happens. Live on the web show, Carly does something that makes everyone uncomfortable. Announces to the audience that Sam likes Freddy, and that she wants to hear people's live reactions.
Freddy's hot. Yeah, let's not get carried away.
However, when Sam says that she doesn't care what the viewers of iCarly have to say, Freddy says that they have one last caller to hear from, at which point he pulls out a pear pad and calls into the show himself, declaring that no one has asked how he feels about this. Sam starts to yell at Freddy for wanting to humiliate her through rejection live on the internet, only for him to interrupt her with a kiss, reciprocating the cliffhanger and officially kickstarting their relationship. And now that we've reached this point, I think there's one thing that we all want to talk about. What's up with pair phones? You ever think about that? Like, this was a big thing in the early 2010s. Like, smartphones were a new thing, and every writer on TV was thinking, what's the next thing? They're gonna change the shape to a circle or a triangle. But have you ever thought about, like, the logistical nightmare that would be? Like, think about video. When you watch Splash Face on your Pair product, do you think that the video, like, just opens in the center with a bunch of black space around it? Or do you think it goes full screen and kind of cutting off the outer laying crust of the video? In the iCarly universe, there's probably debates about this. Like, are you a black border guy or a cut off the edge of the screen guy? Because both of those options sound fucking awful. Do you think there are video formats in the iCarly universe that are specifically designed to be pear-shaped just so you can watch them on pear-shaped devices? I mean, we can clearly see here that when Freddy uses a Pair product to film something, it is not exported in a pear shape, it's exported in a regular 16:9. But like, wouldn't you not want that if you had a Pair phone? Wouldn't you want to be able to open an image on your phone and be confident that you were being shown the full image that you took? How would you use a camera on a pear-shaped device? Once again, is the interface like shrunken down to be inside the Pair, or are you taking photos without even knowing what the sides of your images look like? And even if you design file formats which are explicitly pear-shaped, a Pair is not a rotationally symmetric image. So if you turn your phone the other way, it's gonna look like this. I don't know, I guess I'm just trying to say, So let's move on to Season 1, Episode 2, I Date Sam and Freddy. The episode begins with Sam and Freddy fighting, because of course it does. I remember this being a big problem I had with the story arc back in 2011. Like, I get that Sam and Freddy are going to be dysfunctional, but couldn't you have just made like 2 episodes where they're a cute couple, show them going on a Ferris wheel or whatever sitcom cliches you want to pull from? But no, we go straight into the obvious issues at hand. As we find out, Freddy got a B on some paper, and in retaliation, Sam filled that teacher's car up with bees, something Freddy dislikes because he doesn't want Sam fighting battles on his behalf. We quickly learn that a big issue at play is that Sam still doesn't respect his point of view, a stance she held when she hated him and still holds when it comes to their romance. However, Carly sets things straight, telling them how they're both a little right and a little wrong, and soon enough the fight is over, as it turns out that Carly is a very good moderator in the couple's fights. Because of Sam and Freddy being so constantly absent and together, Carly and Gibby have been spending a lot more time together, despite having nothing in common. So Gibby adopts a dog that they can raise together so they'll have something to talk about. However, Carly doesn't want a dog, and has to constantly tell this to Gibby while he still believes that they're essentially raising a baby together. This storyline is what I like to call a joke ship. Like, the show sometimes does this, where it'll make a ship episode for a ship that no one asked for, like Spencer and Freddy's mom, for instance. But I have this weird gut feeling that the only reason Gibby is always paired with people as a joke is because he's a little chubby. Because I feel like if this actor lost 40 pounds, they'd give him actual romance story arcs. Meanwhile, in the C-plot, Spencer makes a lawn in the living room, and he mows the lawn, and he shucks corn, and he makes corn juice. This show is out of ideas. Every time Gibby comes on screen, he says his name now, which is like the writers trying to Pavlov dog us into thinking any situation that the character arrives to is funny by default. I think the issue at hand is that Noah looks like an adult now, so the writers no longer find his nudity entertaining. So they just want us to believe by default that Gibby himself just invites a funny aura, when that really isn't true. Because Carly is so good at mitigating their arguments, Freddy and Sam begin constantly returning to her to try and get satisfying consultation. At one point, they wake her up at 3 a.m. because they've gotten in a fight about which of them have worse moms, before she goes back to bed. Eventually, they start bringing her with them on dates, asking her to sit in an island to the side and put aside any disagreements that they end up having. Carly becomes increasingly stressed out until she eventually has a meltdown in the middle of a crowded restaurant. Afterwards, she delivers her final judgment. If they can't work these things out on their own, then they shouldn't be dating at all. And that is how we end Episode 2. In Episode 3, the pair have mainly worked things out, keeping their fights to a minimum, and generally being very happy with each other. However, 2 main issues arise from both parties. Firstly, Freddy is so obsessed with Sam that he's begun subconsciously cutting Carly out of frame when filming skits. And second, Sam has begun acting physically abusive towards Gibby, with the accepted explanation being that she still wants to get her pent-up rage out even if she can't direct it at Freddy. Around this time, Freddy is saddened to discover that he hasn't gotten into a summer camp that he applied to, despite being the perfect applicant in every single way. The main conflict of this episode is that Freddy still has yet to tell his mother about Sam, fearing that her being ultra-controlling and ultra-protective would cause her to go crazy at the idea of the two being together. At one point, when Freddy's mother tries to stop by, Freddy asks Spencer to lie and say that he's somewhere else. However, Spencer is struck by a dilemma, because he doesn't like telling lies, and they've done this one before. There was a Season 1 episode explicitly about how Spencer doesn't like lying. They are reusing B-plots now. Quick side thought, the biggest downside to Sam's mother being played by a celebrity guest cameo is that there are a ton of episodes this season where it feels like her showing up would add a lot to the story. Like, the idea of having an episode where both of their moms are teaming up to try and stop them from dating, I don't know, that just seems like the kind of entertaining thing they would have come up with back in Season 1. Gibby decides that he's had enough of the pair and ends up telling Freddy's mother about the relationship, causing her to scheme to break them up. At one point, at the suggestion of Gibby, Freddy's mother tries to bribe him with a piece of metal worth almost $100,000, saying that he can keep it if he breaks up with Sam. So to repeat that, Freddy's mother tried to bribe him with $100,000 to break up with Sam. A third time, Freddy's mother bought something worth $100,000! Sam and Freddy end up not showing up the night of iCarly's broadcast, and so Carly and Gibby have to do it on their own.
I'm Carly.
The couple finally show up hours later and say that Freddy's mom stalked them to their date. And long story short, they lost their phones and ended up on some random boat all night. Carly is furious that the two have once again ruined another episode of their web show, as Sam and Freddy note that Carly might just be jealous. Indeed, they argue, she could have been the one to tell Freddy's mom that they were dating, at which point Carly lets it slip that it was Gibby who leaked out the info, causing Sam to physically assault him, causing serious injury and hitting Spencer in the balls. While Gibby comes back from the hospital and Spencer recovers with a bag of ice, Freddy's mother convinces Carly that Freddy and Sam being together has made everyone's lives worse, and thus the only moral thing to do is for all four of them to scheme behind their backs to break the pair up. And so Carly shares the information that will do just that. Freddy didn't get into the summer camp he applied to because Sam sabotaged his application, changing all of the answers. She did this months before they started dating, meaning that it's something that she wants to keep away from him now that they're an item. Meanwhile, Gibby tries to eat his own hair. I don't like this character anymore. Freddy's mother shares the horrible information with him, and it goes over just as chaotically as you would expect.
Why'd you do this to me?
I was mad at you.
For what?
Remember? I asked you what time it was, and you said, I don't know.
Freddy is extremely mad, and it really seems like the two are going to break up before Carly runs upstairs and decides to intervene, telling Freddy that he can't break up with Sam over this. Gibby decides he's changed sides and drags Mrs. Benson out of the room, as Carly forces the two to stay together, saying that Sam is like a wild pet. There's chaos that comes with her, but that doesn't mean she doesn't love you. As the two embrace, Gibby begins singing an original love song, implying that somehow this was his plan all along. And there we go, love is blossoming and in the air until the next episode. Season 5, Episode 4 starts with the most bombastic retcon in the show's history. Freddy is really into trains, and is in fact in a model train club. I know, I didn't believe it either. This doesn't surprise Carly, but what does is the revelation that Sam and Freddy haven't done anything together in several days. They have different interests, different friend groups, and different hobbies, and so while they go on dates, they aren't totally dependent on each other. Carly insists that this simply won't do, and that they must try and join in on each other's interests. Agreeing to try it out, Freddy invites Sam to his model train club, and Sam pretends to be interested and says yes. Moments later, Spencer enters and suddenly recognizes a girl in the hall. It turns out that this woman, who now works for the principal, was once his childhood babysitter, and the two eventually decide to stay in contact. This single instant unleashes a domino effect that will ultimately ruin the show. Spencer and the woman end up going on several dates, and it ends up going extremely well. However, it is an extremely dysfunctional relationship, as the two basically copy and paste the same roles that they had when they were younger, but redistribute it all to be romantic in nature, making the whole thing feel like a role play being put on by a middle-aged couple at a bar.
Jenna wouldn't let me have dessert.
Someone refused to eat his vegetables.
I didn't wanna!
The two have a date while Gibby and Spencer are over, but she ends up saying the movie is too scary and sends Spencer and Carly to their rooms. At which point, Gibby invites her to dim the lights, sit down, and continue the film. And when she does, Gibby says his name out loud, very flirtatiously. I'll remind you that this woman works at Gibby's school, and she's 5 years older than Spencer, and Gibby is underage, so this is a Gibby gets molested moment. Meanwhile, Freddy takes Sam to his train club meeting, and holy hell, this is cool. I'm sorry, I'm not really into trains, but this is an objectively cool space. Which of these kids has the coolest mom in the world? This is awesome. The boys take joy in seeing these small moments of happiness as each train goes off one at a time. But while they're out of the room, Sam sets both of the trains to go off at once, causing them to collide mid-track, destroying hundreds of dollars in train collectibles. Not that I would know. It's not like I've, bought trains or anything.
There's train in my milk. Drink it!
So they found out that Sam isn't compatible with Freddy's hobbies, but they're still not sure about the other way round. So Sam invites Freddy to take part in her weekend interests, going to visit her uncle and cousin in prison and trying to sneak contraband in to give to them.
I brought you the stuff.
Where? Whoa, okay. Oh, prisoners in my pants.
They get caught and Sam's family are thrown in the hole, and Sam then spends copious time yelling at Freddy for not being good enough at getting honey glazed hams out of his pants. They confide in Carly, who says that maybe they shouldn't get involved in each other's hobbies, but that it doesn't mean their relationship is over. She notes that her relationship advice isn't always rock solid because she doesn't have a boyfriend. She then goes downstairs and sees Spencer being read a bedtime book by his girlfriend while he rests in his pajamas. Carly has finally had enough and snaps at the two, telling them that their relationship isn't healthy or destined to last. They're not having a normal relationship, they're awkwardly inserting romance into a pre-existing dynamic that had nothing to do with romance at all. And they need to stop pretending they can be a couple when they both know that it's weird and wrong. And while Carly gives a speech that breaks up Spencer and his babysitter, Freddy and Sam loom at the staircase, and come under the impression that Carly's outburst might also apply to them. And as they head down in the elevator for the night, Sam stops it mid-voyage, something Freddy seems to have wholly anticipated. They have a long, serious conversation where they admit that they're not truly compatible like they would have wanted to be. At least, not yet. And as they amicably break things off, Freddy tells Sam that he loves her, and Sam replies with much of the same. And you just know that when they finally get off that elevator for the night, and Freddy watches that girl walk away, he's thinking to himself, why didn't I take the $100,000? As a kid, I remember this story arc being the last time that I went out of my way to consistently watch iCarly. And perhaps contradictorily, it's the story arc that ruined the show. Because the biggest problem with this story is that it's pretty much identical to I Saved Your Life, the Creddy event story. The characters start dating, it's far from immediately perfect, and they decide they need to take a break to see if they're a better fit for each other a little bit down the line, and then it's almost never spoken of again. Do you see how something like that could potentially ruin the reasons that people liked the show? Because iCarly was at least partially about the will they, won't they appeal that was generated from these character dynamics, and these two story arcs turn that into they did, they could again, and they might, but they don't feel like it this week. And it's like, personally sitting here, talking about this at this point in the saga, I'm feeling kind of depressed. And I'm sure you guys are feeling that at home secondhand. Because the SETI story arc was a lot of build-up and then a really disappointing payoff in some of the weakest episodes in the show's history. And here's what this has always been about. iCarly doesn't do storylines about the web show anymore. They don't do storylines about romance anymore. And Spencer doesn't even really build sculptures anymore. So why are we still here? What is all this about? How is this even still iCarly? Because this might as well be Good Luck Charlie for all I care. We have 19 episodes left. What could those 19 episodes possibly be about? What, are they gonna go work at the Apple store? Are they gonna open a restaurant? Are they gonna go on Jimmy fucking Fallon? I think the people working on this show didn't understand the appeal of the program, and they really didn't understand why people liked the SETI ship. I know, it's become pretty obvious at this point that I was a SETI shipper. I was from the very beginning. And to be honest with you, I've never even met a Creddy shipper. I don't think it was that popular. And if you were a Creddy shipper, I'm just going to kind of presume that you were so used to the male lead and the female lead always ending up together that it was just outside of your comfort zone for that not to happen. Let me guess. When you read Harry Potter, you were upset that Harry and Hermione didn't get together. Yeah, it's pretty clear what was going on there. But as a SETI shipper, I think the ultimate appeal of the pairing to most of the kids at home is that we really liked Freddie and we really liked Sam, but they weren't good people, especially Sam, but still Freddie to some extent. And I think the reason that kids at home wanted Sam and Freddie to ultimately end up together is the only way that could happen is if they both realistically grew a lot as people. We wanted Sam to get over her deeply rooted issues and her violent complexes, and we wanted Freddie to develop a damn backbone and learn some street smarts. But I think that's not what the showrunners wanted. They just wanted a new couch gag every week. I think they wanted Sam specifically to never evolve. Her being a fundamentally broken person was funny to them, and thus they wanted her to stay that way forever. I have this thing I say a lot, that sitcom characters are not allowed to be happy because most sitcoms are about dysfunction. And that's why people say that sitcoms get ruined when there's a wedding or a baby, because happiness itself isn't very funny to a lot of comedy writers. And that's why you always hear these creators say, oh, we can't bring back The Office. Oh, we can't bring back Friends. Because the only way to make these shows work is for everyone to be miserable. And these characters, they deserve to be happy. And after this storyline, I think a lot of people just clocked out on iCarly because we all realized that the only way that these characters were ever going to be allowed to be happy is if the sitcom ended. And they were allowed to stop existing with a smile on their faces. Season 5, Episode 5 is a Tebow-centric episode. So in the story, we learn that Tebow has been living in the second floor of the Groovy Smoothie basically since it opened. And when a health inspector sees this, he says that it's against city ordinances. So Tebow essentially becomes homeless overnight, much to the dismay of Carly, who insists that they try and find a way to fix this. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Freddie's mother loses $20,000 buying 2 rare chickens, hoping to sell their eggs for $1,000 each. However, the birds won't lie with each other, and thus won't lay eggs, meaning that she's out of her investment. Well, if she sells that solid hunk of metal from a few episodes back, she'll have a solid 80 grand left over. Meanwhile, in the C-plot, Spencer buys a safe at the local junkyard and is trying to find numerous ways to get it open. Tired of being distracted by the main 3, he suggests that Freddie have his mom rent out their spare bedroom to Tebow, meaning that she can make back the money and Tebow has somewhere to live. However, Freddie and Sam think that his mom won't like Tebow for, reasons, and they decide that they need to change him. They need to clean him up. Freddie's mom doesn't like black people. Meanwhile, in the D-plot, Sam finds a really big fork and decides she needs to use it as much as possible, obsessively eating with it as often as she can just to indulge the art of oversized cutlery. Meanwhile, in the F-plot, Carly meets a cute boy at the Groovy Smoothie, but is horrified to discover that he's snobbishly intelligent, enjoying foreign films and being well-versed in the modern world. She begins studying for dates with him and even asks Spencer to break his nose as a distraction when the date turns sour. So, on the night of Carly's most important date, Freddie, Sam, and Gibby dress Tebow up in a fancy suit and ask him to talk smooth and suave to win Freddie's mother over. Also, Gibby made the suit himself because apparently he's a tailor now. Carly hides electronics all over the room so she can use them to look up whatever her boyfriend talks about, distracting from their evening as she rarely has any idea what's going on. He catches her in the act, looking at her cheat notes, and declares that she has been dishonest, something much worse than being stupid. Sam is so intent on making Carly feel better that she gifts her giant fork to her, before revealing that she's found an even bigger fork. Tebow's meeting with Mrs. Benson goes over very well, as he's able to compulsively lie his way into a place in the apartment, signing a lease for a whole year, although he still is going to have to keep up his ruse. Spencer opens the safe, and inside is another safe. Season 5, Episode 6 is the second blooper episode. They are 9 words. Are you happy? Season 5, Episode 7 is perhaps one of the most anticipated episodes we've had coming since Season 3, being a finale to the very episode where I ended my last video. I'm talking about I Still Psycho, the second part of the Psycho trilogy. At the beginning of the story, the cast learned that Nora Dershowitz, the villain of the original story, is being considered for parole, and that as victims of her crime, they are invited to come and give testimony on if they think she should be kept in prison or released. Sam hits Freddy in the balls and goes to steal his pudding. Meanwhile, Spencer is soaking his feet in milk. I have the weirdest instinct to skip this one. Sam has a resistance to go and testify at Nora's hearing, saying as someone who's been to jail, she hesitates to force someone else to stay there. At this exact moment, Tebow barges into the room, half-dressed, exclaiming that he's grown tired of the ruse he's had to keep up to continue living with Freddy's mom. Although Freddy insists that lying is a necessity for him to continue living there.
Oh, I'm not offended. I feel all warm inside knowing your mom would be disgusted if she knew the real me. That's nice. Let's all just pretend that Tebow doesn't have feelings.
Gibby then enters with the episode's official D-plot. He has just gone to the mall and has had his head scanned for over 2 hours in order to create a complete composite copy of his own head, and boy have I never seen a joke flop this hard. I think this is perhaps the most infamous Gibby joke, as they run with this for the rest of the series and maintain it as his new Flanderization quirk. And I have never met someone who enjoys this bit. You know, who's like, when I think of Gibby, I think of the decapitated head. Funniest shit I've ever seen. Carly insists that they all go to the hearing, and once there, Nora gives a depressing speech about how she deserves to rot in jail, and that at least there, she has more friends than her life before. Carly tries to give testimony about how Nora shouldn't be let go, but ends up feeling so bad that she pivots, saying that it's been enough time for her to be released. Gibby tries to make a bunch of jokes about his head, but no one laughs. While they're away, Spencer begins going on a long series of dates with a beautiful woman, who is into nerdy topics and making out. However, their dates are constantly derailed by Tebow bursting into the room and complaining about Mrs. Benson. Tebow even begins flirting with Spencer's date in front of him, and Spencer just lock your door. What kind of apartment in a massive skyscraper only has a chain lock? Spencer ends up buying a zombie video game, but his TV is broken, so when Freddy's mom heads out on a trip, they end up playing it at her house with Tebow. However, she comes home early, and Tebow's cover is blown, as he gives a triumphant speech about how he's Tebow, and no one can stop him from being that way. Mrs. Benson kicks him out, he is once again homeless. Quick note, if this ever happens to you, stand your ground. Tebow in this case has a pre-signed lease with Mrs. Benson, meaning that she can only evict him with a 30-day written notice. She isn't allowed to just throw him out onto the street because they had a minor disagreement one day. Nora is released from prison, and almost entirely because of the testimony of Carly, and she's placed into the custody of her parents, who, holy shit, that guy's got tiny hands. It turns out Nora's parents are throwing her a coming home party. They've invited all of her classmates from school, none of which are planning to come, and instead, she ends up inviting the iCarly gang, and no fucking way they fall for this twice. They do, and when Spencer comes to pick them up from the house, he too is entangled, and the plan is kicked off as they're all locked indoors. As we find out that Nora's mother is in on the plan to get revenge. Nora's mother has attached Spencer to a gigantic wheel, and if the gang try to escape or retaliate, Spencer will be left spinning in place, surely killing him or something. Nora says that the gang might have gotten her out of prison, but that they also tainted the memory of her 16th birthday party.
We're going to undo the taint.
And so they plan to recreate said party, but this time, it will truly go on forever. They dance to the music and Freddy is sexually assaulted, which is funny because he's a guy. They're all eventually left alone in the room, and thinking fast, they disguise Gibby's head as him being asleep, and he escapes through the only way he can think of, through the chimney. However, he gets stuck at the top and can't get out, and he's left there overnight. Nora and her mother quickly catch on to the deceit and begin searching for Gibby while Spencer spins for eternity. Nora's dad gets home and we learn that he's in on the plan as well. Ultimately, the gang are saved not by Gibby, but by an obsessive string of continuity deep cuts. In season 2, we learn that Freddy's mother has had a chip implanted into his head, which allows her to track where he is at all times. In season 5, we learn that Freddy has since learned about this as he complains about it to Sam and Carly. In season 4, Spencer becomes addicted to pranking people, and one of the ways he pranks Carly is with a pen that electrocutes her when pressed. Freddy theorizes that disabling the tracking chip in his head will immediately tell his mother his location, and Sam has previously stolen Spencer's shocking pen because she thinks it's cool, and so they press it up to Freddy's head, shorting out the chip, knocking him out, and alerting his mother to their true location. T-Bo volunteers to take Mrs. Benson on his motorcycle, and they drive through Nora's front door. Sam flips Nora over the table, T-Bo breaks down the basement door, and Carly unplugs the wheel, releasing Spencer. T-Bo takes out the dad, and when the girls take out poking irons, Mrs. Benson pulls down swords from the wall. And of course, because she was a fencing champion as a child, Mrs. Benson easily kicks the asses of both girls, even when taken at once. Sam begins knocking the door slits out with the pen, and Nora warns that if she tries, she will have revenge, but Sam goes ahead and does it anyways. Mrs. Benson is ecstatic to have saved her son, and she allows T-Bo to move into her apartment once again. All is well, the characters are safe, except they forgot Gibby.
I'm still here!
I Still Psycho is a great example of that thing I was talking about before, where the show has very slowly pivoted away from being a program about internet culture and is now primarily focused on being about iCarly's own self-worth. The show's value is now staked in the fact that the show has value. And it's worth pointing out that there's probably a very good reason that this has ultimately happened, because this episode aired on December the 31st, 2011, the day before 2012. 2012 is famous for being a very, very exciting time for internet content, mostly because a lot of people were 14 that year. But it's also an age of the internet that is very, very different from the internet in 2007, and iCarly, for better or for worse, is a commentary on the internet as it existed in that year. So I really feel like the writers were incapable of even trying to adjust to the internet's change in tone. So it made a lot more sense to just pivot away from the topic. Moving on now, let's talk about episode 8, the last story in season 5 that I wouldn't call an event episode. In fact, I would call it filler. Eyeballs is the first of 2 episodes this season, which are Carly Light. Basically, during the time Miranda Cosgrove was pushing a music career on the side, and because she was busy touring, the show needed an excuse to barely have her appear in certain select episodes. In the episode, Carly suddenly has to go to Yakima to take care of her grandfather, leaving the iCarly webcast to be done without her. Freddy, feeling like he has yet to prove himself as a creative member of the team, insists that he be allowed to co-host, with Sam remarking that a trash bag filled with yogurt could be a better comedy partner than him. Freddy does a skit which is considered extremely unfunny and cringe, and storms off, causing Sam to indeed introduce the bag of yogurt as a side character. As a side note, 2 of the people who have come to see his performance live are Mrs. Benson's therapist and his daughter, who has a very rare and severe vision problem which forces her to wear daunting glasses all of the time. Trying to help him through his blues, Sam says that being the technical side of the webcast still invites creativity, leading him to remark that he's been trying to figure out how to make iCarly 3D without 3D glasses. He somehow does this, making a special iCarly stream, which is somehow 3D despite being a single image. Meanwhile, Spencer wants to hire a lackey to do all of his work, despite the fact that he doesn't even have a job. He finds that partner in a man he meets in a men's room, and the two have wacky adventures. Freddy discovers that his 3D effect seriously damages the depth perception of anyone who watches the web show, causing the iCarly cast to flee from their problems, because that's basically the show's thesis statement. The effects are merely temporary, but Freddy still mopes that his experiment has only brought pain into the world. This is until the therapist and his daughter return, with her announcing that the iCarly 3D webcast cured her severe eye condition. Spencer discovers that he has negative $11 in his bank account, and that he's causing himself to go broke entirely to keep this newly found friend employed. However, the assistant says that he can't keep ruining Spencer's financial life, and he respectfully quits, noting that Spencer has been the best boss he's ever had. There's an extremely homoerotic montage of them doing stuff together, and that's where the story ends. If this episode had been in season 1, I wouldn't have mentioned it, but we're so starved for content at this point that I'm describing every single thing that happens in this show out of desperation. And with that, we transition forwards to perhaps one of the most strange and infamous episodes in the history of iCarly. Season 5, Episode 9, I Meet the First Lady. At the start of the story, Carly and the gang are planning a massive birthday party for her unseen father, who is supposed to be visiting Seattle for his birthday, being the first time she's seen him in a very long while. Spencer accidentally blows up the cake, forcing Carly to go out and get a second one. However, by the time she gets home, Spencer has learned some bad news. Something has happened in another country, and her father won't be coming home from the Air Force after all. He was in the Navy before. Why did they make it the Air Force now? What's going on? Anyways, Carly goes and cries in her room, barely being able to muster the energy to come up and do the iCarly webcast. However, there, she is given shockingly great news. They're going to Skype call Carly's father live on iCarly. However, the signal is weak, and while her father can see their side, they can't see him through the static, because the internet is analog in this universe. He types out responses to everything in the video chat, and thus the gang are able to celebrate his birth without actually casting him. Carly is ecstatic and unable to have her mood ruined, until things come to a halting stop. The gang are all visited by members of the Secret Service, one of which is that dude from SNL before he was famous, who say that someone in the US government saw their transmission to a secure military base and has an interest in meeting them. Sam tries to buy them all disguises so they can sneak out of the country before they're caught in the act, and are returned to the Shea apartment to meet someone more important than the president himself, the president's wife, who now sits with Spencer eating spaghetti tacos while he recounts his many B-plots. Sam, Carly, and Freddy all react in shock to Michelle Obama being in their living room, and Tebow enters shortly after. Having no idea who she is, he immediately tries to hit on her.
Tebow.
Oh, she married?
A couple things I found out while researching this is that, first of all, some of these people are actually really Secret Service, like actually. Second, Tebow was not originally scripted to appear in this episode. In a live stream with Salty DK Dan last year, Boogie talked about how he actually confronted the show's creator about being left out of the story.
Yeah, but Michelle Obama was on the show.
That's right. Before anything, you know, I'm black. Right? So to see first black guy, the president, is incredible. Not just for me, but for my mom, my grandma. So to be in Hollywood, have an opportunity to act alongside the first black first lady. Oh my, that's never gonna happen again.
Yeah, that was probably crazy cool.
And I actually, in that episode, I wasn't in that episode, Salty.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't booked to work that next week. And I remember I came up to and I was like, bro, first black president ever? His wife is gonna be here, and you don't have the only black guy on the show on that episode. And he just started laughing. He goes, "Oh shit, huh?" I go, "Man," he goes, "You want to be on it?" I go, "Man, do you think I should be on it?" He was like, "Yeah, you're right." So we kind of laughed about it, you know.
Tebow leaves but returns minutes later upon realizing what he's just done and tries to apologize. Mrs. Obama gives an impassioned speech about how inspiring it is that Carly loves her father and keeps moving despite him being away. Sam interrupts her to ask if she can have a sandwich because that sure sounds like something she would say. Obama also praises her friends for supporting her and says that being part of a military family can be very difficult. So you see, the kids didn't do anything wrong. Michelle Obama just wants to congratulate them for actively pushing propaganda for the US government. Her kids are also big fans of iCarly, and when she learns that they're about to live stream an episode, she insists on being involved. This is apparently kind of a true story. Michelle Obama was only written into one scene, but specifically requested being able to do the random dancing sequence because she often watched iCarly with her daughters and knew that it was their favorite part. And that's where we end the episode, with the gang rocking out with the First Lady. Episode 10 is mostly about the gang committing a crime, so we're going to go ahead and save it for the end. Which means it's time for everyone's favorite segment, the iCrimes analysis. Okay, let's go ahead and just hop back to the beginning. In Season 5, Episode 1, Sam has been admitted to a mental asylum, and the gang need to distract the woman at the front desk to find her. Thinking fast, Gibby jumps behind the counter and apparently wrestles the woman to the ground. The police are called, but Gibby claims that he only fell behind the desk, and the police immediately dismiss the woman's claims because all pigs are racist. So I'm calling Gibby attacking this woman iCrime number 44, and Carly and Freddy trespassing iCrime number 45. iCrime number 46 is Sam filling a teacher's car up with bees. iCrime number 47 is Sam physically assaulting Gibby numerous times because she can't do it to Freddy anymore. iCrime number 48 is Sam injuring Gibby so badly that she dislocates his breastbone and rips a clump of his hair out. iCrime number 49 is Sam hitting golf balls at the girls' soccer team and hitting one of them in the head. iCrime number 50 is Sam trying to sneak honey glazed hams into prison through Freddy's pants. iCrime number 51 is Sam stealing the taser of a prison guard when she's attending Nora Derschlitt's hearing. A lot of these crimes revolve around Sam. That's an interesting coincidence. And with that, we now move on to the Season 5 finale, and yet another episode which was mostly written to be a Carly light story. At the beginning of the episode, we learn that Sam has made a massive stride as a person. She hasn't gotten into any kind of trouble in over 10 days, something that she hasn't been able to do since she was 4 years old. And as a reward, she is given tickets to an exclusive tour of her favorite place in the world, the Canadian Fat Cakes Factory, which produces fat cakes so good that they're banned in America. And so the gang cross the border for the day, but Carly stays behind because she has a date with a cute boy and wants to get ready. In her half of the story, Carly takes a long hot bath, and after watching old TV, wonders if she can get her toe stuck in the faucet. Indeed she can, and she cries for help until Mrs. Benson finds her. Her date eventually finds her as well, and they have their date while she's still in bath, wearing nothing but a t-shirt. This section contains no crimes, but it makes my brain bleed. Back in the A-plot, the rest of the gang take the tour of the foreign sweets factory. When given the chance to try the coconut-coated perfection, Gibby offers to be the first in line and is assaulted and knocked out by Sam, iCrime number 52. Sam really likes fat cakes and begins crying. They try and get across the border, but Spencer insists that they first have their bags checked by the Border Patrol. And while they're here, Spencer continues one of the worst running jokes in the show at this point.
I know you have a crush on me.
What?
Nothing.
And that's statutory rape joke number... wait, wrong video. However, while they're trying to cross the border, a dog sniffs something on Sam, and the truth is revealed. She has laced her body with hundreds of illegal Canadian fat cakes, and is thus trying to smuggle contraband across the United States border. This is iCrime number 53. However, it's such a small thing that she's immediately released, but can only cross the border if she proves she's an American citizen. She has no passport or ID, meaning that she's incapable of doing this. And so, Gibby thinks of a brilliant plan: smuggling Sam across the border in a suitcase, iCrime number 54. However, Sam gets mixed up with another bag and she ends up in Malaysia. What a funny way to end the season. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final intermission of the iCarly binge through. We have just finished season 5, which means that directly after this is season 6, season 6, sorry. But the point is that after this we have one more season and then we are completely finished with the original run of iCarly. And so I want to use this final intermission to do something that I've been itching to do for a while, and that's discussing what I call the Nickelodeon sitcom universe. Now, the NSU is exactly what you would presume it to be. It is a theory that, based on numerous crossovers and cameos, several Nickelodeon sitcoms from 2004 to today are set in one shared continuity. Now keep in mind that there are numerous Nickelodeon shared universes, so just know that when I use the term NSU, I'm specifically referring to the one connected to iCarly. So let's talk about a few iCarly fan theories specifically connected to the NSU. Continuing on from our last video, let's talk about iCarly fan theory number 4. Drake and Josh, Zoe 101, and iCarly all take place in one shared universe. As I say this, many of you at home are probably smiling and nodding because this was intended to be something so obvious that even kids at home could figure this out. iCarly was created from the ground up to feature a lot of basic building blocks introduced in other Nickelodeon shows. So many of the brands, companies, and films that the characters will name drop tend to originate from Zoe 101 or Drake and Josh. For instance, Daka Shoes, the shoe company who gives the group a sponsor deal in Season 1, that company originates from a storyline in Drake and Josh. Galaxy Wars, a concept mentioned often throughout the franchise, also originated on Drake and Josh and was mentioned on Zoe 101. The Peruvian Puff Peppers make a cameo in one story, as we discussed, and in the same episode, Sam can be seen cooking with a Gary Coleman grill. Again, a reference to a classic Drake and Josh storyline. These minor references happen almost too often to keep track of, and the thing is that after iCarly took off, this trend continued, with many things introduced in iCarly then appearing in other Nickelodeon shows. For instance, the pear company technology seen in the show was later featured in Victorious and several other programs. Also, in Merry Christmas Drake and Josh, a TV movie which was filmed after iCarly had started airing. When Josh is flipping through TV channels, he briefly passes by the iWeb Awards, a concept key to the Japan event episode. Similar Easter eggs and references became common after iCarly ended, some obvious but others more subtle. For instance, Ginger Fox, who you'll remember as the show's mean-spirited Britney Spears parody, was later brought up in several shows, with her song from iCarly being sung by a karaoke team in Victorious, and a reference to her even making its way into Henry Danger years later.
But I'm trying to download the new Ginger Fox music video and it's taking forever!
And I was never exactly into any of those later shows, but I'm told that those sorts of cameos and references were far from uncommon and happened pretty often. However, if you're looking for something bigger than just Easter eggs and mimicked brands, then there are a couple things worth talking about. Specifically, the 4 characters who originated on Drake and Josh and then appeared in iCarly. Firstly, there's Dr. Doty. Dr. Doty is a recurring character in the NSU, played by George Doty IV, a producer on most of these shows. In Drake and Josh, he's briefly seen looking over an injured football player, and in iCarly, he's seen being asked to reattach the ear of an MMA fighter. A paramedic, also played by Doty, is also seen in iPsycho, and it's unclear if that's the same character. However, to most people, the most clear and concrete evidence of iCarly being in the NSU can be found in Season 4, specifically in episodes 6 and 7, where there is a running joke of different obscure characters from other NSU shows being fans of the iCarly webcast and coming to see them in person. This starts when the gang enters Webicon, with the Zoe 101 character Stacy Dilson briefly being seen in a crowd. This then continues with the slightly more memorable appearances of Craig and Eric, the lovable nerd duo from Drake and Josh. Eric, we learn, is a massive Creddy fan, although Craig is totally ambivalent to the in-universe iCarly craze. A few moments later, we also see another person at the convention, Gavin, a recurring employee from the movie theater where Josh works in the Drake and Josh sitcom. I'll remind you that this episode is also the one that Jack Black features in, and somehow that feels like the least spectacular cameo in the episode. Okay, so now that we've gone ahead and broken that down, I think we can all agree that this fan theory is 100% canon. Drake and Josh concepts appear in iCarly, iCarly concepts appear in Drake and Josh Josh characters cameo in iCarly, meaning that they are completely intended to be set in the same universe. So now that we've gone ahead and accepted that, let's move on to the next theory. iCarly fan theory number 5. Drake and Josh is a TV show within the iCarly universe. What? Half of you right now are going like, huh? What? that doesn't make sense. And then the other half of you are like, oh yeah, I remember this too. This one's also real. Throughout the entire iCarly show, it is occasionally hinted and then directly stated that the main characters are fans of the Nickelodeon sitcom Drake and Josh. The biggest clue to this can be found in Sam's locker at school, where she has a cutout which is logically meant to be the real-world Drake Bell and distinctly not the in-universe Drake Parker. Other episodes follow this implication. In I Go Nuclear, the theme song to the show is heard playing on the radio. And in I Party with Victorious, Gibby is seen briefly wearing a baseball cap with the Drake and Josh logo on it, given to him by a makeup artist who works in Hollywood. And finally, in 2 episodes of the show, the characters are seen watching the Drake and Josh sitcom and making commentary on it. In I Get Pranky, Carly is seen sulking on the couch over her personal failure to pull off a prank, and she is pretty clearly watching an episode of Drake and Josh.
He didn't kill Hervé. The camera flash just stunned him. How come that little girl's so good at pranks?
Later in the episode, Spencer is seen briefly watching TV, and the clip we hear is very clearly Jerry Trainer playing Crazy Steve, also on Drake and Josh. But most importantly, in I Toe Fat Cakes, Carly is changing channels and briefly watches the Peruvian Puff Peppers episode, rolling her eyes and saying that she's seen it already. And our final clue lies in I Pear Shop, an episode that we've yet to talk about yet, where an Easter egg makes reference to both Drake and Josh and Zoe 101, cementing that both appear to be TV shows within this universe. Which is confusing, I know, but we basically have to take at face value that Drake and Josh is set in the same universe as iCarly, and that Drake and Josh is a TV show within the iCarly universe. These 2 facts are difficult to reconcile, but they are both very clearly intended to be canon aspects of this universe. And if that is too much for you, I don't think you're ready for this next one. iCarly fan theory number 6. iCarly is a TV show within the iCarly universe. Okay, so I'm about to say a sentence that has never been said before in the history of the human race. I want to talk about Game Shakers, because there's a lot of interesting stuff going on in that show. Game Shakers was an attempt by the creators of iCarly to kind of recapture its energy years after it had ended. It was basically the same idea as iCarly, about a group of tween creators who suddenly become internet famous, except instead of creating web videos, they make video games. To me, this was basically their attempt to try and mimic 2015 YouTube culture in the same way that they had mimicked 2007 YouTube culture, but I don't think this attempt nearly went over as well as the previous one. And just like iCarly managed to have a Fred cameo to connect to said culture, Game Shakers also sought out having high-status gaming YouTubers appear on their show.
Babe Carano and Kenzie Bell. Yup, these are the 2 7th grade girls who are currently tearing it up with their hit game, Skywell.
Now here's why Game Shakers is relevant to the discussion of the NSU. On Drake and Josh, there was this character named Helen who essentially ran the movie theater where Josh worked. She was played by Community's Yvette Nicole Brown, except for that one episode where a completely different woman played her, and we all pretended not to notice. The point is that Helen would later become a character who would cameo on numerous other shows to help sell the idea of the NSU, most notably Victorious. And Game Shakers was the final show where this ended up happening. So even pushing aside all the evidence we've talked about so far, on a basic level, Helen appearing in all of these different shows must mean that these shows take place in a shared continuity, meaning that at the very least, Drake and Josh, Victorious, and Game Shakers all take place in one shared universe. And because iCarly and Victorious cross over so constantly that it eventually became permanent, we have to accept that iCarly is a part of that specific shared continuity. Which logically means that based on all evidence, iCarly and Game Shakers are both set in the same universe. However, there's a big problem. Because in the same way that there was a Drake and Josh cameo on Game Shakers, there was also an extended iCarly cameo on Game Shakers, because Nathan Kress appeared in an episode. But he wasn't playing Freddie Benson, the iCarly character. He was playing Nathan Kress, the actor inside the Game Shakers universe who played the character Freddy on the sitcom iCarly. I might as well stop and break this episode down in some kind of detail because arguably this was the final piece of iCarly media before you know what happened this very year. So at the start of the story, the Shakers gang are testing out their latest video game, which is clearly something that runs on Flash but is being played with a bedazzled PS4 controller. Triple G finds a glitch in the game and Hudson tries to record a note about it on his juice box. Meanwhile, Babe and Kenzie are distracted because of an iCarly marathon currently airing on TV. Triple G tries to get them to focus but is himself mesmerized by the hilarity of the Nickelodeon classic.
Just breathe me in, come on, breathe me in, come on, breathe, give it. What is that, Knight Rider?
I fixed her.
They initially watch a Season 4 episode, and then a Season 6 episode, but they eventually make it around to the Season 3 premiere, I Think They Kissed. They then watch the same Season 4 episode as before, then a Season 5 episode, and then they watch Season 2's I Kiss, which is the prequel to the episode that they've already watched before, and also the episode ends distinctly not on the half-hour mark, but 13 minutes early. Who is in charge of scheduling the iCarly marathons in this universe? You couldn't have done a worse job binging this show if you'd thrown a couple fucking Bizarrevarks into the middle.
Oh, it's like Quinton and Kale, but not as funny.
After they get up and make some coffee, Triple G asks if they ever resolved which girl Freddy likes more, causing them to say that it's ambiguous but obvious.
Freddy loves Sam.
What?
Anyways, they can't agree on who Freddy loves more, and Triple G suggests they ask the man himself, as Nathan Kress is doing a play in New York and is staying at a local hotel. The girls go to the hotel and witness a very attractive woman seduce her way into getting a celebrity's key. One of the girls tries to do this herself, but she is 12, so it's just really weird.
What's the difference between her and us? Yeah, okay, we get it. Geez Louise, I guess this is how the world works.
And then they get cilantro sprayed in their faces, which I guess is like PG-13 mace. However, Triple G thinks of a brilliant idea and dresses Hudson up like Freddie Benson, trying to convince the staff that he is Nathan Kress. This works out and they're able to sneak the two girls into the room, thus orchestrating breaking and entering. And that's game crime number 1. They end up fingering Kress's pizza, which is an odd sentence to say, and they go through his wallet, geeking over the contents. He calls security, and they freak out and hide in the bathroom. Eventually, they come out, and as he sees that they're just anxious fans, he cancels the security call. They give him back his wallet and ask him which girl he thinks Freddy would end up with. Nathan almost gives his honest opinion before Double G bursts into the window, as he was also trying to break in by this point. Double G is connected to a helicopter and he orders it to fly off, crashing him through the hotel window. Security show up and quickly deduce that either these kids are doing something bad or Nathan Kress is really doing something bad. They all get sprayed with cilantro, the kids get taken away, that's it. There you go. That's the most recent iCarly themed episode set in the iCarly universe. So anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and pull back up that list of things that exist in the iCarly universe, and I'm gonna write down the iCarly sitcom, and also Pro Jared. Now that your brains have turned to liquid and are probably prepared to accept almost anything, let's move on to iCarly fan theory number 7. iCarly is a part of the Disney Channel live-action universe. Okay, so I don't actually personally believe in this one, but I found this fan theory while I was researching the show, and I thought it was so funny and so charming that I had to include it in this segment. I talked about this a lot in my video about fictional presidents, but at the exact same time that Nickelodeon was building up their own little sitcom universe, Disney Channel had become famous for doing the same thing, but a lot better and a lot more coherently. In the past, I've made fun of how ridiculously big this sitcom universe is because the recent inclusion of Girl Meets World accidentally connects the universe to the ABC sitcom universe, which is itself kind of massive. I've pointed this out before, but I want to say it again. My favorite detail about how easily you can link all these different shows together is that Sabrina the Teenage Witch and Wizards of Waverly Place are both concretely set in the same universe, which implies to me that these witch societies are so secretive that there's like 5 of them and they don't know about each other. However, to only complicate things further, one fan theory that I found online insisted that the Nickelodeon sitcom universe and the Disney Channel live-action universe are in fact the same shared universe. Evidence number 1. Michelle Obama appears in both universes. Okay, that's it. Thanks for watching, guys. Okay, that's not actually the entire evidence for the theory, but everyone always points that out as if it means something. Like, Michelle Obama also exists in this universe, and we're not a part of the iCarly universe, as far as I know. However, the main key clue to this is the Sunshine Girls. The Sunshine Girls are a parody of the Girl Scouts, which by complete coincidence appear in both the Nickelodeon sitcom universe and the Disney Channel live-action universe. In the DCLAU, they first appear in That's So Raven, and then make appearances in the spin-off, Cory in the House, and then in the Nickelodeon sitcom universe, they first appear, I believe, in iCarly, and then make cameo appearances in such shows as Victorious. And finally, we have iCarly fan theory number 8. iCarly and Frasier are set in the same shared universe. Make it happen, people! And with that, we have now finished our final iCarly intermission, and we now move on to iCarly Season 6. Season 6 is going to be a weird experience for me, because at this point in the show's history, I had fully, completely, 100% stopped watching Nickelodeon. So ignoring the finale, which I went out of my way to see, I have no previous experience with any of the episodes that we're about to talk about. It seems to me, going into this, that iCarly Season 6 can be defined by 2 core things. Cameos by celebrities who probably had kids that told them that the show was cool, and the lowest ratings in the show's history. Now, I want to clarify something real quick. I often hear people say, well, iCarly started out big, but then it really fell in the ratings by the end. And while that's technically true, it's just a little bit dishonest to put it that way. Saying that iCarly fell in the ratings kind of implies that at this stage, there was another show that took its former place and was just as popular as it had once been. And that's simply not true. iCarly was a peak in viewership for the Nickelodeon channel that it would never truly replicate. There's this great page on Wikipedia that I've used constantly throughout this project that basically ranks Nickelodeon premieres by the highest viewing figures, and I think it goes down to like the top 35 or 45. But the thing about that page is the most recent thing on it is the iCarly finale. The big hot take here isn't that iCarly was failing, it's not even that Nickelodeon was failing, the true take is that cable was failing. By 2012, Netflix and Hulu were both really starting to take off as like streaming service alternatives, and what people forget about that era is it did not take a lot of time for the middle class to basically turn on cable. Because cable sucks, okay? Nowadays, the viewing figures for cable television are all absurdly low when compared to stuff that was happening a decade or two before. A Cartoon Network show will run for like half a decade, and you go and check out who's been watching it live, and it's like 500,000 people an episode. Which is why so many of these former cable stations are now making their own streaming services, despite how hard it is to track how many of them there are now. But you know, this subtle nuance doesn't change the fact that the next 13 episodes of iCarly are statistically the ones which you are least likely to have seen before. So let's kick things off with perhaps one of the weirdest episodes in the show's entire run.
You're about to watch a very special episode of iCarly.
It's not for normal people.
You might find it disturbing.
So April the 1st, 2012 was a big night for Nickelodeon as it hosted 2 very special premieres, the content of which was intended to be irregular, unrequested, surreal, in short, lol, random. The first of these was iCarly Season 6, Episode 1, I, April Fools, and the second was Victorious Season 3, Episode 7, April Fool's blank. The intention of these episodes, to put it rather simply, was to feel like their respective shows if watched under the influence. Both follow a fluid, nonsensical timeline, and both are not intended to be canon, yet are canon to each other. The iCarly episode is intended to be a trippy parody of clip show episodes, and indeed the suggestion of iCarly doing its own clip show. So let's go ahead and humor this one as we hop into the Season 6 premiere. At the start of the story, Carly and Spencer are packing their things, as we learn that they're being forced out of their apartment and they can never return. As we learn, Spencer forgot to pay the apartment's rent, and Carly accidentally stabbed the owner of the building. The gang think back to all of their favorite memories, starting with the time they watched a clip show episode of a classic sitcom in their living room, which we flash back to before we then return to the present. However, they still have 2 more hours before they have to leave, and so they decide to hold a big party. They invite T-Bow, who is a genie living in a lamp, and they ask him to teleport them to the next scene, where the party is rocking and rolling and everyone is having fun. However, they realize that they don't have a party bush, and Freddy begins to have an intense mental breakdown over this. T-Bow materializes one with his genie magic, and all is well. They settle in, and it quickly becomes evident that they're going to do a clip show through flashbacks. But there's a catch. All of the clips are actually carefully recreated moments, with major twists on all of the events. Starting off, we cut all the way back to the pilot, where Miss Briggs turns down Carly's list of kids to be in the talent show. However, at that moment, a temporal wormhole opens in the hallway, and from it emerges another Miss Briggs.
I'm the real Miss Briggs from an alternate universe!
However, Miss Briggs reveals that if their energies collide, it will cause an explosion of galactic magnitude. The two begin a physical tussle and energy pulses through them, and they then both explode. Carly then thinks of the idea of starting a web show, and Freddy runs up and suggests the name iCarly. Sparky barks, and they laugh at his commentary. We flash back to the present, and we learn that Sparky is now dead, but that his head is mounted on the wall, where it still moves and barks. Also, Gibby occasionally comes in and hits Spencer with a stop sign, a scene which is much more famous for the web-exclusive version for some reason. They then have a flashback to the Chick episode, where a new character who yells in Japanese is inserted into the dialogue. Gibby then enters the flashback and knocks the man out with the stop sign, and Sam says that she'll go get a shovel while Carly does a little dance. Back in the present, the gang reflect on a few more famous flashbacks that aren't real, before the Japanese man enters in the present and hits Gibby with the stop sign, finally getting revenge. Sam then electrocutes him with the wrong end of the shock pen. The party bush says that it needs water, and T-Bow returns to bring it a small rainstorm, which no one seems to react strongly to. Even though iCarly is moving out, she's still in a good mood, causing the gang to wonder if she's ever in a bad mood. They then specifically recall one situation where she was.
I made you some stuffed mushrooms!
Who cares?
When they escape from the flashback, they now have changed locations, being in Tori's house from Victorious, with Robbie and Rex sitting across from them. Robbie insists that he is Gibby, and as the gang stare at the audience, laughing hysterically, they suddenly flash back. The gang then remember back when Spencer had long hair, specifically when Freddy was hit by a taco truck and then he and Carly dated, which Carly refers to as 12 million viewers, despite the fact that it was only 11. Spencer insists that his hair wasn't that long, and we see a flashback where it's about 3 times as long as it really was in the episode in question, and Spencer is wearing makeup to make him look even more like a girl. His hair gets even longer as the clip plays out. Carly is then visited by Mr. Bushwell and Lubert, haven't seen him in a while, and the gang trick the pair by having them join into a flashback where they agree to let Carly and Spencer stay. We never leave this flashback, and we just accept that the group's forced rewriting of history has gone unchallenged. After this, Spencer runs in, dressed as Doc from Back to the Future, and says that he's from a future episode of iCarly, where Freddy is raising kids with either Sam or Carly, although he says he can't remember which. They wonder how they can get to the future, at which point T-Bow flies in with a Jetsons bubble and he shrinks them down for the voyage. Inside the ship, Carly asks if their show is still on in reruns in the future, to which Spencer responds,
Reruns? Where we're going, we don't need reruns.
And yeah, that's a pretty accurate prediction, I guess. Now, wasn't that just a joyous waste of everyone's time? I love it when you get to the final season of a TV show, and they're so out of ideas that they make an episode that sucks on purpose and doesn't count. We'll be talking a little bit more about this April Fool's verse a little bit down the line, but for now, let's continue on to the actual, real, final 12 episodes of the show. And the only place that makes sense to start is Season 6, Episode 2. So as I told you guys, Season 6 is a weird beast for me because it's a collection of episodes that I've never seen before. But what's weirder is exactly how many of these episodes could be called event stories, yet do not lead with the renounce of event stories. An event episode in Season 3 carried some weight. Even if you haven't seen it, you've maybe heard people talk about it somehow. But I'm not sure I could say the same thing about many of the episodes that we're about to get into. Case in point, Season 6, Episode 2, I Go One Direction. The episode where the cast meet the boy band One Direction. Immediately, I imagine, some of you are presuming that this is editing trickery or a dedicated lie. But neither is true. This episode is 100% legitimate and is just not often talked about. So let's see what none of the hubbub is about. At the start of the episode, Spencer and Carly get back from a long trip, where Carly has caught some kind of virus. Spencer suggests he take her to a hospital, but she says that she just needs to get home and be alone. They open the door to find all of the other main characters inside. Sam, Freddy, T-Bo, Gibby, Gibby's decapitated head.
What is going on here?
I'm cooking steaks.
Playing video games.
I'm in a kiddie pool.
Gibby!
Are we sure that we're not still inside the April Fool's episode? Carly keels over and Spencer says she's dying, and the laugh track gets really loud for some reason. We learn that Carly has jungle worms, and Gibby runs out of the room screaming. We're told that jungle worms are basically identical to tapeworms, they just don't want to use that terminology for some reason. I wonder why. After the opening sequence, Carly is visited by the show's recurring doctor character, who tells her that she's mostly moved past the jungle worms, but that she still might be infectious, so she shouldn't kiss any boys. The good news is that she doesn't have a boyfriend and isn't planning on meeting any world-famous boy bands anytime soon. Freddy bursts into the room and announces that he just got an email from a world-famous British pop band called One Direction. Sam is excited, Carly is excited, and Gibby is really excited. The boys say they're going to be in the Seattle area and would love to be on iCarly to perform a song in their dingy, shitty attic. Later on, they changed the transitions. I don't like this version as much. Sam runs in and says One Direction has just arrived and they're on their way up. And no need to introduce them, we just transition to them doing a song that I can't play clips from. They're told that while practice has gone well, the actual show starts around 7:30. Sam sexually harasses the band members, which is funny because they're guys. And Gibby offers to rub their feet. This couldn't feel more like 1D fanfiction if someone started talking about Zane's cat. Carly, Sam, and Freddy go downstairs to get snacks for the band, and Harry suddenly gets really thirsty, causing him to take a drink from Carly's water bottle, which obviously is a problem because she's still contagious with jungle worms. Meanwhile, Spencer has repaired a piece of exercise equipment he found at a junkyard and tricks an attractive woman into thinking that he's a personal trainer. Get it? Trainer? However, the woman actually sends her 12-year-old daughter, who smells his fudge. I've seen this storyline in 17 different sitcoms. Harry is really sick, and Zane and all the other members stand around and stare at him. Also, I swear to God, I don't think they had this many members in the last scene.
Will somebody hold me?
No.
Harry tries to drink more from Carly's water bottle, and they all figure out what's happened. Harry stays in Carly's bed for a week. Wow, that sounds like fanfiction. But but he doesn't get any better, and the recurring doctor doesn't know why. Harry asks Carly to make him fruit cut up real special and to change his socks with warm ones. However, they eventually begin to piece things together. Harry Styles isn't sick anymore, he's just faking it so he can continue hanging out in Carly's bedroom, spending time with her and getting her to take care of him. Okay, serious question for anyone who was in this episode. When you got the script, did it look like this? Or did it look like this? Because no offense, but this reads like something you'd find in a middle school Lost and Found. Meanwhile, the little girl Spencer is training is really upset and mad that no one likes her. Spencer suggests she try being nicer, and she comes up with the idea of getting a makeover. I have a question. Has this little girl noticed that fucking One Direction keep hanging around this apartment where she's spending all this time? Because, I think that would be the main thing that most teenage girls would have noticed around that time period. If Harry Styles is sick and stuck in Carly's bed much longer, they'll have to cancel their tour so he can stay in Seattle. The good news is that while they wait, they can go out in public to a smoothie shop because Harry is the only band member anyone can recognize. Freddie thinks of a great way to try and encourage Harry to stop faking, making him think he's going to be replaced in the band.
You don't know you're beautiful. No!
Harry suddenly feels much better and insists that he can perform on iCarly that night. Spencer tries to give that girl a makeover, but she says he made her look worse, calls him an idiot, and storms off. Spencer yells back that they can't just end their story there and that they have to have some kind of resolution. Get it? They broke the fourth wall. They never do that. The gang performed the song. It goes over well. They break up 3 years later. I presume this episode is the reason why. I'm actually really impressed with how unique this episode feels. It's so creative in its blandness. It really takes this concept so much further than most episodes in the last few seasons. I love the fact that they had Harry Styles on the show and wrote him to be an awful person. Of course Harry Styles is a bastard in this universe. That just makes sense. For comparison, the Plain White T's were on this show in season 1, and I forgot to mention that because it's just like they come on, sing a song, and walk off stage. But here, it's like a whole saga. They wrote it in an hour, but it's interesting to watch at least. Next, let's talk about season 6, episode 3, I Open a Restaurant. Perhaps the most anticipated filler episode of the entire series. For several classes in a row, Gibby goes mysteriously missing from school. Sam goes to investigate and figures out where he is, in the school's basement, which no one has known about for decades before Gibby discovered it. The Gibster plans to achieve his greatest dream in this new location, secretly opening a restaurant. Carly says this is ridiculous and that he'll surely get caught, but Freddie and Sam both think he has a shot at this. A running joke in this one is that Freddie is starting to have a crush on Carly again, and it's weird to everyone because it's like reverse character development.
Is it too late for you to love me?
What?
Nothing.
Carly goes back to her apartment but is hit with a massive flash and is temporarily blinded as Spencer has built a giant combination of camera lights as a security feature. This is a bit that they stole from Frasier, and they thought we wouldn't notice. Back at the school, the restaurant is a total hit, and he's named it after his name said out loud for comedic effect. Gibby isn't worried about being ratted out because he's only invited cool people to attend, and Sam is his business partner and secretly his muscle. Gibby puts red pepper on Carly's pasta but overdoes it, and she struggles to find any water until their lemonade is finally delivered.
Interesting. That's red pepper lemonade.
That's the stupidest joke the show has ever made, and I absolutely love it. Carly runs out of the room screaming, then runs back into the room screaming, then runs out of the room screaming. Back at the apartment, Spencer has built a secondary security system, which is a robot that goes haywire and shoots popcorn pellets at everyone. Sam is able to hook Gibby up with better decor and seating, and he mounts his own decapitated head on the wall. A school bully with a fake New York accent shows up, having recently gotten out of juvie. The bully busts Gibby's chops, telling all his friends about how Gibby used to love taking his shirt off, to which Gibby says that he doesn't do that no more. The kid insists that Gibby get partially naked, and Gibby throws a fit, saying that it's his place and he deserves respect. Sam keeps him there until they close, and then fills the butter sock up with a pound of fresh butter, beating him repeatedly and splattering butter everywhere. The character doesn't get back up, there's just silence after this. And there's a few weird minutes where the B-plot plays out, and you're not sure if you just saw literal murder happen. But it turns out Sam just broke his arm, and he rats Gibby out to Mr. Howard. Mr. Howard discovers that the principal is attending the restaurant, and he orders that the location be shut down, as it is against school ordinances. Principal Franklin admits that this is his duty, and he tells Gibby to close the place down. However, when Howard and the bully are gone, he tells Gibby that he was just bluffing. Gibby's is the best food he's had in ages, and he insists that it stay open. I'm guessing that Gibby doesn't go to classes anymore. What a stupid episode. I'm actually going to go ahead and skip episode 4 and move on to episode 5, because it seems like a good idea to cover the two most infamous filler episodes together at once. This episode is one of the very, very rare cases with this show where I can honestly say that the A-plot here is one of the weakest in the show's history, but the B-plot comes close to being one of the highlights. At the start of the story, Spencer has just built one of his first sculptures in ages, depicting a gigantic snow woman, and because it's Spencer, the statue catches on fire, a running gag which has only increased in volume since it was introduced. The firefighters who put this out are very annoyed, as he's easily become the most infamous man in Seattle to those in the department. The chief declares that it's been fun knowing them, but as this is the 18th fire Spencer has accidentally caused, they have decided to never answer Shea household calls ever again. If Spencer ever starts another fire in this building, the Seattle department will allow everyone in the apartment complex to die. AFAB. Meanwhile, in the C-plot, Gibby is trying out deodorant for the first time, but can't decide which he likes more. So he begins shoving characters into both of his pits, and then asking them which he likes better. Gibby is so funny.
Okay, good, alright. Just breathe me in. Come on, breathe, Gibby.
In the A-plot, Freddy gets a job working at the Pear Store, where he gets a discount and shares his love of technology with others. However, his overzealous, over-techy talk doesn't sell product, and when Sam bullies a customer into spending more money, she's hired and quickly promoted to a higher position. Meanwhile, Gibby begins talking to a different employee and causes him to have a mental breakdown. At the same time, Carly begins flirting with a cute tech boy who seems rather awkward. Spencer goes to the fire department and tries to apologize for the years of mistakes, bringing them all brownies. He says that he needs to have trust that the department will come and help if there's trouble, and so they come up with a solution. Spencer will join as a firefighter for a whole week, and then he will understand their pain. I wonder if he's gonna burn down the fire department. Oh look, he's burning down the fire department. Oh look, he's back from burning down the fire department. Carly invites the cute boy over for a date and goes out of the room for a second. When she gets back, he is now a totally different person and chases her around until Spencer kicks him out. Freddy realizes that working at the Pear Store isn't fun while Sam is there, and he quits. Sam also quits, as that is apparently the only reason she was working there in the first place. Now, let's circle back around to the episode which we skipped before, Season 6, Episode 4. This episode is notable for two primary reasons. First of all, it is the show's second and final Halloween episode. And second off, it is the very last Neville Papperman story. Now, this episode originally aired in April 2012, so you might be wondering how this can be a Halloween episode. Well, it's simple. The plot of this one is about the characters realizing that Halloween is the best time of year, but it only happens once. And so they decide to create a new holiday, celebrated every April, perfectly in between the previous Halloween and the next one. I don't think I'm going to have time for a Halloween video this year, so appreciate this set for the 5 more seconds you get to look at it. Spooky, scary skeletons. This show ruined my schedule. The crew decide they want to hold a party that Saturday night and announce it on their webcast so strangers will come to Carly's house, which is obviously what you would want to happen. As this occurs, we see a shadowy figure open a notepad and begin jotting down plans for revenge. Freddy dresses up like Lubert, Sam dresses up like hand sanitizer, and Carly dresses up like sushi. I'm not gonna lie, that's adorable. They have the party and Spencer makes a game where you load into a basket of plushies by rope and have 8 seconds to grab as many as you want to keep. A robot comes in and gives the trio candy, but after they eat it, their voices all become deep and distorted. Freddy finds the robot upstairs and learns that it's Neville. He calls Carly and tells her what he's found, but at this point, 2 thugs pull him to the side. Neville plans on stripping Freddy down and putting him into the robot costume so he can be antagonized by Carly and Sam in his place. Carly and Sam find the robot and thinks it's Neville, and they strap him to Spencer's machine and repeatedly send him up and down into the plushies. The girls think that hurting Neville this much will mean that he'll never bother them again until Neville shows up with his posse. It turns out that Neville wants revenge because after he yelled at that guy in the wheelchair, they refused to help him repair his public image a second time. However, Carly says she's sorry that she didn't help and she invites him to join the party. Neville is put in such a feeling of comfort that he shoos his muscle away, and then Carly orders Sam to take him. They then do to him what they did to Freddy, lowering him into the plushies over and over and over again. This episode is the lamest excuse for why Neville wants revenge, it's the lamest way he's ever found revenge, and it's the lamest comeuppance that he's ever gotten. Like, oh, he gave them candy that makes their voices deep. Oh, but don't worry, because they're gonna lower him into a pile of plushies over and over again. What a total waste of one of the show's most famous ongoing storylines. I mean, it truly feels like the show is sleepwalking through this final season of episodes. So we just talked about the final Neville episode, and it is thus fitting that our next story is the final Chuck episode. Chuck, as you'll recall, was the mean-spirited kid who bullied Spencer throughout seasons 2 and 3, before vanishing from the extended cast. And sadly, this episode is not an exception to that. We learned at the beginning of the story that Chuck is now in the 8th grade, and is thus so physically large that he's able to prank Spencer in the ultimate way, by having his friends rip his clothes off and force him to run home naked. He gets home with tree branches, but accidentally brings a beehive with him, and the bees sting him in his penis. Spencer goes to the police and files a claim about the incident. The police take the crime very seriously, which means that Chuck ultimately either has to go to juvie or military school, and his father chooses military school. Spencer then runs into Chip, the little brother of Chuck, and he flees in fear that he might be seeking revenge. Later, he is assaulted by Chip, and fruit is duct taped all over him, even in sensitive places. Chip then decides that he wants to ruin Carly's life too, playing loud music so she can't do her webcast without getting a copy strike. Meanwhile, in the Gibby plot, Gibby buys a working Galaxy Wars phaser, but Sam breaks it when she throws a bully over a table that it was sitting on. Freddy tries to fix it, but accidentally fixes it too well, as it now properly works as a real phaser. Eventually, it begins to overload, and Spencer has to throw it away from the apartment, where it lands next to Chip, who is setting up a glue trap. The phaser explodes, and Chip is stuck to a wall. I commend them for finding an actor who really captured the energy of Chuck, but this episode just screams last-minute rewrite. I presume this is because the Chuck actor was still busy acting on the Disney Channel show that he was given after leaving iCarly, and in the end, this one just feels like another pointless filler episode. Okay, so we have now officially reached the midpoint of the final iCarly season. At this point, the show took a very brief 4-month hiatus, but when it returned, commercials curiously advertised the remaining episodes as the beginning of the final season of the show, which implies that these remaining episodes are actually iCarly Season 7. I don't look at it this way. I consider the rest of these episodes to be iCarly Season 6 Part 2. But as a kind of mock mini intermission, I thought it would be fitting if we kind of stopped here, and I told you basically everything that I've forgotten to talk about up to this point. If I was like, okay, here's everything I haven't mentioned yet, we're just gonna stop and bring it all up right here. Okay, thing I forgot to mention, number 1, Socko. There's this ongoing running joke in the series where characters will constantly point out that Spencer doesn't seem to have, like, adult friends, and he only really hangs out with teenagers. But there are 2 main exceptions to this. The first exception is that we find out at the end of season 4 and then again at the beginning of season 5 that Spencer has a group of like closely knit female friends that he only meets with when Carly is at school, and he has a book club with these women and he has a baking club with these women. And uniquely out of character for him, he's not trying to sleep with any of these women. He just enjoys like meeting up with them and discussing romance novels and that kind of thing. And this is brought up entirely as kind of a joke so that the other characters can, demasculate him, accuse him of being effeminate because he goes to a book club and so and so and such and such.
See you all at Judy's next week.
You're coming to the baby shower, right?
Yes.
What's happened to you, man?
But for almost any other episode of the show, the strictly followed canon is that Spencer only has one adult friend, and that is Sako. Sako is Spencer's friend who has a sock company that he often is seen speaking to, and he never appears on screen, but whenever Spencer is talking to someone slightly off screen, or he's having a phone conversation with someone, or he mentions someone in his life, Sako is almost always the person that is being brought up or is being spoken to off screen.
Spencer, did you make this cake?
Yeah, it's for Sako. See, since he owns his own sock company, I made his birthday cake in the shape of a sock.
But arguably the most memorable aspect of Sako is his extended family. There's this very long, consistently followed running joke where Spencer will call upon the family of Sako to do various tasks. And the joke is that Sako has all these weird extended family members who all specialize in different crafts and different trades, and every single one of those people also has a pun attached to their name. For instance, Bernie, who works in torches, Tyler, who sells ties, Otto, who sells cars, Boomer, who works in explosives, and my absolute favorite, Rob, who steals things. A whole lot of the stuff that I wanted to cover in this video that I didn't comes from season 1, because back when I was doing season 1, I envisioned this as being a much smaller project, and I had this plan where at the end I was going to do a short follow-up that I was going to call the iCarly Iceberg, because that would be funny to write it that way. But by the time I was halfway through season 2, I was like, this is going to be so big, I need to include everything. So in short, there's a bunch of stuff in season 1 that I should have covered in depth that I didn't because I was saving it for an add-on video that I'm never going to make. One of the big episodes that I feel like people were probably upset that I kind of glanced over was the cop episode. There's this episode in season 1 where the police commandeer the Shea apartment for a stakeout. And it's one of the most memorable episodes of the show, but it didn't really fit with the rest of the show thematically, so I barely mentioned it.
What's this big spoon for?
You ate my sock cake. Why would you eat my sock cake? I don't even know who you are. How could you?
I've seen a lot of people say that the cop episode of iCarly is an example of the police violating the Third Amendment of the Constitution, which basically says that in times of peace, you can't force citizens to provide housing for the military or the police and so on and so forth. I don't think that's actually the case. If you watch the episode, they ask if they can use the apartment as a stakeout, and Spencer says yes, because he presumes it's the right thing to do. And after this, they totally overstay their welcome and they're complete nuisances. But the only reason they don't get thrown out is because everyone's like, well, we gotta be nice to the police. So it's not like they literally come up and are like, we're commandeering this apartment.
I see the bag! You think that's our guy? That is definitely our guy.
You got the illegal DVD guy?
No, the pizza guy. We ordered one a half hour ago.
Hope you don't mind, man. We used your credit card.
That episode, the entire entertainment value of that one lies in the fact that it's so overtly anti-cop, which is not something you see a lot in kids' shows.
You guys, help me get rid of those annoying cops.
Yeah, well, maybe you should shut your investigation down.
We got a web show here. Stupid cops. Not cleaning up after themselves. Interrupting our web show.
I bet we could get evidence quicker than those doofbutt cops.
One claim I made at the beginning of the last video as a joke was that all of the characters have one parent where we have absolutely no idea what happened to that person, And that's kind of almost true. But as I watched the show, I did piece together a few clues. So for those of you who want to know, it has been confirmed within the show's canon that Freddy has a father. He's not a clone. Freddy has a father. And Sam has a father. She is not a clone. She has a father. I want to say in season 2 or 3, there's this joke where Freddy mentions that he doesn't carry a lot of money because his mom doesn't let him, because she's afraid that if he carries enough for bus fare, he'll suddenly leave her. And the characters go, well, that's crazy. And Freddy goes, it's not that crazy. And the implication of that joke is that Freddy had a father, but the father hated Freddy's mother so much that he just ran away one day. But the funny thing about Freddy's father and Sam's father is that it's the exact same story. The only reason we know that these guys, both have fathers is that it's occasionally joked that their fathers hated their mom so much that they just ran away.
Where's your father?
You tell me!
And this is only brought up under the context of punchlines, and it's never even really called upon that these two characters have pretty similar origin stories. It's just like that they both have the same consistent joke that's pulled from when it comes to, like, their moms and their dads.
He told me I'm one of a kind.
Yes, and my dad once told my mom he was coming back. So moving on.
One final thing I want to mention about this show, and I really meant to joke about this in the last video, but I just forgot. The entire time that I've been working on this project, okay, that I've been writing all these bits and recording it all, I've constantly had this like sinking fear in the back of my mind that while I'm working on this project, one of these actors is gonna get canceled, right? Because like I've been working on this project for like 9-10 months now. So it's completely realistic for me to like have this long recorded written segment where I'm just praising one of these actors to the high heaven. And just when I click post, just when I hit the post button, that actor does something fucking terrible. People are going to be mad that I said this, but Gibby's always the one I worry about. Because Gibby's the one in the cast where if he got canceled, you'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. And then you'd go back to making your coffee. You wouldn't even think about it. And, people are going to be really, really upset that I said that. And they're going to be like, why Gibby? Why are you singling him out? Okay, let me explain myself here. I have an explanation. Noah Monk is a male Nickelodeon sitcom star who then became a YouTube gaming comedian, which are the two main categories of milkshake ducks. Statistically, the only way he could be more likely of getting canceled is if he hosted Jeopardy for a week. And again, I'm not saying that he is canceled. I'm not saying I have evidence that he should be canceled. I'm saying it's like one of my fears that he will be canceled and I won't be able to like enjoy Gibby compilations anymore. And I feel that way about the whole cast. I don't want Jerry Trainer to get canceled. I don't want Nathan Kress to get canceled. I don't want anyone to get canceled. I want all of these actors to never do anything bad so I can continue to enjoy this show that doesn't have a creator. Okay, is there anything else? Something about iCarly that we logically should have talked about, but we haven't. Nope, I got nothing. Okay, let's continue forwards. Season 6, Episode 7 aired on October the 7th, 2012. The title is I Shock America, and in short, it is the Jimmy Fallon episode. At the start of the story, Spencer is watching Jimmy Fallon and is laughing hysterically, which is how you know it's fiction. Fallon suddenly name-drops iCarly, and Spencer freaks out as he gathers Carly and Freddie and shows it to them.
Jimmy Fallon likes iCarly! I know! I can't believe he watches the show, right?
Spencer's date ditches him and instead spends the night with Gibby, who is still underage. Haha, molestation! So the group do a tribute to Jimmy Fallon on the iCarly webcast, and Jimmy sees this because he watches the show every week, which explains a lot. Baggles makes a cameo because that's the only supporting actor that they've been able to stop the Disney Channel from stealing. They get a video call request from the real Jimmy Fallon, and it's the real Jimmy Fallon, who invites them to come to New York and be on his show. Tina Fey pops up on the screen and helps him end the call. So they go on Jimmy Fallon and take part in a game where they're supposed to dance until they get a pair of gloves and a hat to fall off. However, Gibby dances too rapidly, and he shows his cock and balls on live TV. As they take a commercial break, Fallon tries to fend off the flack, as the gang try to figure out how they're going to mend things after the show. Spencer can't help but find the whole situation funny, with everyone else thinking it's the most serious thing to ever happen to them. They do a live stream the next day, day, telling the audience not to blame Fallon because it was all their fault. That morning, they have a meeting with the FCC, who tell them that they're being fined $500,000. They initially were going to fine Fallon before they saw the iCarly livestream. And if iCarly can't pay, the FCC will shut down the iCarly webcast. Afterwards, they have a meeting at the restaurant from Seinfeld, which is funny, I guess. Then Spencer does a Kramer entrance, which is funny, I guess. Gibby then says that he once pooped in a litter box, which is... what? They think they can't raise the money, but they're invited on Fallon again as a surprise. He reveals that the previous night he tweeted that anyone who has spare change should stop by, leading to mothers and children swinging by the station to give any pocket change that they have. And because of this, they've raised $576,000, meaning that they can keep their web show. Season 6 episode 8 is called I Get Banned, and is the last episode wholly themed around Tebow. In the story, Tebow suddenly comes over to the Shea apartment doing antics that the writers used to give to Spencer. He shoots a lemon at Carly's boyfriend and knocks him out, and then rushes out of the room when he's called out on it. Later, at the Groovy Smoothie, Carly sees Tebow wearing her t-shirt, which he says that he took from her bedroom when she was away from the apartment. They then leave with the smoothies they just ordered, but when he tries to get Sam to pay, she uses a Jedi mind trick on him, down to telling him that these aren't the droids he's looking for. I'm adding that to the list. Tebow comes over in the middle of the night and watches a movie in the Shea household about a Jamaican astronaut. It's called Man on the Moon. Carly is finally over his disrespect for their privacy, and so she bans Tebow from the apartment, saying that he is no longer allowed to visit their home. Spencer comes out, and Carly says that he always sleeps through stuff that's happening.
No, I woke up, heard foreigners, and tried to call the cops.
Strangely, Carly comes in the next day to the Groovy Smoothie, at which point she's told that she's banned from the location. Meanwhile, Gibby and Freddie find out that girls are really into bands and will date people who are in one even if they're ugly. They thus start a fake band only to meet girls. But when Sam finds out, she books them a real gig and they're forced to perform. Tebow calls Spencer's ass the next day and says that he only stops by so often to get away from the Bensons. Carly says that he must be over-exaggerating on how bad it is, causing him to say that if she can live one night with the pair, he'll stop randomly stopping by and she'll be unbanned from the Groovy Smoothie. Okay, so the first thing we learn in this segment is that Mrs. Benson weighs all of her food. Wait for it, it gets weird. She weighs all of her food, then weighs her poop. She poops on a scale and then uses that to decide how much nutrition the food has given her body. I asked you guys, I said, don't make me watch any more of this show, and you made me keep watching. Why did you do this to me? Long story short, after a midnight fire drill, Carly says she understands and he can come by any time. Tebow says he'll see her at the Groovy Smoothie, Gibby punches Freddie unconscious during their performance, and I go take a hot bath to try and unlearn all this project has taught me. So let's go ahead and go through episode 9, beat by beat. In the intro to the story, we see a skit where Gibby and Baggles get married. Because yeah, sure, let's keep literally milking the yogurt bag. Afterwards, we see Freddie and Sam hanging out downstairs. Sam is demonstrating an amazing talent she has. She can place a chicken wing inside her mouth and then remove everything but the bone with only her tongue and the inside of her mouth. Yeah, I'm not touching that one. We find out that Carly is planning Spencer's birthday party and is trying to think of a list of people to invite. The group go through a long series of continuity checkpoints, noting that Sacco is in Safari with his cousin Hunter, Spencer is currently fighting with Tebow over the pronunciation of a word, and Spencer was apparently kicked out of his book club after accidentally setting a box of books on fire.
What book were they reading?
Fahrenheit 451.
It's pronounced Fahrenheit.
Gibby!
Spencer gets home from playing tennis with a friend, notes that his tool got all floppy, and the gang ask him which friend he was hanging out with, to which we, oh no, Spencer, that's just weird, man!
Oof. iCarly? More like, ay caramba.
So the gang decide they're going to find Spencer friends his own age, and they go about finding people in totally normal ways, looking in men's changing rooms and men's bathrooms, because when you're looking for friends, open nudity is the right place to start. Spencer ends up meeting with several of the friends the gang picked out for him, and the trio meet at a diner and watch this from across the room. Freddy makes fun of a waiter who is slow and has a weird voice, and the waiter overhears this and says that he's going to get Freddy's food first. Sam says that the waiter is going to do something to his food, something which he says isn't likely. Although a brief glance from the man in question seems to confirm that he is indeed about to go do something to Freddy's food. Meanwhile, Spencer hates his new friends, finding that they talk about nothing but politics, tax laws, and theater. He constantly tries to over-adjust to his inability to make an impression, loudly changing the conversation to nerdy franchises and other tangents. Eventually, the waiter returns with Freddy's fries, and the manager of the location calls him out for going into a back alley for several minutes with a customer's plate of fries. I can only think of one thing that this man would have been doing for several minutes in a back alley with Freddy's food. Through a bit of confusion, Freddy's plate of fries end up being delivered to Spencer's table, but all of the men deny him any of the food, and he runs back to his teenage friends who love and support him unconditionally. Suddenly, Emma Stone shows up. What? And yeah, Emma Stone recognizes the iCarly gang and begins freaking out, only getting louder and weirder as she takes paraphone selfies with all of them, screen crusts included, and even runs into the men's bathroom to meet Gibby, where she touches his meatballs.
These chili fries, they taste weird. I don't feel so good.
Meanwhile, all of Spencer's fake friends get their comeuppance and begin vomiting up the fries. Comeuppance, do you get it? It's good. Spencer has his birthday, and they celebrate with a giant spaghetti taco, and also Jamaican laser tag. Man, I wonder why Tebow isn't in this one. I can't think of a reason why the actor wouldn't have said yes to this.
Shoot like a woman! You lays at me nose!
Real talk. Can we just take a moment to recover from the cum fries? Let's all breathe. Sometimes when you're this far in, you lose context. It all just becomes noise. So I want to make sure that we stop here and we just say, what the fuck, man? Episode 10 is called I Rescue Carly and is all about one of Sam's old friends from juvie suddenly getting out and Carly really wanting to befriend her despite being Carly. You know, there's something to be said about how the in-universe lore of this show has warped over time. Like, in seasons 1 and 2, I was under the impression that it certainly stated that Sam hasn't been to juvie. In fact, in the Christmas special, Sam being in juvie was seen as some kind of Elseworlds bad ending that Carly could have prevented. But when Jeanette McCurdy got sick in season 3, juvie was the excuse they came up with for the episode. And ever since then, the character has always been stated as a seasoned veteran of the juvenile court. Anyways, we meet Sam's friend from juvie who has recently gotten out and announces that she's going to be holding a smash party, which is not what you would think it is. A smash party is a get-together where several ex-juvie kids go into an abandoned house and smash everything inside. Strangely enough, Carly is really into this idea and insists on being there, while privately Sam's prison friend mocks Carly behind her back. Something just clicked about why I don't like the new transitions. The old transitions were like someone clicking on stuff in Windows Movie Maker, which makes it feel like something that a YouTuber would have used back in the day. And the new transitions feel like an editing timeline that is specifically editing the episode itself, thus making it feel like we're not watching Freddy going through his files like before, we're watching someone at Nickelodeon edit the sitcom. So in the B-plot, Spencer reveals that he has found an old pair of night vision goggles, allowing him to tickle people in the dark. Alright, Gibby takes his shirt off, the first time that he's done this since season 3. You know, I was confident that nudity was the thing missing from iCarly, but somehow this still doesn't feel right. Sam says that she doesn't intend on going to the Smash Party because she doesn't think that they're really wanted there. Carly says she's going anyways, and Sam thinks she's joking. Carly really does go, but immediately feels unsafe and asks Freddy to come and escort her away from the party. The Rowdy gang stop Freddy, Carly, and Gibby from leaving, tying them up against the wall and throwing dishes in their general direction. Sam suddenly learns where they are and bursts into the room.
You come here to do some random dancing with your little iCarly friends?
Wow. She really does watch iCarly.
She pulls out her butter sock and asks if the Rowdy gang can see very well in the dark. As she dims the lights, she begins kicking ass, and within 30 seconds, no one is left standing. Sam has saved her friends and also Gibby, and agrees to go skirt shopping with Carly the next day. Okay, so this next episode is one that's exciting for me personally, because it's the very episode that led to this miniseries existing in the first place. Season 6, Episode 11, I Lost My Head in Vegas. The iCarly Pawn Stars crossover, which first made me consider the idea of reevaluating this show over a year ago. At the start of the episode, during the iCarly webcast, Sam gets a text on her phone and learns that her mother has been arrested in Vegas and needs to be bailed out of prison. She runs out of the room and the web show ends. Meanwhile, Gibby has eaten an entire bag of sugar for a bit and begins tweaking, and Freddy supports him through this because he is a good friend. Sam finds out her family lawyer can't get her mom out of jail until Monday, and so they ask Spencer to borrow Sacco's RV again, and drive them across the country to Las Vegas. They don't have nearly enough money to bail Mrs. Puckett out, so they bring a bunch of stuff from their apartments to try and sell at a pawn store. And Gibby brings his head, because it's never been to Vegas before. And yeah, the store they go to is the one from Pawn Stars. What an epic le meme. Most everything they've brought is useless and worthless, and for the most part they fail to even make a sale. Gibby and Chum Lee meet and briefly bond over the fact that they're basically the same character.
Is there something wrong with your brain?
Yeah. Yours?
Yeah.
Chum Lee suddenly blurts out that Gibby's pants are vintage and valuable, and he asks him to join him in the back room. Based on Chum Lee's prison record, I think this is another Gibby gets molested moment. Carly and Sam try to sell a bottle of water, which Michelle Obama half finished when she was on the show.
So if I took a sip of this...
You'd be swallowing the First Lady's DNA.
Nice.
Rick agrees to buy the bottle for $2,500, the exact amount they need to bail Mrs. Benson out of prison. Gibby wakes up and announces that he has sold his pants.
$200, and he gave me this Chumley flavored lollipop.
Fun fact, Chumley actually did have a candy store in the real world. It was a drug front. Gibby stuffs all of his money into his head bag and says he's going back to the RV. But first, Chumley says he'll give Gibby some replacement pants. The gang get a text saying that they need to bail Sam's mom out of prison by midnight, and they run off, unknowingly leaving Gibby behind.
Hey, what? Want to drink some of the First Lady's DNA? Heck yeah. Give me that.
They just had to retroactively make the Michelle Obama episode weird. Freddy, Sam, Carly, and Spencer run off to the prison, realize they forgot Gibby, and rush back, but by that time, Gibby has been robbed by an expert con man. However, a Japanese man and his daughter approach the counter and offer to buy Gibby's head from him for $10,000. Gibby says no, but Sam knocks him out and they accept the offer and make it back to the RV. The man says he intends to take it back to his home country, but I presume he eventually ends up in New York and loses it on the subway, where it sits during the first season of Game Shakers just 3 years later. Anyways, Season 6 Episode 12 is the next to last episode of the show, and boy does it start fucking weird. On the iCarly web show, the gang present a skit on what they would be like if they were animated, and it's South Park. They show a South Park fan animation based on iCarly. Sam bursts into the Shea apartment but finds the fridge is empty, so she begins eating Freddy instead. Carly makes Sam vomit his hand back up and glues it back on, but Sam bites his other hand off in retaliation. They then sing a song about how this isn't a nice thing to do. Okay, back in the live-action segment of the webcast, they have a bunch of guys come on and sing a song about spaghetti tacos, but it turns out they're all homeless, and Carly kicks them back onto the street once the show is over. Sam begins freaking out because she's lost her laptop, which she says is the only nice thing she owns, as it was a bat mitzvah gift from her grandmother. Freddie says that she's not even Jewish, and Sam says that she told her grandmother she was to get free gifts. A moment clearly written into the show to awkwardly staple over the massive continuity issue that the writers have made in the last few seasons. I wonder what Spencer is up to in this B-plot.
I was a gamer!
That's nice. Freddie eventually realizes that if they can find Sam's serial number, they can remotely view her front camera, and they say that the laptop was stolen by an old woman, who they begin spying on to figure out where she is. Meanwhile, Gibby does some really unfunny shit. Spencer wants to win a big plushie at Chuck E. Cheese or whatever, so he brings Guppy along. Guppy being Gibby's little brother that you'll remember primarily from season 3.
I gotta pee!
You can pee in the ball pit!
Yes!
Spencer plays all of the games at Gaddytown really well, while Guppy reads a porn book and has something awoken inside of him. Spencer wins the plushie he wants, and then they get to leave Freddy Fazbear's and go get Guppy a massage or something. Back in the A-plot, they figure out where this old woman is, and Sam breaks down the door and confronts her. However, Freddy notices that the laptop doesn't look like hers, and they figured out that Sam scribbled her serial number down awkwardly. Freddy tries to apologize, but is hit in the balls, and they all leave.
You might want to call a door guy.
Oh, scumbags!
Ha, she said the thing. Sam opens a pizza she left in the Shea fridge a few days before, and lo and behold, that's her laptop. What a classic. Okay, so we have just looked at Season 6, Episode 12, and that means that the next episode is Season 6, Episode 13. And for those of you who don't know, that is I Goodbye, the final episode in the show's original run. Now, obviously, I want to end this video on the final episode, so what we're going to do now is kind of an end-of-season recap, then the iCrimes, and then the finale. Basically what we did with the last video. Season 6 is awful. It's not good. This season really feels like they're throwing everything at the wall and hoping that something sticks. Some episodes feel like tributes to the early seasons that kind of recapture the energy, and others feel like pale imitations that are just underwhelming, and some other episodes are just kind of non sequiturs. I think the April Fool's episode really set the tone for this season, because leaving that behind, you expect there to be a notable difference between that and the final 12 episodes of the show. But there's kind of not. The show has become so much of a parody of itself that it feels closer to a literal parody of itself than it does to the first 3 seasons. I'm really glad that I saw that Game Shakers episode, by the way, because it's so telling to me that the creators of this show had the chance to illustrate iCarly fans watching the best moments of the show, and almost all of what they picked from was seasons 4, 5, and 6. They had these kids watch some of the most underwhelming iCarly material ever put to screen because in their minds, that's when the show was great. And you see this often in marketing material. That image of Gibby holding up a duplicate of his own head is very often used as a representation of what the show was about, as if that's the funniest joke in the world, when really it's kind of bad. And that's why iCarly being so self-obsessed doesn't really work for me, because it's like, oh, well, this material is good because iCarly is good, iCarly is great. But iCarly isn't great. iCarly sucks, because you guys are doing a bad job of running the show. I want to clarify something, by the way. Towards the beginning of this video, I mentioned that in Season 4, a bunch of people working on this show left to work on Victorious, but I never mentioned that by the beginning of Season 5, pretty much all of those people had come back. Which is confusing to me, because it really feels like there was someone working on iCarly at the very beginning who got the show, and that anchoring perspective is missing by the end. But who could have possibly left? Because like all the same people were working on the show by the end. One thing you've probably noticed by now is that the writers of the show responded to the shorter season orders and the expanded cast by not only having A plots and B plots, but also C plots, and D plots, and E plots, and F plots. A lot of F plots. And what this means is even in episodes which have stuff that are good, you don't get to really appreciate that material because it's like 4 minutes of stuff. Like the firefighters B plot is so promising, but it's just barely there because it's one of 4 storylines in a 22-minute episode. So even though it's funny, they don't get to explore it because they had to make time for a Gibby joke that's just kind of weird and mean. I will say, out of the last 3 seasons, the Jimmy Fallon episode is the best one. Because it's a full story. They don't pussy out, they don't end the storyline early and make a fourth wall joke, they don't do a throwback to season 2 and have that be the solution. Gibby shows America his cock and balls, and the rest of the episode is a realistic exploration of the repercussions of that. So to me, Gibby showing America his cock and balls is part of the golden era of the show. I think the main saving grace of these final seasons is Tebow. And the thing is, I don't think Tebow is written very well by the end. He basically just becomes Discount Spencer. But the Tebow episodes really became the material that I looked forward to by the end more than anything else. I mean, the Tebow storyline in season 5 works better than the SETI storyline, and that's something I never thought I'd be saying. And as we move on towards the final episode, I'm curious how they're going to set us up back on track, and how they could possibly make this a satisfying finale. But before we do that, let's quickly recap the iCrimes of Season 6. Now, I realized while editing this video that I accidentally made a little bit of an error back in Season 4 when I accidentally counted 1 crime 2 times, and instead of having to go back and re-record every single iCrime soundbite, I figured it'd be easier if we just went back to the last crime number and we repeated that one again. And that was iCrime number 54? We're in the mid-50s? So we'll be skipping Season 6, Episode 1 on a pretty big technicality. The fact that it's clearly not intended to be part of the regular canon. I know it's tempting to count Gibby assaulting random people with a stop sign as individual crimes, but it's just too vague of an area for me. I feel like if we start counting stuff like this, next thing we know we're gonna be counting cartoon cannibalism as well. Anyways, in Season 6, Episode 2, the band One Direction performs on iCarly. At the beginning of the episode, Sam briefly hits on Zayn, and towards the end, after their performance is over, she is seen putting him into a chokehold and dragging him to the elevator, laughing as he yells for help. The implication of this moment is that Sam intends to sexually assault Zayn despite him turning down her advances, which is funny because he's a guy, and that's iCrime number 54. Maybe Sam should be in jail. Like, maybe that would make the world a safer place. iCrime number 55 is Gibby opening an illegal restaurant inside the basement of his school. iCrime number 56 is Sam beating a fellow student with a pound of butter, breaking his arm. iCrime number 57 is Gibby shoving people into his armpits. I'm not actually sure if this is a crime, but it's on my list. iCrime number 58 is development of an unregulated laser device that ultimately overloads, blows up, and causes property damage and potentially bodily harm to a child. iCrime number 59 is Gibby showing 4 million Americans his cock and balls on live TV. Now let's talk about stuff we haven't so far. In episode 9, the iCarly quartet try to find Spencer friends, looking in several discreet places to meet men. Gibby ends up looking in a men's restroom where he looms over a stall as a man uses the toilet, trying to convince him to befriend Spencer. That's iCrime number 60. Gibby then helps another man dry his hands and is given a tip, as he has been incorrectly identified as the men's room attendant. Seeing how much money he makes, he then permanently sets up shop in the bathroom, impersonating a restaurant employee and haggling money out of patrons and small children. He even sets up a cooking station for meatballs, essentially feeding to visitors meatballs which are coated in fecal matter. I'm going to call this iCrimes number 61 and 62 because there's so many levels to this one and it's just nasty. In the next to last episode of the show, Sam loses her laptop and trashes the Shea apartment looking for it. She then throws a lunchbox at Spencer, briefly knocking him out. She then goes to Freddy's place to look, despite the fact that she surely never goes there, and bursts down the door, ripping the place to shreds. She additionally physically assaults Mrs. Benson, telling Freddy that he'd better go over with bandages and a mop, implying that she is now bleeding to death. I feel like there's definitely 4 crimes in that paragraph, so let's go ahead and call this iCrime number 66. Sam then commandeers the groovy smoothie, trashing the place and physically threatening everyone inside, causing a bunch of cops to run away in fear. That's iCrime number 67. And of course, in the end, they break down the door of an innocent old woman and threaten her, making that iCrime number 68. So yeah, 68 crimes. Wait, it doesn't feel right to stop there. What are you gonna do? iCarly Season 6, Episode 13 is yet another double-length episode, running around 44 minutes as opposed to the regular 22. However, what's interesting is that the separate halves of this episode don't really tell one singular story, and indeed, each half really has a different purpose in existing. The final 22 minutes are indeed dedicated to creating a somewhat satisfying conclusion to these characters and this universe, but the first 22 minutes are dedicated entirely to setting up potential spin-offs which were being considered at the time, and this includes the meticulous setup for an iCarly spin-off which was never greenlit and does not exist. So let's go ahead and jump right into this. Oh, that's good decaf. So at the beginning of this episode, Carly, Sam, and Freddy are hanging out at school, and after Sam shows off a back scratcher she made out of a board and nails, Freddy shows off his new phone, the ridiculously oversized MaxPad. Get it? MaxPad? Freddy's a girl, that's the joke. Freddy gets yelled at by Miss Briggs in a very brief cameo meant to be an homage to the early seasons. Incidentally, in the background of the scene, we can barely make out an image of Miss Briggs photoshopped onto an animal. This is the very image that Carly was sent to the detention office for posting around school, way back in the first scene of the pilot episode. Carly gets an email from her father saying that he won't be able to make it to the annual father-daughter Air Force dance that Saturday. Carly is bummed about this because this is the last year she'll be able to go, I presume meaning that she's 17 in this episode. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Spencer is repairing a motorcycle for Sako, who is going to give it to his cousin Ryder as a birthday present. Sam enthusiastically joins in on the project, as this very motorcycle is the one that she's dreamed of having since she was a little girl. Gibby sees the motorcycle and thinks it's an exercise machine, a very weird throwback to the time that he thought an exercise machine was a motorcycle way back in Season 6, Episode 2. At that same moment, Spencer gets a call from Audrey, an ex-girlfriend he met in law school, who is the only woman he's ever really loved. She's going to have a layover in Seattle that Saturday, and they're going to meet up and have dinner at the airport, something that truly excites Spencer. However, when he learns that Carly is upset over missing her final father-daughter Air Force dance, he offers to take her himself, meaning he'll have to cancel this date with his ex. Lubert arrives with a package meant for Spencer, containing an important part he needs for the motorcycle, and Lubert sneezes in Spencer's mouth. Spencer quickly realizes that the parts company has shipped the wrong piece, and to make matters worse, he wakes up the next day deathly sick from Lubert's mouth germs. Sam takes over repairing the bike, working overnight and haggling the missing piece from a local mechanic who doesn't have a face. I don't get it either. Gibby goes to get his head replicated again after his original duplicate was sold in Vegas. He brings Freddy along, and they have a negative encounter with the store owner, who is repeatedly cruel to his pet weasel. However, Gibby allows himself to be strapped into the 3D scanner, only for it to suddenly lock while he's inside, meaning that he's totally trapped in the machine. Freddy buys a phone case that looks like a purse, but quickly rushes over to help Gibby. Carly prepares to go to the dance, but Spencer is so ill that he nearly falls over dead. He gets some rest and soon wakes up better, but it's clear that he won't be taking Carly to the dance after all. Sam calls Freddy and says they need to talk about something important, causing Freddy to think that they're getting back together. They quickly and awkwardly shelve the conversation for another day, and Freddy agrees to help cheer Carly up once rescue employees have freed the Gibster. Gibby is eventually freed and is given his duplicate head, with the owner saying that he's not going to charge him for anything. Gibby, unsatisfied, insists that he be given the pet weasel, and the owner obliges, setting up a Gibby spin-off which does not exist. Spencer, feeling a little bit better, relays the news that Socko no longer needs his motorcycle, as he and Ryder got into a huge fight. Spencer has thus essentially been given the bike, and he decides to give it to Sam, which she graciously accepts. Gibby and Freddy arrive, donning tuxes, and invite Carly to join them at the dance, which only makes her cry more. She says that she just wants the night to end and doesn't want anyone to take her to the dance. Until, at that exact moment, her father suddenly arrives. Yes, Colonel Shay has secretly arrived in Seattle, and he's here to take Carly to the big dance. They go, and after the commercial break, they arrive home to a random hat party taking place, a throwback to the pilot, and Carly tries to think of all the exciting things they can do while her father is back in town. However, the Colonel has some bad news. He's only in town for that one night, and in just under 5 hours, he'll be returning to the military base where he's stationed in Italy. That's just enough time to watch the first iCarly video I did. Carly says that she wishes she could spend more time with him, and her father says that she still can, if she comes with him and lives on the military base in Florence. It'll be a great learning experience in a beautiful community overseas, and it'll be a great way to kick off her adult life. But going means that she'll have to leave behind everyone she knows, as well as end the iCarly web show. However, everyone says that it's a great opportunity and that she has to take it. And so they broadcast an unplanned special episode of iCarly, the final to exist, where they do throwbacks to all of their greatest bits. Baby Spencer, the idiot farm girl and cowboy, you know, all the bits from season 2 because they didn't have any stuff after that was good. Okay, so 2 quick comments that I want to actually make about Colonel Shay. Firstly, I want to mention a final iCarly fan theory. This is one I came up with a while ago. In fact, while I was working on the previous video, it was something that I just thought of that suddenly came to my head. And I, no matter what, I've never been able to properly discount the theory, and so it's always remained kind of partially canon, like in the back of my head. So here it is. Okay, basically the entire basis of this theory, the entire basis here is that because iCarly's father is so mysterious and he's always avoiding meeting with them and there's always some excuse that he's not in town, I came to the conclusion that he was hiding something from Spencer and Carly. And so the fan theory that I came up with is that Colonel Shay secretly has a second family. Now, I have no evidence of this whatsoever, and if you think about it for 2 seconds, 1, 2, it kind of doesn't make sense, but I still choose to believe in that. Second of all, I want to apologize for something. Back when I was working on the script for the first video, I wrote this long bit kind of asking how Spencer can afford this apartment, because it's a really great place, and I had a handful of people be like, well, I always figured that his military father just sent him a ridiculous amount of cash. And I had a couple people comment that on the original video as well, but I always discounted that because there was no canon evidence that I could find. There was no details about that on like the iCarly wiki. And so, you know, I just put it to the side. Long story short, this episode directly confirms that that is indeed where Spencer gets all of his money. It's directly confirmed that Spencer's father paid for the entirety of his law school tuition, despite the fact that Spencer dropped out after a few days, and also the fact that Spencer's father still sends him money, essentially monthly. So there you go, mystery solved, kind of. I stand by the fact that I do not think this was the intended canon in Season 1. I think the intended canon in Season 1 was that he was an artist who sold his sculptures and made a modest living off of that, enough to afford an apartment despite how ridiculous that is. And I think this whole aspect that, you know, he needed to have money sent to him was created in the minds of the writers when they got bored of the storyline aspect of him being a dedicated artist and instead had him just be a comedic, exaggerated sitcom wacky dude who had no means of making any money whatsoever and had completely forgotten that he made sculptures in the first place. And at that point, every joke about the character became that, Spencer, when are you going to get a real job? Spencer, when are you going to become employed? Because they had basically completely abandoned the aspect that he was a potential up-and-coming artist in the Seattle area that had a lot of talent. Anyways, back to the sappy finale. So they wrap up the final iCarly webcast, and Sam and Carly tell the audience that this isn't goodbye forever, because iCarly will return one day. It's merely inevitable. Carly packs with Spencer and tells him that he was truly a great parental figure, and that he taught her that growing up doesn't mean she has to stop being silly or creative. They hug, and I cry a little. Carly goes upstairs where Freddie is taking the iCarly set down, and what the fuck are you doing, Freddie? What the fuck is that? You took the fucking lens cap off your camera. You didn't put the fucking cap protector on it. You don't do that, man. Your fucking shutter's all out in the open. You're getting fucking dust in your goddamn camera, man. You dipshit. Where are you gonna put your fucking camera and lens into storage without the proper fucking protection that both ends need? What fucking filmography club did you go to where you didn't learn that shit, you fucking idiot? Freddie and Carly kiss. Oh, how nice. Sam and Carly have a quiet goodbye in the elevator, and Sam gives her the iCarly sound effects remote, saying that it'll bring laughter or cheer or random dancing whenever she needs it. Carly boards her flight with her father and opens her laptop, where she watches the entire backlog of iCarly.com web content, from the pilot all the way to the finale. Spencer recalls the robot squirrel he built in the pilot, and as he picks it up, it catches on fire. Freddie heads back to his apartment, and also flashing back to the pilot, smiles. And Sam gets on her motorcycle and drives off into the night. Quick thought. This motorcycle didn't work a few hours before this, and Sam was only gifted the bike right before she started riding it, meaning that surely Sam doesn't have any kind of vehicle insurance, and thus simply shouldn't be driving it at all. So you know what? That makes this our iCrime number 69! Woo! One night, I dreamed a dream. As I was walking along the beach with Gibby, a character from the sitcom iCarly, across the dark sky flashed scenes from my life. For each scene, I noticed two sets of footprints in the sand, one belonging to me, and one to Gibby. After the last scene of my life flashed before me, I looked back at the footprints in the sand. I noticed that at many times along the path of my life, especially at the very lowest and saddest times, there was only one set of footprints. This really troubled me, so I asked Gibby about it. Gibby, you said once I decided to follow you, you'd walk with me all the way. But I noticed that during the saddest and most troublesome times of my life, there was only one set of footprints. I don't understand why. When I needed you the most, you would leave me. He whispered, "My precious child, I love you and will never leave you. Never ever during your trials and testings. When you saw only one set of footprints, it was then that I carried you." So here we are. It has been, I guess, about 8.5 months, and I have finally completed my mission. I have finally watched every single episode of iCarly, or at least every episode that existed when I started this project. And I have to say, that's a lot more time than the 100-day estimate that I gave at the start of all this. When you sit down and you talk about a TV show for 8 hours straight, you at some point have to start to wonder if there's anything left to say that you haven't said already. And the answer to that quandary is probably no, but I'll try my best. iCarly is a fascinating thing because it's one of the last times that I personally remember buying into an entertainment phenomenon that was based 100% around cable television. To watch iCarly, you had to turn your satellite to a specific station at a specific time and just pray that they would be playing an episode that was actually good. There were no streaming services that had it, you couldn't buy it on Amazon Prime, you had to watch it on TV. And obviously what's interesting about that is that it's also a show about the thing that was about to make cable obsolete. The internet, content streamed to your home, the ability to watch whatever you want at your own time and your own convenience. And what's funny is that as the internet gained power, as it took over, and as cable declined, iCarly shifted focus away from being about the internet and started being about itself, as I've said many times, which means that iCarly became a show about cable television at the exact point in time where cable television had started to lose its grasp on the culture, which ironically means that iCarly episodes from 2008 are far more relevant today than iCarly episodes from 2012. iCarly will always remain a weird comfort for me, but mostly in moderation. Never do what I've done. Never binge this whole show, because it can get really, really hard to slog through, but this time around, I did find myself appreciating different things than what I remembered as a kid. I mean, I really, really related to Carly by the end of this show. I thought she was just a great character that I really liked being around by the end. And that's not something you can say for every Nickelodeon sitcom that was on around this time. And even at this show's worst, even at its most flanderized, I still love Spencer. I love Freddie. I love Sam. I love Gibby. I love Tebow. I even love Lubert, a little bit. I mean, these characters, they do feel like old friends that I haven't heard from in ages. And when an episode is done well, when it's scripted right, when it's not awful, it can be really fun to check back up on these guys and see what they're up to. Now, as I always end up saying around this point, here's the thing. I'm sure many of you at home are anticipating that this is going to become a transition into the iCarly revival of 2021. I mean, that makes sense. I'm sitting here talking about how I love revisiting these characters, and it makes me feel good to see where they are. Surely watching the modern take on the show is the thing I want to do next. And maybe it is, but often reality can be disappointing. Because the idea that iCarly history ends in 2012 and picks back up in 2021, it's a lie that we tell ourselves so we can sleep at night. What is the point in talking about the nostalgia-baiting iCarly revival with an incomplete cast designed to invigorate a failing network without talking about the first time this happened? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the next piece of iCarly media that we are going to be looking at is not the most recent revival, but the 2013 spin-off, Sam and Cat. However, there's a problem, and it's not exactly a problem that I am happy to report on. How can I binge and review Sam and Cat when I'm missing out on half of the context. So next time on Quinton Reviews, I will be reviewing Victorious, iCarly's sister show. This is going to be a really weird branch of this project for me because it's kind of going to be the opposite of iCarly. Because, you know, iCarly and Victorious were both on the air at the same time. I know for a fact that I watched both of these shows. But while with iCarly, I remember 60% of the episodes, I don't remember anything about Victorious. I really don't. I mean, I've searched my brain and I remember that there were 17 cast members, okay? I remember that I thought it was kind of boring, you know? And that's it. Well, I remember the puppet, but I don't really need to remember the puppet because I see it every time I close my eyes. So yeah, it's looking like this mini-series is going to be a tiny bit longer than most of you guys probably anticipated. I know I was surprised. So if you don't want to miss out on the next chapter of this project, I really recommend going down to the description and hitting that subscribe button. And don't forget to follow me on Twitter, Patreon, Instagram. I have a subreddit. I'll be honest with you guys, I've been having the most awful luck. I've had the most horrible luck. I've lost data, then I sent that data to be sent to a repair place, and FedEx lost the package. So I've just been like depressed and feeling bad, and also like kind of caving in under the weight of all the work I've had to put into this video and all the others. So if I get a little bit of love after I post this video, that'll be pretty cool. You know, I won't shy away from a couple comments telling me that they liked this video. So if you want to send me something like that, you know, hit me up on my socials. That's all I'm trying to say. And one final thing, I actually have, I think, 2 hours done at the very least, at least 2 hours done of the Victorious video. And I think it's gonna be very long. But the point is that I'm hoping by the time I have this posted, I'll mostly have that like polished off. And so if you want to see, if you want to see the first 2 hours of the Victorious video far before anyone else, support me on Patreon, help me get to those stretch goals, help me get to, you know, the McDonald's trip and the Garfield video game project. And I'll try and get the 2 hour edit out in the next few days. It might already be up, I don't know. With that, I've been Quinton Reviews. And that's all you need. Look, at this point, it's completely understandable if some of you guys are actually starting to miss talking about iCarly. And I actually saw this coming, because in my last video, there was one episode of the show that I decided not to talk about there, and it's because I was saving it for this video. And that is Season 4, Episode 10, I Party with Victorious, the official iCarly Victorious crossover, which received 7 million views. And if you consider it to be an episode of Victorious, then it is the most viewed piece of media in the Victorious franchise. I'm gonna go get a haircut. But let it be said, talking about this crossover isn't going to be an easy feat. I mean, there are some episodes of these shows where you find out that you have 3 sentences to say and that's it. This is not one of those episodes. First of all, this crossover is long. Usually when Victorious or iCarly did an extended episode, it would be the length of 2 regular stories. In this case, the episode is the length of 4. The full extended edit of this story is 1 hour and 25 minutes, nearly being the length of a full feature. And incidentally, there is a big difference between the non-extended and the extended edits of this episode. And sadly, I could only find an off-air copy of the longer cut. So if you end up noticing the quality here is inconsistent and sometimes there's this little logo in the corner, that's why. So at the start of the story, Carly, Freddie, and Sam come home to the Shea household to find that Spencer is precariously balancing a series of radios in place, having found them all at a junkyard and wanting to glue them together. Carly, they all begin to take notice, is much more happy and vibrant than normal, which Freddie and Sam diagnose to be the effect of her most recent relationship, which apparently has been her longest so far, as they've been going out for nearly 100 days. The next day at school, Carly is given a surprise visit by Steven, who is supposed to be flying to LA to visit his father, but first stopped by the school to give Carly a gift. During this scene, we're delivered a painful amount of exposition, which is mostly directed at Mr. Howard, as Carly gleefully explains every detail of her boyfriend's life to him, and he excitedly listens despite this being out of character for both of them.
His parents are divorced, but they maintain a healthy friendship.
Really? Steven has to rush off to catch his flight, but first is reminded by Carly of their upcoming 100-day kiss, something which Mr. Howard has never heard of.
How can you have never heard of the 100-day kiss thing?
And yeah, the kids in this episode act like this is something everyone their age knows about, but no way, dude. This is some Jonas Brothers purity ring bullshit. I refuse to believe this was a real thing. After just these few clips, you might start to catch on that this episode has kind of a floaty fanfiction writing style, where no one says stuff that sounds like real sentences, and everyone feels a little bit out of character. And weirdly enough, that's something that you're gonna have to get used to, but only in the scene set in Seattle. Shortly afterwards, across the country in LA, we check in on Tori Vega, who is watching the iCarly webcast with her boyfriend, and what?
iCarly. You've never heard of it?
No. Why?
Yes, as we learn, Carly's boyfriend Steven is, by coincidence, also the boyfriend of Tori, and we quickly piece together that he has been dating 2 sitcom stars for nearly a completely equal amount of time.
We've been going out for over 3 months.
We're coming up on our 100-day kiss.
Boys only want one thing, the kiss you specifically get on day 100 of dating a girl. Anyways, the next day at school, the Victorious gang are all hanging out when Andre approaches them with some big news. His real estate uncle in the area has recently sold a house to Kenan Thompson of SNL and all that fame, and Andre was even able to hang out with him for several hours after the sale went down.
I knew a guy whose dad bought a house. They found a dead woman in one of the closets. She was blonde.
It's really weird that all of the Victorious characters in this episode feel completely on point and natural, but all of the iCarly characters just feel off in a way that makes it feel like fan fiction. It's like the writer of this crossover had been away from iCarly for so long that he completely forgot how these characters are supposed to sound. We find out that Andre jokingly suggested he throw a party at the house, and Kenan said he could, as it would be a few weeks before he'd be ready to start moving in. Meaning that Andre is now going to be able to throw a small party at Kenan Thompson's house with all of his friends. Steven visits Tori in the middle of lunch to say hi, but is befuddled when Robbie takes a photo of him and uploads it to his collage of friends on theslap.com. Back over in iCarly land, Carly is trying to look up Steven online and accidentally comes across the photo of him and Tori.
She looks like that Shelby Marks chick you fought.
Carly begins to fret over the possibility of her dreamboat being a cheater, and Freddie uses theslap.com to ogle at photos of Victoria Justice, truly the true intention of the website.
Oh, she is smoking hot.
Spencer enters the room and is told that Steven is cheating on Carly with someone Freddie describes as quite some girl, causing Spencer to look for himself.
Let me see this girl. Whoa, that is quite...
And that's statutory rape joke number 6. Spencer complains that his back hurts from spending so much time holding his sculpture in place, and he notes that he needs someone to come and rub ointment all over his back and body. The main three turn him down, so he turns to the only person he knows will be interested.
Hey, Gibby!
I know this is bending the rules, but I'm gonna have to call that statutory rape joke number 7. Well, at least the victorious side of the episode is just as tasteful as it normally is.
Jade, you're a sour taste, aren't you?
Tori and Beck are in theater class acting out a scene where they're supposed to be scared, but Sikowitz says that their acting is terrible, causing them to say that it's because they've never experienced true terror before. Kat comes in shortly after with a note from her doctor explaining that she has a vocal injury and thus cannot speak or else she may never sing again. I bet you money there's like an open mic later and the writers just needed a really good excuse to make sure Ariana Grande didn't sing. Anyways, then this happens.
This is a lovely color, by the way, like a red velvet cupcake.
My god, will this episode stop being fucking weird with the minor shit for 5 minutes? Andre continues to plan for his secret small party at Kenan Thompson's house, but a wrench is thrown in when Rex openly tweets about the party, claiming that it's an open invite. Andre tries to confront Robbie about this, but grows frustrated when Robbie continues to act like he and Rex are different people.
You're a nut!
He's really mad. But he's got beautiful skin.
One scene later, incidentally, Sam is doing some snooping on theslap.com and comes across the profile of Rex, commenting,
"Some kid named Rex, whose profile pic for some reason shows an urban puppet."
I'm including this moment just to remind you guys, I'm not crazy. Rex is supposed to be black. Anyway, Sam discovers the open invite to the party at Kenan's house, and she suggests they all sneak over to try and do some snooping. The gang stop by an ex-girlfriend of Spencer's in the LA area, who is an expert in special effects makeup. There, she applies prosthetics that make them all look like different variations of Max Headroom, as the iCarly webcast is now so popular that they need to do this if they are to go unrecognized in a crowd. So the party happens, and it's coursing with hundreds of people, as Andre runs around trying to keep things under control, and catch a panda bear which has been hitting people in the butt. Yeah, this is a whole running joke where this panda bear is running around and hitting people in the butt, and I read online that this bear is played by the guy that played Boogie, and I'm just gonna guess that they couldn't think of a role for him, but he really wanted to meet Kenan Thompson. Meanwhile, Sikowitz appears at the party and scares Tori so much that she pisses herself, something she repeatedly confirms. This is apparently his goal, as he is trying to show the kids true fear so that they can draw from the emotion as actors in the future. Beck is unfazed as we learn that very few things actually scare him. After this, Beck and Jade leave to change clothes, as they've brought bathing suits to hang out in a jacuzzi. Sikowitz hears this and excitedly follows, because yeah, that's normal. Oh, also, Trina has to babysit some kids this night and didn't want to miss the party, so she drags them around on a leash. This episode has Z-plots. Robbie knocks down some soda onto the DJ's laptop at the party, frying it instantly. And when a freestyle session is suggested to replace the music, Robbie performs a song which is instantly hated by the crowd. During this section, incidentally, Kat has been using a text-to-speech program which has been her sole tool of communication while she has laryngitis or whatever. After Robbie is knocked out by a potted plant, Rex takes the mic instead and drops a rap that goes over extremely well.
Try and test my skills, man? Who you be? Look dope rap up in the dictionary and you'll see a picture of me.
This is truly fucking awful. If you told me that a writer who in 2007 had a running joke on this same show that rap is terrible and is hated by everyone would then go on to try and write rap lyrics 4 years later, this is exactly what I would imagine.
Your flow is just bad, so I want to help you. So look, here's your homework. Go read my rhyme book.
Spencer tries to use the jacuzzi at the party to cure his back pains, but he's surprised by Sikowitz, who jumps out of the water at him. Sikowitz's plan was, apparently, to linger under a teenage boy and a teenage girl wearing bathing suits, and to then lunge out at them from below. This show is weird. Jade and Beck come in and Sikowitz indeed does his plan, and boy, it wasn't less weird to see it happen in real time. Carly finds Steven and is pretty clearly able to tell that he has a relationship with Tori, something which deeply wounds and offends her. Later, after deprostheticizing and deprocessing, Carly realizes that Sam was right all along and begins to cry. Freddy plans to go beat the shit out of Steven, but is reminded that he's an in-universe wimp, and despite being played by an actor who's more ripped than photos of the Pope, he would lose in any physical fight. Meanwhile, Gibby is trying to find a fake mole he lost at the party, and is recognized by a fan of the web show, causing him to knock the person in question out and hide them in another room. Meanwhile, the kids that Trina brought to the party get lost and end up in the hot tub where all of the other characters are hanging out in bathing suits. There's an alternate take of this scene in the extended edit where it's exactly the same, but everyone is holding half-eaten corn dogs, which yeah, that's subtle. Trina ends up eventually running into Lane, who found the kids sleeping outside of a dumpster by the side of the road. Also, these kids are supposed to be his brother's children. The casting director made some odd choices there. Tori comes into the same room as the iCarly gang, recognizes them, and declares that she loves their web show, causing Carly to comment that she also loves her boyfriend. The two get caught up, realize he was cheating on both of them, and decide they want mutual revenge. As Andre continues to worry about the increasing size of the gathering, Keenan actually shows up in the flesh, and is annoyed that the party is so small, making Andre realize that he was overreacting to so many people showing up, while I meanwhile realize that Kenan Thompson asked a teenager to throw a party mostly consisting of teenagers, all for the purpose of showing up and mingling with the teenagers. Now, I can't imagine that kind of stuff goes down in the world of SNL.
Well, those have gotta be Northridge girls. You can tell by just how they...
And that's statutory rape joke number 8, maybe 9. This episode's so fucking weird, I'm just gonna round it up to 10. Keenan isn't mad about the size of the party, but is upset when he sees the panda bear, explaining that the panda has been showing up everywhere he goes, which is the sole reason that he's even moved to a new house. I do want to point out real quick that it's really fitting that the iCarly and Victorious crossover is also basically an extended crossover with the most famous cast member of all that. I'm going to talk about this a little deeper later, but there's a direct metamorphosis from iCarly leading all the way back to the original run of all that. It's basically the Big Bang of live-action Nickelodeon sitcoms. And of course, it's fun to have this big star return to make this episode feel a little more special.
Yeah, I watch iCarly online all the time.
The gang end up asking Keenan to be a part of their complex revenge scheme. In said plan, they invite Steven to a closet to make out, and have Keenan play a trumpet in his face, live streaming it to iCarly.com, and publicly revealing that Steven is a cheating hussy. Back in the koozie, Sikowitz suggests they all play an improv game. They'll tell a story as a group, one person taking the reins at a time, going counterclockwise. But the catch is that you aren't allowed to use a 4-letter word, and anytime this happens, you will be splashed. Also, there's a joke where Sikowitz is implied to be hitting on Spencer and gets rejected. Meanwhile, Sinjin is playing a surfing game, which he is a pro at, when it suddenly glitches, throwing him out of the window and into the jacuzzi, where he promptly drowns once again while the cast ignore him. Meanwhile, Rex has apparently won every rap battle against everyone at the party, eventually being declared the ultimate freestyle champion, until Sam approaches and declares that she wants in. And yeah, this is basically the final arc of the mega crossover. A rap battle between two characters from these shows, all written by someone who has never heard a rap before.
I always get things poppin', and you should stick to shopping.
This is the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen, and I think it's consistently made worse by how the crowd seems to think it's the greatest entertainment of the century.
How cute a little rapping puppet. Psych, you're more like a rejected Muppet.
Whoa, she rhymed puppet with Muppet. Who could have thought of that? Am I in the fucking 8 Mile?
And I'm so famous you can find my name in a blog, but not you, homie. Rex is the name of the dog.
Can I just say right here, this project has taken 20 years off my life. I will not see my golden years entirely because I did this miniseries. I will die very young and very, very bitter.
So face it, Rex. You couldn't even rap if I stapled his lips and took his hand out your back.
This is the whitest shit I've ever heard. A backup rig is installed by the DJ's friends, and he announces that it's time for karaoke. This is where stuff gets weird and, predictably for iCarly, lazily meta. Carly steps up to do the first song, and it's her theme song from the iCarly sitcom, which everyone in the room knows. And then Tori is given the mic and sings her theme song over the iCarly theme song because she's completely self-centered. Also, Victoria Justice couldn't lip sync if you put a gun to her head. And for the first time ever, they allow all of the backup cast to sing the theme songs of these shows, making it immediately clear that Jeanette McCurdy is the best singer on iCarly, and the best singer on Victorious is anyone but Victoria Justice. I know I keep pressing on this, but it's so obvious that it's distracting.
Where you live in your imagination, when I make it shine.
And there we go. I Party with Victorious, the biggest episode in the history of Victorious, and arguably one of the biggest iCarly episodes, and a story that we will now pretend isn't canon, because further stories down the line pretend that this never happened. I Party with Victorious is an awful, weird, mucky story, but one thing was clear watching this. All of that awful energy was contributed exclusively by Victorious. When a scene showed something weird happening in the iCarly half of the universe, it felt unusual and out of place. But when an equally murky event takes hold with the Victorious gang, you're like, oh sure, it's fucking Tuesday. Victorious drags iCarly down to its own level in order to make the writing in this story work. And in a way, seeing it presented under this context is kind of a wake-up call. Like, you almost get to thinking that all of this is normal. How adult characters will hit on underage characters, and underage actors are actively sexualized for a primarily preteen audience. But somehow, seeing Spencer inserted into some of those same played-out Victorious scenes makes you kinda go, hey, what the fuck, dude? And I think more than anything else, I Party with Victorious has been kind of a big wake-up call for me. A way for me to remember that Victorious isn't just fascinatingly, entertainingly bad, it's also kinda gross in a really awful way. Look, I think it's fair to say that the last hour or two of Victorious analysis so far has gotten kind of heavy. So perhaps this is a good chance to take a little bit of a break.
Yes, I know we can make it, as long as you say it. So tell me that you love me. Yeah, tell me that I take your breath away.
I really don't feel comfortable right now.
Have another sip of apple juice. Maybe if you take one more, then I would know for sure there's nothing left to say. But tell me that you love me anyway.
So the NSU Metaverse was first introduced near the trail end of iCarly Season 3. As you guys will probably recall, near the end of that production block, Jeanette McCurdy fell ill and was suddenly admitted to hospital. This led to the disastrous episode, I Won't Cancel the Show, where the characters attempt to do the webcast despite Sam apparently being in juvie. The original iCarly blooper episode was very evidently pulled together as a means to create more Sam-like content without needing to draw attention to it. And it was through this motivation that we were shown the first teaser of this warped version of our own reality. In the episode, Miranda Cosgrove is presented as the person in command of the iCarly TV show, not only being the star, but also the showrunner, producer, and director. After exposition carefully sets this up, she demands a meeting with Jerry Trainor, the actor who plays Spencer, and reveals that she is considering firing him from the show. As she explains, Jerry has a tendency to mess his lines up on set, and because of that, he is the weak link worth getting rid of. She then selects a compilation of his bloopers and blunders, revealing that she keeps compilations for all cast members. At Jerry's insistence and forceful clicking, they eventually go through all of the sets, including Miranda's eventually. And by the end, she decides that he can keep his job on her show for now. And that's the original blooper episode. It's a very cute, simple setup, which is funnier when you can recognize the silliness of it as an adult. But this little quirky storyline, again designed to get around one of the leads being in the hospital, set off a tradition with Nickelodeon sitcoms, which would continue for the next 4 years. And lo and behold, Victorious would be the first to follow this trend, and in quite the unique way. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Christopher Kane, an actor in the Metaverse who is a completely sentient puppet and plays the puppet Rex on the sitcom Victorious.
So, Avin, what kind of last name is Jogia?
That's actually a really interesting story.
It certainly was.
Christopher Kane makes appearances in 3 main sources of media. The Victorious Bloopers episode, where he is hosting a Nickelodeon special about Victorious. The second iCarly blooper episode, where the cast of iCarly have been invited on his talk show. And in a series of web-exclusive videos hosted on theslap.com, which features alternate material never meant for TV. In the TV segments, his bit, for the most part, is always the same. Christopher Kane invites the actors out, makes some kind of joke or awkward comment, and then typically cuts them off so he can play a long collage of bloopers or just straight up kick them off the show.
Let's take a look at some of your bloopers.
I'm sorry,
Your bloopers. The times you were acting, but failed hilariously.
Kane is posited as a well-known performer who is extremely washed up. In the iCarly bloopers episode, he continuously coerces the guest on his show to do sponsor reads for a brand of salsa which he is trying to sell, typically cutting them off so he can try and sell his brand further. A highlight of the Victorious episode is his long-winded build-up for an Ariana Grande interview, before he finds out that Daniela Monet is actually the person that he has on next, causing him to simply ignore her and wait for Ariana to be ready. He then attempts to interview Daniela, but is unable to keep his mind off of her red-headed co-star.
Question.
Okay.
Do you ever sit up in your bedroom at night and think to yourself, wouldn't it be grand if I, Daniela Monet, were actually Ariana Grande?
He has a similar bit in the iCarly episode, where after meeting Boogie, the actor who plays Tebow, he kicks him off without even showing the actor's bloopers. Christopher is implied to kind of be a PG-13 alcoholic, as he always has a glass of apple juice at hand, and I think the constantly lit incense is supposed to be kind of an insinuation of the visuals of chain smokers in old Hollywood. However, the main defining trait most would attribute to Christopher Kane is that he is intended to be the show's older, more established actor, and also someone who has a sexual infatuation with the female cast members of his own show.
Now, I'm going to say a word, then you say the first word that comes into your beautiful feminine head.
Okay, sounds fun.
I'm in love with you.
At the end of the Victorious blooper episode, after praising Victoria Justice's looks for several minutes, Kane professes his love for Tori and clarifies that it isn't part of the show or a bit, and that he's putting her on the spot.
Don't toy with my affections!
Aren't you married?
Yes. Someone call my lawyer. I'm done with my wife. I'm trading up.
She rejects him immediately, and he ponders why he didn't cut this part out, before he tries to shoot his second shot.
But I might feel better if you were to kiss me.
Stop.
You mean go?
No.
You mean yes?
This thirsting would continue in the web-exclusive interviews, posited to be part of his talk show. Now, a quick note, some of the segments you're about to see were basically lost media when I started writing this script, so you're not exactly getting Criterion-level quality here, and I apologize for the awful video quality. In perhaps the most memorable of these three skits, Kane interviews Liz Gillies and announces once again his deep and passionate love for him.
Please greet her with enthusiasm. Liz Gillies.
How you doing, Christopher?
I'm lonely. That's how I'm doing.
I'm sorry?
You asked me how I was doing, and I told you the painful truth, which is, I live my life alone. I go home each night, by myself, longing for someone to share the evening with.
So, do you want to talk about Victorious?
No. I want to talk about the cure for my loneliness. And there is only one cure.
So, what's the cure?
You. The cure for my loneliness is a heaping spoonful of Liz Gillies.
Look, Christopher, I told your people I'd do your show if we talked about my singing or my acting.
I'm sorry. I've overstepped my bounds.
Yeah, you have.
Now, a quick note, the Victorious bloopers episode was actually filmed near the beginning of Season 2, in February 2011, and I can only presume the material is set when it was filmed, meaning that in this segment, Liz Gillies is her actual age, 17, making this attempted child endangerment number 16. Christopher then turns on mood lighting on his set, trying to sing a romantic ballad to seduce Liz, despite her protests and her age.
So, will you?
Will I what, press charges?
No. Will you tell me that you love me?
No.
Remove her.
Remove me? Are you kidding? Oh, are you serious? Are you kidding, Christopher?
So in short, Christopher Kane is a sexual predator on the Victorious set, often using his power over the actresses to get what he wants. In one Slap-exclusive video, which you can still find online, Kane briefly asks Victoria Justice about her charity work, before cutting her off and saying that no one cares.
I understand that you support a charity.
Oh, yeah, I work with a really great charity called Books for Kids.
That doesn't interest me.
It doesn't interest you?
I doubt it interests anyone. Even the kids.
No, see, we read books to kids and they really like it.
Or they pretend to like it.
She eventually gets fed up and decides to leave, at which point Christopher attempts to blackmail her.
But first I'd like a foot massage.
What? No, I'm not giving you a foot massage.
I have embarrassing photos of you.
What?
You'll see when I post them on my blog.
No, why would you do that?
Because you refuse to give me a foot massage.
The Metaverse gives me a splitting headache, and I don't know why. As we've established, Kane is also the host of the iCarly episode I Bloop 2 Electric Bloopaloo. Yes, that's really what it's called.
Thanks, Christopher. Thanks for asking me to be on your show.
I didn't ask you. My associate producer asked you, then she was fired.
I see.
Here we're given a lot more exposition about Kane as a performer. We learn that he's still with his wife, Dee Dee, and that he despises her, and that he has a long-standing rivalry with Jerry Trainor. In fact, we learn via audition reel flashback that Kane was previously considered for the role of Spencer on iCarly before he opted out and stormed off set. This rivalry has apparently recently been reawoken, as we learn that Jerry Trainor is now dating a woman who Kane was once in a very serious relationship with.
After I was finished with her, she and Jerry started dating.
Yeah, and she's a great girl.
Yes. I have some used snow skis I don't want anymore. Perhaps you'd like to have those too.
Hey, look!
Now, let's be friendly. Apple juice?
After we cut back from Trainor's bloopers, we see more of the two fighting over Stephanie.
And here you see Stephanie and me gazing at the sunset. Here we are together in the emergency room after
Why are you showing me pics of you and my girlfriend?
Here's one of Stephanie and me in a hot tub. Victorious was nominated for an Emmy.
So was iCarly.
Have fun in Burbank.
Kane repeatedly states that he's never watched iCarly in his entire life, until the instant he sees Noah Monk, when he emphatically states that Gibby is the best thing to happen to television in the last few years. In fact, he refuses to call Noah by his real name, only referring to him as Gibby. Kane then has on Miranda Cosgrove, whose last name he initially mispronounces, which is a sin that can't be forgiven. He makes the claim that she peaked when she was on Drake and Josh and attempts to coerce her into doing an ad read for his salsa. When she turns him down, he claims that it's for charity, a fraudulent lie that he immediately gets called out on. And that's iCrime number 70. Miranda does the line and Kane celebrates.
You all heard it. Johnny Depp's ex-girlfriend said she likes my salsa. So go buy it.
I never dated Johnny.
Let's take a look at some hilarious bloopers.
He eventually wraps up the episode, and there we go, that's the Metaverse. See, the bloopers episodes of these shows aren't totally meaningless and boring, just mostly. On September the 17th, 1986, the teen sitcom Head of the Class first premiered on ABC. The series was a twist on older legacy sitcoms of the decade before, specifically Welcome Back, Kotter, which had featured a soft-hearted teacher taking over a class of slow-witted delinquents while finding promise in each of them and teaching them to find personal ambition. Head of the Class sought to be the subversive polar opposite of this cliché. In the series, substitute teacher Charlie Moore finds himself permanently taking over a study period at Millard Fillmore High, a class which openly exists solely so the smartest kids at school can study for their academic team. However, Mr. Moore finds the group to be pompous, asocial, and lacking in any real teen experiences. They don't go on dates, don't do school events, and basically they're all so dedicated to academics that they have no lives. He suggests that they have a lot of developing to do, especially when it comes to Janice Lazaretto, a 10-year-old who skipped several grades and is considered the smartest student in the class.
Would you like to see it now?
In a minute.
But you're cutting into our time, Mr. Moore.
Janice, you're only 10 years old. Time is all you've got.
Mr. Moore encourages them to commit to living normal teenage lives while he attempts to teach them anyways. He shows them that an ability to memorize and recite facts does not match his actual real-world experience, as he was actually present at many of the historical events he discusses in the classroom.
I'm going to read these over the weekend, and Monday we start with the Chicago demonstrations.
Aren't they referred to as the Chicago riots?
Well, we were demonstrating. A large number of people in uniform were rioting.
Mr. Moore has a tendency to begin his lessons on tangents which seem totally meaningless at first, before eventually revealing them to be an essential part of understanding a lesson or piece of the wider story. His talents as a speaker are proven time and time again by his ability to get a class of know-it-alls who think they have nothing left to learn to listen endlessly to his long stories. But Moore is not without his limitations. He had previously moved to the coast after high school in order to pursue a profession in the theater, but his hopes and ambitions had been crushed. Throughout the series, he has to occasionally juggle his insistence that the kids can do whatever they seek to achieve with his own failure to live out that promise. In several memorable episodes, he also helps the students put on famous plays, essentially acting as if he were the school's theater teacher. Head of the Class ran for 5 long seasons, despite being set in a high school and supposedly starring upperclassmen. By the end of the show, most of the cast were between 25 to 30, and all were still role-playing as if they were 17-year-olds. And as I'm sure you can imagine, with a cast of 11 leads who were not consistent for the entire run of the show, it wasn't uncommon for the writers to shuffle the deck in terms of who was being matched with whom for either romantic subplots or comedic banter. But very quickly, 2 characters became paired up with extreme consistency: Arvid Engen and Dennis Blunden. Arvid is a mathematician, a bookworm, and someone who's in love with a popular girl at school and does not hide it.
I'm smart and funny looking. It's a deadly combination.
Albert Einstein, smart and funny looking, right? Marilyn Monroe said that he was the sexiest man she ever met.
Unfortunately, Marilyn Monroe's no longer in the dating pool.
While Dennis is a cynical yet excitable prankster, obsessed with technology and the impact it might leave on future generations.
I'm not stupid. I know why I'm overweight. It's anxiety. As a future physicist, I'm on a collision course with destiny. They're probably going to use me to create some sort of super weapon to annihilate mankind, and I won't be able to stop it.
Both become quickly known for their flippant attitude, often leading to swordplay and disagreements. And great physical comedy is derived from the fact that, to put it bluntly, Dennis is very large and Arvid is very thin. But despite how they might disagree, the pair always seem to make up, because they are brothers in some way. Dennis is infamous for quite a few things in the show. He borrows money recklessly and never pays it back, he lies without need and gets caught in massive drama because of it, and he often has to deal with the repercussions of his various pranks or comedy material not landing quite right.
You don't think it's funny?
I'm not laughing, Dennis.
You see, that's the difference between you and me. I take the existentialist point of view. Life is a joke. Do you know about existentialism?
No, Dennis, I just got here from Mars. You want to play funny philosophy? Do you know Dante's The Divine Comedy? Because Dante says there are 9 levels of hell.
That's a comedy?
Several other important stories include the one where Dennis gets a job working at a diner to help pay back the money he owes all his friends, the double-length event episode where the entire class gets to go overseas for a big competition, and the episode where Dennis tries to get his classmate Maria to help him write an essay for a big scholarship fund, only for their plans to get held up by Maria's new boyfriend, Chuck.
When you really think about it, Dennis, life is short. And can we be honest? We are on this planet to party.
I don't think Nietzsche could have said it better.
Chuck, in simple words, is an idiot. He's a complete buffoon with no standing and no future, and he's played by the exact person you think he is.
Look, Maria, I don't know, but I'm getting a little worried here that you have more interest for your schoolwork than you do in the old Chuck dog here.
No, that's not true.
Chuck isn't interested in dating a girl who is more intelligent than him, someone who's interested in books and learning rather than having fun and partying, and so Maria begins faking being stupid whenever he's around. Dennis uses this to his advantage, taking her name off of their award-winning paper while using the excuse that he's doing this to stop Chuck from finding out how smart she is. Eventually, Maria decides that she can't keep lying about who she really is, and she reveals the truth, causing Chuck to break up with her. Now, 2 other notable characters who survive to the end of the series are Simone, played by Christine Hadje, and Eric, played by Brian Robbins.
Watch this. 30 August of 1980.
Ozzy Osbourne eats his first rat on stage.
That's why you're not on the team, Eric.
I'm not on the team because I don't want to be on the team.
Eric is the bad boy of Millard Fillmore High, the delinquent who wants nothing to do with this preppy class of nerds or their academic team. However, testing has proven that he has a gifted mind, and his mother forces him to stay in the class to better himself. Simone is quite the different story. She's quiet, reserved, shy, and kind. She's obsessed with poetry, able to recite certain pieces from memory, and is a natural romantic at heart. Throughout the series, Eric and Simone start a torrid romance, constantly dating, breaking up, reconciling, becoming friends, before dating again and starting it all over. This cycle was disrupted during an important event story in season 4, when Simone and Dennis instead began dating. In the episode, we learn that the class had recently taken a field trip to the Statue of Liberty, only for the ship to rock and Simone to be knocked overboard into the bay, completely unconscious. Dennis had then hopped overboard to save her from drowning. In the episode, she begins dating him to show her appreciation for him saving her life. This is something Dennis feels indulgent about before he develops a bad feeling about the whole thing.
Oh no, Dennis, I really like you.
I don't feel right about it. I mean, what if I hadn't saved your life? I mean, what then?
But you did. Dennis, 2 days ago, you put your life at risk to save another's. How can I not like that? Oh, it's the ultimate test of honor, of decency, of goodness. Face it, Dennis. You're good.
Yeah?
Dennis eventually admits that she only nearly drowned because he accidentally hit her on the head with a life preserver while trying to rescue her, causing her to become enraged that she let things get as far as them dating for something so stupid. But despite this, thanks to Mr. Moore, they're able to end the episode on relatively good terms. By most accounts, Dennis Blunden was not the most groundbreaking character in the history of sitcoms. If you look around at other shows from the same decade, you're likely to find a lot of other scheming, funny guys acting out of selfish gain before learning a lesson that they won't retain. But perhaps the most notable thing about Head of the Class and this character was the actor behind it all, a young 20-something by the name Dan Schneider. Although it's important to say that this wasn't the first role that Daniel had in the entertainment industry. Years before the sitcom started, he had appeared in a long string of random bit roles, which included an infamous sex comedy film, that being 1985's Hot Resort.
Now remember, our motto here at the Royal St. Kitts is, the guest is always right. If he calls you an asshole, then you're an asshole.
Weren't you in a movie with Fay Ray? I don't suppose you'd like to go to the movies tonight.
Fuck off.
Well, I guess a blowjob would really be out of the question then.
Fuck you.
Fuck me? Well, that's kind of what I had in mind. You know, which way do you like it? Because I got the People's Almanac, and it lists the 6 most favorite popular positions with women, especially women like you. I can tell because you have that kind of body.
Have you been with a woman?
Yes.
But it was indisputably Head of the Class, which gave Schneider the connections and momentum to begin a long-term career in Hollywood. In 1988, Schneider and his co-star, Brian Robbins, were invited to co-host what most would call the very first Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards. It was this brief gig, performed in front of a live audience at Universal Studios Hollywood, that would totally change the trajectory of both men's lives. The award show was produced by a man named Albie Hecht, who soon formed a close friendship with both Schneider and Robbins. Hecht would eventually become the head of production at Nickelodeon, and would in turn invite his friends to come work on Nickelodeon productions. However, the pair had to turn such invitations down, as Head of the Class was an ABC project, meaning they were obligated to that network until their contracts expired. Luckily for them, that exact situation would come just 3 years later.
After 5 years on ABC, the kids from Head of the Class finally graduate. But the ceremony you'll see on the air wasn't half again as emotional as when the actors said goodbye after taping the final show.
We've been doing this for a long time, and it means everything to me.
I would like to say what a privilege and an honor it has been. I'm sorry.
Daniel Schneider's mom missed his real graduation. She showed up for this one.
So this time she showed up with the Dan look. I made it this time. So I've been harassing her for about 7 years now for not making it. Now I can't say anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, the graduating class of Fillmore High School.
After Head of the Class ended, Brian Robbins formed a production studio alongside Michael Tollin, a producer and director who had been making sports documentaries as far back as 1978. In 1993, Albie Hecht invited Robbins to pitch to him a children's television series that could be produced by their new production studio to air on Nickelodeon. Robbins quickly conceived of what was essentially Saturday Night Live, but for children. The series was soon given the name All That, and Schneider was brought onto the project to serve as head writer. By the end of the show's second episode, the team had struck gold.
Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Is there anything in my nose?
I don't know.
In 1996, Schneider would write the pilot episode of the All That spin-off, Kenan and Kel. The show would feature another deep-cut connection to Head of the Class, as Kenan's skittish boss in the series, Chris Potter, is played by the same actor that had starred as Arvid back in the 1980s.
See? Be quiet! Kenan, this is coming out of your paycheck. Now clean up these puffs pronto! And Cal, you're fired!
I don't work here.
Well, see to it that you don't.
Both Robbins and Schneider would appear in different Season 1 episodes as guest performers. But outside of this, Schneider rarely worked on Kenan and Kel, as he both retained his position as head writer of All That, and he began writing his first feature film, to be directed by Brian Robbins. This was, of course, Good Burger. Along with this string of successes were some odd bumps along the way. In 1994, Schneider would deliver one of his final standalone performances when he appeared in Tanya and Nancy, The Inside Story. This was one of the first docudrama films made about the career of Tanya Harding and the assault of Nancy Kerrigan. The film aired in April 1994, less than 4 months from the incident in question. And in many ways, it is obviously extremely rushed together. In the film, Schneider plays Tanya's bodyguard, Sean Eckerd.
Call Shane. What? Just call Shane. Listen to me, you moron. If you can't handle the job, maybe we'll just hire somebody else. Listen to me. Okay. Are you listening? Do you want to write this down? Here's the new plan. You're going to go to Detroit on a bus.
Taking a bus all the way to Detroit? I'm gonna pop on down to Phoenix, $4 grand. Open up this nice new place, mirrors on the wall.
Yeah, a bus. Live with it.
You tell Galuli, if he doesn't come up with the rest of my money, I'm gonna break his legs.
In 1998, Schneider left All That to focus his efforts on creating his very first sitcom. The series would be titled Guys Like Us and would air on the United Paramount Network, or UPN.
I can't believe she cheated on me. This never happened to me before. Happens to me all the time. Yeah, but you.
Guys Like Us is about Jared Harris, who has to raise his kid brother Maestro after their father decides to move to Venezuela for work. Jared often has to juggle the frustrations of maintaining a dating life in the city with the responsibilities of raising his little brother. The show was a massive flop, with consistently low ratings and a finale that never even broadcast. And so Schneider pivoted, taking over a pilot project intended for an All That cast member named Amanda Bynes. Thus, The Amanda Show was born, starting a new era of success when it came to the works of Dan Schneider. When the series ended in 2002, Schneider helped create 2 different shows to succeed it: Drake and Josh, which aired on Nickelodeon, and What I Like About You, which aired on the WB. What I Like About You is about Val Tyler, who has to raise her kid sister Holly after their father decides to move to Japan for work. Holly often has to juggle the frustrations of maintaining a dating life in the city with the responsibilities of raising her teenage sister. His work on Drake and Josh would lead Schneider to create a sister show titled Zoe 101, which would give him the momentum to later create many other projects, such as Victoria, Sam and Cat, Henry Danger, and of course, iCarly. iCarly is about Spencer Shea, who has to raise his kid sister Carly after their father decides to move vaguely overseas for work. Spencer often has to juggle the frustrations of maintaining a dating life in the city with the responsibilities of raising his teenage sister. But also the internet's in there somewhere. Who can forget such classic original episodes as the story where Sam begins working at a fast food place to help pay back the money she owes all her friends? The double-length event episode where the entire gang gets to go overseas for a big competition. The episode where Carly begins dating a boy who is smart and tries to hide the fact that she's stupid and he ends up breaking up with her when he finds out the truth. Or the episode where Carly starts dating Freddie after he saves her life, something he feels indulgent about before he develops a bad feeling about the whole thing. Dan Schneider's work was exceptional because he didn't need to study sitcom culture. He had lived sitcom culture. He knew the tropes like the back of his hand, when to borrow ideas from old classics, and when to satirize and subvert. Sure, it's wholesome and endearing when the teacher with a failed background in theater is a wise mentor beyond his years. But what if instead he was just insane and borderline a threat to everyone around him? Sure, usually you expect characters like Dennis Blunden, fueled by selfish schemes, will learn a lesson and get their comeuppance, but sometimes it's fun if every character is Dennis, and there is no lesson, and there is only chaos. 30 years after the premiere of all that, the impact the series had on the careers of everyone involved is impossible to deny. Today, Brian Robbins, the same man who was once the edgy bad boy on Head of the Class, who hosted the first Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards, produced All That, Kenan and Kel, and directed Norbit, is the CEO of Paramount Pictures and Nickelodeon. In many respects, Brian Robbins has become Paramount's own Lorne Michaels, with his influence and impact through his producing credits being almost immeasurable. And this ongoing power that he still wields in the industry highlights a certain awkward absence. In just under 25 years at the network, Dan Schneider became arguably one of the most influential voices in children's entertainment, alongside being one of the most successful sitcom creators of that entire decade. And he's also a person that we don't talk about. This has caused one of the most contentious discrepancies in Nickelodeon history. Dan Schneider's work is almost universally loved by contemporary audiences. You might not like every Schneider's project to ever release, but for nearly every single one, every single thing that he worked on, you can find someone from the time who will call it the greatest thing to ever be put out by Nickelodeon. However, Schneider is not exactly someone with a clean record, and so people have essentially begun to divorce him from his own content. And the reason is that doing this is one of the only ways that we can go on thinking so highly of a huge chunk of material from our childhoods. It's a lot harder to rewatch The Good Burger movie or any classic episodes of Zoe 101 or iCarly or Victorious if they just remind you of the rather disastrous allegations which have since been made against the man behind it all. And so, we don't talk about Dan Schneider. We don't speak his name, we don't remember his face, and we don't think of his creations as coming from anywhere, having any source. Unless there's a problem with one of these projects, something infamous that we're not fond of. In that case, we're all far too ready to shake our fists in the air and take his name in vain. But as I discovered, the further we get into Schneider's output, the harder it becomes to forget that he exists. To not look at his properties through the lens of something created by him is to deny them their actual content. And all to just keep up this lie that the library of Dan Schneider still works in the modern decade, when, in many ways, that arguably isn't always the case. And so today, I am going to break the only rule of analyzing the NSU. I am going to talk about Dan Schneider. So when I started working on this miniseries back in 2020, there were a lot of things that I could not have anticipated. Now, I always wanted to end the series with a conversation about this topic. I wanted to end things right here. But a lot has changed. We have a lot more information than we used to. But the main thing is that this has all become a lot more personal to me. And I don't mean personal in the sense that it's serious now and it wasn't serious before. I mean that I often feel like I have become trapped in the gravitational force of the collapsing star that is Dan Schneider. Because of that, the video I'm going to make today is explicitly not the video I would have made in 2021. And additionally, I think it's very important that we start things off by laying down some very basic ground rules. These rules are very important to me, and I think a lot of people are going to disagree with my rules. But I decided to set some base standards, and these are the stipulations that I have come up with. Rule number 1. I don't want to get sued. This rule will influence all of my other rules. Rule number 2. I will only be discussing claims and allegations which have an actual source. Things that are on the record, that have been said in interviews, in articles, in books, in documentaries. If it comes from an anonymous source giving tips to a TikTok creator or some forum post on a shady website, no. I'm sorry, but no, absolutely not. Rule number 3, and this is the big one, if someone insists that they did not experience abuse on these sets or with any of these people, I'm not going to call them liars, I'm not going to accuse them of having Stockholm Syndrome, and I'm not going to put them on blast for that. And if someone thinks that they aren't a part of the overarching narrative of abuse at Nickelodeon, I'm not going to include their story in this video. I've been keeping my ear to the ground about this conversation for a while now, and I found a lot of the discourse kind of frustrating privately, and the main reason is that in recent years, this topic has really been picked up by true crime YouTube. Which is a polite way of saying that people are making shit up for fun. Because in the true crime podcast scene, it is common to exaggerate, speculate, fill in the blanks a little. Hey, if this one thing is true, who knows what might else be true? I mean, there's no way to really say. And whenever I've been vocally frustrated about this in public, I sometimes get a little bit of pushback, and people sometimes accuse me of defending Dan Schneider. And they say to me, hey, this is a bad guy. This is an awful guy. So why are you questioning these rumors about him? Because the truth matters. And I would love to change that, but it's above my pay grade. And that doesn't stop being a reality just because it is more interesting to just treat truths and untruths as equally valid in the realm of discourse. And if you force me to sit here and go through 100 rumors with no source about things that people believe Dan Schneider might have done, all that accomplishes is it devalues the actual list of things that he very much almost certainly did do. And that list is not a list of good things. So I would prefer to focus on the stuff that has evidence. And with that, I am going to jump right into where I think we need to start off. Part 1. Dan Schneider, the brand. So far in this video, we have discussed a wide range of projects that Dan Schneider took part in over his 32 years working on television. But when it comes to shows where Dan Schneider acted as a proper showrunner, he is most associated with 9 programs. All That, The Amanda Show, Drake and Josh, Zoe 101, iCarly, Victorious, Sam and Cat, Henry Danger, and Game Shakers. This represents well over 2 decades of children's content. With this comes the reality that a lot of children grew up with this man's productions, and a lot of people still watch these shows to this very day. This is important because of the conversation of how intertwined Dan Schneider is with his writing. I'll be tackling my opinions on this later, but in short, a lot of people have actively avoided crediting Dan Schneider for projects that they think highly of. And I think what this does is erase the very explicit brand that Schneider had successfully built up over the 20-some-odd years he was at the network. Now, in many ways, this was subtle and easy to miss when you were a kid. Even the most innocent stuff was borderline subliminal. But here's a quick example of what I'm talking about. In iCarly Season 2, Episode 5, I Go to Japan, we are shown the iWeb Awards, and specifically, we see several contestants go on the stage while the gang are stuck with security. In the background of this shot, we see a woman representing the best online cooking show. As the gang run inside, we briefly see a clip of this woman's segment.
Hey, that's enough shaking. The onions are ready for action.
If you listened closely there, you might have heard the specific stock audio file used whenever a special cameo happens in one of these shows. So who was this woman, and why was her cameo so important? Well, this is Lisa Lillian, the owner of the online brand Hungry Girl, which was also a TV show in the early 2010s. And she is also Dan Schneider's wife. Dan Schneider is a wife guy who made a long-running joke on all of his shows of depicting his wife as one of the most famous chefs in the world, with her show being watched by characters in several different shows. In fact, when the iCarly opening sequence starts, have you ever noticed this weird stock art of a brunette woman in the corner? As a kid, I always assumed this was supposed to be Carly, but it's not. That's Dan Schneider's wife. Specifically, it's Lisa's Artsona that she uses on her website and her cookbooks. Now, an annoying trend I've found when you point out any fact about Dan Schneider is that everyone tries to read it as sounding sinister. You know, you put creepy background music behind it, you make the image black and white, and you do an invert effect, and it's like, oh, this is the most creepy thing. So I just want to be clear about this. There is nothing wrong with hiding your wife in the shows that you make. But I think it's a very interesting example of the many ways that Dan's presence is felt in these shows, even if he wasn't one of the actors. But that is, of course, ignoring that sometimes he is an actor. For instance, alongside his Kenan and Kel guest episode, he appears as Mr. Bailey in Good Burger, Mr. Oldman in The Amanda Show, as the taxi driver in the Zoe 101 semi-finale Chasing Zoe, as the Secret Service agent in the Michelle Obama iCarly episode, and in the iCarly finale, he cameos as the mechanic that Sam steals from. And in All That and The Amanda Show, he constantly appeared in several other guest roles, and occasionally as himself. To top this off, Schneider would do voice cameos in so many episodes of so many different shows that it is impossible to keep track of. His identifiable nasally yell can be heard in essentially every project he worked on from 1994 to 2018.
It's the Pagelli Hoocho!
Okay, you're the 9th caller, which means you've won 2 tickets and backstage passes to Zero Gravity. Welcome, yoga people. Namaste.
I wouldn't want it any other way.
Maximum dancing!
Love me.
He was also in Grand Theft Auto Vice City. But the most infamous example of the hidden references to Schneider are the subliminal ones, referencing Dan Warp. Dan Warp is Schneider's official blog and social media brand. Here, he would post behind-the-scenes information and personal stories. Specifically, during the era of iCarly and Victorious, Dan had begun the practice of hiding Easter eggs referencing his own brand, under the guise that this would inspire viewers to follow him online. His handle was added to the logo of Schneider's Bakery, and iCarly characters would be seen wearing such shirts as Dan Warp Tweets and Follow Dan Warp. But the issue is grander than just Schneider promoting himself. I think the bigger conversation is about Nickelodeon promoting Schneider. Growing up, it was not uncommon for Nickelodeon to broadcast segments illustrating Schneider as the genius who single-handedly created a media empire and shared universe. And why wouldn't they do this? Thanks to Schneider, they were making millions off of several iconic franchises, not to mention the international Nickelodeon stars that were created because of his work. But behind the scenes, things were never so simple. Part 2. The Case Against Dan Schneider. So a lot of people tend to discuss the allegations of Dan Schneider all at once and with some vagueness. And from my experience, this is typically done to build kind of a foundation of implication. To say, hey, here's a little bit of one piece of information and another piece of information. Now why don't you use your imagination and kind of think about what you think might have happened, you know, kind of in the sidelines there. I hate this. I think it's hackneyed, unjournalistic nonsense, and I will not be taking part. That's why I think it's important that we talk about the actual specifics of what has been said, and piece by piece. So first of all, we need to discuss the disastrous work culture on these shows. When you were hired on a Dan Schneider production, there was an expectation that you work long hours and you be available 24/7 if anything were to come up. The average weekday work session could go from 13 to 20 hours, and most weekends were spent at Dan's house trying to workshop ideas. One specific claim made in a New York Times article is that Schneider would sometimes ask the other writers to wheel him around, literally wheel him around in his office chair from room to room so he could keep working on a laptop in between moving from place to place. Arthur Granstein, a writer on Drake and Josh, iCarly, and Victorious, made this claim to the New York Times in 2021. I will always be grateful to Dan for taking a chance on me as a rash young writer fresh out of college, and for all I learned over the next 6 years. Much of my experience with him was a blast. He could be generous and validating, and it was exciting to be around his talent and passion for creating entertainment. But he was also unreasonably demanding, controlling, belittling, and vindictive, with a willful disregard for boundaries or workplace appropriateness. The best example of this that we now have was on Dan's first standalone television hit, The Amanda Show. When The Amanda Show first started, the showrunners hired 2 women for the writer's room, Christy Stratton and Jenny Kilgan. One of the main stipulations of them being hired was that they would work for a shared fee, both of them taking home half of what a male writer would be paid at that time. On their very first day on set, Dan declared that women were incapable of being funny comedians, and he challenged the 2 of them to prove him wrong. The elephant in the room is that it is extremely ironic to declare that women can't be funny when you're the showrunner on a program called The Amanda Show, where the lead star is a teen female comedian. But you have to remember, The Amanda Show wasn't actually the show Dan wanted to be making. He wanted to be making Guys Like Us. The Amanda Show was just the only option he had left. Dan was the definition of someone with improper workplace boundaries. He was often cracking jokes at the expense of others, and especially the women, and he would even show pornography on the workplace computers. While Dan attempted to present himself as just a big kid who was crafting a fun work environment, everyone quickly learned that he had a fierce temper that could change him in an instant. And when Dan walked into a room, you never knew which Dan you were going to get. And yet, Schneider was so successful and so massive at the network that many felt pleasing him was the only opportunity they had at continuing their careers. And one can only imagine that if the adults were walking on eggshells around him, the kids must have been feeling about the same. The cast members on All That and The Amanda Show were little kids, 12 to 14 years old for the most part. And they were spending those important developmental years worrying about financially supporting their families and continuing their careers after they stopped being cute little angels. The idea of trying to overload yourself with work to maximize the profit you can make off of your own youthfulness, it is a very unhealthy idea for a little kid trying to figure things out. And if there was something in the material that these kids didn't like that made them uncomfortable, they weren't going to go up against Schneider, because this was the guy who decided if they got a big line, if they got a special skit, and even if they got their own spin-off. And even the parents who saw what Dan was doing and didn't like it, they were scared to go up against him because they knew that would have an effect on their children's lives. Not to mention the fact that these kids were performing grueling hours to the point that pretty much every week they were breaking child labor laws just to get that shoot in the can. And after The Amanda Show, this only got worse. To quote one of Dan's main editors, and this is taken from the Investigation Discovery Quiet on Set documentary, "When I worked with Dan, I felt like the bar was always being risen, and I had to reach that bar. You had to be as good or better, or put more hours in, or do longer things than Dan did. And we all did it, or you got fired. I would be editing from 8 a.m. to midnight. You didn't eat, you didn't go to the bathroom. One day, I keeled over, and I ended up having to go to the hospital. And as I'm leaving and curled over, I could hear someone say, 'How is the show going to get finished?' But the worst story about Schneider's activity on set was when he asked Christy Stratton to act out being sodomized while telling a story about high school. Christy followed Dan's directions, to her utter humiliation. Jenny Kilgan witnessed this herself and recalled in the documentary, "It was probably the wrongest thing I've ever seen happen to a woman in a professional environment, ever." Later, Christy and Kilgan learned that it was actually against the rules of the Writers Guild of America for two writers to split a single wage. They complained to the union, who quickly came down on Schneider. Dan called up Kilgan, screaming at her and saying that if he found out that she was the one who sabotaged the show, she would never work for Nickelodeon or Viacom ever again. Shortly after this, Dan fired Christy and Kilgan quit weeks later. The pair were replaced by a single male writer, Stephen Malaro, the future creator of Young Sheldon and None Pizza Left Beef. As dinky as the series might have been, writing for a series like The Amanda Show was a huge opportunity in the industry, which is why these stories are so disappointing. After quitting, Kilgan sued Schneider for gender discrimination, which was settled out of court. The third element we need to talk about is the proximity that Schneider had to many of his child stars. In the documentary Quiet on Set, various people from The Amanda Show recall how extremely close Schneider and Amanda were. She'd often be so close to him that they'd be borderline cuddling, and it wasn't uncommon for Schneider to receive back rubs from Amanda Bynes. This tendency for him to physically touch his child stars is present in several very infamous photos. On top of this, his reputation for asking women on set for massages, be they adults or children, is well documented by many sources and is one of the most clear examples of sexual harassment from Schneider going across 2.5 decades, if not more. When Amanda Bynes attempted to emancipate herself from her family, Schneider sided with her. He allegedly offered her help in her court case and even offered her a place to stay with him and Lisa. This is a very tense topic to discuss because Amanda Bynes has a difficult relationship with her family, and I could definitely see someone making the case that if Bynes attempted to emancipate herself, Schneider supporting her could be a good thing or a bad thing, just really depending on how you look at it. As documented by several people, Dan certainly had a trend with the kids he would work with. He'd pick one person out, he'd tell them they were going to be a star with his help, and then he'd love bomb them with praise. Until time passed, he would become more passive about his investment in them, and then he would inevitably pick out a new kid to be his next starlet. A really obvious example, if we're talking about stuff in this miniseries, is that when Victoria started, Tori was presented as this ever-perfect golden child. But then as the show went on, the later seasons became very extensively deprecating at her expense. And that's a very frustrating example of this because, of course, a lot of Victoria's fans blame Victoria Justice. And I don't really understand why, because if it has to be said, Victoria Justice did not write the show Victorious. On top of this, Dan tended to keep the personal phone numbers of his cast members. He would often text them during off hours, as well as have dinner with them. He would even invite them all to his house for various holiday parties.
Look who's here.
Uh-oh, trouble.
McCurdy. Hello.
Hello.
Now, something I've seen a lot of people say is that because such poor boundaries were in place, something must have happened. But this is the wrong way to look at this. The correct logic is this: something could have happened, thus there should have been better boundaries. Overwhelmingly, the hardest part about hosting a discussion about this is that so many people believe that Dan Schneider is automatically guilty of child sex abuse. And it's not just that they believe it, it's that they need it to be true. And I don't know why, for the life of me. So when we talk about Dan Schneider and child abuse, please keep in mind that for the most part, we are talking about inappropriate boundaries and severe, intense, emotional abuse. In her book, I'm Glad My Mom Died, Jeanette McCurdy gives extensive descriptions of how the creator was on set. According to McCurdy, if an actor got a line wrong or messed up a take, it wasn't uncommon for Schneider to go into a fit of rage, screaming in the child's face, even when we're talking about actors as young as 6 years old. All That cast member Angelique Bates recalled to Business Insider a similar story about Schneider yelling at her after she messed up a sketch. This caused her to run off the set crying. When she joined All That, she was 14 years old. Amanda Show cast member Raquel Lee Boileau recalled similar situations during the Quiet on Set miniseries. Dan was like a tornado. He'd come in and and you'd be like, wow, okay, what just happened? The set would not feel the same when he would leave because everyone was on their toes, scared. One of the most infamous examples of this was on the set of Zoe 101, as later recalled by Alexa Nicholas. When Zoe 101 was in production, it's been said that there was kind of a cool kid clique that affected the atmosphere of the set. The main star of the show, Jamie Lynn Spears, was a former All That cast member and the sister of pop star Britney Spears, and essentially, everyone on set wanted to be in her good graces, including the adults. Jamie Lynn allegedly decided that she didn't like Alexa very much, and so everybody on set was kind of going back and forth as you do as a teenager, picking sides and causing a bunch of, teen drama. Now, I will get flack for this, but when it comes to the discussion of who is to blame for a situation like this, I do not blame teenagers for acting like teenagers. And I'm not really interested in getting mad at an adult because when they were 14, they acted 14 But in situations like this, where there's going to be so many kids on set, I think the adults who are there have responsibilities. And it's the same responsibilities that you would expect from a teacher, or a counselor, or a principal. And I think that really influences my opinion of what happened next. So one day on the Zoe 101 set, Alexa is minding her own business when who appears around a corner out of nowhere but Britney Spears. Britney has been debriefed by Jamie Lynn about all the on-set drama, and she has decided to put up a fight for her sister. And so she goes up to Alexa and she starts screaming in her face until Alexa is sobbing and crying, curled up in a fetal position on the ground. Now, I've been told that Britney actually reflects on this story in her autobiography and that she was pregnant and she really regrets it. And Britney's relationship with Jamie Lynn is a whole other thing. So sometime later, Alexa is summoned to a chamber of executives. Her mother isn't there, but who is there is Dan Schneider. And Dan allegedly begins screaming in her face about what happened. And he yells specifically, the show's called Zoe 101, not Nicole 101. His stance is that Alexa is disposable, the show doesn't need her, and because of that, she is in the wrong for any incidents that happen on set. Alexa, again, without her mother, is left crying in a room filled with adults who only want to scream at her. After this, she tells her mother she wants to quit, and Nickelodeon lets her out of her contract. If you walk away from this video only remembering one thing that I have said about this man, let it be this. The story of Dan Schneider is the classic cautionary tale of the honorary adults and the honorary cool kid. These actors Dan was working with, they believed themselves to be grown up. They might have been 13, 14, 15, 16, but they were in that space being creative. So in their minds, they might as well have been 21 or older. And so to them, they were the same as all of these adults that they were supposed to be trusting. And Dan was the guy who believed himself to just be one of the kids. He was a part of the gang, and he just happened to be a bit of an old soul. And so whenever there would be one of these classic cases where it was time for Dan to step up and be the adult in the room, he wouldn't do it. I think that's one of his biggest failings when it comes just to how he interacted with kids. And it's also incidentally why I think a lot of these former child stars, if not most of them, are totally shocked when all this bad stuff comes out about him. Because, oh, not Dan. Not our Daniel. Couldn't be precious Daniel. The next thing is probably one of the most infamous cases that can be made against Dan Schneider. The sexualization of the kids on his shows. Now, I think this mostly falls into two main categories with a little bleed over between them. And the first is pretty much edgy jokes. This is material that the writers probably would have called jokes for the parents, gags that have a little innuendo but kids won't pick up on. One of the earliest examples of this was on The Amanda Show, where Amanda Bynes played a character called Penelope Taint, and taint is, of course, a reference to genitalia. A lot of the other jokes are kind of defined by the fact that it's really hard to see if they were done on purpose. Even in the Quiet on Set documentary, I think they bring up a few examples where you kind of go, you know. Excuse me if I don't just go down a huge list of potential innuendo in these shows, because I have just become so allergic to this topic in the past few years. And the reason is, so many examples people will bring up to you just aren't real. They're not real innuendo. It's just them not getting the joke or reading into the scene wrong or not going in with context. And I just have gotten so tired of those cases. I've also found that when it comes to stuff that is like 100% confirmed innuendo, no question about it, your mileage is going to vary about how much people care about that stuff, because half the time you'll go through all this effort and you'll explain this like hidden sex joke and the person you're talking to will be like, huh, that's really funny. But especially in like Zoe 101, iCarly, and Victorious, there are a ton of like risque edgy jokes. And the thing is, I remember when I was a kid, this was the reason I first kind of noticed that the Dan Schneider brand existed, even if I didn't know what to call it. I just remember that I used to watch Zoey 101 when I was really little, and I was just shocked by how often characters in those shows would talk about their boobs, or they'd make jokes about puberty, or they'd just hang around in bikinis. And I thought it was so new and different and edgy and risque, and I thought it was cool. And then I grew up and I went oh, those jokes are kind of weird. Specifically, I think it's strange to be working on a kid's show with actual child stars and to write them specific jokes about their boobs and to have them deliver these jokes that were written about their boobs. I think that's a weird thing. And yet nowadays, when I see people post about their favorite Zoey 101 jokes, their favorite Victorious jokes, it's those jokes that get posted because a lot of people still love that stuff. The second category is the explicit sexualization of teen stars. And there's no humor, there's no irony, there's not a bit, it's just sexualization and that's it. I think you can definitely make the case that this became more of a thing in the 2010s when these shows started to have older cast members and they appealed to a bit of an older teen audience. That report by Business Insider claims that Nickelodeon and Schneider would have regular disputes about the outfits that were picked out for the cast members of Victorious. In one instance, a dispute surrounded a skirt that was being worn by a 17-year-old Victoria Justice. Nickelodeon wanted it longer to be more appropriate, but Dan liked it just the length it was. Eventually, they settled on a compromise of making it just 3 inches longer. A pretty common consensus was that at this point in his career, Schneider might have been a little frustrated about how he was still stuck in the realm of kids' TV when he kind of wanted to make adult shows, and Victorious was kind of a way for him to experiment and push that envelope. And that especially seems true when it came to the way that he sexualized the women on that show. I think one of the most obvious examples of this is the season 1 episode where they get stuck in the RV and they're just locked in this RV during a heat wave and they're just lounging around in, bikinis, getting all sweaty and getting wet. And like I said at the time, it's a fan service episode. It is an episode for the people at home that wanted to look at that stuff. And it is very explicitly sexualization of the cast members on the show. And that's why I've always felt kind of awkward about this new culture where people are nostalgically bragging about how Victorious was their sexual awakening. That's probably what they were going for, and that's not good. I don't like that. Obviously, the crossover between sexualization and innuendo is kind of big, and, there's a bunch of stuff that could fall into one or the other. In the piece by Business Insider, Daniela Monet recalls a scene where she was asked to eat a pickle while putting on lip gloss, and it seemed very obvious to her at the time that this was sexual and not appropriate for a teen audience, so she contacted Nickelodeon and suggested they not air the scene. And she was overruled, and the scene aired anyways. In Daniela's eyes, the show was mostly wholesome and funny, but these sexual moments did happen from time to time, and she personally blamed the male-dominated writer's room. She also made comments about how risque some of those outfits were and how they weren't appropriate for teenagers. Daniela wrapped up by saying, "Do I wish certain things, didn't have to be so sexualized? Yeah, 100%. Now, I think one of the most infamous examples of this is female characters having things sprayed in their faces.
Gross!
Trina?
I'm not gonna... Why should I...
According to Alexa Nicholas, when a similar scene was filmed for Zoey 101, someone in the crew commented, "Haha, it's like a cum shot." Now, if someone actually said that, or it's just kind of her memory representing the energy of the room, it doesn't matter, because I think the intent is certainly there. Now, I think the final example I want to bring up of these inappropriate jokes are the various scenes in Victorious where we see adult characters interact with the teenagers and make some kind of comment about the age of consent.
So, what's your name?
I'm 16.
Later.
Hey, are you in college yet?
Bye.
This is a very common thing in those early seasons. The 17-year-old characters, played by 17-year-old actors, are constantly having adult characters played by adult actors comment on how hot they are.
Let me see this girl whoa. That is quite...
And it's at this point that I feel I must remind everyone of this especially weird clip from an extended DVD edit of an episode of iCarly.
Ah, yeah. That's the stuff. Rub it around.
Okay.
You like Italian food?
And yeah, it's weird to name a character for a 13-year-old after Taint. It's weird to write scenes for a kid show where someone shoots moisturizer into a woman's face. It's weird to put scenes in Victorious where you think Tori is going to get assaulted by a group of guys. It's weird to put jokes in Zoe 101 about the actors going through puberty. It's weird to put jokes in Victorious where the teenage characters are so hot that the adult characters are keeping track of age of consent laws. It's very, very weird. And it might not be illegal, but it's wrong. And now that we're broaching this topic of allegedly sexual moments in the material of Dan Schneider, let's talk about the B-plot from Victorious, Season 1, Episode 12, Kat's New Boyfriend. So in the story, Robbie is hanging out with the gang when he notices Trina is surrounded by several shruggers, who worship and rub her feet in total awe.
Like a cloud. It's like butter. Yeah, I know.
Robbie asks what's up, and Trina reveals that she now has an extremely smooth foot. Robbie asks what her secret is, and she responds, fish. At the Vega household, we see Trina filling up a tank with imported puka fish. She reveals that they feed off of dead skin cells, meaning they perfectly clean the human foot of all waste. Robbie puts his feet in, and soon enough is getting this special treatment himself.
Oh, wow.
Soon, Andre is recruited into the practice, followed by Jade and Beck. Towards the end of the episode, Kat punches Tori in the face, leading them to go to the local hospital. There, they find all of their friends suffering from severe poisoning, which is the side effect of the puka fish.
But feel our feet.
Yes, I realize that they can nibble away all of the... Nurses, feel these kids' feet. Everyone.
So this is kind of a third tier of the allegations made against the content produced by Dan Schneider. There is innuendo, sexualization, and then alleged fetish content. The main problem with this conversation is that this topic has been the source of so much humor that it is hard to engage with this without it seeming like a big joke. But if you look at it in the worst way possible, which most do, it's not really funny at all because it's child exploitation, allegedly. Rule 1. There's also a huge level of ambiguity with this material, which I think is the main reason it was primarily left out of the Quiet on Set documentary. But this has been a primary focus of my research ever since I started this mess. So when I was watching iCarly, I wanted to find some way to represent how over-present this issue is in Dan Schneider's material. And so I actually kept a tally so I could come up with a number that I could then cite for this segment. And after all my research, this is the number. 28. there are 28 episodes of iCarly that do not feature some kind of weird foot thing. And to be completely transparent, the reason that number is so ridiculous is that for several seasons of the show, the feet moments would be edited into the opening sequence, so every time you start watching an episode, there it fucking is, right there, looping every single time. But if we decide that doesn't count, which is entirely valid, then the numbers play out like this. There are 97 episodes of iCarly. About 46 of those episodes have some kind of foot reference or foot joke or foot footage. Characters get their feet massaged, some get massaged with feet. Foot surgery is commonly name dropped.
I forgot he's having that foot surgery on Friday.
Real world kids show their feet in fan videos that are often featured. There's even a character named Sako who you could very easily claim is just one extended foot joke. Feet are so essential to the iCarly brand that in the episode where the Dingo channel rips them off, there is a foot reference on their pinboard of ideas to steal. And in I Go to Japan, the Japanese equivalent of iCarly has an obsession with gigantic hands. Now, there are two different perspectives to take on this topic, and I feel it is my duty to present both of these, partially because despite these being contradictory seeming, perspectives, I kind of believe both of these to some extent. It is difficult to talk about depictions of feet in children's media without first addressing the fact that we are in an unprecedented era of the average person on the planet being exposed to fetish culture on a daily basis against their will. I'm being completely serious about this. Think about this for a second. If you were suddenly, magically, in 1991, and you had the brain of someone from 1991, your average understanding of fetishes that you don't have, that you're not into, it would go way down. And I'm not trying to be sex negative. All I'm saying is that if you were a creative person in the 90s, it's entirely possible that you might think that, fart jokes are really edgy and funny. And you might write skits where you work in a bunch of fart jokes. And then, boom, 30 years later, people are accusing you of having a fart fetish. And you're like, I didn't know that was a thing back then. But now there's this huge sensitivity people have to any kind of media they see that might have a fetish if you look at it sideways. Like, oh, Junior with Arnold Schwarzenegger, that's M-Preg. The start to Harry Potter 3, that's inflation. Pac-Man, that's Vor. And to give you a specific example of what I'm talking about, I think about a year ago, a SpongeBob clip went viral because it had a foot in it, and people were saying, oh, this is disgusting. This is a foot fetish being hidden in children's programming. And when you watched it, it was very obviously just gross out humor, written and made by someone who thinks that feet are kind of funny. I don't personally believe that every foot joke is a fetish thing. And that's especially true when you remember that the old Nickelodeon brand was kind of the gross out, humor that the other networks wouldn't do, making jokes about farts and boogers and yes, feet. And feet are gross, it's shock humor, it's supposed to be for little 12-year-old kids who think that stuff is funny. And so even when it comes to iCarly, I think when I look at moments like this...
I'm not here for your entertainment! I'm a foot! Leave me alone!
Oh, foot.
I could see you looking at that clip and saying, well, that's just shock humor, that's just supposed to be funny, that's not a fetish thing at all. And so going into this segment, I think it's natural to kind of assign hesitant, plausible deniability to all of this. Because sure, putting feet references and feet jokes and feet moments in almost half of the episodes of iCarly, that's weird. But an onlooker could easily say, oh yeah, that's weird, but the writers just thought it was funny. They were weird guys, It's not necessarily a malicious action by itself. And I think that is arguably totally fair until we get to Sam and Cat. Because there is a tweet that was put out by the official Sam and Cat Twitter, which is, for some reason, still up to this very day. And I kind of view this tweet as the smoking gun. And sometimes I think that no one would have reassessed this part of Dan Schneider's content if it wasn't for this one weird tweet. Sam and Cat tomorrow, right on the bottom of your foot, take a pic and use hashtag Sam and Cat Saturday. We'll retweet and follow until our fingers get sore. So an appeal briefly to Rule 1. I don't want to get sued, so there's things I want to say about that tweet that I'm not going to. But what I will say with extreme precaution is that when you have been accused of putting feet fetish material into the children's programming that you make, it is extremely bad optics when someone logs into the social media account of the show you run and solicits children for photos of the bottom of their feet and then promises to follow back anyone who follows these instructions. And of course, I have to point out that Schneider is very infamous for putting out tweets on his personal account about the feet of his child stars. Pick! Carly tickles Sam's very unusual toes. If you have a moment, will you please name Sam's toes for us? Video! Would you like to see Victoria Justice pour ketchup all over her feet? Well, here you go! The toe, recently adorned with a special toe flower, belongs to the sweet and hilariously talented Miss Jeanette McCurdy. At one point, he even mentions feet while flirting with his wife. At Hungry Girl, do you want to go for a drive? Do you want to go into our room and watch Too Cute? We have 4 on our DVR. I'll rub your feet. What the fuck is Too Cute? Oh my god. It's just a show where they show puppies and kittens? This is what they would watch? They just put on a show that's just cute animals? Jesus. I don't know what to feel about that. And as someone who's really studied this material, I truly think that it resembles fetish content in a major way that is hard to deny. And it's not just the presence of feet. It's the focus on shots of the bottom of the foot, of kids using their feet to do tasks, videos of kids sticking their feet in their mouths or in their noses and having ketchup and slime and whatever poured onto the bottom of their feet. And the important thing is that if we do read this as fetish content, it's even worse than what we've seen so far. Because the thing about sexualizing teenagers on network television is that it was often done to appeal to the young kids watching who were going through puberty. And it wasn't a Nickelodeon exclusive thing. It wasn't good, but it wasn't something that Nickelodeon invented. But the thing about feet fetishes is that they are not typically something you imagine as being on the wavelength of the average kid, and especially not the average kid back when these shows were on the air. And if this is all a misunderstanding, if this is all just rumors and people making up claims and people not understanding these scenes, it is again very bad optics that there is a character in Victorious who seems to personify all of the worst allegations against Dan Schneider.
You know, maybe I should just go.
Very well. But first, I'd like a foot massage.
What? No, I'm not giving you a foot massage.
I have embarrassing photos of you.
What? What kind of embarrassing photos?
They were taken from unflattering angles during your awkward phase.
Well, where are they?
You'll see when I post them on my blog.
No, why would you do that?
Because you refuse to give me a foot massage.
But I don't see why...
Oh yeah, Christopher Kane has an obsession with feet, and he asks women on the Victoria set to give him massages, and he threatens people if he doesn't get what he wants, and he embarrasses people on his public blogs. But those are just like jokes, man. Don't read too far into any of that. The thing is that due to my due diligence, I took a lot of notes about this topic, and I have a lot of weird clips I could show, specific examples of this, that kind of thing. But at some point, I get worried that people will think that it's funny, or that I will literally be uploading, like, from some vantage point, just a compilation of child exploitation. So I don't think there's a lot more I could say about the feet thing. I guess one of the final things I have to say is that there are truly some days where I think about this and I look at some of these clips and I'm not totally completely sure that Dan Schneider does have a foot fetish, because I think it could be possible that he's just this really eccentric guy who just really thinks feet are the funniest thing on the planet in such an over-exaggerated way that it just comes across weird to modern audiences. But when I was watching the show, I thought this stuff was easily the most disturbing material I came across. And I think that most days, I find it impossible to believe that this stuff is 100% innocent. I think this shit shouldn't have been made. I think this shit is very bad. And I guess that's the short of it. Part 4, Bad Actors on Set. So when we're talking about the general work environment of some of these shows, and not just the actions of one man, there are a couple other people that we need to briefly talk about. Starting off with the two least severe and probably most obscure. We know now that Sam and Cat was allegedly canceled on paper because of a sexual harassment allegation against one of the producers. We're pretty sure this wasn't Dan Schneider, but we don't know a lot of details outside of that. Secondly, we know that a writer on iCarly in his 30s started dating Jeanette McCurdy almost directly after she turned 18. But the most infamous problems came during the early years of Schneider's work, during the production of All That and its spin-off, The Amanda Show. So Jason Handy was a production assistant on these shows, and one of his main jobs was he would hang out with the kids and he would help them get from place to place, kind of take them around the set. Jason was known to be very friendly with all the kids on set. He supposedly had very positive energy, and no one really suspected him of anything. But in private, Jason Handy was a self-described pedophile. Jason would use his position on several shows, including those at Nickelodeon, to establish a form of contact with children and then attempt to isolate the children from their parents. And he would specifically not go after the main stars of the shows, but the kind of more obscure kids coming in to do guest performances for one episode, to stand in the back of a room as extras. He went after the kids who wanted to make it big and were looking for connections, looking for people who knew how to get them a successful career, and he took advantage of that. So he would start emailing them, texting them, writing them letters, and then he'd kind of get them out of the view of their parents, and then things would get sexual. When he was finally caught by the police, they searched his house, and they found plastic bags, and each plastic baggie was filled with letters from children and some kind of personal objects he had obtained, including, little things he'd been sent in the mail, and even things like underwear. And so, as soon as this was found out, he was obviously removed from all these shows, and he was put on trial. He had assaulted children, he had kept up illicit conversations with children, and we're talking about kids as young as 6 years old. The second person we need to speak of here is Brian Peck. Brian was primarily a child dialogue coach who had worked on several Nickelodeon shows. He had been in the industry for decades and had established connections with many young actors who are today quite famous. During the production of The Amanda Show, Brian Peck became interested in a teenage boy named Drake Bell. Drake at the time was being managed by his father, who initially did not take any concern at the presence of Brian, until he saw Drake and Brian get closer and closer, and Brian start to act inappropriately, and he started to get concerned. He went around on set and tried to ask around about Brian and talk about how he felt kind of uncomfortable with how touchy-feely he was and how close he seemed to be to Drake and all these things. But pretty much everyone on set told him that he was being ridiculous. Everyone knew Brian. He was gay, so people thought he was maybe being homophobic. And in fact, Brian Peck was such a popular person on set that he even had a cameo character on The Amanda Show named Pickle Boy, who was a character that would go around with a big tray of pickles, kind of bragging about how much he loves touching and feeling pickles. Drake's parents were divorced, and eventually Brian was able to manipulate not just Drake, but Drake's mother into fully cutting Drake's father out of his life. From then on out, Brian would essentially become Drake's new manager, taking him around to auditions and having him sleep over at Brian's house. This was until one day, when for the first time, Brian Peck sexually assaulted Drake Bell. Afterwards, Drake was overcome with guilt and embarrassment and shame, and he felt he couldn't tell anyone. And he also couldn't remove Brian from his life because that might tip off people that this thing had happened. And so the status quo continued, and Drake was continuously raped and abused by Brian Peck, until Drake finally broke down and told his mother the truth. Soon, the law came down on Brian for his repeated sexual abuse of a minor. Brian Peck's abuse did hit the news, but Bell was kept anonymous, and very few people in his circle knew what had happened. One exception to this was Dan Schneider, who immediately became guilty that this had been allowed to happen on one of his sets. He told Drake that he didn't need to talk about it if he didn't want to, but that Dan was willing to be there for him if he ever needed anything. At Brian Peck's trial, countless crew members and celebrities wrote letters in support of Brian Peck, many insinuating that the only way this could have happened was if Drake Bell seduced Brian. Some even arrived in person to give statements in support of Brian and against Drake Bell. Dan Schneider was one of the few prominent people in the industry that stood by Drake Bell and helped him and his mother in their court case. After the trial, Brian Peck served only 16 months in jail. After being released, he registered as a sex offender and then was almost immediately hired to work on the Disney Channel series The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Finding ultimate judgment for who is to blame in cases like this can be hard. I do not think that Dan Schneider is responsible in any major way for what happened to Drake Bell. Brian Peck was hired by Tall & Robbins Productions, Dan Schneider had no role in the hiring process, and Brian Robbins was not a registered sex offender when he was hired to work on these shows. But I think it again speaks to this idea that when you're in a situation where you are in charge of a group of kids, there are certain unique responsibilities that should be expected of you, which you would not have on a regular production. And one of those things is being able to recognize those red flags of potential abuse. If you're going after women in your writer's room because they harsh the vibe or because you think they're reporting you to the Writers Guild of America, then I don't think it's an unreasonable expectation that you're kind of paying attention to what the men on your set are getting up to and kind of how they're acting and how they're interacting with some of these kids. But I do also think that if it were a teacher or a principal or a counselor who had missed some of these red flags, I would not give them a lifetime judgment for that mistake. But what these stories certainly represent is that all of this matches very closely with that classic Nickelodeon standard of move fast, break things, and apologize 20 years later. There are two other things I want to talk about really quickly on this subject. The first is that I've had a lot of people try to pitch to me ways where you could read Dan Schneider's actions in this situation as like secretly malicious, like it was an example of his misogyny or his special treatment of his special stars, but the thing is, I think it's kind of a strange ordeal to want to believe that every single action Dan ever made in his entire life was secretly evil, because I think the narrative you spin when you go down that path is that if Dan Schneider ever did anything good or nice or justifiable, that forgives the other stuff, and it absolutely doesn't. Just because Dan Schneider did the right thing in the Drake Bell case doesn't mean he doesn't deserve any criticism for all the other stuff we've talked about in this video. And the other thing I want to talk about is that it is so very obvious to me that the Quiet on Set documentary by Investigation Discovery absolutely lets Drake Bell off the hook when it comes to his own misconduct with minors. The cycle of abuse is a real thing, and it is tragic in a big way, but when Drake Bell was sexting 15-year-olds, he was in his damn 30s, okay? So he is absolutely responsible for his actions, and I think it's a little too soon when he goes to trial and is sentenced, 3 years ago, that now everybody magically thinks that didn't happen. And the reason that the Quiet on Set documentary doesn't really go down that path or look at that angle is ironically the same bias that I think affects how a lot of the people that worked with Dan Schneider kind of look at this stuff, which is that basically, if Drake Bell hadn't worked with the Quiet on Set documentary crew, they wouldn't have a finished documentary. I think the first episode of that documentary and even parts of the final episode are so very clearly stitched together and like missing stuff. And if they didn't have the Drake Bell interviews, it would be an absolute mess of a documentary. So they don't want to criticize Drake Bell for his own actions. And I think that's the same reason a lot of people in the industry privately don't have a problem with Dan Schneider. It's because, you know, despite the rough times, they owe him something, you know. He's responsible for something they have in their lives, whether that's a good writing job or just the happy memories or being able to watch these old shows. And, you know, it's just ironic to me that that same bias of not wanting to go after this guy that you feel like you kind of owe to some extent is very clearly present in the Quiet and On Set documentary. Because I fully believe that not only does Drake Bell deserve to be criticized for what he got caught doing, not even what he did, what he got caught doing. Not only does he deserve to be criticized for that, in some cases he deserves to be made fun of it, and I don't regret making jokes about it, because this is a man in his 30s sexting 15-year-olds. It's not something you just sweep under the rug with a 30-second quote. To quickly get us caught back up to the present, in 2014, Dan Schneider was allegedly investigated for allegations of the on-set atmosphere on the show Sam and Cat. Because of Nickelodeon's findings and overall hesitancy about him, he was allegedly forced to no longer interact with his stars, now directing the series from a booth outside of the set and having people rush his orders back and forth between takes. This took the hours of filming on Sam and Cat from around 13 hours to more like 17 hours, and that's in a single day of filming. When Sam and Cat ended, several of the leads on the show were allegedly offered payouts if they agreed to never speak about, in specifics, the on-set atmosphere on that show. After 2014, photos of Schneider's on-set working on these shows are either extremely rare or non-existent. In 2018, rumors and allegations of Schneider committing sexual misconduct against his stars, alongside complaints of people on set, triggered another investigation. No evidence was found of the alleged sexual misconduct with his stars, but evidence of emotional abuse was found. After this, Schneider and the network went their separate ways, and he has never worked on television since. It is generally accepted that Schneider's current contract was broken by the network during this exchange, and he walked around with a final payout of about $7 million. I know for a fact that there's going to be people that misunderstand certain parts of this video, and I'm even anticipating that there's going to be certain parts that are going to be clipped and taken out of context and posted on social media by really upset people. So I feel I have to be absolutely direct and clear about this. I think a lot of videos about Dan Schneider set out with the goal of proving that Schneider did stuff that was bad enough that he should be in prison right now and forever. I've always felt this is kind of a really steep hill to try and climb, which probably affects how a lot of people cover certain bits of information. So for me, my only goal over the last 3 years has been to try and prove that not only was it justified to fire Dan Schneider in 2018, he arguably should have been fired far before then. And at this point, unless hell freezes over or the Daily Wire has a really stupid idea, Dan Schneider will never work in television again. I think this is for the best. Dan Schneider needs to go back to working in television like Drake Bell needs to go back to touring high schools around the country with his band. Part 5. Why this all matters. When I first started rewatching iCarly all those years ago for this series, one of the first takes that I came up with was so immediately controversial with everyone around me that I knew I had to hold on to it until this video. So here it is. This is my take. I think that Spencer Shea is a Dan Schneider stand-in. When I first told this theory to people in my circle, I got immediate backlash. And the reason is simple. Spencer is everyone's brother. He's the coolest possible materialization of what a father figure should be. How dare you insinuate that he has anything to do with Dan Schneider? But of course, he has something to do with Dan Schneider. He was created by Dan Schneider. He is Dan Schneider. Think about it. Who is Spencer? Well, he's an artist. He's a creative. But he's rejected from the circles of other adult creatives. And so with whom does he bide his time? Well, with the young creatives, the little kids who are so serious about their craft that they have decided that they are essentially the honorary adults in the room. And so Spencer has decided that he is fine with becoming the honorary cool kid. And so he spends all of his time fraternizing with the honorary adults. And he comforts them and he tells them, hey, you're like me and I'm like you. And when you look at these scenes, sometimes it doesn't seem like things are okay. Sometimes these kids are in explicit danger because of Spencer's impulsivity. And other times, there's not really any evidence that anything super bad is happening. But does that really make it all okay? And when you watch scenes like this...
I know you have a crush on me.
What?
Nothing.
We can easily rationalize that technically Spencer hasn't done anything illegal in that situation. But shouldn't we expect him to be better anyways? Another example I came up with on a much more minor scale is Helen from Drake and Josh. In one of Helen's most memorable episodes, it turns out that when she was younger, she was the star of a sitcom for teenagers, and she forces some of the other characters to watch episodes of the show and see her youthful performances, which is the same backstory as Dan Schneider in the real world. This one really got people upset, and there was this overwhelming feeling of, oh, don't take Helen from me. I found this phenomenon fascinating, and it's one of the main things that inspired me to really study how people interact with these shows and the kind of discourse that you can see online. And this is why I created the running joke of Dan Schneider not existing. I was trying to make commentary on the way so many people insist upon not crediting him for his work when it's something they're sentimental about, when it's something like Spencer or Helen or Sako or anything else. When you look at those characters, people want to believe that they exist in a vacuum and they have no origin. Now, the sad reality is that some of these videos eventually became so popular that a lot of people online think that I single-handedly invented all discourse about these shows, and thus they assume that my own self-censorship didn't have a point at all, ever, which is really fun. It's really fun when you spend 8 months working on a video that has like a very direct point, and then thousands of people who didn't watch the video accuse you of not having a point, and then people in your audience defend you by saying, well, yeah, he doesn't have a point, but his videos are funny, and I fall asleep to them. Thank you. I'm so happy that's your defense of me. So to hammer home what my point was, I was never saying that it is good to just pretend that Dan Schneider doesn't exist. I was trying to hammer home the ridiculousness of this mentality, and how not only is it fruitless to try and watch shows like iCarly without thinking about the series creator, the further you get down the timeline of these shows, the more his presence is felt, even if you don't say his name. And the big thing that I always thought was the most fascinating thing is that so many people want to maintain their relationships with these shows. Yes, they want to culturally indict Dan Schneider, but once they're done with that, they want to go right back to making memes about butter socks and Rex the Puppet. Because when you give Dan Schneider credit for something you don't like, you dismiss the issue. You go, oh, well, that's Dan Schneider for you. Huh. But when you give Dan Schneider credit for something you enjoy, you revoke your ability to like that thing. You revoke your ability to like Spencer or Helen or anyone else from these shows. And I guess the big conversation we have to have is this wrong? And the thing is, I went into this series with a pre-decided answer to that question. I opened up a Google Doc during one of my first writing sessions, and it was, a draft of the script for this video. And there was a long segment in that script that was all about this idea that it is wrong to try and enjoy these shows after we find out stuff like this. It is wrong to enjoy iCarly after we know about Dan Schneider. It's wrong to enjoy Ren and Stimpy after we know about John Kay. Oh, what next? Are we going to reboot Lil Bill? How about that, Nickelodeon? We going to get a new season of Lil Bill? But as time passed, two big things happened. First of all, I think I became a little bit less pretentious. And second of all, like I've said, I got sucked into the gravitational pull of this collapsing star. And I don't know what the hell the right answer is anymore. I mean, there were times working on this miniseries where I got especially depressed. And I would sometimes go on walks and I would fantasize about how fun it would be to work on a Victorious movie or to pitch an episode of the iCarly reboot. And it is true that the main recurring theme of this miniseries was supposed to be cognitive dissonance and kind of the weirdness of how we look at pop culture. But that doesn't mean that I didn't have fun, playing the Victorious games or filming all those crazy pinboard segments. So truthfully, I don't think I can tell you in good faith that you are never allowed to enjoy any of these shows ever again. But I guess the point I still want to make in this segment is, isn't it weird? Isn't it strange? Isn't it odd to only drag this guy out when there's something you don't like about his work? And to act like the characters that Dan created deserve protection more than the kids who played them. Part 6. Why do we need an iCarly reboot? So this has been kind of the second underlining running thing in this miniseries, and I think it's best to tackle it here because it's very relevant. When I first started working on this series, Dan Schneider had been fired from Nickelodeon just 2 years before, and I had started to feel this was having a massive effect on the ongoing legacy of all of these shows. And so I wanted to make a series of videos kind of deconstructing that and eventually ending up here. But then, right after I started working on all this, they announced an iCarly reboot. And I thought to myself, why? Why? To me, I always thought that Dan getting fired was a very thorough thematic end to his work, to his material. So now this new thing existing was a massive wrench in the works in terms of illustrating that thesis statement. But I was alone in this because everybody got excited, and it seemed like everybody wanted more iCarly. And that was one of the big things that made me realize that I was not on the same page about this topic as everybody else. And I have constantly asked myself this question. Why was the specific moment where I decided to make a series of videos analyzing the downfall of Dan Schneider the exact same moment where they rebooted his most popular work? And it was only in the last 6 months that I finally came up with an answer that I think makes sense, at least to me. And that is that to some extent, I am wrong to say that 100% of the legacy of these shows should go to Dan Schneider, because that is very dismissive of some of the younger people who have had to live with the reality of these brands being their life story. For instance, if you're going to credit one person with the legacy of Good Burger, it probably should be Kel Mitchell. Because sure, he didn't write the original sketch, he didn't write the movie, he didn't work on any of these adaptations, but, you know, it's Kel Mitchell. He's the reason that the material works. And that's a reality that he has to live with when he goes out on the street and random people start talking to him. So I think that he has every right in the world to reclaim that character and keep using him. And to some extent, I think the kids from iCarly are the kids from iCarly, and there's nothing they can really do to change that, at least for most of them. I think for them, the iCarly reboot was probably a chance to say, this is what our lives are going to be, whether we like that or not. This brand, this show, iCarly. But at least we should be given a chance to reclaim the brand, reclaim our lives, and make this something worth being known for. And I think when you look at it that way, not only does it make sense, but the same can probably be said for a lot of you. The reason that shows like iCarly and Victorious were so successful was because you were there. You are the sole reason that those shows made it in the first place. And I think at the end of the day, the way that you consume media is kind of your own business. But all I hope is that in the future, when you're thinking about some of these shows, you sometimes just really quickly think to yourself, was it worth it? Was the hurt that so many of these kids went through, was it worth it so that you could be entertained? And I think just asking yourself that question will do a lot in establishing where we need to go from here. Part 7. Dan Schneider, the Fall Guy. So this is probably going to be the part of the video that people misconstrue the easiest. So I apologize if I have to kind of over-explain what I'm going for here. When I say the phrase Dan Schneider, the Fall Guy, a lot of you are probably anticipating that my thesis statement is going to be that when Dan Schneider was fired from Nickelodeon, it meant that other people who were complicit in a lot of these problems got away scot-free. That's a very interesting topic, and for legal reasons I'm going to speculate on it no further. The bigger topic that I want to talk about is the phenomenon of Dan Schneider as a cultural fall guy. And to explain this, I am now going to repeat a quote that I have seen online verbatim so many times that it's not even funny. And this is the quote. Dan Schneider is single-handedly responsible for everything that went wrong in Amanda Bynes' life. Is he though? Or is it just an easier conversation if we blame one semi-retired guy for everything instead of talking about the cultural system that consistently trades in the mental health of children for millions of dollars? The thing that always bothers me when we talk about former child stars with traumatic backstories is that we always talk about them like they're dead, like they're not going around giving interviews and hosting podcasts, and it like strips them of their autonomy in a way that I find just really irritating. But the reason it bothers me so much when people have these reductive 280 character takes is not because I want to defend Dan Schneider. It's because when you blame one guy or one network, you ignore a much bigger problem that is still an ongoing issue. I'll give you another example. So the show Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide, there's a podcast now hosted by the original stars of that show. And Lindsay Shaw has often talked about stories on that podcast, which are kind of just things that she did and happened to her in Hollywood that are kind of suspicious and really weird. And I often see these clips go viral, and then I see people respond, "Ugh, that's Dan Schneider for you." But he didn't even work on that show. So why is your brain hardwired to bring him up every time something like this happens? The answer is that people enjoy giving 100% of the blame for everything to Dan Schneider, because then they can think, well, Nickelodeon fired him, he doesn't work in television anymore, so now there are no problems with child stars in Hollywood, because it was all one fucking guy. Just think, if we can find some way to blame Dan Schneider on Lindsay Lohan and Britney Spears, there's so many complicated things that we won't have to think about anymore. Because this is the big thing that sticks out to me about this topic. If Brian Robbins had never pulled Dan over to work on all that, and Dan had just remained an obscure former sitcom star, Nickelodeon would have found another producer to make 40 some odd episodes of live action kids content a year. They would have found another producer to push the limits of labor laws to get more and more stuff done. They would have found another producer to sexualize female teenage stars in the 2010s to boost their ratings. And here's the big question. If Jeanette McCurdy had been cast on a Disney Channel show, would she have had a happy childhood? What about Amanda Bynes? If you swap out Dan Schneider with any big-name Disney Channel producer, is everything in her life suddenly fine? At the very least, when Brian Peck was outed, arrested, and sentenced for sexual abuse with a minor, Nickelodeon didn't just rehire him, unlike the fucking Disney Channel over here. And if you think that every single thing that happened in this video only happened because of Dan Schneider, congratulations on the very sound sleep you are going to have tonight. Because Dan Schneider is gone, and now there is no work left to be done. But the reality that I live in is that this conversation does not start or end with Dan Schneider. There is a culpability much more broad than that. And if we go out from here and we say that this is all in the past, then the industry will simply turn around and create a new Dan Schneider. And personally, I don't want to be standing here in 38 years having this exact same conversation.
Photos of you.
like a foot puzzle. Because Dante says there are 9 levels of hell.
On May the 12th, 2020, it was officially announced that Head of the Class would return for a modern reboot, with Jeff Ingold and Bill Lawrence serving as executive producers, and former Zack and Cody star Phil Lewis directing most of the material. All 10 episodes of the series would premiere on HBO Max on November the 4th, 2021. The series features a similar premise to the original. Isabella Gomez stars as Miss Alicia Gomez, a new teacher at Meadows Creek High School who begins instructing the honors debate class. Just like the original series, Head of the Class 2021 stakes much of its material on highbrow humor, derived from history, politics, and philosophy.
Bro, you look like Pickle Rick!
Only one actor from the original series returned for the production. As in episode 2, it is revealed that Terrell's mother is Darlene, a classmate of the original series, played by Robin Givens in both incarnations. Although in the reboot, she only has the most fleeting of cameos. 43 days after premiering, with almost no publicity of any kind promoting the series, HBO announced that it would not be moving forwards with a second season. 1 year after that, the series was deleted from HBO Max. On occasion, the odd episode of the show might broadcast on Tubi or the Roku channel. But without some level of extreme forward thinking, there is no longer a legal way to watch Head of the Class 2021. While the original series was given years to build momentum and become a cult classic that would launch the careers of countless people, the reboot would only be allowed to exist for 13 months before being written off, perhaps literally. With this, we enter a new age of television, where entertainment companies are run like Silicon Valley startups, operating at a loss for decades, while media is meant to have value for the second screen before the first, where growth matters more than performance, and reboots are greenlit based on name recognition alone, and then are shuttered away without pause for the effect that this has on the consumer. So, are you ready for the future? Because I'll tell you one thing, I'm not.